guess who's...
Good morning. Good afternoon. Hello, hello, hello. How are we? It is the final day of our Marvel Rivals Ignite Madness. Give me 1 second. There we go, Z. It is the final day. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you're doing well. I have had a little bit of sleep. Not nearly as much as I would have liked, but I've had a little bit of sleep. Today we have our grand finals. It's going to be super, super exciting. It's going to be another really long day. We have 4 series to watch, so strap in. What's up, dude? Good morning. Hi, Midnight. Hi, Woo. How you guys doing? Thank you very much, Midnight. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Hi, hi, hi. Hi, Gabe. Yeah, I woke up maybe like an hour ago. So yeah. How was the Sen 100T game? Crazy. Like, Woo, if you think some of the other games were fucking wild that we watched, Sen 100T was fucking ridiculous. And I mean, like, one of the best series, if not the best series. It was so fucking ridiculous. I'm watching my BF drive in Germany from the US. Oh, sorry, do it. Okay, I'm with you. I got mega confused. What you mean is you're watching him from the US, but he's currently driving in Germany. Gotcha. I hope you're doing well, though, love. Are you using Meld? No. All OBS Midnight. I have spent many, many hours making my stream look the way it does. I'm very proud of it. I think my stream looks very, very good. I'm very proud of it. But it's taken me a very long time. Meld Studio looks super interesting. I've been keeping an eye on it. There's some really interesting ideas that they've got. Particularly things like they recently announced that they're doing something where you can record the stream, but it records all of your aspects individually. So it'll automatically record like your camera, your gameplay, and any other effects and stuff you want separately, as well as like a full feed. So that if you need to edit it and stuff like differently, it's all there ready for you. And it sounds great in principle, but I'm going to wait because to me, that sounds like it's going to use like all of your fucking PC's resources. I don't understand how they're going to allow, like how they're going to get your PC to record 4 separate things without it completely eating your usage massively. So like in terms of like doing stuff on Meld, for you guys who don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, no worries, do it. Much loves. Hi, Kel. Meld is a new kind of like recording software, kind of like OBS Studio for those of you who stream or Streamlabs. And they're trying to position themselves as a kind of a one-for-all, a one-stop shop, basically. Like a one-stop shop for all of your casting and editing, for all of your recording, streaming needs and editing needs, all in like one program. And it's got some really nifty features because with OBS, for any of you guys that use OBS, you have to get a lot of third-party plugins to make it look good. So I use, hang on, I can count 1, 2, 3. I have 10 programs open right now for my stream to run the way it does. Thank you for the stream streak, Gabe. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. And I have maybe 10 to 15 plugins that I run through OBS to like do drop shadows. You know, when you guys follow or subscribe, I don't know if you guys have noticed this. It's my favorite thing that I've made. I'll show you. I'll do an example because I think I can do a test trigger here. If you guys watch can you see the capture card thing here? Watch the border around that capture card, okay? Because this is one of my favorite things that I've made, but it was so fucking complicated to do. Give me a second. I need to make sure I've got the right one. Okay, so watch this capture card right here. Okay. Let me just test this trigger. So can you see it creates this like really nice like glow out and then it like changes the color, right? I'll do it again back to orange and you'll see. So watch it again. You can see the capture card thing right next to me here. Flows out and then pulls back in, right? And then it also changes my lights and stuff as well in the background. So that's like, and it does it on my camera as well. So if you ever see like, if you ever watch my camera when an alert happens, that's something that I made. And I made that from scratch, right? Yeah, it's like it's an RGB kind of shadow. So I've assigned every alert to a different color. So orange is follow. Bits are like light blue, like sky blue. Subs are purple, donations are green, and raids are yellow. So it's this like, it's almost like this Pavlovian color coordination. Do you know what I mean? To the point where I now can't look at those events in any other color because I've made that association with myself. Does that make sense? But to do that, instead of just being able to like assign that and just do it, I've had to make like, there's 3 different plugins that I've had to use to create basically a shape that sits behind it that then uses what's called a move plugin to then blow out. and then time it to then glow back in and change the color. I then use StreamerBot as a software to trigger all of that at the right timings. There's about 10 different sources for each color to make that happen. And that took me maybe like 3 solid days of work, like 12 hours a day, to make that happen. So like, I've put so much into making the stream look as good as it does that I need to be sure that Meld Studio is the right move if I'm going to move over. Because I've spent like, this is like months of solid work making the stream over the course of years. So all this to say, Meld Studio has some really good features, right? It has like native drop shadows. It has like native events. So I wouldn't necessarily need to run background programs to trigger the events that I want to trigger, because it all can be done inside Meld. So it has some really, really nice quality of life, and it's got some really nice, really well thought out features, inbuilt multi-streaming and stuff like that as well. And all of that is great. And it's amazing. And I think they're doing a really good job. I have a couple of concerns. And one of those is PC usage. I think PC usage is very important for most people. I'm lucky. I run a dual PC setup. So I can afford to run a game like Marvel Rivals on my other PC and have as much as I want on my streaming PC and have those 10 programs. And it doesn't matter because it's a whole separate PC doing that work, right? But for most people, you need to minimize that usage as much as possible because you're doing it on one PC, right? So you're trying to run OBS as well as the game that you're trying to run, as well as everything else on top of that. So most people are not going to be able to run it if it doesn't run very, very optimized. So that's concern number 1. Concern number 2 is money, right? Hi, Law. Right now, it's free, right? So they're saying all of the streaming side of Meld is going to be free. But what they're also trying to do is build in an editor inside the same program. So the idea being that you record your streams like we talked about before. It markers all the events on your streams automatically. So it'll like mark when you get follows or subs or TTS or whatever events you want. So instead of going into the Twitch highlighter and grabbing your clips, you can do it direct from Meld. But the problem is they're going to make you pay for that editing feature. Most people are not going to want to do that because there's really great free editing softwares. Like DaVinci Resolve is completely free and is really solid for most people. I've got the studio version. I paid the one-off payment for the studio version, but then I don't need to pay anything. I've got a perfectly great professional level editing software that I can put my stuff into and make all my content. So Meld has a lot of good potential, but I'm going to wait and see as it develops. And as they kind of build in these features and stuff and see how it plays out before I switch. Because of how much time and effort I've put into my OBS stream. Does that make sense? Also, I just want to point out, I've done all of this with 0 graphic design knowledge. I've taught myself how to do all of this from OBS. I taught myself how to video edit. I didn't know anything about video editing before I started content creation. Graphic design, I never did that either. So I've taught myself all of this over the last few years. I used on my Mac M3 Pro. It's running well. Mac is a lot tougher midnight. Hi, Ricky. Dude, Ricky, like, that picture you sent me yesterday had me fucking dying. Am I allowed to show that on stream or no? Because that shit had me fucking dying yesterday. My sub is a 3 PC system. 1 for games I'm rank grinding on, 1 for streams, and 1 for single player. Oh, damn. I'm not even gonna try and guess how the fuck you link up that audio. Are you sure, Ricky? No pressure. I don't have to show it if you don't want. It just really made me laugh. It was very funny. Got a side gig building a website. Oh, shit. Alex is a really good person to talk to, Law. Because that's what Alex does. They build websites and stuff. But there's quite a lot of really good, like, natural website builders where you don't need to code to do, like, the, at least, like, I built my dog website before off of it. Things like Wix and stuff tend to be really good for that. So I don't know about the coding side. I'm guessing the coding side, you know, is a nightmare, but maybe AI can help you do that too. Now, I know how you feel about using AI, but that's cool though, Law. Okay, guys. Ricky sent me this picture yesterday. And it fucking had me dying. This is this is Ricky dressed up as, I assume, like, dressed up as Pitbull. And it fucking had me cackling. So fucking solid. The fucking off-center ribbed bald cap was just sending me. Like, ribbed for your pleasure? I don't know. It's a fantastic look there, Ricky. That was a great fucking look. Did you have fun, though? Did you enjoy it? Because you've had, like, a crazy week of, like, festivaling and shit, right? You have been partying like it's 1999. So I hope you've had a great week. You deserve it. You deserve some time off. You've worked really hard. So yeah, I hope it was good. But yeah, that's my, I guess, my current thoughts on Meld. I mean, I can show you. I don't know if anyone wants to have a look at it. If one thing I do think, actually, and one thing I will say about Meld is, I do think as someone starting out streaming, if you're very new to streaming and you're just starting out, I think Meld is amazing, actually. I think it's very, very beginner friendly. OBS Studio, which is what I use, takes a lot of learning and a lot of, like, watching videos, learning how to do, like, very intricate stuff, you know, with, like, move transition plugins and stuff like that. There's a lot of outside knowledge that you need to build over years of using it. Meld is very beginner friendly. So for anyone, like, just starting out, I think this is actually super solid. So when I've got a bit of time, I am going to play around with it a little bit and just try and get a bit of a feel for it. But I'm going to hold off actually using it for now. Because I've got a perfectly good stream from OBS. But if you want to check it out, go and check it out. I think they are doing some really interesting stuff. So yeah. We're not going to watch this, by the way. This is the grand finals of the Asian game, which I've not really been following, but it's 3-3, so it's going all the way. But listen, we had some fucking unreal games yesterday. Unbelievable series. Like, nearly all of the NA ones were fucking ridiculous banger series. So I'm expecting today to be the same. I think today we've got some crazy games. So just so you guys know what we're looking at here, and what we've got today. We have a best of 5 and a best of 7 for you today, in each region, which is why we're starting a little bit later. So we're starting off with, sorry, let me go back here so you can actually see. We're starting here with BBP and Virtus Pro. last time, this was a mega series that went 3-2 on Friday. And it was an insane series. So we're expecting another super banger here from the low bracket. The winner then goes on to play Rad in the grand final. And the Rad BPP game was also insane yesterday. You can see how close these games are, 3-2. Like going right to the nail biter last possible moment. So these are the two games for EU today. Best of 5 first, and then a best of 7 grand final. Then tonight, starting at midnight, we've got the best of 5 between 100 Thieves and Envy. I didn't watch this last series last night because we finished Sentinels 100 Thieves, and it was 6 a.m. I did 16 and a half hours yesterday, non-stop. 16 and a half hours. So I did miss this last semi-final. It looked like it was a little bit mental, so we'll go back and watch that for sure. But for the NA, we've got 100 Thieves Envy into Sentinels, and whoever wins this. So we might get another Sentinels 100T rematch. So we got some fucking banger series for you tonight. Some super banger series. This is the last day. I will put a message on the Discord and stuff for you all as well. So what's going to happen from here, obviously we've got another super long day today. I'm then going to take 2 days off to recover because I'm going to fucking need it. So I'm going to take 2 days off. We'll be back Wednesday with Claire Obscure, where we'll do our little variety day with Claire Obscure on Wednesday. Thursday, we'll do some community games and some like custom games on Rivals and stuff for you all to just chill. We're just going to chill and like play some games together on Thursday. And then I'm going to take another 2 days off. So only 2 streams next week. And then we will be back on a normal schedule for a few weeks then until the mid-season finals starts towards the end of July, which will be the first Marvel Rivals LAN then. So that's this week's plan. 4 days of drinking and festival and Pitbull concert was a blast. Was in my first mosh push pit. How was it? I've done a mosh pit once. And I think you guys know how clumsy I am. So how do you think the mosh pit went for me? If you had to guess, how well do you think I did in a mosh pit? Answer, not good. I fell down pretty much immediately. And had a hard time getting back out of it. Yeah. It was fun, but I did come away with a lot of bangs and bruises from it. Yeah. Yeah. But it was a fun experience. Not sure I'd do it again, but it was fun. What's your plan then, Ricky, now? You've had your crazy week out the way. You just chilling? Because you got, what, 6 weeks off now? Or do you have to go in earlier as a teacher and, like, start prepping and shit for the new... I would imagine they make you go in, right? I don't know how much time you get off. I do not envy you. Chilling. Oh my god, you know who I'm going to see this weekend? Next weekend? Taylor Tomlinson. I don't know if you guys like Taylor Tomlinson. She's a comedian. I think she's really funny. I think she's got some really good stand-up. So we're going to go see her next week. With the Lunar Sway. Yes. And we'll be catching up. What do you mean? What do you mean, wow? How you doing, by the way, love? You okay? I was kind of sad yesterday. I was supposed to see Falling in Reverse at a festival. What's Falling in Reverse? I'm gonna see Luna. That's what you get for calling my Thor mid, okay? that's the revenge for calling my Thor mid. They're a band. What kind of music, Abe? I'm not very good at like bands and artists and stuff. I like individual songs. I'm like a melody person. Um, so I don't like follow artists necessarily. Um, you know, is there a way to change the font family of chat messages? Oh, sorry, Midnight. You mean on my stream? Yes. I don't know if I will change it to liquid glass though. I would have to look into it for sure. Wow, what is wrong with the chat? Why is that lagging so much? Are all the chat messages lagging like that when they come in or what? Wow, that is bad. Give me 1 second. Why is it doing that? Give me 1 sec. I do have like a ridiculous amount of stuff that runs in my OBS, but I'm not getting any like frame or lag showing on my OBS. So I'm not really sure what that's about. Sorry, chat. Give me 1 sec. Let me have a look. Maybe if we just refresh. Try that. If someone can give me a quick typey type. Oh, there we go. Just needed to refresh the cache a little bit. There we are. There we are. Easy peasy. Your Thor may be mid, but I've got to give it to you. Your Salak is absolute trash. I see. I see. Okay, Luna. Okay, just you wait. Just you wait. I love everything. Alternative rock. Occasionally rap and the singer. Oh, bit of a mix. Okay. Don't worry, Luna. That's okay. If you don't want me to, you know, I was gonna say to help carry you, but to be honest, you often help carry me. So, is this just because you miss playing with me? I think that's what it is. I think you're just lashing out because you know you're having to play DBD. You know, you can just say you miss me. It's totally okay. You know, no one's gonna judge you for it. It's totally okay. Hi, Yanni. How are you? Welcome in. Yeah, I'm very much I don't know if you can hear my voice is going a little bit, so I'm kind of glad this is the last day. Yeah, as I said, I'm more of like an individual song person. So like all of my playlists are just like a bunch of fucking different artists and just individual songs that I like, you know? I'm good, Yanni. I'm good, thank you. I had like I got like 7 hours sleep, so not the worst. Not the worst. I don't know how to deal with my emotions. Me neither, Luna, to be honest. Me neither. I'm very aware that it's happening. I'm just not very good at, you know, bringing myself down. I was talking about this yesterday. I'm very like self-aware, but like, you know, if you guys see it all the time. You see it on my face. Like I can't hide my emotions, and when I feel like strongly, it's really hard for me to then come back down to like a normal level, you know? I went out for a couple of hours today, which I never do on a Sunday. I got home. Oh, bless. Bless them. I want doggy cuddles. I want doggy cuddles. That's one big thing I'm going to do this week. I just want doggy cuddles. I'm going to miss you when I head out to boot camp. That's very sweet. When do you head out to boot camp, Gabe? Also, I was going to ask you about that, like, because I assume that when you head out to boot camp and stuff, you're not going to be able to carry on gaming and stuff, right? I don't know how it works, like, but I assume you're not going to be able to keep up with, like, your gaming and stuff like that, right? How's that? Back doors open, go play with Broly. Oh, cute. I would imagine it's like cuddling a big fluffy cloud as well. Because Riku is basically a big fluffy cloud. Hi, Mariam. Baron? Oh, I like the title Baron. I'll take that one. Baron Nick of House Rivalzia. Makes me sound very important. I like it. I like it. Isn't that sat in front of the AC? Yeah, I was gonna ask about that. Like, how's Riku getting on in the heat? Because for those of you who don't know, Luna has 2 dogs, and Riku is a Samo, so is massively white and fluffy, very cute. But I assume not doing great in this kind of heat. Also, can we just talk about something real quick? Is there anything cuter? I saw a TikTok just before I came on. Is there anything cuter than dogs with backpacks? I don't know what it is, but seeing a dog with a little backpack just fucking, I don't know. The cuteness aggression just takes over. And I just want to give them big hugs. I'll try and give you a regal name every time. Do you know what, Mariam? I like it. I like it. Yeah. I'm all up for that. When we had that humid shit, got severely dehydrated. Yeah. So just keeping on top and making sure he's drinking enough. You gotta be careful with dogs though, don't you? Because like they can drink too much when they're like really overheating and stuff. Bless him. I won't be able to game for 9 weeks in boot camp. Then I'll have to move my sister to my apartment in San Antonio. So what happens, like, how does it work, Gabe? Because I know we talked about, like, so your plan is to, like, go into the army as a doctor, right? Because you want to have, like, study as a doctor, but they pay for a lot of your studies and stuff for being in the army. Or the Navy, sorry, that's right, the Navy. So once you do the boot camp, like, how does it work after that? Do you have to just go straight in? Is there like a time period before you then have to begin with the Navy? Like, what's the... Because I would imagine as well, when you're in the Navy and you're active, you also won't be able to carry on your gaming and stuff. But then again, I don't know. I don't know how it works. Do you have to live on the base? Like, do you have a house that you then... And you just go to the base every day? Like, I don't know how it works. I'm very... illiterate is not the right word, but I'm very naive when it comes to, like, army and stuff, because I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. Hi, Alex. That is an unreal emote. That's your first Gambit coming in? That's the emote that you choose? This is the last day of me doing, this is the last day of me doing the Rivals tournament for now. Playing Overwatch, but I go back to work on week before the kids. Oh, so you got a good long break then, Ricky. Drinking lots of ice, yes. Chewing ice. I have to measure because I give them a bowl full or just drink the whole thing. Yeah, because they can like drown and stuff, right? Because they won't be able to stop themselves as much. So they can like over drink, right? I'm gonna be a search and rescue doctor. So I have a week after boot camp to grab my things. Then I have 10-hour work days and I'm gonna live off base. Okay, so you are allowed to live off base. Okay. So I mean, so I guess then like it essentially becomes in some ways just like any other job then, Gabe, right? you just do 10-hour work days, but then you can go back home and do whatever you want in your own time, right? Obviously, you probably are not going to want to do much during your work days because you want to be alert and spry, you know, especially if you're doing stuff for the Navy. Hi, Saeed. Welcome back. How are you? When I was like 6, I wanted to be an army doctor because I thought they could sew people's legs back on. Yeah, it's so cash, by the way, guys. It's so cash. You can just sew it back on. It's so easy. Someone who has had their legs cut open and had their fucking bones sawed off, I can tell you it's not that easy. That's funny. Did I tell you about the time that I thought Kaya stole my toffee crisp? And I looked out back and Riku was popping out something orange. Oh my god, Luna, what? Ugh. It's so scary. When I was working with the dogs and when I was doing like the dog walking and stuff, and it's even more terrifying when it's not your dog, right? So we had a dog that was just the greediest fucking dog I've ever seen in my life, right? And I was like getting their food ready. And this dog had opened, it was one of these like pedal bins, right? So it had used its paw to open the pedal bin and had swallowed a plastic bag from the bin. And like I saw the last of the plastic bag go in, and so I couldn't grab it out in time. So that was like emergency vet, immediately taking them in. I then had to explain to the owners how the fuck I let that happen. Like, it's terrifying. It's terrifying. Especially when it's not your dog. I'm gonna get for 2 hours on weekdays. Makes sense, Gabe. Makes sense. I hate rank up games. Oh, every time. Every time. Every time it's my rank up game, I get fucked. I was like, that shit sounds easy as fuck. I can do that. Are you sure, Alex? Are you sure? And to be fair, you have a lot of your own leg problems, so yeah. Arguably, maybe more than mine. I think we may be tied, Alex, me and you, for how fucked our legs are. My sleep pattern's so fucked. I woke up at 4 p.m. Me too, Saeed. We finished. I know you were here at the end as well. We finished here at what, 6 o'clock last night? Like 6:30 a.m. after a 16.5-hour day. So I did the same. It took me about an hour to get to sleep as well last night. So I've had about 6 hours sleep. I woke up around 3 o'clock. So it's enough for me to get through today. It's enough. I think we'll be all right. Are we gaming today? If we got time in between, Kel, yeah. It depends. We've got best of 5 and a best of 7, so we've only got 2 series, but we are starting much later. So the first game is about to kick off, I believe. Not too long. We're already a bit late. It was supposed to start 15 minutes ago. So it kind of depends if we've got time. The Americas games start at midnight. So yeah, if we got some time in between, yeah, we'll do some ranked. FYI, it tasted delicious. Are you saying you ate it after it came out your dog's ass? I've been awake since 1 a.m. last night. Why, Mariam? Kids? The US Navy has an esports team. Oh, that's fucking cool. Yeah. That's fucking dope. Because some of the enemies on the other games suddenly the rank up game. That's how they get you, Woot. It's how they get you. That's why the matchmaking fucking sucks in Rivals. Fuck legs, they're dumb anyway. True. Okay, here's a question for you, Alex. If you could replace your legs with anything, what would you replace them with? Like wheels or, you know... Yes, I did. That is insanity, Luna. That is insanity. You're not, are you streaming today, Liv, or no? I'm guessing not if it's 5 already, right? I hear one of the teams Vanguard's having trouble. Okay. I mean, the first series we've got is BPP, VP. So it's probably Finzi, to be honest. My youngest struggles with the heat and can't sleep. Because he's got no sense of danger. Is that a thing? Is that like, is that part of... Because so here's the thing, like, autism is such a spectrum, right? And it can manifest in so many different ways. I haven't really, like, looked into it properly. I am getting myself tested for autism. Only because my ADHD advisor, because of the severity of my ADHD, she was like, it's very common to have overlap with autism and ADHD anyway. But she was like, from some of our conversations, the way you are with certain things, like, they can't do anything about it if you are. Like, there's no like medication or something you can take in the same way that you can for ADHD. But she was like, if you want to know, it's worth getting it looked into. Because I'm socially very good, so that side of it is totally fine. But I do have very particular things, you know, particularly with things around eating and stuff, as you guys well know. That's toxic. Wait, what's toxic? What kind of question is that? That's a you kind of question. What do you mean? That's the kind of question you would give me. I work for a company that makes prosthetics. Do you actually, Kel? That's fucking dope, by the way. There's some, like, you know, I spend a lot of time looking at future tech and stuff. And I'm guessing you would agree. One of the really, really cool, like, use cases for like biomechanical engineering and stuff and the crazy developments that are going on is in prosthetics and prosthesis and stuff like this is why things like the brain interface chips are so interesting. It's terrifying having direct connection to your brain in a lot of ways, but for people who suffer so badly on a day-to-day, you know, or struggle in daily life from accidents and stuff, it's so cool, like, what some of the prosthetics that are kind of being developed at the moment. I got stuff to decorate the cat cupboard. The cat cupboard? I replaced my legs with Professor X's floating wheelchair. It's interesting, right? Because if you think of natural biological evolution from what we've seen, like, there's nothing more efficient than legs, right? That we've seen in nature. So it's an interesting thought experiment. Like, is there anything better than like vertical legs that would do better for people? Does that make sense? It's a really weird thought experiment, but do you know what I mean? He's got no danger awareness whatsoever. He'll run into traffic. Wow, really? Tries coming out windows to get outside so he can play. I didn't realize that was like something that happens as like a side effect of or as a knock-on of being autistic. So I bet you have to watch him like a hawk, huh? Your eyes are so beautiful. Thank you, Midnight. I appreciate that. It is. How do I say this? How do I say this without sounding like a dickhead? My eyes are probably the thing I get complimented on the most. And even if the rest of my body is a fucking mess, and medically, the fact that I'm alive is a miracle, to be honest, with the amount of shit that I have to deal with the rest of my body. It's my eyes are something that I like about myself, for sure. And I think it's also, in a weird way, it's probably the reason why I look for that in other people. when I'm looking at partners and stuff, or if I'm looking at people I find attractive, I often look to eyes first. And maybe it's like a Pavlovian thing where, like, because people have complimented me so much on it, and it's the thing I get the most compliments on, it's then like subconsciously being ingrained in me that that's what I want to look for in others. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know if anyone else has that. Like, do you guys have that? Like, if there's a feature of yours that that people compliment a lot, or that you tend to get a lot of comments about, does that then make you look for that in other people? If that makes sense. I haven't seen someone who isn't 16 drink a Lucozade for ages. Okay, well, the reason I'm doing it is because of electrolytes. I was looking up good ways to stay awake yesterday, and electrolytes came up. So, I'm giving myself electrolytes. That's it. It's a Lucozade Sport, not like a normal Lucozade, but it's full of electrolytes apparently. I have a Harry Potter cupboard under the stairs, and I put a kitty door in the door. Oh, that's so cute, Luna. That's actually super cute. Oh my gosh. That's super cute. Oh, you have to type the one word midnight. It won't work. Oh. Yeah, no, it doesn't work unless you just type the one color that you want. Or, yeah, because otherwise it confuses it. It looks for two different triggers. If he's awake, I'm awake. If he's asleep, I'm probably still awake from tidying up or something. Because you've got, am I right in saying you got 3 kids, Mariam? Have I remembered that right? No worries, Ricky. All good. Law, would you be able to refund the 1,000 points, por favore? Thank you, thank you. I like your hairy chest. Okay. I think that's a knock-on for a lot of learning disabilities, not just autistic. They just don't understand the consequence of running out in traffic. Yeah. I'm guessing it's something like, I would assume it's something to do with, like not being able to make the association between consequence and, like cause and effect, in the same way that we do. So, for example, you know, if you put your hand in a fire and it hurts, you then you can make that association. But I guess, I would imagine it's something to do with that, right? They just can't associate one with the other. So then they don't understand the danger. Yeah. No worries, Ricky. Much loves. Yeah. Because, I mean, because, like, that's how we learn, right? Like, as humans in general, we learn by trial and error, or what our parents tell us. So if you hurt yourself, then we create that neural pathway, and we know that if I do that action again, I will hurt myself. Or you get told it and you retain that information. Someone says you put your hand in fire, it's bad, and you go, oh, you know what I mean? So if maybe it's something to do with they can't build those neural pathways, you know, that create that association. My sister has 2 autistic children, and she just transformed the whole room into his bed. So the whole floor is essentially a mattress because the kid is a fucking danger to his own health. Yeah. Basically make it a big white rubber room. Yeah. And we told a million times we won't understand it. Yeah. But like from what you say, Mara, you got 2, sorry. So like, yeah, like exactly what you said, Mariam, right? So your 6-year-old will continue to like put themselves in dangerous situations, but then doesn't learn from it. So would then just do the same thing again. So if they throw themselves on the floor and they hurt themselves, they might do the same thing the next day because they haven't learned from it. They just keep repeating the same thing, right? Honestly, a floor bed kind of sounds dope, though, in general. I mean, a nightmare to, like clean the sheets and stuff. But it kind of seems... like, I would kind of want that. That seems fun as fuck, no? Hi, Jamie. How are you? Good afternoon. Alrighty. We are nearly getting into gamies. It looks like we are nearly ready for Series 1. As we're kind of getting in here.
Both our top 3 teams in Rad and Berber Padapim certainly shows that
we'll let them chat away.
We are such a watchable region now, Marks. Before, not an amazingly watchable
oh, the brother
region.
just doesn't
It was
match
kind
on
of
the
a
floor.
VP wins waiting room. Now, incredibly
Which
watchable.
makes sense.
EMEA is...
listen, I've lived in some pretty honestly, terrible living situations,
finals, no who goes,
and
because of course we're gonna
I've had many a time where I've not had a bed, so I've just had a mattress on the floor.
I would love to.
And when I was younger
I mean,
and I was able to get up off the floor, it was a lot easier. Now, verging on 40, it gets harder and harder to do that consistently.
Taking a domination round on Krakoa, so it definitely feels like Virtus.pro have been targeting, looking specifically at that domination weaknesses to make sure that everything is secure.
Unless you do something memorable, like this one time you hid in the freezer.
For these other teams to abuse.
Yeah, I had my complaints earlier in the season.
That's an interesting way to do it, Mariam. Like, make it in a format that they will remember, like a song.
Really have been addressing that as a weakness, and
that's super interesting.
That are very good at
but
addressing their
wow,
weaknesses.
is that scary? Hiding in the freezer, holy shit.
By Rad with a triple strategist ban in the group stages.
When I had Marsha, for those of you who are newer, I had a cat until like maybe 2 years ago now.
It was a great turnaround.
Where she was sadly run over, but there was one time where she got into the washing machine as I was like loading and washing and stuff, and I just spotted her before I turned it on. And ever since then, I have been like, even now, even though I don't have a cat or anything, I double check it. Like, it fucking, I was so terrified in that moment.
An issue as well. Enzo conflicts to so many different vanguards as well for that dive to come on through, but the Captain America and the Psylocke together cannot make it out of this draft.
And it made me check everything. Like, when that happened, it made me check everything always. If there was any door, fridge, freezer, whatever, I would double check it before closing.
Both of the Lokis going to be removed, and cannot going to be able to get their premier strategists, and that's also going to mean that divers
can we do a prediction? Are we able to do a predicciones for this game 1? VP BPP, let's go.
Fire extinguisher taken to him, as Berber Padapim will not allow him through the ban system.
He's a millionaire because his brother's going to pick a bed.
And we have seen
your brother's a millionaire?
Occasionally get targeted out. That's what happened versus Zero Tenacity.
Let me hug you. Thank you. That's kind.
Having their hero pool minimized constantly.
It's not necessarily. We'll go into that later. Oh, my cam's over here, Luna, because it makes sense for the game. They have the cameras for the players go over on the other side, over on the right side. So my camera covers that if I have it over on my normal side. So we put it over here. It doesn't cover anything over here. I will do a prediction because I don't think the mods are here right now.
Having Meteor M in the mix would definitely make it a lot easier to deal with the Galactic Legend as Berber Padapim. Remember that Virtus.pro like targeting out that Cloak and Dagger, and they'll grab them for themselves instead. Virtus.pro and Berber Padapim notably.
Oh, did we? Why will it not let me start a new prediction? Oh, here we go.
All right, now decisions for Virtus.pro. Do you want to ban
Virtus.pro
or could counter ban
BBP?
A lot of options open. It does seem like Virtus.pro might have access to Magnesium themselves, but I don't know if they're going to be too keen on running it when we've seen so much value come from Nevix playing the Hulk recently.
Here we go.
Psylocke here to make sure that it cannot be target banned, and having
put your predictions in, y'all.
For the enemy team having a fantastic.
All right, let's have a look. Psylocke save. Force Sparker.
Always happy to take that.
Oh boy, that's fucking terrifying. Cap ban, cap save for Polly. We know how good Polly is on this hero.
access to a Psylocke with
Do
an
they
idol
ban
aura
the...
attached to it.
Okay.
But no, it's going to
I was
be
going
the
to say if they were going to
Psylocke
ban the
that's
Adam
Pro.
Warlock for the
Get
res comp
both
that
the
we know
Magneto and the Emma
that we know
and
VP
the
like.
Luna and the Psylocke. They're very much getting a premier
Did Shadix make
composition
it?
coming
No,
over,
Gabe.
but it does
It looks like it was a
drastically to the last
crazy
time these two
series,
matched
though,
up
from the
on
result.
Krakoa, as Virtus.pro's entire
3-2
composition was
to
based
Envy. So it
around
looks like it was a
Torch.
fucking crazy series.
Yeah,
But
the entire thing.
we're gonna go. Well, I'll go back and watch it another time.
History in competitive hero shooters used to be a little
Yeah,
bit
we're gonna have
of
some
a
good
bit of
games
a
today,
hit scan
Jamie.
aimer, a sniper enthusiast. We haven't seen much Black Widow, of course. As,
He's
she
gay,
does
unlucky for
require that
you.
Mantis pocket to really get a huge amount of value.
Do it for the team. We want a
With the
castle.
Punisher, but we yet to really see both of those get
No,
drawn out.
Alex's
Krakoa
family
is
fucking
where we
hate
are
me.
going to start our lower
Alex's
bracket
parents fucking
finals
hate
here.
me.
And it feels like both of our teams are going to be sitting at full strength even after the ban phase.
Yeah, Rescomp made it through as well.
What,
even though
zero?
the
Is
Star-Lord
that a
did
BRB?
not manage to make it
Sorry,
through.
what do you mean,
Adam and
Midnight?
Mantis were left untouched. That's a potential avenue of pivot
When you got
for one of
1.7
these
million
teams to come
bonus?
on out. But it definitely
That's
feels like we're going to
disgusting.
be seeing Virtus.pro try to establish this
All
win
right,
condition,
slam
the
those channel
final
points, guys.
judgment on
Get
that
your predictions
Punisher
in.
to potentially play havoc
Here we
into
go.
the
Game
Game
one.
want to try and play aggressive,
Lower
although it's going to be
bracket
up to
final.
Enzo with the
Winner of
reaction
this
check of
goes
the
on to play
Meteor
Rad
to
in the
shut
grand
it down
final.
entirely.
These
Alright,
are
speedy
these are
rollouts from
considered the
everybody.
two
We'll
best
see Kane
teams
rolling
in
through on
Europe
Invisible
right
Woman
now.
as
Virtus.pro,
well. Won't have a team
BBP.
up, but will
Virtus.pro
be able to
considered the
potentially
best,
use force
BBP
physics to
a
create
very
some
close
unpleasant
second.
scenarios
So
in conjunction with the
we are
failure of
expecting
Tanuki.
a fucking
Not just that, but having
banger
Guardian Shield to be able
series.
to block the meteor and
Absolute
the
banger
console
series.
as well as Dredro when they're in their animations of their ultimates as Virtus.pro take the high ground. They know that Tanuki is
That's
gonna
what
be
my little
Wolverine,
brother wants to do,
Polly and
Alex,
Pokey on the
but
Captain
for
America and the
energy
Psylocke, and
rather
they
than
don't
oil
want
and
to
gas.
leave one of their
For like all
backline
energy.
vulnerable. So
He's
stack
looking at
up
making a
it is.
business about it.
Alright, backline already
about
assaulted, but Polly
forecasting.
forced to go elsewhere by the culling turret. For
Maybe
now,
we should put them in
Papavic is
touch.
Really focusing in on getting control of this objective as early as possible. Still, a little bit of tip-tap-toe coming through from the Pro Vanguard line.
There's the Wolverine. We've got Tanuki on a Wolverine here. Pokey on this Psylocke as well. So we've got the Psylocke mirror match. And Fee on Punisher, which is interesting. I don't feel like not Fee, Fi. I don't feel we've seen Fi on Punisher really at all. It's usually Sparker that takes it. Alex gets an early pick on Finn. That's going to be some good early prior for BBP. But immediately they're looking to take it. Oh my god, that's so close. The cloak survives. Oh, Fi gets nothing from this ult though. That's a big ult down for Fi. Oh, how does he get out of that? Oh, massive from Pokey. Pokey and Polly on this double dive duo, man. I don't know if you want to give them this. We saw them dominate with this shit all day yesterday. This Cap Psylocke double dive is monstrous. Monstrous.
Pokey gets all of the value. And Berber Patapim are going to be able to pick up first point Cap. Now we're going to see the pivot fires over onto the Namor Nevix.
We should, yeah, we should connect them, Alex. Because my little brother's also gay. Maybe we can hook them up.
They've got that immediate burst down with the Gamma Monstro, and that's going to allow the space for Spark.
Should we play matchmakers?
And force Tanuki back further.
Yeah, making heroes into the back. Polly falling low as well. I believe a passive of Tanuki has been burned. Freedom charge can give her that over health.
We could be family, Alex.
Force physics onto Virtus.pro, grabbing them off the high ground. An excellent play by Ken as Enzo floats above it all, and that's a nice right.
Doesn't get a kill from that. Sparker gets a nice pick on Tanuki. They're gonna roll over this, I think, with that. Sparker's looking dangerous. With the Emerald over the top. Any pings? Enzo gets fight. Nice from Sparker. There we go. There are the picks from VP. They're going to try and stall it, and I like this a lot. Look at the percentage. It's still going up for BBP. The longer you stall it, the better right now. Polly's going to keep going as well. And look, it's still ticking. They get up to 90% before VP finally take it, so not the worst. Not the worst. They use quite a lot of ults. And we see VP switch over to this Hulk Namor. We've seen this Hulk Namor come. We know how good Nevix is on this Hulk. It's disgusting.
Have a last stand, a dance of the butterflies as well. When Virtus.pro's two strategists are both down.
This is some unusual unusual DPS heroes from Fi, though. We have not really seen these.
Potential with the last stand. The more players that are grouped up, the better the Wolverine gets.
Looking to build up that rage first, of course. You can get it for free off of these squids if you do allow them to hit you.
Pokey
The approach coming through,
has an ult ready. No support ult right now, so this would be a really nice timing. Nevix getting taken out by the Wolverine. Oh, just completely done. Gets slammed, though. Pokey gets Cyber on the backside. I called it. Using that ult without the support ults. Oh, the 1v1, though. Oh, Pokey finally gets taken down. But it takes so much time. Have they got enough time? Does Nevix have enough time to TP? I don't know. This is going to be really fucking tight. Oh, they don't. Oh, that was so close. First round goes to BBP.
Berber Patafim really showing that the Human Torch target ban paid off dividends.
Have you got a picture, Alex? I'll send it to him. Because I was going to call him tomorrow anyway to see if we can meet up in London. Because I'm going to go down to London like next week.
Pro into having to clear their angles, take much slower rotations,
we'll set them up.
As well as sending Sparker to try.
Did you see the huge esports news in the US?
Which frees up
is this about the gambling game?
The difference in terms of visits to the spawn room.
Is this about the Riot have accepted gambling sponsors and stuff?
And it means when Berber Patapim have offensive ultimates and abilities, Virtus Pro don't have the defensives to stand up to them.
I think we heard from Fate the other day.
Yeah, Sparky got some nice picks. Yeah, picture of your brother. I'll send it to him and say, hey, this guy's a millionaire. I think you guys should hook up. And he also works in energy. I don't know if my little brother is like super against oil. He's been working with battery technology and battery stuff, but I know he's well, as much as my knowledge allows, I know he's looking to start business in I don't know if I should say it, but in like energy forecasting basically. So they could have some good combos.
Sparker is going to show up from, so they can try and absorb all of the damage coming on through. Dance of the Butterflies finds his target.
Good absorption though from Sparker's ult. Sparker's looking. He sees Nevix is low. He's hunting. Big kidnap. Trying to stay alive. And Tanuki's just going to go from 1 to 1 to 1 with these really low cooldowns. He does not give a shit. There goes Finn. Having used the ult as well, this looks really good for BBP. He does get a nice pick, but Tanuki is untouched on this Wolverine. I feel like from the games that we've seen the last couple of days, like, shouldn't it just be permabanned? Like, should Wolverine not just be permabanned at this point? Hi, Leo. I've played 50 games on GM2. Taking a toll on my mental. Take a little break. Believe me, I know I've crashed out on Rivals too, believe me. Take a little break, or find someone you really enjoy playing with that will keep your mental up. That's a good way to do it too. Find someone you enjoy playing with, and they will keep your mental going. Really nice from VP though. They're still gonna give it a go. This is ballsy from Pokey. I don't know about this.
Should be strong between these strategists, and Virtus Pro are back in control.
My brother lives Holborn, so he's super central. Super central London. Yeah, he's in London, Alex. He does travel a lot for work, but he's based in London.
Wouldn't be able to take one of them down permanently, and it allowed them to mark out the Wolverine's position for the Hollow Proteus to just catch him on a federal level.
Oh, really? We'll talk about that in a minute, Gabe, because it's super interesting, and I have some opinions on it. Do you think nipple piercings are sexy? I do. Yeah, I do actually.
Fresh dance just dropped. No need for bubbles now.
I would never have one myself. I think they're sexy on women.
The Swede is drawn into the back line, and the Eternal Bond will buy some space for Berber Patapim as they try to take.
I've got very sensitive nipples.
Grabbed by the Wolverine. Percentage damage.
I don't know why I just said that. Anyway, nice pick from Alex. Finishes off Nevix. Can he get the dunk? Good shield from Finn. This looks kind of bad for BBP. You can see the two Psylocks, well, no, Pokey going at it at the back line. Dude, Polly's just making, like, he's making so much space on these supports. But this is just a zoning ult, right? It keeps them off the point, and the time is ticking over. 5 finally goes down. This is big from Pokey. Pokey's got an ult as well. Tanuki's really close. Spark. Oh, what a push! Are you kidding? Ken, what the fuck? Dude, that was crazy. How does he get that timing? Oh my god, Ken just went fucking bananas. What a crazy push. And they're going to stagger Nevix as well.
They're not going to have the opportunity if they go
Oh
down
my
staggered.
god.
One of them can strange portal, but if it's a full team wipe,
Okay, Nick, hear me
then we
out.
go
I'm
next
listening,
right
Luna.
over
I'm
towards
listening.
Carousel. Fi's going to actually swap
They
over
did
to
not
the
protect
Wolverine
Flame
himself
Flame
just
guy.
to play counter grab for when Polly tries to
Johnny
jump on
Storm.
through and create
I
the
didn't.
space for
I actually
Pokey
wasn't paying
to
that much
come on
attention,
out with
Kel.
the dance of the
So I'm
butterflies.
not
As
sure.
Virtus Pro, they know they don't have
But
the
it's weird
ultimates
that
right
it's
now
weird that
to
if
go
they would that
toe-to-toe with their
that Fi's
opponents.
not
Nevix even
playing
onto the thing
Torch.
too. We're going to be playing
Because
full
Fi loves
damage
Torch, and it's a really good map for it, so I don't know why they would.
Good to go as
I don't know why they wouldn't.
Cosmic fastball, I believe.
But I feel like Wolverines are just like dominating the game so hard that surely it's worth a ban at this stage, no?
This is gonna be
How many series did we see yesterday that was decided by a Wolverine play?
Poke charge, they're allowing the point percentage to creep closer. Down to the butterflies is the first to come out. Enzo trying to catch the tail end of it with the Meteor M is not able
This
to
is gonna come down to an overtime fight. There's the cloak ult. Polly's probably gonna look to use the freedom once that runs out. That's a good stun though. If they can kill Polly, that's big. Oh, that's big. That's a huge kidnap taking Polly out. Tanuki's low as well. Oh, another great kidnap from Fi. Someone's got a touch. This looks real bad for BBP. I don't know if they've got anything left. Polly needs to get on that point and touch it. And there he goes. Oh, he's too high. He doesn't actually touch the ground. And VP take it 1-1.
Brilliant coverage of the Eternal Bond coming on through from Dridro just to permanently invade into the backline of Berber Patapim. So even if it does go to a brawl on
it's
the point
meant to be,
itself,
Alex. I'm telling you.
no strategists
it's meant to be.
Can help out the side of their team. And
I don't think my little
just
brother
be
would
able to
appreciate me
live
trying to
and see themselves over
matchmake
towards
him, but
Carousel.
it's
We
meant to
talked
be.
about the fact that this could potentially go the distance, and it absolutely
I thought the same about
is.
nipple piercings, and I
Nevix
did
is going to be
myself.
sticking with the thing it of his as well, as they might have been able to crack how to deal
Yeah, I
with
think
this Captain
I do
America
think they're
with the
sexy for
Psylocke,
sure,
remove the
but I
movement
feel like
abilities. If the Yancey street charge comes on through, that
I feel like
puddle
nipple
that is left on the
piercings are
ground
very
itself, that
like
denies any movement.
so many things can go wrong.
A puddle of fear for
Like,
anyone who
so
relies on
many
that for an
things can
escape.
go
A
wrong.
Captain America, a Wolverine, potentially a Psylocke, most
And
definitely.
I would guess that it
And
numbs
Nevix
your
was one of the
sensitivity
first
as well
thing
in a big
merchants
way.
we saw after his release. We saw Virtus Pro pivoting to a group
Contact
ban
Service
meta back
Dogs
then,
International.
and really
My
exploiting what the thing could do in the front line.
Psychiatric
And
Service
exploiting
Dogs
as well
for
the fact that
ADHD.
Enz is going to be on this range, so that all of your damage goes directly through the shield, directly through the portal. Berber, Patapim, go. Polly's got freedom charge. They want to just start it out with Brawl because they know they've got the upper
could
hand.
you, Luna, could I ask you to DM that to me? Just so I've got it in DMs, because obviously that chat's going to go away.
And Alex
That's really
definitely a
cool, thank
member
you.
of the
I'll
deserves
definitely
so
look
much
into
love,
that.
but often doesn't get it because we're just focusing in on how
Would that be alright? You can just copy and
the
paste it,
Vanguard
that's totally
players
okay.
and the
But
duelists
thank
are.
you, that's really cool.
Watch out for the Eye of Agamotto followed up by that last stand, or even the Dance of the Butterflies.
All right, here we go.
Have two
Game 3.
worries that they have to deal with, and both of them require different solutions. Stack for the Psylocke, split
Good
for the
push. Good push to save Enzo there. Ken is locked the fuck in on this invis. Feed does get them eventually though, and we see the thing switch from Nevix,
might well be grabbed off the point here. The extra jump pack from the rocket being put to good use. Doesn't want to use
which
the
makes
teleport,
sense, right? You're running into a Wolverine and a Psylocke, so it makes perfect sense. But Tanuki and Polly.
Oh, what a great start there from
Dude,
Berber
I
Patterson.
think you just need to take out this
Enzo is
cap.
off of
Like,
the strange
Polly is a
onto the Megalodon,
monster
knew
on
that
this
he wouldn't
cap.
be able to pull off the Eye of Agamotto
So
with
much
Finzi
just
on the
pressure
Emma and
constantly.
Carbon Crush, a constant worry for you to contest with. As Berber Patterson are still in control of this point, but Virtus Pro are coming in with their ultimates, and they can potentially decide to cash all
Loophole.
of them in just to grab the flip.
I don't know if it would affect my tenancy because
Big
it's
danger
not my
here for
landlord
Ken and
that's
Alex.
stopping me get a
Gonna
dog
be looking
here.
towards that right click
It's
from Alex to try and
leasehold.
shield people away.
It's like a leasehold
Now
thing.
rolling inside of the Eternal Bond. Tanuki forced to back off,
My
but
landlord
Amber
actually has no issue. He
secondary
was like, yeah, I'm
life
totally fine with you
from
getting a dog
Regenerative Healing
originally.
Factor. Big
It's the
last
leasehold
stand.
above.
Sparker picks
That,
up
that's the
3 on
problem.
follow through. And while it was both of their duelist
Huge
ultimates and an
play
Eternal
from
Bond, Virtus Pro
Sparker.
walk away with control.
Yeah, they've got
Huge
clobbering
play
time
to
and
wrestle back
seduction
control.
too, so those can be used together pretty brutally. As without the Doctor
We'll talk about
Strange
tattoos in a
focus,
sec.
no one from Berber Patterson, other than Alex getting a good dark teleportation off that can survive getting hit by those. Polly and Poppy,
I have
they're
one
gonna be
tattoo, but I want a
building
lot
up to
more.
the ultimates that they can hit
I'm
into
just
the
a bit of a
backline and
pussy.
try
I don't
and
do well with
turn
pain.
Virtus Pro's heads to split the
So,
attention. Too many
I kind of
ways
want them
that
to
they
just
can't
knock me
take
out, you
advantage
know,
of all of
and then
the
just
angles
do
of
like a
contest.
bunch of tattoos in one go.
Polly
That's totally
just
safe
making
and
some
legal, right?
pokes in here early, heads over towards the back line, but going to 5. That's not the ideal customer you
Sparker's
want
got
as a
kind of
Captain
good
America.
spot
He'll
here
carve
in
through
this
you real
backside,
quick
just
by
poking
Wayne,
away,
rarely beats
building up
Adam
that ult.
Ramsey.
Look at the ult charge.
Sparker just working the margins, building up towards another ultimate super quickly. Ancestry charge.
There's the thing up from Nevix. Does get Ken. That's big. Pokey gets Strider on the other side. That's 1-for-1 on supports. Polly, though, gets Nevix. Oh, what a dunk from Enzo. What a find. And that's gonna be another take for BBP. Huge. This is still anybody's
And
point.
so really utilizing the CC immunity frames on the Meteor M to huge value to dodge out of Finzi's Psionic Seduction and then track down where Saipe was hiding, trying to build up the fate of both worlds so that Virtus Pro could continue holding onto that point as long as they possibly could. They're going to have fate of both worlds now, as well as that Eternal Bond to try and aggressively make a play as Fi.
All right, here we go. Sparker's got one. Drydra, Cyper, both with support ults. Fi's going to the Iron Fist. It didn't really work yesterday, but we'll see if they can make it work today. Alex drops the first. Ken is going down low. Tanuki low, but they're being kept up. Sparker nearly got them. They're kept up by the cloak ult. Here goes Drydros. Sorry, Cypers. But Ken still got the invis. There goes the invis. To watch out for Tanuki here. Tanuki and Pokey both with the ults. VP have nothing left. Oh, there goes Tanuki. Gets the double with Sparker over the top, with Pokey over the top as well. And BPP are going to take game 1. BBP taking game 1 of VP. Oh, spicy.
At the same time because they know
Oh,
if they get
spicy.
Virtus Pro don't have the time to swap someone over to Strange and teleport back in. It is go big.
Big first game.
Lose the map potentially to the fight that comes afterwards. Wonderful game sense to understand that in that fight you really can't afford to just cash it all out.
All right, quick MVP.
Yeah, that's the other
coming
thing,
through
right?
For Alex on the cloak and
Do you
dagger.
find...
Looking in on our stats right now, 40k healing for Alex. Oh,
Do you
wow, wait,
find...
so much damage from Pokey here.
Because I actually don't know your gender,
Both
Midnight,
lost
so I'm not going to
Archer at the top of their
assume.
game right now, putting out 26
But do you find if you wear like tight clothing, whether that's a bra or like a tight top, if you know, either way, does it like can it pull on it? So like if you wear like a tight tank top, for example, you said you're a guy, okay. So if you wear like a really tight tank top, for example, can it like does it put pressure on and does it hurt? Because I mean, I don't have nibble piercings, and mine hurt if I wear like really tight tank tops and stuff.
To Ignite, everybody had them a tier above. They hadn't lost a single series.
The Navy doesn't let you get
in
tattoos
an
until after
official.
boot camp.
And now with their life and their land ticket on the line, they've lost the first map. It's the best.
Is there? I was like.
And well, I did have.
I was gonna ask if there was a rule about tattoos and stuff in the army, because I would imagine it's fine for like Navy and Army and stuff, but if you're in intelligence, I would imagine that tattoos make you identifiable, so they probably just don't want you to have like those kind of identifying markers if you're doing like spy work and shit, you know?
And even if they lost a couple of fights, they knew they'd be able to win one important one and then retain that space
Under the
afterwards.
Quality
And it meant that we saw what the thing coming from Nevix, we saw the Hulk as well. We saw a little bit of the Gamma team up coming on through with the Namor, trying to utilize the Horn of Proteus to put a stop to the movements.
Sorry, Luna. Yeah, what I'm saying is, I don't know if that counts for leasehold.
For a little bit,
right?
And then
so the situation that I'm in here, and the reason I can't have a dog, it's not the landlord.
And Virtus Pro would have to go back
it's
to the drawing board,
the
which means that if you're
landlord
constantly swapping heroes,
the property
from.
So it's the landowner. Do we have these really fucking dumbass laws here? So the landowner has a leaseholder contract that is then given to the landlords who buy the properties, and they have to abide by the rules of the leasehold contract. It's the leasehold contract that says I'm not allowed pets, not my, not the landlord, right? I know that the renters reform bill that's happening at the moment in the UK also has it's got a lot of changes that are better for tenants and screw landlords. Good, because fuck landlords in general. But one of the things on there is landlords are no longer allowed to refuse any pets. Service dogs or not, they're not allowed to refuse any pets whatsoever, unless they have reasonable cause. But it doesn't count for leasehold. Leasehold can still ban pets if they want, and the new reform still doesn't cover leasehold. The right piercing is important. You need to pay a bit more because it's crucial to get nipple piercing. Yes, 100%. I think with a lot of piercings as well. My brother had an eyebrow piercing, and the piercer like just obviously did it really badly, and then he got it like mega infected, and it was real bad. Yanni, thank you for the 7 stream streak. I appreciate it. Mog Day is back. I couldn't have an orgasm while touching them. Wow. BB need to protect Johnny just for the pressure. I guess it depends on the map, Cal, right? Because this is going to be Convergence or Convoy now, so it depends, you know, if we go to something like Idrisil, then yeah, definitely. It's the lease that she counteracted. As in, it was the leaseholder she counteracted, not the landlord. It's interesting. I will definitely be looking at that later on, Luna. Or tomorrow when I'm doing a bunch of adult stuff anyway. I'm paying my bills and shit like that tomorrow, so thank you for that. That was really cool. I didn't know that was even possible. I know there's like... I mean, and I will say, to be fair, like, you know, there is a lot of problems in... You know, there's a lot of bullshit with the government and stuff. But I will say, you know, there is a lot of help out there for, particularly for like ADHD. Like way more than I thought there was. And because of the severity of mine, I've been able to get quite a lot of help. And it's, you know, it is pretty good. I mean, disability benefits and stuff in general are kind of shitty. But I think also because ADHD is quite new and we're still trying to understand how much it affects people's like day to day. You know, and this is what I said yesterday, right? Without going into it massively, you know, there's trendy ADHD where everyone's like, ooh, I'm just a little bit flighty and a little bit late. But when you, for most of us, it's fucking debilitating and it's a daily fight with yourself. So, it's nice to know there's like quite a lot of help out there, because there are some advantages to it for sure, but it's not the easiest thing to manage, like at all. You know, similar to a lot of mental health conditions, you know, depression and stuff is the same. You know, it's still very misunderstood, and you know, it's a fight daily. You know. Hi, Tom.
Yeah, and
I heard Twitch themselves kind of revealed the Phoenix and Blade. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Blades. I don't know if you guys want to know this. Bit of a spoiler alert here. If you don't want to know the spoilers, mute the stream now for 20 seconds. Blades' abilities have just been leaked as well. I don't know if you guys have seen this. They're giving him anti-heal as a DPS. Just let that sink in for a minute. He's gonna have
Sparker trying to take
anti-heal.
that 1v1, and Sparker often wins those, as we saw towards the tail end of the Grove. But we'll have to see.
Make of that what you will.
Which is going to be VP's choice, what the adjustment is going to be.
The Navy last tattoos, but not in boot camp, because there's a high chance for infection. Which makes perfect sense, Gabe. Yeah, yeah.
Most, but it's actually going to be Convoy of Midtown that they decide to take us to.
Why did you put the prediction down as VPZ10? I didn't. Did I do it wrong? I may have done it wrong. Hi, Milky. How you feeling, dude? Have you had some rest?
Did
we just become best friends?
Over and over and over. It really
Hi,
looks
Ryan.
Like
Am I saying that right? Ryan?
Was the thing that stopped them from being
thank you for
able
the follow.
to win
Welcome.
maps.
How are you?
Seems like the prevailing theory is thick thigh and lives. And indeed, he do sometimes.
You get accepted with the service.
And there's the early protective course on the Captain America. Now Virtus Pro in a little bit of a sticky situation.
Yeah,
Maybe
if
they
I've
could go
done it
for an
wrong,
early
Ricky, can we
protect
do a
here.
new one?
They usually go for an early protect onto
I don't
the
know if I
Emma.
fucked it up.
They do have a way to steal away something like a Loki.
It's like living in a war zone. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, maybe that's how you deal with the Psylocke. You let the Psylocke
I'm good, thank you,
through,
Ryan.
but you
Welcome
save
in.
the Loki so you can have both the doppelgangers as well as the
Who do you
regeneration
like to
domain,
play
a
in
cooldown,
Rivals?
Which is just
I assume
as,
you
if
play
not
Rivals?
better than a whole strategist
I
ultimate,
love
given the
watching your
fact
stream.
that it
Thank you,
prevents
Midnight. I
the
appreciate
one-shot
it. Thank you.
capacity from coming on from things
All right,
like
there's the cap
Magneto
save
was
again
Purple
for
Phantom.
Polly.
See
They
that
have
it's
very
been a
early pry on
strategist
this cap
and
save. We're
immediately
going to
swipe away a
Midtown.
Vanguard.
Okay, now the question is, do you ban Emma again?
So they
Or do you
first
allow for the Emma
ban
mag to
Fire's
go
torch.
through? You can invest both your
So I'm guessing that's what
bans
happened in
towards that,
game
but
1
you're going up
too.
against the Loki Lunar Bag
Loki
which can
Prio
be,
for VP.
undesirable. Cloak and Dagger ban potentially incoming
So
here
it
from
looks like
Virtus
VP
Pro.
are gonna-
Ah, interesting.
Okay, they are going to ban the torch on the other side.
Maybe
Ooh.
And they're going to
They thought
take
about
away
it.
Sparker's
That was
Psylocke.
serious.
This could be where
I
you,
like
try
these
and
bans
force
a
the
lot,
protect on the invisible woman from
from
BBP.
BBP.
Maybe,
I think
yeah,
they...
so that Virtus Pro,
I think they
really
need to
heavily
ban
going
either
after
Mag or
strategists. We
Emma
heard from
here.
Nazareno
It's going to have
in
to be
the
Mag, because
interview
I
that
don't
he
think you
thinks
want to
it's
give them
not
both.
really worth going for
If you
the
give them
Vanguard
both, this is
bans
going to be
coming on out,
very
purely off of
difficult.
how flexible a lot of these,
So I think you have
tank
to ban
players
Mag
are
here.
coming on through, as Virtus Pro will be saving the Emma Frost, so even though they're not going to be able to get the
they're going to leave it
Magneto
in.
potentially, unless Berber
They're also
want
leaving
to
in... Okay.
remove something that would maybe
I
make
mean,
it a
this
little
this
bit
as well,
harder
I understand,
for
right?
a dive
So
to come,
we
and
know
indeed they
how
go
much
after the
Fi
Star-Lord
loves
coming
this
through.
Star-Lord,
Hulk
right?
ban here.
Loves
I
this
thought we would
Star-Lord.
potentially see the Hulk ban too.
So this
you
is
couldn't
like,
have the
they're
Gammas
pretty
and you can
heavily
team up with the
targeting the
Namor,
DPS, and
especially
I
since
kind
Virtus
of
Pro
like
feels
the
like their
approach.
default composition as of late has been Emma Hulk as their
They do
Vanguard
still have
lineup.
Punisher that they can run to. They're going to ban the Adam.
Like,
They're going to make sure no
adaptation we
res
saw
comp.
last time. Like Virtus Pro, I think they went for the.
I do
for the
think
Mantis
res
ban,
comp
so
is
the
hard to
Adam
pull
ban.
off on
Similar
Midtown,
to
to be
their
honest.
previous ban
It's
phase
not
against
easy to find good
Berber
res
on
spots on
Hell's
Midtown.
Heaven,
There's a
where they
lot
were
of
known
open
for
space.
strategists. Okay, so now the
but-
Mantis might be a little bit less
Yeah.
playable unless you're going to go for like a Mantis Ultron Invisible
Ultron.
Woman.
Yeah, I feel like Berber Patapim are going to be able to go for
My issue always makes me
Mantis,
feel socially drained at
Ultron,
sometimes.
Invis. So
Shades of
this
Asia,
torch
really.
of
Again,
Tanuki
things.
is going to be
Oh,
incredibly
yeah. I mean-
pocketed. And yeah, this was sort of a prevailing theory coming on for that
I mean,
maybe some of these teams would pick
when,
up
you know,
inspiration coming on from the Asia region, which has
It's really
loved
hard to explain
dive
because I'm also
compositions
learning.
as
You know,
well
I was
as
only
pocket
diagnosed
picks
4
with
months
Captain
ago.
America, Ultron, and Torch coming on through, and Berber Patapim
But it's been a bit of a
definitely feel the
whirlwind about,
closest
of
in
learning
identity
what
to
that
one of
means and
those
like
teams.
how
So
that
it's not
affects me
surprising
and
that
what
would
is
be a
just me
pivot,
and what's my
given the fact that
ADHD.
Virtus Pro immediately
Although they're
removed
kind of
the
one and
Adam
the same,
Warlock,
do you know what I
having
mean?
a probably
But like
horrible
my
flashbacks to the
memory
last
is a
time they
big
played them on
one.
this very map.
Yeah.
Object permanence is a big
So if they've
one.
been watching their Gen G
So
or reject
if-
mods, picking up some tricks here and there, but
There's
feels
no
like
way to
Berber
say this
Patapim
that
probably
doesn't
are
sound
our
really
strongest,
callous.
like core identity
if-
team in EMEA.
if
They
I don't have a
really do love
reminder
their
of you,
go fast dives.
You don't exist to me.
And we'll have to see
Is
how
the
the
simplest way
Mantis
to
is
put
going
it.
to play
You
into
just-
that. Allowing
you don't
to
even-
two-tap
you won't
on
even be
Ultron
in
is
my
not to be
periphery of
underestimated.
thoughts.
We know that Pokey's a very
You just won't
accurate
exist.
player. But it's going to be Tanuki.
And I have that like because I'm so focused on one thing, you
Yeah, I
know,
think
nothing
you do
else
have to worry,
exists
though,
outside
from
of
a
that,
Flyers
you know.
perspective, that both the Punisher and the
And
Winter
it does
Soldier
make
made it through
relationships
in terms
very,
of
very
duelist
difficult.
potentials. But then again,
Very,
Tanuki
very
will be
difficult.
shielded both by Imperative Firewall
Because there'll be a
and
lot
by
of times that I'll
Guardian Shields,
just
as we can actually see
like
Sparker
won't
starting off
message or
on the
I'll
Winter
read a
Soldier so that
message
he
and then
has the
forget to
Bionic Hood,
respond.
as well as Tainted
You know,
Voltage
so
to
it
potentially
puts a
clip
lot of pressure
win
on the other
on that
person
fly
to
coming
do a
on through.
lot of the
But
heavy
first he has to
lifting and
win the lane
communication,
duel
and that's not
between
fair.
Pokey on the
And that's
Psylocke.
why they inevitably end up
just keeping Pokey at bay here could be everything.
not
Just
going
buying
anywhere.
that space. Vidrijo and Saipe. You can see already the regeneration domain seems to have
All
been
good, Milky, all
used
good.
here. Oh, Ken's been never extended though. Nevix managed to find the back of that one, and Nevix, what a mechanically gifted
are you
Vanguard
ranking
player.
at the moment,
He
Luna?
is going to be absolutely pouring out damage. on
No
this
born
Magneto.
again, Ryan.
Saipe
Have you been,
to
Ryan,
all
have
of
you
this
been
fan
following
damage
this
that's
so
been
far?
coming
Have you
out
been
from
watching
the
this
fires,
Ignite
has been able
tournament?
to channel it into God of Mischief charge. We're 9% away from the first ultimate. It feels like Virtus Pro.
All right, here we go. Dryjo gets an early pick.
Shades of the old metas here.
And we see
from
Sparker
Virtus
going
Pro.
on to this Winter
To be
Soldier.
fair,
And
maybe
we've
the old
seen
meta
this
is a
Winter,
bit of
like,
comfort for Virtus Pro. This was
kind
where
of
they
be a
were
mixed bag.
essentially
We've seen it
undefeated,
potentially do
except now we
really
have a little
well
bit of
in some
additional frontline
games.
power in the form of
But
the
it's
Fincy
quite
and the
hard
Frost.
to navigate around support ults.
Ultron, but you don't want to use
Especially
that
when there's
alone.
trip
Maybe it's
supports
just
here
a
for
force
BBP,
and
you
that
know?
God of Mischief coming on through. That's regen domain and
That's a
God of
good
Mischief
freeze.
all at the
Oh,
same time.
Dryjo
Saipe
just
utilizes
picks off
the
Pokey
shift
in the
into
back
the Lunar Snow, gets a
with the
huge
claps.
ice arts off inside a small room. And Berber
VP have a lot of ults to
satisfied
work
the ultimate
with.
that they've
This
been
is
able
a
to bait
really
out,
nice hold.
are just going to hold themselves back.
1 minute 30
Yeah,
off the
just having
clock.
to use that Fate of Both Worlds towards the end, because otherwise it would have
This
been
is going to be a
lost to
really hard
Saipe's
push-in for
Cloning
BBP.
went to bed. Of course, there's a lot of value just in the vanilla clone of the Emma Frost. Of the Lunar Snow, rather, as she does have.
All right,
great
Enzo's going to pull the
navigation
trigger.
in the
Immediate
ultimate.
shields are up.
Using the Aegis shield here just to try and protect everybody from the incoming Sonic seduction. This is a dangerous
Oh,
time
gets
to
a
be
nice one on
Sparker.
Sparker, but
Kicked into the wall, the second Fate of Both Worlds.
Dryjo is
Now
there
coming
with the
forward.
Lunar
Oh,
ult
it's like the
ready.
times of old. She was actually focusing on
And
allowing
Fi
damage
actually
here.
changes to the
As Fi's got
Wolverine.
maximum rage, big dunk coming through.
Big
Alex
pick
is
from
visible
Nevix and
boundary
Sparker
shot
over the
on
top.
down.
This is
Ken's not gonna
done.
be long for this. Well, the Trooper's fist
Oh.
is what finishes this song. As Sparker just
This is a
pumps his fist to
crazy
the
hold
beat.
from VP.
And Virtus Pro holding strong.
There was a little bit of a min-max coming on through from Berber, though. Pokey started off on the Psylocke, has actually now swapped over to the Ultron, retained 50%
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
charge,
Jean
has
Grey.
another
I
Rage
think
Ultron.
I think
Tanuki
Blade is going to be
was on the
first from
Ultron,
what we
is now
know,
on
but
the torch, is
obviously
gonna get
we'll
the
find out in a couple of
supernova,
days'
and
time.
Rage of Ultron has
I think
CC
Blade
minutes,
is going to be the
but
first
no, it can
release,
get crammed out
which would
by
make sense because we know he's going to be a
Pokey
DPS.
loses the
We
ult.
don't really know what
Unbelievable
Jean Grey is
value
going to
there
be. She
from
might be a
Fi, showing they're
Vanguard.
Not just a human torch player. Another big grab coming through. Man, Alex has been so on top of it with his force physics when it comes to peeling, even if it did not save the ultimate of the Ultron. Tanuki feeling rather
Man, this is tough for
unbothered here.
BBP.
No pokes are really gonna
So
be
they
coming
go
his way as he
to
rains
this
down
Human
fire
Torch
from
now.
above,
They're going to do the
raising
double
temperature
air.
for Virtus Pro. Polly's approach has been noted here by the Wolverine, and Sparker looking to see what they can do with a
They have the Ultron ult.
someone out of the sky, put them into a waiting arm.
Saipe drops the Lunar as well on this Loki. Fi has the kill on Enzo. That's big. Also has the ult to work with afterwards.
50 seconds remaining. Pokey
Hi, Riot.
out the rage of Ultron, but already the damage had been done. Ken's been
Man,
overwhelmed.
VP are going to
Polly
full hold
can't
them,
stand up
dude.
to the damage that
VP
Fi
are
is bringing
not
to the
fucking
table.
about on
And Pokey, the disengage here
Midtown.
is going to be very perilous. Tanuki's come through on the Black Panther. The emergency button's been pressed.
Yeah,
It's
here we go.
time. Can even swapping over
It's
to the
hard,
rocket
though.
so
You're
that
playing
we've
into
got
an
the BFE
Emma,
station.
a
If we
Wolverine
lose one of those
kidnap,
players,
and
we can
a
just bring them
Winter
back immediately,
Soldier.
potentially
Huh?
get distance on the payload.
This is
Just
hard to stay up as
overwhelming
Tanuki
Virtus
on a
Pro
BP,
have the
honestly.
overwhelming
Oh, he
lead.
just gets
It's
fucking
Virtus.
nailed as well.
Tanuki's Black Panther
Nevix
was
saw
one of
him
the
and
lowest
nailed him.
video.
Oh, this is real
Now
bad
onto
for
those, the
BBP.
BRB
This is
used. Enzo
really
doesn't get
bad.
too much off the back of a Sonic seduction here.
Gets a
quick grab
ping,
onto
but
Nevix,
nothing
shooting him off
else.
from the healing, grabbing the sentience
Look
as
at the
well
ult
from
economy
back.
for
It's the last stand, but
VP.
doesn't seem to do that much damage. Now it's time for Tanuki to feast.
Finzi
So many
drops the
vibranium
seduction.
hearts. All that you could ask for when it comes to resetting that
Tanuki
spirit
gets
line.
pinged.
Gets quickly
Tanuki goes
mind
out.
controlled, and Sparker's there for the
Sparker's
execution
still
at the
got an
end.
again.
Pokey with the culling turrets laying down so much damage, but now
Pokey has an ult. They need to go right now. This has to go huge. But the lamp's already down. They're going to run him down. He gets one, but it's not enough. Polly is trying to stall and is doing a great job of stalling with the ult, actually. This might give them another fight. Tanuki has the ult, but he's flowing into ultimates. Just gets slammed by Finn. And this is what we said. It's so hard to try and get value on a BP here. Ken does res him.
Beaming down, we see the only thing remaining, and while it is a spirited attempt,
Tanuki's going in, gets one. That's huge, actually. Polly gets Cypher as well. Wait, have they done it?
Unbelievable clutches.
There's no way they've done this. What? Damn. How the ever-living fuck did BBP win that fight?
immediately back into the mix.
They were
And
out
now
ult
Burber
economied
have been able to pick up
massively.
distance. They've got the Feast of the Abyss.
VP
They're not
had
going to have any way of
everything.
amplifying that damage to have.
How
They
did
have
they
the
do that?
potential of a pick, but maybe they can use it to take out some of Saipei's doppelgangers coming on through. As far as the last stand is something that Burber Patapim have to contest with if they all get grabbed up.
We'll talk about the ult charge in a moment, Ryan.
Spirit Ren still off of cooldown. Fi taken down as they place themselves on the point.
Is it
You see
Ryan
Sentience
or is
grab
it
right there.
Ryan?
Fi still down.
Sorry, I
Fake
just want to make
Rolls
sure I get it
rolling
right.
through Saipei. Not going to be taken down by the Feast of the Abyss. Enzo can't quite get the value off the back of it, but can still try and...
Enzo on this Venom. Here goes Pokey.
Final judgment could be what saves them here. And
It's
then
big.
next,
The Maggle didn't kill him. The Maggle didn't kill him. He gets one, but it might not be enough.
All in here for Virtus Pro. They want to stop this defense.
Polly
here
is stalling.
and now.
Ken's about to get the ult as well on Rocket. Tanuki's about to get theirs. Finn trying to grab them. The turret. The turret from Pokey to stop being charmed. Cyber gets Tanuki. Gets rezzed by Ken. Ken drops the ult on the Rocket. Sparker doesn't get any resets either. Pokey gets Cyber. Tanuki in the backside. Alex gets Finn as well. They're gonna keep going on this. Unreal that they're still making this work. Unfucking real from BBP.
Okay, Heroes
The
of
ult
Outskirts
cycling
coming,
is
blocking meter and
ridiculous.
Pokey on the Punisher cuddling tower, absolutely huge. Being able to get
Polly
the invis
with this
boundary too
semi-third,
over the
like,
objectives so that
support
Burber
ult with this
can
cap.
keep matching wits, and Ken's
Stalls
BRB
like a
station
motherfucker.
brings Tanuki back
Ken
once
comes in
more.
afterwards.
We talked about
Insane
9
work.
lives. It's being a little bit literal in the case of the Rocket roundabout now.
Insane.
As Virtus Pro must be tearing their hair out. They thought that they took away the potential of a sustained composition
Nice
with Res
kidnap.
bands, but no,
Oh, they're just
Burber
ganging
Patapim
up on-
found a way.
oh.
Beast of the Abyss gets grabbed by the
Huge
Barracuda from
interrupt.
Sparker and sent packing all the way back to spawn. And Burber
Damn, they just
Patapim,
bullied
though,
the
still
fuck
keeping
out of
the payload
Enzo there.
moving, safe behind the
They just
Punisher
cornered him in a
turret
room
with
and
the
went,
Guardian shield.
nah.
And Tanuki is just being the frontline core that
Yeah, they
Virtus Pro
do have a
have to
bit of
turn their
leeway, but they're
attention
getting
to
a little bit
first.
sloppy here, getting picked off one by one a little bit.
Only a minute and a half remained because of how long it took to get through first.
They're gonna have to
Five is trying
reset.
to make
Polly
sure
gets
any Polly
kidnapped.
engages heavily.
There's the invis. They bait out the ult. That's a big ult to bait out. Sparker's got ult as well. Ken doesn't have rocket. Sparker could go big here if they've got timing. Polly doesn't have theirs either. This could be a really nice timing for the winter. Pokey does have that Punisher ult though. Huge pick from Enzo. Huge pick. Sparker gets Polly. Watch Sparker.
They've been bowling as well. Ultimates to pocket the final
There goes the
judgment,
judge
and
jury.
now
Are they going to try and fight it or they're just going to walk out? It looks like they're going to try and walk away from it.
Damage. The regeneration domain comes on
Big
from
kidnap.
Saipei, so they can
Oh, they
aggressively
bait
try and
everything
control
out.
the
Double
Rocket
support
with
ults for that one.
Enzo with the meteor M tries to
But they
hold the
do
space,
survive
and there's a
Pokey's
lot of
Punisher
damage
ult.
coming. Pokey
Big
playing
pings from
Burber Patapim
Finn.
being able to live, but it's temporary.
Big
Tanuki,
pings from
he's
Finn.
in the back. He's off the Panther. He's got the
Tanuki
limit
tried
up.
to get some work done in the back, but
Goes
can't,
down,
and that's
but
going to be a
the kill
reset.
back.
30 seconds. Do they need to TP in this?
This could be a little bit of a stagger.
They're gonna
Towards
stagger
the end,
Pokey.
Nevis
That's
just
bad.
Slowly rolling up until the Iron Volley grabs him.
And it looks like they are going to try and TP with
Go to
Enzo.
TP. They can go all the way behind. This is what they did the last time that Virtus Pro tried to
This
hold
is
the
risk going
defense
behind them,
of
though.
Midtown, and they're going to just try and jump potentially on one of those strategists.
Here we go.
Both don't have their ultimates. They're trying to find a
This
pick,
is the fight. They
and
get in,
immediately
but
Polly comes out with the freedom
Polly
charge,
pops the
incredible
freedom
and so
charge
much space.
immediately. Enzo. Oh, I don't know about this. Who are you looking at, son? Oh, not Enzo. Nevik, sorry. Oh, Tanuki's in a bad spot. Oh, Tanuki's in a rough spot. Polly gets Cyber, though. It's a 1-for-1. The turret's going to try and build up the ult here as quickly as possible for Pokey. 85%. This is going to be big. Alex has got the invis ult. Sparker gets Polly, though. That's a big pick. Enzo gets taken out the invis ult. That's massive. Pokey gets taken out from Sparker as well. Sparker has an ult on top of this. The rocket res comes out. Here goes the armed and dangerous. Lunar ult is keeping everyone up. Tanuki gets taken out. Here are the resets. Hannah whiffs it though. But Sparker is popping on all cylinders. And that is that. Nice hold from VP. Nice hold.
I mean, they got so much distance. So much distance. It really did feel like it was going to be a spawn hold, but even that last fight, there's so much intelligence that goes into how they played it.
Nevix messed up a little bit.
Out on third was just playing bait to draw Spark away so that the tainted voltage couldn't
Dude,
actually
it's these
connect
Wolverine
onto the core
kidnaps.
players from
Like,
Patapim,
it's
since
like
he was
guaranteed
so
kills,
close to
isn't it?
Kraken Impact, and Kraken Impact
You
is
get
not an ultimate
kidnapped,
you want to go against.
you
know,
pull them out
overtime, when
position,
all
it's
you
like a
have is an
guaranteed kill
invis
nearly every
boundary
time.
and to see it coming on from your
It's
rocket
so
and
hard
your
to play
Susan
into.
Storm.
Like,
and even then, Alex is able to get the invisible boundary.
I don't know how you
up.
play
They
into
try
it.
to make a play. Pokey goes on through with
I'm
the
a
final
tank player as
judgment,
well,
with the
and
window
like
of
I don't
grace
know how to play
that
into
Tanuki
it
had provided
most of the time.
free
I feel like I just
from
have to go
the attention
thing,
of the Winter Soldier,
but then
there's
even
not
if you
to
don't get
be
like
no
kidnapped,
picks
he
come
can
on
still
through.
just use his
A
ult to
huge
stun
last
you,
stand as
and
well,
then
coming
if
out
he's
from
at
Pi,
100
being able to
charge,
grab the Doctor Strange
he's gonna
defense,
burst you down anyway.
and
He doesn't
even the
need to
Guardian
move you
shield
out
coming
place.
through from Alex isn't enough to keep the Vanguard up.
I believe Cypher's currently
Oh,
on track
tell
for
me about it,
50K
Ryan.
heals
Tell me
per
about it.
10.
I'm a Thor main.
A little bit ludicrous right now. The stat
So
lines.
you can imagine how I feel right
Admittedly
now.
for Pokey, 16 and 6 currently.
I have been
getting a lot of
advocating for
aid.
Thor and saying that
Pretty
Thor is
strong.
not that bad.
I believe that's a Jeff silhouette
And,
outside
like,
the door.
These guys are just showing me up and making me look stupid.
I'm pretty sure that Berber Patapim's backline is.
Is Mag? I said my
currently
bubble
both
phone to
the
get
Jeff
kidnapped.
and
Yeah.
the Rocket
Yeah.
coming in for any
Mag
reason.
is
There it
a
We're going for
pretty
close
good
hold.
answer
We're
into
going
it,
for as much
but
delay as possible.
it kind of
Virtus
depends
Pro
if
do
they
have
catch
Spark
you
out
on
the
low,
moon now
like
already, though,
half HP
so
or
there's gonna be a
something. You
lot
often
of
don't
rank
have time.
bounces inside that small room.
25 more HP, baby. He's super playable now.
Tanuki
Out goes the Crescent Blade.
on
Alex falls
Jeff?
down. Remember the AoE off the back of those iron volleys as well. It's not to be underestimated. First resurrection comes on through. Tanuki and Enzo not going to be quite so.
Why
lucky
is
as Pi
Tanuki on
starts to
Jeff?
erode the space with the adamantium claw strikes.
I mean, he's
Yeah,
changed now,
Ken
but
on this Rocket Raccoon isn't really getting the value of heals they're
Okay,
looking for,
that's-
given the fact
well,
that
that's just
Pi
a
is quite
fucking wash,
literally
isn't it?
grabbing players from Berber Patapim and escorting them off of the premises of the AoE heals.
They're gonna
However,
try and
Berber Patapim do
recontest
have
with the
Enzo on
TP.
Strange, so they're going to be looking for that Doctor Strange teleport to come on through. Virtus Pro, they're wise to it, though. They're going to be anticipating, and indeed, there it is, the immediate reaction.
Sparker
No
is
one
yeah,
goes down
Sparker is a
early.
big problem on this
Really has to
winter.
use everything. Fi managed to get a grab there. Onto Polly. Seems like Polly's mostly going to be surviving. They have to be careful with how they're playing around this portal, as it is going to soon close. And
Fi
cut off the
gets
remainder
Polly.
of Berber Patapim.
Already, that's
A big
one.
attempted grab. I think that it
Gets
may have
rezzed by the
actually
rocket,
set
but the
Enzo on
rocket,
other
I mean,
side
the
of
rocket
it
ult is
for
already
now.
down.
Out come the regeneration domains
Tanuki
for
gets
additional
Finzi on the
size.
flip
Now
side,
gonna be onto Finzi,
but
who
look
gets
at
grabbed
Sparker.
out by
They
Tanuki.
have an ult.
Kraken Impact still available if you want to invest it here. Poki's putting out
There
so
goes
much
the Armin
damage,
Dangerous.
though. All in
Polly
onto
goes
the
down.
backline. Polly was shielded, however, so
Enzo
it's a
goes
point
down.
of calling or no reset here for Sparker.
Doesn't get the
Tanuki's
reset,
gonna put their
but
life on the line
it's a
for
nice couple of
even more
kills.
damage, and you can see the damage
Sparker
comes
gets
through as well.
Ken,
Spark-
and that is a
Cypher's
wash.
just nasty with it, man.
Well, no Strange teleport, but still one last Oak
Man, VP looked very good here on Midtown. This looks like it's going to be a 1-1.
The ultimate Berber Patapim, we're relying on being able to pair up with that invisible boundary. Virtus Pro now have a huge window.
Emma,
that
the
they
thing
can
about
get this
Emerald
payload through
is,
without any
like, it can
contest
be
as Berber
devastating
Patapim
if you
know
get
that
good
they can't
angle. We've
afford
seen Ducky
to
do it
have
many
that invis
times.
boundary burned
But
out
mostly it's
until
really
Poki
good
is
for
back in
just
the battlefield.
zoning, like, and forcing cooldowns and stuff.
Poking away, Meteor Ram in the back pocket. You need to use to try and shut down that final judgment, but you know that there is going to be a Guardian Shield available.
Big from
Where's
Pokey,
the
that's
follow-up?
one.
Maybe it just gets the Meteor Ram just gets blown up, and Pokey grabs him thereafter. Virtus Pro have already had to call
And it
this one.
forces them to massively delta split and back up. So
So
good bit of space for BPP, but it does cost them Poke's ult, which is a big one in this comp. They have 4 to play with, though, nearly 5 on Polly.
Coming on from Finzi. Spark is going to have a Kraken impact too, but with a minute and a half left on the clock, Virtus Pro
The
could
rocket
very well
ult,
see their
though,
time bank
does get
diminish
burst
all
down
the way to
super
overtime
fast, so
if
it's
they don't
not
block
very
this push.
reliable. But the
No,
res
it's
is
placed
coming
here.
super
Solid seduction.
clutch. The
Already used Guardian Shield in
the
front of the
BRB.
Colin turret is gonna be what Finzi's taking a lot of damage in return
And
for
Pokey's
this
just going to try and
ultimate.
build
That's
this
gonna
ult
be
off the
favored by
turret
both
as
as
soon
well.
as. He's already at
Virtus Pro all in
60%. This
all
is
in on
fucking
this fight. If they don't
ridiculous.
win it, they could
He's already
be
at
cooked
70
on
and
this
he
offense.
just used
Pokey
it.
falling low, gets the
He's gonna have
follow-up
another
coming
one in
through
this
from
fight.
Enzo, who still has their Meteor
Sparky
Ram.
gets a
If it's
big
gonna
pick
be
on
needed,
Polly.
here it
There
comes.
goes
Maybe
Enzo.
they're gonna try and shut down one of these strategists
Oh,
already
big shield from
taken
Finn.
away. Good
Big
use of the
shield.
Aegis. Enzo dragged away.
And then
there's
Enzo gets
no
taken
chance
out.
to
That's a
save
big
that
pick.
Magneto. Now for Sparker.
Here goes
With
Polly
the
over the
Kraken
top
impact.
with the
What
clap
do you
with the
invest
cap ult
upon?
and Pokey
Tanuki
again.
pushing in towards the back. Sparker's invested here, but there's going to be so much damage coming through from a
Oh,
final
he
judgment.
finds
Pokey
fight.
can do
That's
everything.
big.
Flies down. Sparker
Finds
to
Nevix as well. That's
Wilkinson.
massive.
Virtus Pro of the big
Loki with this ult building is crazy.
The suppressing fire of the final judgment.
Oh my god, are they gonna full hold them? There's no ults on either side. This is just balls to the wall, bare knuckle fighting. Raw dog fighting. 10 seconds. VP do have a TP though. Remember, Enzo has used the strange TP. But here we go, OT. Fight is trying to build it up, gets taken out. Tanuki takes that turret, that's big. Stops the ult building. Ken drops that, drops the ult pokey with a big pick. Nevix gets taken out. Oh, I think they've done it. Oh no, this is real bad. No one's touching. They need to stall. Pokies have got another ultimate. Are you fucking kidding me? How is this guy building it so fast? And BBP take game 2. It's 2-0 straight up. Oh my god.
Even though the first original stagger hold was broken in spawn by the Moonlight coming
crazy
the
fucking defense hold.
was also broken immediately, but it bought them so much time off of the clock. 3 fights minimum is all that you need. It's not about quality of fights on the defense. It's about quantity of them until you get to
I appreciate you. Go sleep. Go get some rest.
The overtime
I appreciate you very much.
on through on
I hope the rest of your stream is good.
Unfortunately for Virtus Pro,
can we do a quick shout out for Stan, please?
Wait, what the fuck is that?
Oh my god!
Really appreciate it.
Thank you for the 5 gifties. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Can we do a shout out for Stan, please? Guys, if you haven't, please go follow Stan. We love Stan here. Super nice. Plays a bunch of variety as well. But is super nice, guys. So please go show some love. Stan, thank you so much. That's really kind. You just solo started a hype train. You solo started a hype train.
In conjunction with the final judgment, because how can you shoot them both at once? It's such an aggro draw that it just provides extra survivability to Pokey as well as the extra damage output.
As in, I don't even know what Pokey looks like. I've not been paying attention to the
especially when we
portraits.
went to those last couple of fights to just force out the invisible boundary coming on from Alex.
Thank you. I appreciate you very much.
And Alex just holds on to it. They know that Virtus Pro still have the Kraken impact coming through. Then finally the invisible.
Also, while we're here, Ricky, would you mind doing another shout out for Luna, please?
With the culling turret had been able to build up another final judgment, and the second that the Kraken impact comes on through, all of a sudden you've got a
if you guys are not following Luna, you may have seen a bunch of my videos. You will see Luna featuring when we play together a lot on Rivals. Maybe not anymore because she called my Psylocke trash, but
they knew if they just
you'll see her feature in a lot of my videos. She's super fun.
They would still be able to have
also plays DBD if you like DBD. So please go show Luna some love as well.
They'd be able to build those back. And Berber Patapim just did such a good job of absorbing all of the pressure and still holding onto resources for the fight that came afterwards.
Unbelievable fight planning and mechanical excellence from the side of Berber Patapim. They are one map, Mox.
I don't know what you're talking about, Luna.
Not only going to China, but knocking out Virtus Pro.
Being a supporter with Emma is fun.
Into this tournament was the best in the world. Can they
Emma, I like when because I play quite a lot of Emma at the moment, as a lot of tank players are, because she's just so good, right? I feel like her ult. Sometimes you will get some like good pings, but because it's like really slow tick damage, it's very rare you get kills off it unless you get all of the supports. Because if one support is alive, they're going to keep the person up that's being pinged, right? So it's just more about pulling them out of position or baiting stuff out with it, you know? During Pride Month? What do you mean? Thank you for starting a hype train, by the way, Stan. I appreciate you. Thanks, Ricky. Thank you. I'm going to quickly run some ads. If you're not subbed, I'm really sorry. We're going to quickly run 60 seconds just so that you don't get any ads during the game, and make sure you can watch the game without being interrupted. If you guys are just lurking for the drops, I hope you're enjoying. Please feel free to carry on lurking. We're going to be on for a long time today. We've got 4 series to watch, so plenty of time to get that magic drop in. I think it takes 6 hours for the magic drops, no? Imagine. Well, this one might be a fucking wash. VP. VP need to get into this game. Yeah. Talking about DBD. Oh, is there something happening with DBD at the moment? I don't know. I don't really play it. I don't know. Nor is it a game that I think I'm going to get into. I have, however, very kindly been gifted a 7 Days to Die. So I was thinking about when we finish Claire Obscure, I was thinking about maybe doing some 7 Days to Die. Possible for our variety days. For our 1 variety day a week. I think that might be quite fun. Yeah. There's quite a lot of events and stuff happening at the moment, I feel like. But I'm assuming it's because, like, all the kids and stuff are off school now, so everyone's timing it for now. Thank you, Stan. I appreciate you very much. Alrighty.
Tanuki Glazer Nation, how we feeling right now? The Berber Panopim heads.
Do you just ban out the Wolverine?
Up, and so too
like,
are the team 2-0 here. For Virtus
I don't know what you change as VP.
Reverse sweep or full.
I mean,
I do also think that BBP are doing a really good job of drafting.
Oh, yeah.
I think that their DPS focus is kind of fucking VP up a little bit. Like, if I'm Rad, if I'm watching this as Rad, who is obviously going to be watching this because then they play next, so they're playing whoever is playing right now, whoever wins this series, I'd be looking at BP's strat and thinking, hey, that's a pretty good way to deal with VP. Like, don't get me wrong, like, their supports are demonic, their tanks are incredible, but it seems like targeting the supports are like, it is working pretty well, and it's making them a little bit more uncomfortable.
I think we saw like
Sparker still popped the fuck off as Winter Soldier, right?
Which is
but
uncanny. I mean, that's the other side to pumping out as much healing as a Luna and Loki do.
Yeah, maybe that's the play. Don't let them have this torch. Don't let them have the Psylocke.
And I mean, Poki's culling turrets as
the
well,
two
just
massive
really
power
giving
picks.
Virtus Pro pause to stop, which then fed into what Tanuki was able to pull off too. Because
DBD always has it. Did you finish your Overwatch placements, by the way, Ricky?
Spaces, well, Panthers, if I fit, I sit.
Because it's a new season for Overwatch as well right now, right?
Instead of I sit, I spear throw, I get all of my resets.
I might play some Overwatch tomorrow on my day off. I'll see how I feel.
It's got to be a reflective moment here for VP.
I'm going to have like a mini adult day. I'm going to do some adulting during the day. And then I'm going to do nothing in the evening. No work. No nothing. I'll post some clips, but then I am just going to relax and chill the fuck out and try and recuperate.
But it feels like Berber Panopim kind of are their kryptonite, and Berber Panopim are playing so well. Virtus Pro, the world where they don't make it to the first land in Marvel Rivals is one that I never would have predicted.
That's all right.
Agreed. You know, if we were Doctor Strange,
I was quite enjoying the stadium mode. I haven't played a lot of Overwatch recently because I've mostly been playing Rivals, of course.
Wouldn't qualify for the first
but I did enjoy playing the stadium mode. It's massive fucking chaos, but it's quite fun. I like the idea.
Interview segments too. They say that Virtus Pro is the best team.
I really like
the best team. But right now,
I really like progression things in games.
The best team mentally.
So things like roguelike elements, I really enjoy. I like kind of having constant like development and stuff like that. It makes me feel like my time is being valued.
You've got to think, okay, we can reverse sweep this.
And obviously, stadium mode has some elements of that, so it's quite nice.
You got to let ambition carry you forward.
I might also re-download Hades
too. Their fate is still in their hands. At the end of the day, the only person behind
because I really enjoy the Hades games.
If you're Enzo,
and I'm pretty sure Hades 2 is just exiting early access.
Especially if you're as talented.
And I think it's just gone into 1.0, no? I might be wrong on that.
So it's never gonna be
I feel like it's just entered
it has to be a convergence
1.0.
Is the worry. It has to be a convergence map since we're still in our first free map cycle. We've had domination, we've had convoy. You've got to now take us to a convergence.
Yeah, that's true. Junkrat, it would be a problem for sure. How do you keep Junkrat balanced in stadium mode?
Next, it's going to be a really uphill.
All right, here we go, guys. Game 3.
How hard it's going to be.
Game Trez.
Decide to take us to Hall of Dajalia. I'm not at all surprised to see Symbiotic Surface avoided like the plague, given the fact that Snooky's Panther has run amok in those particular corridors.
So I don't think we're going to see anything different here. I think it's going to be pretty samey.
Fai's torch has just been permanently put on exhaust
torch into Cat, probably a Cat ban
getting
afterwards.
to see it through as Berber Patapim again insta-ban Johnny Storm.
Yeah, have Berber Patapim solved it?
Wow, Psylocke just straight up. Not even going to let them try and save it.
This could be nifty. Are they going to
not even going to let them try and save it?
Though.
This is new. This is the
but that's from
time
VP's side, so they're saying Pokey, you're not getting Psylocke.
I mean, it's what we suggested after map number 1. When you're going up against the best Psylocke cap team in the world, it might be time.
And I do like it. I do like that adaptation a lot from VP. We talked about it in game 1, right?
Because like the cap,
this
really
double dive
have to
cap Psylocke is just so tough to deal with.
What you have to worry about is if you burn your Carbon Crush cooldown on the Captain America, and then Psylocke is able to slip through the net entirely free.
Keeping going, probably Psylocke and then a Star-Lord ban after that.
So Virtus Pro actually target banning out both of the duelists, Pokey and Tanuki, going to be coming under fire as Berber Patapim are going to make sure that Psylocke's not one-sided. Sparker's not going to be able to
I'm going to be back in a couple of minutes. I've
it's worth noting that even though we haven't been able to see it so many times, it's often
fucking great.
target banned.
I'm going to let you guys just watch with the casters for a few minutes. Bear with me.
Was one of the most notable Lokis.
I'll be right back.
A protect onto Vastala would be interesting because it might force out a counter Adam ban from Berber Patapim. This could be a fake from Virtus.
This could be a fake, or it could be a composition that they want to have open and pivotable too. And Berber Patapim just can't take the chance. Even on convergence, res composition can be incredibly strong, especially on the defense, with the amount of time that it forces the attacking team to have to just absolutely slog through. You can't risk having to fight a res composition on A and then running out of time subsequently on second or third.
So, question is, which of these, if it doesn't get protected, is going to get banned? Because Magneto, very valuable protect. I imagine surely Virtus Pro ban out a Punisher here. Unless they want to get rid of something like a Luna?
Potentially
Cloak and Dagger?
get rid of the Luna, but it is going to be a Punisher coming on for, and I think that is the better option, as Pokey was problematic, to say the least, for Virtus Pro to have to deal with every single time they wanted to push forward. Nope, there's a culling turret entirely cushioned by every single shield known to man sitting in front of it first.
All right. One last chance. One last run. No more mulligans. For Virtus Pro, it's victory or annihilation on Hall of Jalia.
Berber Patapim looks like they're going to be putting their resources into res composition. We've seen them actually play over to the res comp. It was interesting how they adopted that playstyle when they were matching up against both VP and Rad for a little bit too, where they would play it upon domination maps like Hell's Heaven, and they could potentially do the same here, where you really do just take advantage of everything that's available to you right from the rip. You've got the Soul Revives coming on through for your Mantis, your Star-Lord, your Adam, which is going to be even more time, and a full aggressive push coming out from Virtus Pro's end to be able to secure those picks and put them onto cooldown. And that's before we even talk about what Soul Bond can bring to the table in the first fight. But Virtus Pro are going to have to just see it come out and back away and give up the space, as opposed to Berber Patapim being able to win it out with a duel or building a strategist ultimate up first.
Berber Patapim going to be opening up here on the offense. And once again, Sparker putting faith in Old Glory, the Winter Soldier.
Here they come.
Sparker, I think, understands if there's a res composition coming on through, that means that Tanuki's going to be on that Star-Lord. So having the Tainted Voltage to take him out of flight, as well as the Bionic Hook, could be absolutely huge. Plus, it's easy to land hooks through the Magneto Shield, which is based around cooldown, as opposed to the Strange Shield, which is all about the health bar.
Virtus Pro have kind of everything they could want in terms of a ideal composition here. No excuses when it comes to having both the Mag, the Emma, the Luna, and the Loki. This is all of their strength at once.
True, but Berber Patapim, they have so many resources.
Okay, sorry, I'm here.
All the way into the back line.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Saipe coming through the God of Mischief, but it's not in time.
My stomach just started feeling weird, and I thought I was going to throw up, but I'm okay. Right.
They just fall back. They go
So VP.
Virtus Pro, they needed to get more off the back of this because Dreedro.
Okay, Fi's got the Star-Lord. I didn't see the last of the draft, so I don't know what happened.
Doesn't even get blocked out
But
there
BBP
by
running
Metallic
full
Curse.
res
They try and
strat.
shut down Alex, takes to the skies, utilizing a jump pack given over by Tanuki
I
so
mean, we
much
did see
earlier.
Rad beat them with
Inside of
this.
A great right click
This
from
is how
Fire
Rad
to try
beat
and
VP
survive.
on this
Berber
map,
got
was with a
themselves
full
two
res
ticks
comp, so-
already. Still in the back pocket though. The Meteor Ram ready to go from Nevix. Dreedro drives everyone forward.
Let's see.
With the fate of
BBP
both throws.
kind of
It's
have
so much
sight,
willing
but
to
here they
work
go.
with.
Sparker over the top
Extra
gets
damage
Ken.
off the back of the Kraken impact. Ken, the
Ken's
first
gonna res,
fortune
though.
of self-resurrect in the midst of all of this. And Polly's just gonna be able to go away.
Oh, Tanuki, you gotta be careful. You are being aimed at. There is no one near you. Finn gets them as well. Fire gets Polly. Here come the reses. They've used a lot of resources though, BBP. They've used all of their individual reses. So the res strat doesn't really have as much effect anymore.
Isolated for now, gets away from the seduction, and yet another eternal bond here from Alex.
Fi's putting in so much work on this Star-Lord. Oh my god. This fucking duo, Sparker and Fire, putting in so much work. They're just getting these random picks and making it so tough.
Big grab from Sparker onto Alex to stop
I'm
that
okay,
eternal
thank you,
bond.
Ryan.
These
I'm
fights
okay.
go on so long with the
You know
res
when
composition
you
that
just
Berber can
like,
start with eternal
I know
bond,
my
and
body,
then once we've
so
burned
when
through
things
all
like
the
that happen,
self-revives
it
and
happens
iconic
very
revival, I
fast.
still have another one to
So I
potentially try
just
to finish
wanted
them
to make
off.
sure
So Virtus
that I
doing
was
a
okay.
very good job of keeping an eye on that Cloak and Dagger, trying to aggressively get into their entire team and send a Terror Cape from behind.
Yeah, 1
Sparker
minute left on the
also
clock.
building up to that next
Enzo has
Kraken
an ult.
impact is gonna be
Ken,
something that
not
Berber
too
Patapim
far away.
have to
PKY
keep
building back
reminding
up.
themselves about. Solar Resurgence is not a lot.
Now they get to walk in. Polly's making space on this backside.
Absolutely be used to shut the Kraken impact down instead.
These fights have taken so long.
Sparker has this ult though on this winter.
Down, Virtus Pro have consistently delivered. Soul Resurgence open.
Ken drops theirs. Drydro drops their ult as well.
Extra survivability might be on the card.
Oh, Enzo gets two! How does he find that in between all of that mess and noise? What? Oh, Enzo, you fucking hero. What an insane hero play.
The two
What?
that absolutely could not go down in that fight get picked by Meteor.
That's absolutely
Enzo
crazy
takes
that he
it
finds
back,
that
and now
angle.
Berber Patapim move on to
There were
second with that
lamps,
encore.
Loki clones.
Fire is going to have a free Galactic Legend, though it's going to come at the cost potentially of an
Maybe we'll
eternal
graduate
bond
uni
force
and wear a
from
suit and
Alex,
McGann. Do I
which
need a suit
Nevix can look
jacket?
to shut down as
No.
long as the bulwark from Enzo has
It'll
been
probably
forced
be really
out
uncomfortable
first.
with a suit
The
jacket, I would have
Tanuki
thought,
wins,
Alex.
though, the duel against Fire off of the back of a well-placed Terror Cape.
'Cause you're gonna have a
Virtus
robe
Pro's
over the top,
instance into this fight
you know?
gets taken out.
Show me more
She usually
questions
just
than
shirts
Berber Patapim,
high, I
dare
think.
you. Already, that's going
Take
to be
one just in
Galactic
case,
Legend
but
versus
I
Galactic
didn't
Legend.
wear
Slight
one on mine,
advantage
I
here
don't
for
think.
Fire, though, of course, as multiple element gun
Maybe I
bullets
did.
are eaten up by the Meteor Ram, but still.
Enzo gets a good pick on Fi, and now they've got some good momentum. Sparker gets two, but here come the reses.
Going to come on through, but now Sparker can start to reset.
And Sparker's got no resets.
Should have their own cocoon revival for yet another chance, and indeed they have returned now.
They're just gonna throw spaghetti at the wall here. They're gonna run down Sparker and they get him. A little bit greedy from Sparker. Didn't expect three of them to just absolutely jump him. Polly's in trouble though. Ken reses, and this is the problem with the res comp, right? It's just so many numbers. You get the pickoffs, but they just keep coming back like ants.
But Tanuki's been building up quickly towards this Galactic Legend.
They've been building up as well. Huge to take down either Druid or a Saipe when the strategist ultimate's coming through. Terror Cape is going to be
Drydro
blocked
does
at least
have
by
a
Nevix.
Lunar ult.
And Finn easy, and
pick.
Spark is able to catch on to
So they can definitely stall this out. This is not a done deal by any
means.
means.
Off the back of this one, Berber Patapim will be trying to disengage, so they don't
What
lose
did
as many
they
stacks as possible.
what did they
Terror
ban
from
instead of
Alex
the
isn't gonna
Star
be
Lord?
able to buy the cloak and
What
dagger
was their last
safety.
ban on a
Virtus.pro
BBP?
will
Does
be
anybody
able
remember?
to hold. We've got one fight left, but
Because
if
it's
you're
kind of
Virtus.pro,
crazy that they left
you are
this in for
thinking
Phi.
about
We know how good he
much
is on this
sustain the
hero.
composition opposite them have, and you're worried about that Karmic Revival. You can't burn everything in the first stage of the fight before the revives come through.
Well, no, because I think they banned Torch first, Ryan, right?
Early.
I think they
But he
first
does
phased
still have that
Torch.
Cocoon Revival. We saw him cancel it. The nadir of the last fight in Enzo. Still, the Meteor M is available. This
Maybe-
is what
oh, no,
broke
'cause
open
Nevix
the
is playing
previous
mag.
point when
Anyway.
the chips were down and there was so little time remaining. The Meteor
There
M
goes
not
Fight.
going to be used too early here.
The
Attempts to try and
media
shut it
does
down
soak
right now.
a
It's
lot
safe
of
for
that,
the
but
back
not
line
all of
for
it.
Virtus Pro. Enzo doesn't have that ace in the hole.
And
that
they,
could be
kinda
used, but
whiffs on the
Tanuki
ult.
certainly does. Their own Galactic Legend good to go. Nevix looks backwards. Concerned
But a
about
lot
their
of ults
backline.
here.
Good
Cypher
blocking
and
coming through
Drydra,
from
both
the
with
shield.
ults. They can
Polly
stall
needs
this
to
for a
be taken down by
long
the
time.
Ents here, but the sustain is too good. Oh, the bulwark was there.
There goes Alex. Nice, nice save on Alex there. With the mag bubble. Tanuki's going to wait out these support ults and then look to go for sure. Has to be careful. They've got the res as well. They're going to wait this out. Sparker goes, but I don't think he's getting a pick. Oh, this looks real bad. Pokey uses res? Okay. I mean, it's going to work out somehow, but a little bit early on that one. Sparker is popping, though. No ults left on anyone, so this is just raw dogging. Polly gets picked off. That's big. Oh, and here we go. Fight. Oh, no. It's done. It's done.
Finally slain. Phi has found his man. And while there is a quick resurrection from Tanuki, I don't think they have the sustainability. They don't have the numbers. But Virtus Pro, they were in this exact position.
Sparker is a fucking monster.
Yeah, Tanuki has the patience. He's waiting for that Galactic Legend. He's not using it aggressively.
Sparker is a
They're doing the
fucking
same thing
monster.
that they did on A. When Karmic Revival gets used, they know that Virtus Pro are going to try and aggressively push into the space poke.
Good hold.
Everyone. So it's a zoning ultimate.
But listen, we saw this on Midtown, right? We saw VP hold them on Midtown, and then BBP just went and held them even better. So don't count your chickens. Don't count your chickens.
However, Virtus Pro are able to stabilize. Their respawn is so much closer, and they're able to build up the win condition, packaging both Psionic Seduction and Galactic Legend together at the same time after Berber Patapim had exhausted all of their resources. Oh, well, this would be an amazing way to open up an attacking round. If Juno can find the lineup and take one of
doesn't surprise me. I mean, 20-1 on Phi. Holy shit. I mean, that's why they do it, right? They wanted to give Phi a comfort hero, right? Whether that's Torch, Star-Lord. I mean, they're the two we've seen Phi play the most, right? So making sure that your DPS have one or the other. Sparker is not going to get this soldier band, so it makes sense not to try and save that with the Psylocke gone.
Especially for Alex, if you can
so it's a
get
good idea from
the
VP.
and Dagger with that Eternal Bond immediately, that's huge. In fact, we're very likely to see both
Not
of
sure
these
about
teams
this res
just
com from
dancing around
BBP,
each other, playing
to be
footsie
honest.
around the point until a strategist has built their ultimate up. But that will
I think
come
part of the
far sooner
problem
for Berber
is
Patapim with the
Phi
Cloak and Dagger
and
the
Sparker are so
permanent
good at
AoE
getting
heal
these
that
like
is
little
assigned to
pickoffs
the
that you
primary.
end up just burning your cooldowns so early
is not to be
that like you can throw as much
underestimated.
spaghetti at the wall as you want and they're going to keep
maybe
knocking
a
it
little bit
down,
of
you know?
task here to get rid of Polly from the high ground. But look at this, Tanuki's going to be
Hugging
so
the wall.
annoying up there as well. There isn't really much you can do to try and take Tanuki off that high ground. Apart from blowing up the high ground, of course, with Loki, that's rather easy.
Polly's in their back line,
Quite a
just
bit
being
of
annoying
damage,
as
and
Polly
is
does.
gonna be warded away.
Yeah, they saw that Finzi was pushing towards
But the
point,
big
which
difference
means
here is
Nora in the
Polly
back line
doesn't
to
have
protect
someone
against
to
the
go
Captain
in
America
with
the
them.
Carbon Crush.
So
At the
Polly
moment,
is
both of the
making this
strategists
space
are just trying to
alone,
build up their
right?
ultimates a little bit faster, but Pokey gets
And that's
taken
the big
down
difference on
in
their
the
backline
crossfire
pressure.
and has to burn the self-revive cocoon, which means that Berber Patapim are now
I mean, they're
permanently
off
down
point.
their
VP
cooldown,
just,
and they're
I mean, do
permanently
they
down
just
Polly
straight
too, so he's
take
gonna
it
have to come
here?
back on the Strange.
Look at Alex's ultimate charge, just quickly moving up towards the
Okay,
Eternal
Enzo
Bond, and
gets
instantly
in there,
pops it, rolling
takes
on
the
forward, just
space.
gonna give time to come back.
Tanuki
Tanuki's
already goes
outside
down
in
though.
the AoE, though, and maybe they can try and
There's
shut
the
down
self-res
Alex
for
here.
Tanuki.
Rests himself using that Cocoon Revival. What a terror cape there from Alex. So much damage. Saipe has to respond. A demand is given, and now it's Enzo taking
This
the
needs to
sky
go
with the
big.
Meteor Ram. One frag here.
Doesn't get it. That's a big shield. Polly gets fire though, and no res. Alex as well gets Nevix. This could be a really nice hold. Fi does have an ult though. And I think they're going to save it. They're going to back out and save it, I think. Pokey as well with the res. He's going to go for it. And they are grouping. Look at this grouping. Oh, still gets Tanuki. What? How the ever-living fuck has he got that? How has he got that?
Oh, they did better than they did on Midtown. Virtus Pro. The reverse sweep.
That is disgusting.
But it's a glint all
What?
the same, Mox.
Polly, though, can finally swap now back to that Captain America, which has been such a struggle for Virtus Pro's players to have to deal with.
What a hero, guys. What a hero.
Finzi and Nevix permanently on the front line to block out the terror capes coming on
I
from
fucking hate
Alex.
Star-Lords.
Means that Polly gets such
Such a
easy
fucking
access
stupid
to
hero.
the back line without having to worry about one form of CEC. You've still got to contest with Sparker, though, and that Winter Soldier has been a turning point that Virtus Pro have been able to look to so many times.
Get another cracking impact, Polly.
I feel like Sparker has like not had crazy ults, but just these pickoffs in general have been so good from Sparker.
Does a lot of damage here to Polly. Forced out the Eternal Bond, yes.
Yeah, there we go. There are the ults popped.
Virtus Pro, they still believe it to be winnable. Tanuki already 30% towards the next one.
3 ults still here for BBP. There goes Ken.
Soul Resurgence gives extra movement speed now.
Enzo. That's so close. Drydra lives on literal 1 HP from that.
Compatriot of Saipe. And now for Berber Padapim, they have to decide, are we going to invest the Karmic Revival? Are we going to invest the Freedom Charge? At what point are we going to do so?
What the fuck is this? There goes the res.
He's on the other side.
That's a good positioning from Pokey. Oh my god. That's a crazy good positioning from Pokey to get that res off. Gets fucking everybody back. But here come the picks. Finzi's got 1. Tanuki's going to use the self-res already. Finzi gets 2. Tanuki's been tracked. Sparta's watching him. There's Polly. Oh, how does he get that midair? What? You can see Sparker's focus here. He is looking for this Star-Lord. That's who he wants. Making Tanuki's life really difficult to play. Gonna wait out this Lunar ult. Finn. Huge pings from Finn. Huge pings from Finn. And that's gonna be it. I think VP are taking this one. Oh, Sparker and Fi.
Virtus Pro were one of the first
You
teams
cannot
to
give him
start
these picks,
utilizing
Fi.
the res
Holy
comp in
shit.
the
This
NBA. Even though
Star-Lord
they're not using
is
it
a
now,
problem.
They show that they understand
What a
how
fucking
to play
hero.
against it. And they do it with such a
I didn't
plum.
like BBP's
Even
res
though
comp,
the
dude. I
Karmic
didn't like their
Revival,
res
they can't
comp.
get on top of the position. It forces Berber Patapim's players into such
It
an
is a
awkward
really
spot
good
that
map
they
for
just
it. I
can't
understand
come
why they
back
tried to run it. You know,
The
we've seen
Magneto
Rad be
and the
successful
Emma
with it as
both
well.
the front line, so rarely
But,
do we get to see the Vanguard
don't know, it
get
just
played,
felt
get
like they had a
making it
lack
out
of
through
punch,
that
you know.
advanced pick and ban
Tanuki,
system.
8 and
Nevix
12.
Finzi show exactly why.
When
Finzi
do we
went down
ever
a
see Tanuki
singular
go negative
occasion.
like this?
By the way, the entirety of
They
that
got
match.
rolled, actually.
Care Finzi's getting definitely is worthwhile. This is Enzo opening up the first point here with a quick double.
I wouldn't be
Attention to detail
surprised
from
to
the remainder of
see
the team to take out those
some
regeneration
higher
ramps.
prio on
Or
Star-Lord
maybe
in the
they may
next
have timed
match,
out. If
depending on
not,
what the map
if it was
is.
a timeout, then Enzo just has
Because remember, it
excellent
is going to be
game sense right
domination
there.
for map 4,
And if the
right?
guy, like, if this had
So I
gone the
wouldn't
way
be
of
surprised to
Berber
see
Padapim,
like
I
a
don't think I would have
Star-Lord
ever seen
first
closer
save
to
for
Rio
VP.
in my life.
I'm assuming that
Virtus Pro,
BBP are going to keep
they
the same. They're going to
surviving.
first ban
Bears,
Torch
they are
into the cap
wounded.
save.
They are crawling from the cave,
But after that
half
performance from
hibernated,
Fi,
but they're
I wouldn't be
still
surprised
breathing,
to see some
and those
higher
teeth
prio
are
on
still
Star-Lord.
sharp.
just so reminiscent.
If they
of
feel
the
like they
time that
need to
these
do
two
it.
teams matched up last
They
year,
might
although
feel like
that time it was Berber
there's too
Patterson
many
having
other
to
power
pull off their
picks, so they're going to
reverse
get
sweep.
Star
They
Lord
showed
save
it was
anyway in the
possible
second.
then. Virtus Pro are going to be hoping
So that they can
it's
save this
possible
Emma for
now,
the first.
because they still need another map to be able to equalize with their opponents. And it definitely
Because
feels like
Finn
we're going to be
has
seeing a
looked,
huge adjustment
as always,
in the pick and
super
bans
solid on
after
this Emma.
Saipe getting the low keeper,
That was
and Nevix
disgusting.
and Finzi also being able to secure the
I don't know
Premier
how he gets
Vanguard
that.
lineup is massive, given the fact that we saw Polly a lot of the time just not getting that same level of value that we had in the maps before. It really does feel like going for the Psylocke rather than the Captain America is the key that Virtus Pro have been able to use to deal with the tag team that have been Polly
Yeah,
and
taking
Pokey.
I think that was also a really good ban
Polly
as
and
well.
Pokey were
That was a good
shut
call
down,
out.
so
I
that
think
was such a
taking the
clutch at the end as
Psylocke
well.
out
Polly
with
just
the
having to wait a
duo
little
of
bit longer
the
to try and
Psylocke
use
cap
that
is also
freedom
really
charge,
smart.
did not have
I think
sustainability.
that's the way
that
they
would have
need to
given
go.
over a little bit more meat for
And
the
I
rest
think
of the
that
team
was
to
like,
use to
I
try
called
and
it out
contest as
mid-game,
well.
right? I
Unbelievable
feel like
clutch,
that
as
was
you
a
pointed
big
out, the
problem.
flick over
Polly
onto the damage
goes
boost
in on
with the
this
fate of
cap
both
and
worlds
is
was
alone.
essential.
Yeah, I mean, just
Instead of having
immediate as
Pokey
well,
to back
going
him
for
up and
that 40%
guarantee
amps, the
these
Kraken
picks on the
Impact immediately
support,
finds its mark, and Sparker gets
you know?
another reset, which means another jump of CC immunity, so that he potentially can't get punished or taken down early by one of the players from
So I
Berber
would
Patterson.
like to
Because if you're
see-
Virtus Pro or any team that's
if
playing
they
up
can't
against
get the
Red Cup,
Psylocke,
right,
I would like
you
to
need
see
finish the
Pokey
fight
go
quickly.
onto
Otherwise,
another
give it 5
diver.
seconds, they'll all be back again.
Or
Well, this
Tanuki.
series might be
You know,
far
Tanuki
from
on the
quick
BP
marks.
maybe.
Virtus Pro have woken
to
up
dive
and
into
now
the cap.
the formerly sleeping
The
bears
Wolverine
are
even,
ready to
although
enter
Wolverine's
the
more
ring.
like a
Find
frontline
out if it's
dive,
going to go to 5
if you want to think
after
of it
this
that
break.
way. What else could you use? Iron Fist is kind of shit. There's nothing that's going to be as good as the Psylocke, right? But what else is there? Is there anything else that would work really well with as like a dive with cap, do you think? Magic? I actually think a magic could be super fun. I don't know how effective it would be, but I think a magic could be super fun, no? Doing like a magic cap. We saw Rymazing do this yesterday on Sentinels, switch to the magic, and fucking bossed it. It looks really solid, but that is Rymazing. But it looks really good. So maybe that's an option. I'm going to run another 60-second ad, guys, while we're on break to make sure you don't get ads during the game. We got a series, though. We got a series. The only, I guess, you know, if we're looking on the other side, the only difficulty is if they're looking at a double dive that isn't Psylocke cap. Finzi on this Emma, like we saw Finzi just ruin Tanuki's BP. Like, yeah, we saw that go kind of crazy. Sparker on this Winter as well is also really good anti-dive. So, hell, this could go all the way. We could be going all the way here. Another reverse sweep, question mark. What series is this one, Milky? Because we've done... Hold on, let me double check where I'm at. By the way, guys, if you have missed any of the videos and you want to go and watch some of the series maybe from earlier on in the groups, go sub to my YouTube. We're in the process of getting all the finals and stuff from the groups out to you. And over the next few days, the next week, we'll be getting all of these playoff games out for you as well. So a lot of content for any insane series that you guys have missed. Okay, so it's the 2 EMEA finals, right?
The first time
Yeah.
this series, while within grasping distance of a ticket to China, Berber Patapim are in control of where we're going.
Okay,
Mox.
gotcha.
And they decide no surprises. I think we all saw this coming. Domination map that hasn't been played. Hell's Heaven. It is their best map. We were talking about it in between the break, and they were able to triumph against Virtus.pro the last time.
So this is the last one we need to do.
Hell's Heaven 2 as
Rad
Virtus.pro
VP.
currently undefeated on the Hydra base. Virtus.pro 3-1 with a record of it now.
Yeah, last time we
and then we're
matched
into
up,
playoff
we
games.
saw
Cool.
Virtus.pro go for the same kind of anti-strategist banning strategy that almost got them midtown. And once again, it was Ken on the Rocket Raccoon that did so much against them alongside the resurrections of the Ad and Warlock. So we'll have to see if it's going to be the same approach here from Virtus.pro. Maybe they think if they tighten up, if they batten down the hatches, maybe it's a little bit easier to win that. But feels like Burber Patapim, they've got that.
Actually, Milky,
yeah, it feels
DM me,
like
mate.
they're definitely going to have that
me,
rocket potential pivot over so that they can just not so much
maybe, 'cause
tease
that
it,
wasn't
but
a great
definitely
series,
make
I
it
don't
somewhat
think, at
harder
finals.
for Virtus.pro to make any of the picks that they find.
So maybe we skip that one, but DM me
Even though
instead of
I'm
doing
sure
it
we're
here.
going to be seeing one of these teams
chat.
target out the
All right.
Atom too, given the fact that Virtus.pro at the start of the season.
Okay, so
they looked like
ban-wise,
Rescomp
I
on
think
Hell's
we're probably
Heaven.
going to see
They
the
had
same
such a
torch
good
into
track
cap
record of it
save,
too on Frozen Airfield.
Loki
And then
into
Burber Patapim, the
Psylocke,
last
I
time that
would
we've seen them
guess,
playing
one
Hell's
Hell's
Heaven. They've
Heaven.
started pivoting now to the Res Compass. No
We're
surprises.
probably
It's
going to
a
see some higher
continuation.
Punisher prio.
Fly's
We see
torch,
Punisher
I
on
don't think
Hell's
it's
Heaven a
ever
lot.
getting off of the ground today.
So
all right.
maybe
I
some
need to
Punisher
see the
bans
Psylocke
later
ban
on in the
again.
draft.
If you allow Polypokey to
I
play
would
Cap
expect
Psylocke
a
on
Psylocke
Hell's
ban
Heaven,
here.
I'm going to have an aneurysm.
Yeah, surely not. There's no way. Not after the success that they just had on Hall of Dejalia. Wait.
Oh, wait, but
Wow.
It's the
Really?
Tanuki Black Panther ban instead.
No,
text for a
surely, you
couple
do the
of rounds,
Psylocke.
so I guess you can bring out the Psylocke ban next. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind
Probably
seeing
into an
the-
Emma save unless they want to
the double
prioritize
target ban on
Tanuki
DPS
higher.
from Virtus.pro.
But I would imagine an Emma
Yeah,
save
and then you
coming
can say
or a mag.
Cypher's Loki here potentially, or you go for a Vanguard.
Could also do
given the fact
Loki.
that Burber Patapim
Okay, they're
are
gonna
gonna
prior
be
the
able to go
Loki.
into free bans
Do you
now.
want to try and
And it is
ban
going to be
tanks here, or
prioritization
do you
of
stay with the
Loki, given
DPS
the fact
prio?
that
So there's the
Virtus.pro,
cap
Yeah,
ban.
there's going to be dive that they're up against for potentially a res composition, and the way that you can try and match wits with the sustained res
This is a
provides
really
is
good
with regen
rescom
domain
map
as just
as
a
well.
base
Remember
cooldown.
that. So they might both
Yeah,
be looking for
question is
res
with Burber
comps.
Patapim here, are they going to start prioritizing?
There's
things like
the
no,
Star-Lord
okay,
ban.
King
So
Rid
they're
of
fully
5 star. I mean,
focusing
it did do absolute
5, but maybe a
wonders
Psylocke
in the last
save
map. 5 is just getting
for
completely manned
Sparker.
out potentially. You might have to see a 5
because
hit
that's
onto
the difference
something
here,
like
right?
a
Sparker's now free to
Wolverine
pick up
here,
that Psylocke if they
alongside
want
maybe
it.
a Hulk Namor.
But they're gonna go for the
Potentially, they
Emma.
might be able to run the Namor, although I do like the fact that they're banning the Wolverine, as given the fact that Virtus.pro, whenever
This
they
is
try to use
tough for
either
BBP. Do you ban the
regeneration
Psylocke?
domain
Do you ban
or
the
invis boundary
Wolverine?
coming on through, Tanuki has been just an absolute
They're gonna ban the Hulk for the Hulk
misery for
Namor.
the strategists, just watching
Yeah,
as all of
we
their
have seen Hulk
utility,
Namor
all
be
of their
really good as
vanguards are just
well.
grabbed out of it.
I like the
So the question
Psylocke
here is, do you
ban,
ban a
but
Psylocke,
you
do you ban
leave
the
a
Hulk? If you
lot
ban the
open.
Psylocke, you are essentially guaranteeing the Hulk composition. Yep, we're likely going to see Nevix roll over onto a Hulk. Now you protect maybe
Yeah.
the Punisher.
Yeah.
The Punisher's
And there's
great
the
at
punny
poking
save,
the
yeah.
Hulk.
Okay, so
So-
I
Just a pin
guess
cushion. Plus, you have the
Yeah.
CC immunity as well, so that you can use your culling turret to avoid potentially getting
Yeah,
grabbed out
wow,
by
this is- I mean, this is
Worldbreaker.
tough.
As Virtus.pro, do they?
Wow,
they
they
do.
actually banned
They
the
used
BP?
The last
What?
ban slot on the Black Panther.
They
really
banned BP?
Trying to force Tanuki either onto the torch or potentially the Star-Lord. They might be trying
You
to
banned
to
it
force
over
Burber
the
Patapim onto
torch?
the res composition again.
Okay, we got some stats from production going into this.
That's
Patapim
fucking
are 3-0
crazy.
on Hell 7. We call it their best map for a reason.
What?
Virtus.pro are 3-1, but that one marks.
Like, don't
It
get
was
me
lost to
wrong.
Burber.
Like, Tanuki showed
It
us.
was indeed. So track record
Like,
is going in the favor of
Tanuki
Burber
showed
Patapim.
us how
Virtus.pro
crazy
hoping
that
they can
BP
break
can
that
be
record,
yesterday.
Because if they lose Hell's Heaven, well,
But you
they
banned
lose
that
out on the
over
opportunity
Torch
of going
on
to
Hell's
international
Heaven?
LAN, and it would be a rematch between Burber Patapim and Rad.
That
to
seems
determine the
wild
strongest
to
team in
me,
the
but
EMEA
I
region.
don't know. Maybe they're
Virtus.pro, you
I mean, maybe they're
really
scared
have
of
to
what
keep
we talked
yourself
about, right? They're
strong,
scared of this
cool,
double
calm,
dive
and
to go
collected
with
as you come
Polly.
into this one, as
And we
domination is
talked about double dive
incredibly
options,
unforgiving
right?
when it comes to the other side.
So maybe
snowballing
that's their
percentage.
thinking. They would rather
Man, it's so rare that we
make
see
Polly
Virtus.pro
kind
in
of
this
solo
position
this
where they
dive
are contending
rather than
with
give them the
Oblivion.
double dive of Tanuki
Usually
Polly.
they
So
tend
I'm
to have
guessing
their foot
that's
on
the
the
thought
gas through most of the
process.
series, and it's their
right?
opponents who are having to panic and try and claw their way back in. But now
Because otherwise
Virtus.pro
that
on the
doesn't
back
really
foot
make
still
sense to
have
take
their
that
fate
over the
in
torch.
their
But
own hands.
Virtus.pro
in that, when you think about it
understand
that way,
Burber
that
Patapim
makes
are likely
sense.
going to be on either Res Comp or Torch. Their ban draft system has practically forced them onto
So,
it.
no
Sparker
Res
is
Comp
gonna
money
be
to
starting
side.
one off,
Fi's gonna run this Wolverine. Again, these Enzo is gonna have a real hard time in this one, I think. Wolverine Winter Soldier is a tough duo to play tank into.
Yeah, swapping away from a whole composition against the Punisher definitely makes sense. Kind of becomes an effective ban to have the Punisher up against the Hulk.
So this kind of becomes the Pokey game, to be honest. We talk about this all the time. When you have a Punisher in this kind of format, it becomes what value does the Punisher get from their ultimates? And that's going to be the game decider from BBP's side, you know. Tanuki's just going to be outputting this damage consistently from above. But it's going to be Pokey's ults here that make or break this game.
Pokey does get grabbed on out by Sparker and almost gets taken down, but the peel is there to keep the Punisher up. And Berber Patapim do have Final Judgment and Eternal Bond. Virtus.pro need to shut this down before it comes through.
This is going to happen straight up. There we go. There's Ken. Pokey over the top.
And there it is. The Final Judgment. Is the pocket going to be good?
Finn gets an early kill. That's big. They're going to make it around the corner. They are dancing around this ultimate. And this is so good from VP. Holy shit, that was so good from VP. They play around it so well. And that's what I'm talking about, right? It's pretty one-dimensional. Oh, he whiffs though. How does Nevix get Ken? That's very unfortunate for Ken.
They will be welcoming a brand new denizen of the Dark Domain.
Yeah, it was a miss on the
and then Sparker gets Tanuki as well. So that's going to be a reset. VP get first prior
and
get first percentage.
They're still going to be able to build up a lot of point percentage off the back of it, and fire on that Wolverine too is going to be something that Polly has to be constantly worried about. It's so much harder to get a Captain America into a backline when the backline can play all the way behind the point with the distance. Finzi just trying to keep up as much charge on the Amber as possible, utilizes the Aegis to get safely back to the team, all the while fielding the damage that he's taking to Saipe, who's got another God of Mischief.
Oh, Enzo taking a bunch of damage right now. Forces out a little bit of resource to try and keep him alive. Now it's Folly moving forward with the Freedom Charge. Enzo just floating slowly after him. He's just floating menacingly. Yeah, Cypress still has the ultimate, but guess what? Fincy was left alone on point. Absolutely dinghied with no friends. Final Judgment comes on through. The damage may already...
Here we go. Here goes Pokey. Gets two, gets three. And that's the big difference.
With the clean up. And Berber Padum get out of this with 2 strat outs.
Yeah, and just the Final Judgment used alone, no strategist ultimate invested as they understand Virtus.pro's players. So
huge, and that's the difference to talk about, right?
They can't just block the
as soon as Pokey gets value from that ult, it completely changes the fight, and that gives BPP the site, right? 52% for VP from that first push.
Once again, coming quickly here for Pokey. Virtus.pro are on the clock.
Fi tries to get a hold of that torch above.
Doesn't quite manage to grab Tanuki. You can rain above it all with a firestorm.
Tanuki does have a supernova though. As soon as this is out. Oh, Nevix gets Pokey. That's a big pick.
Getting rid of Pokey. Resurrection not on the docket for.
Here goes the supernova with Ken pushing all the way in. Really aggro.
Attempt to maybe shut them down. It's going to be Spark who's going to be the
Sparker's been kept alive. Alex gets Fins. That's big.
Falls down the moment they start channeling their ultimate. A waste there from the Icelandic giant, but Tanuki still.
Dryjo gets Tanuki. That's a big pick. Sparker looking to go. Needs to get these picks, but there goes Enzo with the dunk. Can he get anyone? Tries to sneak it past that portal, but doesn't get the kill. And fires on top of him straight away. Sparker with the kill on Tanuki as well. Dude, Sparker is a monster on this winter. Like,
that's going to be Virtus.pro back in control.
The damage output is crazy.
Finzi, well, I was going to say it's stuck on the Strange, but no, he's actually going to swap off of the Emma. It's Nevix who's outside Berber Patapim spawn just to stall them out so that the Emma can get back into this fight. They know that they need him to control the Captain America in the fight that comes afterwards. So too to worry about Tanuki, who's off of the torch now onto the Winter Soldier himself. Virtus.pro with this delay have been able to build up ultimate.
No, the first 2 games are close.
It's
a close series. VP have kind of got the momentum right now, though, so...
Regen domain gets invested to make sure that everyone survives the follow-through. And Fire is
Dryjo pops.
Another last stand ready to go.
Nevix
Maybe
and
you can
Fi
pin them
both
into
have their
your own
ults.
fate of both
Tanuki
worlds.
is
Even down
now
to
swapped
here.
to the
Down
Winter
Fi to make a
Soldier.
decision as to where it's gonna go. Virtus Pro have almost grabbed
Decided to
themselves
try
in
and match
airfield
this.
here. Oh, this could be brutal. You can see the shields are raised.
Oh, Sparker! With a triple over the top from the meteor. Are you joking?
Ask for a hero.
Oh, the timing was crazy.
Virtus Pro
What
managed to claim
the
this
fuck
right off
was
the back of
that?
a perfect Meteor M. There was plenty
Dude,
of HP
Nevix
for them.
with a
Thunder off the back
crazy
of the
meteor,
freedom charge, but
and
the
then
culling
Sparker
aura
with the timing
means
over the
that they
top
cannot
is
save themselves
insane.
from a briny grave. Burber
I want to
Paladin
watch that
drop
again. What the fuck
first
was
sub
that?
map, but they aren't down yet.
This is what teams talk about, the
Jesus.
synergy that Virtus Pro have, the fact that these players have been together for as long as they have been. They're able to come on through with such smart solutions.
BBP look kind of
Meteor
lost,
M, they
man.
know it's
I
not
don't
gonna
know.
get the value of
These
the pick
last two
itself,
games,
but it
they've
gets
looked
so many
like
of
they
the
haven't
players down
even
low.
like
And
contested
Sparker
really in
can
these
come
last
through with the
two.
immediate follow-through when
VP are
Burber
just
Paladin
kind of
have
fucking
no
walking
answer
them, no?
back. And that is going to be frozen airfield going that way, but still, it's not over yet. Looking at the ultimate charges, though,
That was
Harry,
wild.
Virtus Pro are definitely starting with a lead. They've got strategist
Jesus
ultimates, they've got the
Christ.
last stand too, and Burber Paladin are going to be
Hi,
mixing
hon.
things up themselves now.
Yeah, yeah, the mag just ended up
back.
because you know, it becomes about like it's a game of cat and mouse with these
meetings,
meteors, isn't it?
Neither team's going to be TPing
You know,
out
because
either,
you
so we
pop
can
your
expect a
curtain to
all's
try and
fair
like
fight
block
for the
it
high
and
ground.
soak it up if you're the opposite mag.
Shooter onto the
But then
jab
that's a
just to
short
give Virtus
cooldown,
Pro
so
a
that
little bit of
goes,
a
they hold
lead
it, and then
in
they pop
terms
it
of
when that
arriving
curtain's
on the point
down.
and positioning both Finzi and Fi into a
But
space
man,
with the
Sparker
ultimates
going
can
over
find
the top
value.
immediately was
Going to
crazy.
be going dry into this one, both in terms of ultimates and
Welcome
the
back,
jet
Saeed.
bubbles out of spawn. So Fi is already all the way around
So
the
you can
back.
see,
Do
can you
they
see the
know that
bar
this
at the top
Wolverine is here?
next to
'Cause
the
this could be
names, the
brutal.
two
No,
white
he gets
bars?
scout
So it's
checked
best
out.
of five.
Has
So
to use the
BBP are
barrel
2-1
link,
up
not to
right
get in,
now.
but to get out.
Yeah, Tanuki knows these
If
paths
BP win this
better
game,
than
they
most.
take the
As an
series.
experienced
If
Wolverine
VP
player
win
in
it,
their
then we
own
go
right
to
already, that's gonna be
a
a
game
second
5
ice up,
decider
more absolute zero given full.
in this
So when it
first
comes to
series of the
raw
day.
healing output, Virtus Pro are going to be able to win this one before they even have to pop the fate of both worlds, and that gives them the first control
So
box, which
yeah,
is
VP
super
gets
important.
first percentage, first
Tainted
control of
Voltage
this
comes
high
on
ground, and they're
from
gonna start
Sparker.
looking
They've
at
got to
rolling
utilize the
in.
fate of both worlds, given it was Saipe who was copying it.
Tanuki
Burber
is,
Paladin more
in-
than
on
happy to
their own
just
a bit
back away so that they
this
don't give
backside.
Virtus Pro any more lead in ultimate charges or a potential stagger. But now they have to rotate to the
Ooh,
low
Fi
line.
tries to
Any
grab.
contest on the high.
Fi unable to grab too much off the back of that feral leap. Now all's fair and love and war as we bash
Dude,
all
this
four of the
constant
low
spam
ground
from
internal
Winter
bond already
is
moving
so
in towards that
oppressive,
back
dude.
line. A big terror kick
This like
here.
ammo
Could be
resetting
everything.
is
It's Enzo from the
just
other side.
nuts.
Double mind control coming
Here goes
through,
Pokey.
and
You need to get
Pokey's
some
gonna
value
try
from
and
this.
clean up all who present themselves to the Emma
Oh,
Frost.
Nevix just fucking
Nevix
nails him
from
again.
downtown. A spicy mid to
Sparker
bottom.
over the top.
Pokey cannot take the
Gets
flame.
choked, though. That's
They're
nice from
pretty
Enzo.
experiencing Salt for the first time. They're taking on
Who's,
down. Now it's down to Fincy, taking down Ken. Still in
Enzo's
control
playing,
of the
piloting
Virtus
this
Pro,
Emma
close to
now.
letting it run on over.
Letting
Attempt to
Polly,
try and grab
take this
Enzo
mag.
away and send them into- Oh,
Fee goes off.
Just
Sacrifices
managing to
1
take
for
Tanuki
1.
down. Still Virtus
But
Pro
Enzo
lose
gets the better
control.
of that exchange on
Yeah,
this
the
Emma.
flip
So
comes on for-
nice take from
They just
BPP.
don't have the
50% for
strategists to
BP.
keep the Vanguard up. Sparker almost goes down. Will be able to just provide that bionic
And Polly
hook
still has an ult,
immediately
but
gets
man,
the shielding that it provides without hitting that ability
Sparker
regardless. Virtus Pro
is
are going to be able to try
nutty.
and push and take this fight a little
Pokey's
bit
having a
faster
hard
than
time
Burber
staying
Paladin
alive
would
with these,
want. Meteor
with
M
these
is gonna have
ults.
to be held for Polly too.
Nevix
given the
has
fact that
fucking
Sparker
got
and
his
Fire are a little
number.
bit too far away from their ultimates to shut down the momentum push.
Saipe going to be quick on the trigger here. Oh, that's an early grab as well. Speaking of grabs, Fi has to be given over the shield after being taken down by that Emma. Now, the Meteor M reigns above you, desperately wants
Oh,
to
Dry
unable
Joe
to
escapes
find
it.
this on the wrong
Polly
side
whiffs.
of the staircase.
Sparker gets
That means
Enzo.
Enzo fell
Fi
through.
goes again
Fi
with Polly and
sacrifices
just
himself
fucking
to the
lemmings
gods of the
it.
underworld.
Self-sacrifices
It's a bargain of
for the
flesh,
cause
and the
again.
flesh is readily
For the
accepted.
second time in a row. Polly's probably just like, come on, man. Like, really? Come on, man.
All of the stagger picks onto Burber Paladin. Tanuki without the bubble goes down, and Burber Paladin have to try and come back into this next fight. But final judgment.
So they
with
do
whichever
have
one is
Ken
going to be
with
up.
this cloak ult
Virtus
that can
Pro
walk them on.
will far
Pokey
from that
with
meteor.
the
Gonna have
Punisher to
stall
back
the
it
Nevix
up.
to be able to build it, and now
So
we
they
have the
do have a
reaction check
way
once
to
more.
get on, and here we go. There goes Ken. Here goes Pokey. But he's exposed.
Once again, nice metallic
Nevix doesn't choose to try and go for Pokey here, and Pokey's free. Gets one, gets two.
A little bit of sustainability off the back of the fate of both worlds. Sparker starts to get in close.
Oh, Sparker just tries to get it. Gets shotgunned in the face by Pokey. Pokey is ready. Like, he had that shotgun out already. He knew it was coming. And here we go.
It's gonna be
Here we go.
more value. Both the teams
This is going to be an end fight.
and can take advantage of the silence.
95.
The team spiraling into.
We're probably going to get up to around about 80 by the time they want to
The
contest.
difference is that Alex already has the ultimate. Saipe has to wait, take a little bit of damage coming on for the
Tanuki with the
rest of team to
supernova
put up
as
the
well.
mischief. And Virtus Pro feel like they have the need to go.
Saipe going with that Loki.
Supernova is going to be cooking. Double ice arts, absolute zero. Also
Lots of ults on both sides. This is anybody's fight.
Soon. And indeed, a lot of space has been given over here by Boba Padman already. They want to try and strike back afterwards, but they need to sustain.
There goes the
first.
Emma,
And that means
trying to
it's
get
time
the
to start
pings.
using the Sonic Seduction, the culling turret
Both
in the
sides.
back. It's going to all come down to this fight here. Berber, Padapim.
Pokey's nearly got another ultimate, though. Watch out for this. Pokey's got it. That's a big pick from Enzo. Sparker gets Tanuki. Sparker goes for Polly as well. Gets it. Drydro's gone, though.
The metallic curtain saves Nevix for a moment.
Sparker's waiting. Holds it as long as he can, but gets taken out by Alex. Pokey with the shotgun. He just gets sent on, though. Fi gets him. Enzo gets Cypher. How have VP taken this point? Someone's got a touch. Polly's getting railed by this Wolverine. Enzo staying alive somehow. Enzo! Enzo! Enzo on this Emma is absolutely smurfing it and keeping them in this game. The healer's keeping him up on point. He's got another ult. He can keep them off, and here he goes. And they take it, BBP. MVP healers. Healers and Enzo hold that point down. And it's 1-1. We're going to point 3. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Next fight. And Ken does have Eternal Bond, but Pokey does not have Final Judgment to follow up off of the back of it, so it is just going to be base damage.
I don't know how people say in complete darkness. Oh yeah, surely your eyes hurt, right?
It could well be Pokey just on the culling
after a while,
trying to get Final Judgment online before the Cloak and Dagger.
I mean, I do if I'm like high.
If
I've had a smoke, then yeah, I sit in darkness. But that's also because I'm high as balls, you know?
Has to go to China. I've got no favorites.
Yeah, Enzo, like, I mean, Emma is, that's one thing Emma is so good at, is like just taking and holding this space. You know, it's why Emma is like a top tier tank. If you have the healers behind you, you can kick people away. You've got the shield, you've got the choke. Here we go, guys. All to play for. All to play for. Sparker gets Tanuki early. That's a big pick.
But that was a huge chunk to the Final Judgment as Ken tries to clear the space with that Eternal Bond.
Oh, Enzo survives. What? He goes into Diamond and manages to jump over the Wolverine and survives. Crazy work from Enzo. Here goes Pokey. Sparker's trying to get him, but peeks out a little too far and gets his nose taken off.
Sparker just goes down before Kraken Impact can come on through.
And that's going to be a take for BBP with the early percentage. Remember, if BBP take this, they win, and VP are out. If they take this point, BBP move on to the grand finals against Rad, and VP go out.
The spam pressure coming on from Berber Padafin is so extreme.
Tanuki has a supernova. There he goes. He's just going to buy time and keep them off. Burn cooldowns. There's the lamp.
Commit, or do we disengage? And for now, the ebb and flow seems to be that the river's flowing outwards.
Build that percentage up. Let Pokey get back to that ultimate.
Have the psionic seduction. It's also 3-point percentage for Berber Patapim too. Pokey is already halfway
Enzo not too far away, but they have 4 ultimates here. Great, fucking great hook from Sparker. Crazy fucking hook from Sparker. What?
Again delivers on the Meteor M. An early flip here from Virtus Pro was sorely needed.
And they're not using ults. This is really, really good for VP. They use one ultimate to flip that point. That is a massive take for VP. They still have the crazy ult economy advantage.
Final judgment. Virtus Pro do have both of the strategist ultimates to be able to live it, but Saipe might not be able to
watch
keep
out.
alive for
Ken and Pokey with this combo is up. And we see Fi changing to this Punisher to try and match. And here we go. Ken goes. Fi's going on the other side. It's about who's going to get the better side of this. And Spark is going to get it. And it's really nice from VP. Nevix with a double as well. And VP hold. VP hold.
They're going to have Supernova after a little bit of pressure coming through from Tanuki, but that's what you're looking for Nevix to now.
Crazy work.
Absorb parts of the Supernova, and then your Punisher can take the torch down in the sky alone. 62% and more picked up for the side
Enzo
of
has an ult.
Sparker as well, getting tainted
Tanuki
voltage.
has the
Connects onto
Supernova.
all the players stacks upon each other. Finzi gets the crystal connection.
He's going to pop it early. There's no Maggle as well.
He gets grabbed into the regen domain. The Meteor M comes
Enzo's looking, does not get anybody, but look at them going. Pokey, Enzo, Alex, all of them getting kills. And they're gonna flip it. They're gonna flip it.
Berber Patapim went before Nevix could build Meteor M.
Polly's gonna have an ult soon as well. That could be a huge cap ult.
And now it's one last fight for Virtus Pro to have to just
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
before they go for that
Can VP flip this for the game and to keep themselves in this series?
To try and secure these picks in the oncoming fight.
It all comes down to this. Polly has
Ken building as well.
to make sure that everyone's going to have
Pokey building. If they stall this, VPP are going to have a lot more tools to play with. Cyper, Drydro both get theirs. Sparker about to get theirs as well. Polly's burn it. Here goes Ken. Oh, Nevix gets Alex in the corner. Oh, this looks really bad for BPP. They've burnt everything and they've got nothing. And here we go. Sparker. They're going to have to TP in.
Contest here from Berber Patapim as they have a portal ready to go, surely.
There we go. Pokey's ready with the portal. He's going to have to be quick. Oh, I don't think he's got it in time. It's so late. It's so fucking late. Oh my god, they touched just Polly. Oh, Polly keeps it alive just. Oh my god, that was so fucking close. But 2 of them are down. They're taking this fight at a disadvantage right now. Luna is keeping them in it, but Polly's going to stall behind this portal. There goes Pokey. They're off point. There's no ults. Enzo's about to get one. No support ults, though. And Fi gets Polly and Enzo as well. And this looks like his VPs. And we are going all the way. The reverse sweep is real. And it is 2-2. Oh my god. All the way.
Virtus Pro remain in the series. The reverse sweep potential still on the
Surely not.
What a
Surely not.
Sparker's Winter Soldier.
We have watched so many reverse sweeps that it is getting beyond a fucking joke now.
Every single time Finzi is able to find a
It's almost becoming detrimental to take the first 2 maps at this point. I don't know about the last series last night, But the last two that we watched
Unbelievable.
were both reverse
A reverse
sweeps.
sweep potentially on the cards. Berber, Padapim are giving it their all still.
Sparker
Bears,
on this winter is a fucking monstrosity. Like, I don't know what you do as BBP.
They refuse to let despair take grasp in their minds.
I don't
It
like
feels
them
as
running
well
the
like they
Punisher.
engineered
It
the
feels so
composition that
coin
Berber
flippy for
Padapim were on.
BBP.
Tanuki going over
It
to
makes the game
torch,
so
it was
coin
meditated.
flippy.
Sparker with that Winter Soldier pick just made it so much harder for Tanuki to commit
depends
into
on
these
the
fights.
map.
Yes, we saw some amazing gameplay coming through from Tanuki, the Supernovas too. But
Do they need to start? Do they need to change the prio and ban out either this mag or this Emma? Like, I feel like giving them this mag Emma is just like, I don't know.
I would say that Rad Esports
But you
are
give
waiting
up,
in the
I mean, you give up a
wings,
power
like, VOD
DPS
watching
pick
and
for it,
studying,
though.
But honestly, I don't know how anyone could look at this analytically first time through and feel anything other than sheer joy. This is esports, Mox. This is such
Crazy
a
series.
This is Marvel Rivals being played at the absolute highest level. These are players who understand.
How are we
that
getting
comes
this
out
just
from your team.
non-stop, like
That
one
is the
series
win
after
condition,
another? It's
And
wild.
they all in on that win condition. Every single time we got to see these final judgments
BBP
coming
will
through
pick the
from
last map
either
because
side.
they lost.
Look at the amount of resources.
So
that
the way that it
Punisher has
works
to be
is
able to
the
break
first map is
through
always
to
domination and is
finally
randomly
win the
selected.
final judgment joust. We've got
The
Magneto
second and
Bullocks,
third
we've
can
got
either be
Ella
convoy
Aegis,
or
we've got
convergence,
psionics
and it's
deductions
completely
to
up
make
to
sure
them,
that
one
the
or the
other
other.
team is
And then the
silenced
third one
fully
is the
and
one
can
that
do
wasn't
naught but
chosen, and it's
turn
always
and
chosen by the
walk
loser.
towards the pretty shiny.
So whoever
And
loses
this
the
is
map then
such a
chooses the
banger of a
next one.
series.
I don't know about you, Mox, but I need a break. So we'll be back for map 5 after this.
So BBP, it's got to be, we just had domination, so it has to be a convergence or a convoy map. So we could see, I would love to see Clintar. I would love to see Symbiotic Surface. That would be a fucking banger, dude. But yeah, we could have Symbiotic, Hall of Dajalia, Idrisil Path, even Spider Islands, maybe. We haven't really seen much Spider Islands, but that could be a little spicy. Another, well, no, we've had Midtown, so we can't have Midtown. Have we had Central Park in this series? I don't think so, right? Wait, what maps have we played? Fuck, I don't know. All right, I'm going to quickly run 60 seconds of ads again, so you don't get interrupted in the game. And oh my god, guys, we're going all the way. This is just the first series as well, by the way. Remember that. This is just the first series. And this is going to lead into the grand final, which is a best of 7, not a best of 5. But Radov looked really good. Radov looked really solid. Oh, that was groups. I mean, I honestly don't know who I want to win. Like, I don't know who I want to win. So, because, like, either way, this is going to be an epic rematch in the grand finals, right? Rad and Virtus Pro faced up in the group stages. Rad were the first team to upset and beat Virtus Pro 2-0. Then Virtus Pro wiped the floor with them in the final 3-0. Hang on, we'll go to the group stages here. So this is the groups. So Rad beat Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro then fucking wiped them 3-0 in the grand final. Then in playoffs, Rad have faced up against BPP in the upper bracket final. They knocked them out. So the BPP had to play this series. So we could get an upper bracket final rematch. And this is a fucking epic series between these two. So either way, we're going to get a crazy rematch.
Mox, how could it be anything else but 2-2, the last possible moments? Virtus Pro versus Berber Patapim. It's all on the line. A ticket to China to the grand finals, a share of a $250,000 prize pool, but also going to the first ever international LAN for Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, and bragging rights as well, where you can finally say once and for all, Berber Patapim or Virtus Pro, which team are better? Because we came into this season, that was a question. That was at the back of our minds, at the back of every single team's mind. Whenever we talk to them and being like, oh, who do you think is going to win overall? Or rank the teams that you think are the strongest. I would hear consistently, some people would immediately put full stock in Virtus Pro, but there were rumors and whispers circulating about Berber Patapim, how strong this team was, how strong the pickups had been, the players that they'd been able to put together, the hero pools that everyone on this team had, and the fact that they were the ones winning scrims, that they've been the most successful so far outside of official game plays. And we've got to see Berber Patapim really come into their own. They went from just being very much a dive-flavored team, which meant that they were pretty easy to understand what comps you're up against, how you can potentially go into the pick and ban draft system against them and limit their power levels. And they've just fully evolved and flourished into a team that can play so many different ways, and that's what Virtus Pro has always been able to do too. So it feels like it's two juggernauts.
I'd love to see Thor. Me too, Ryan, but unfortunately I don't think we're going to get it.
Yeah, they have,
especially not at this late stage. Maybe in a BO7 as people are playing around and experimenting, but I would be very surprised if we see a Thor.
And only one can make it to LAN.
I think it would probably be considered a bit of a throw
in the grand finals
between these two very highly contested
teams. The team that comes out of this is either going to be dead tired or fired up beyond belief. Right now, the momentum,
as much as I would love to see it, and believe me, I would love to see it.
For a reverse sweep is so real.
The potential for a full hold on this next map, though, is also just as likely, Harry, because Berber Patapim, they decide they will put their tournament lives and LAN potential on the line and take us to the newest map. And I mean,
here we go.
This isn't just a
we're going to Racco?
Right?
Oh, shit, we're going to Racco.
Glove being slapped upon the cheek of Virtus
Pro, shit, we're going to Racco.
To say that they love the next map that we're headed to. We finalized this on a Racco.
Oh, this is a finish on the spicy fucking end map. Holy shit.
It's the same first bans again, baby. Don't let Ken play the Loki. Don't let Fi eat up.
Cap save?
I mean,
they're gonna Wolvie save.
But that's exactly what Berber Patapim are gonna do here. No more Captain America protection.
Are they gonna just ban Cap then? Do they ban Cap if it's not protected?
Tanuki has been able to do so much.
Yeah, they do. They just take it, right? Take it away from Polly.
But now, yeah, maybe you don't have the first protect on Polly's Captain America anymore. Virtus Pro are
they Loki safe probably?
One away, and likely going to see Saipe's Loki protected again.
I would be
surprised if not.
It's not the highest matter, but the last time these two teams
went we're on a Racco, so definitely the torch ban is valid. Probably the Psylocke as well. Wolverine coming. If you're wondering about the Wolverine, by the way, Wolverine is insane on this map. This is an incredibly good Wolverine map.
This might be
There's so many crazy angles that you can hit.
Hard days to schedule around in Marvel Rivals in history.
They're gonna go for the Star-Lord.
I bet that our grand finals is gonna go to 7.
So either the Psylocke or the Wolverine are gonna get through for VP.
Yeah, well, we're gonna be waiting to see more Punisher.
And they're gonna take out the Punisher for
BBP. For the side of Virtus Pro, Punisher is taken out from the side of Berber Patapim. So
wow.
1v1 final judgment. So I think this is actually a stroke of genius from Virtus Pro if they decide to go through with this. The Winter Soldier protection. They know that Tanuki is going to be out on the Wolverine. So what better way of playing versus him than Hook waiting to grab him if he tries to land his hands on a Vanguard?
They've done that over a Psylocke or a Wolverine.
Potentially on the Punisher.
They've saved Winter over either of those.
Pro had to acquiesce to that earlier and just go, okay, fine, we'll mirror.
But it's so smart, dude.
One last protect
It's
here.
so smart
Vader
because
Harry
they haven't
Silex
banned
made it
either.
through, and Luna so far for both teams.
Oh, yeah. For Psylocke, Pokey's great at the Psylocke. Are you going to get as much value out of it without Polly on the cap? Maybe.
Potentially you don't have a Luna though, because I think Virtus Pro uses this last ban system slot
Did they
to
ban
take
the Luna?
out. So you can go for the Psylocke 1v1, but Sparker will have the lead.
They're going to take out the
I was going to
Emma.
say both of them are going to have the Emma projectiles so that you can go for your mirror form.
This is a
potentially get
spicy
the upper
fucking
hand against your
draft.
opponent. But no, Virtus Pro actually prioritized the Emma taken out and Luna Snow.
But the
makes
thing
it
is that, like,
for
there's no
both
Wolvie ban
teams.
with that Wolvie save. So they can,
Okay.
both teams can run it.
Luna's up.
There
And
is so many
disallowing
options here, right?
Tanuki.
There's,
Oh,
you
this
could
is,
do Hulk
it's gonna be a bit of an
Namor.
Emma Frost could be a big difference maker here.
We know how much Enzo loves this
It's going
Hulk.
to force Enzo to pick up the Hulk. Enzo's very good at the Hulk. I wouldn't mind seeing Enzo play the Venom sometime as well. We've seen it get a lot of value, especially in overtime on
Dude,
weak
this is a
counts.
Not against the
spicy
Thing,
fucking
though.
draft.
I feel
Yeah, the thing
'cause
really is an issue for that.
The thing
This is a
was one
spicy
of the
draft.
first counters that a lot of people look to when dive was becoming a problem. Since you
This
would
thing
utilize
could be a
the
problem as
Earthbound
well. If they're
debuff,
running
the Venom would
Psylocke
go
and
in, then before
Wolvie,
he could
this
swing
thing
out,
could be
boom. Gyro's
mega,
just prevented
mega
from
big
moving
pick.
a singular inch, no force physics necessary, so you still got to have the star
No
strategist line up that
torch
you
ban
wanted to,
either for
as
Tanuki,
both
so
of these
Tanuki
teams,
could
as we
just
can
as
see from
easily
production,
switch
so
off that
helpfully
Wolvie and go
providing
onto a
for us
torch.
A 3-2-1 on Arako coming on through.
You guys, lock in.
The
Lock
Flora Colossus
the
is
fucking
ready to
game
once
5.
more bring verdant
All or
life.
nothing. This is it.
This
This is for all
machined
the
block.
fucking marbles.
But who will be... Oh, okay, Nevix has already been exiled. They're holding
This is for
early.
all
That's fine on
the
Dr.
motherfucking
Strange.
marbles.
This is going to be a TP. This is going to be a Team Pep style defense.
Yeah, Sparketeers on that Winter Soldier. They catch immediately the flank that Berber Patapim try to find the Gamma Monstro taken out before it can find Virtus Pro.
Tanuki's already gone down.
Backline of strategists. And in the meantime, Saipe more than happy.
Dude,
at
what is
showing
this
that
fucking aim
hypocritical
from
oath
Sparker?
Can become
What?
hypocritical oath when a Loki is a strategist on the line.
Yes, I've taken my
Tanuki goes on BP into the thing.
Just bobbing
What?
around with these stone haymakers. Tanuki's made the swap. No more Wolverine even against Triple Tank. Instead going for that back line with the Black Panther.
And we didn't talk about this,
The
but
Mask could
VP
be
are
everything
running the
early
triple
grab
tank to
here, and
try
oh my goodness,
and
it's so
hold this as
difficult to
long as
survive this
possible.
as with Doctor
And we see this
Strange.
really
Tanuki
commonly on
is demanding
Arako.
a huge amount of attention, but Thing has already done a good amount of damage though. Remember that.
You know, it's a really good way to stall.
Look at
Oh,
the
what a
amount of
hook.
attention they're bringing. The bionic hook comes on through from Sparker, but you've only got one hook against one duelist. And Pokey is tag teaming
Pokey gets
out
side
of the space
perk.
that
Pokey gets
Tanuki
Drydro.
runs.
Both
Everyone
support's
looks at
gone.
the
That is a
fight. And
massive
the
couple of
Sparker
picks.
gets away for free.
Oh, Spark. Oh,
Oh,
that's such an
Sparker
unfortunate
gets
reload
Pokey.
there for
The
Pokey.
reload timing is
Sparker
so
buys him just
awkward.
when they're at their weakest.
And a hook
Big
as
grab
well.
onto Enzo Varistella. There's
Oh,
still a
Sparker
cracking
just
impact
nearly
in the back
fucking
pocket. They really
1v
wanna use
fucking
that one, so they're just
7'd
gonna
everybody.
TP back quickly and use it, I imagine.
Yeah, VP just going to be sacrificing themselves on the objective
Pokey
itself,
makes
given the
those
fact that they
picks
lost both of their strategists
and
to
gets them
Pokey in
moving
the
forward.
back
They're
line.
going to TP in and
it's
try
going
and
to be a
recontest
very
with this
fast
triple tank.
contested
We see this
TP
all the
play
time.
coming on from them.
Look at the ults,
They
though.
do
This
have
is
the
going to be an ult
regeneration
dump.
domain, so
6
no ultimate needed
on
to match up
VP,
to the
5
sustain
on
they can provide on the
BBP.
Eternal Bond, but now that the Eternal Bond has come on through, out comes the fate of both worlds.
Oh, missed. Didn't quite get the Luna. Polly gets Drydro, though, with the Maggot. That's big.
Connection onto Drydro.
Yeah, Drydro dunked on, which means there's going to be a second strategist ultimate available here. I have Agamotto from
5
Fire
whiffs on
gets
the Agamotto as
absolutely
well.
nothing.
Both
The
Agamottos
Bast
don't
is
do
safe,
anything.
ready to go as well, and most of the defensive options are gone
Tanuki
already.
is just being a
Tanuki
menace.
slicing back and forth with the Spirit Rain, which is the slice
Pokey on Cypher. This double dive is getting work done, and somehow they're working around this thing to put in work on this duo. They finally get Pokey, but Finns goes down as well. The Thing is low. The Thing goes down, and that's a good take from BBP. But look at the clock. Look at the clock. 1 minute 20. VP are happy with that. That's a really good stall out. There's a world where they full hold this. There's going to be one more fight before they get this to the first point.
With clobbering time, can still get the ultimate past the Strange.
Sparker
One
is
more fight.
Sparker is holding.
Tents for hook.
What the fuck is that hook?
It's
What?
gonna be a quick disengagement though. Quick reset on the Spirit Rend and back.
How
up
did
onto
he
the high
bend that
ground.
around?
For the wing of their team. Oh, Ken taken off the side by Fi. The Eternal Bond gonna take a little bit longer to charge now. Enzo under siege from the Emma Frost.
Okay, this looks pretty bad for BPP.
Good shutdown could be enough.
Nice Agamotto, but gets shut down immediately. Sparker's got a reset.
Coming through from a clobbering time of Nevix. Enzo's already down. Sparker still surviving.
Oh,
Unable
what are
to
these
find
hooks,
it.
dude?
Big grab onto Pokey. Tanuki taken down elsewhere. And at this
Finzi
range,
gets
Roger
Tanuki.
Stearns getting it
Sparker's
done.
so
It's
low.
gonna be a movement forwards here.
Oh,
With the fate of
Pokey
both
finds
worlds,
him. That's
Sparker
such a
overwhelmed.
massive
The healing
pick.
simply wasn't there
Pokey's
at
got the ult as well.
It's gonna be Saipe trying to turn it on
Emma's
around.
gonna try and hold him there.
That's a couple to Emma.
Oh, that might not be the sustainability that they wanted, but it might be a good way to try and shut down.
Pokey's
Ken
just gonna go
after
straight in this backside. He's got them
Onto
all.
a Vanguard.
Oh, the lamp is
Whole
so
score gonna be
clutch.
regenerated, though, by the domain, laid down by Saipe. 63
That
healing
lamp is
remains.
so
That's the
clutch, but they're
first
still gonna
point
push it
grabbed
in.
by Berber Padapim. Unbelievably clutch.
Oh,
Sparker will
shit.
be able to take down Enzo, but unfortunately he trades himself
They
for
get
it.
point one.
And without that Winter Soldier
Pokey
on play,
is
Berber Patapim's
smurfing.
dive duelists can
Polly
immediately start
is
eating up so much more
smurfing.
distance. Tanuki is off of the Panther, by the way. That Winter Soldier proving a little bit too hard for the Panthers' claws
Yeah, these
to pull
hooks have been
through.
outrageous
He's over
from
to the
Sparker, to be
Wolverine,
honest.
Despite Nevix on this thing. Last Stand's gonna be in play up for Fi though, as is the fastball special.
Fi's gonna get the jump.
To the batting cages.
Oh, and they get him as well. Polly's gone already.
Yeah, Polly already down. Almost 100 rage here. Fi's going to have a great setup for
Thing
their
is
last
looking.
stand, if only they
Oh,
want
that's
it,
a
but for
good
now,
angle,
the
though.
overwhelming cleave that Nevix brings to the table might be
Oh,
more than
Tanuki's in
enough.
trouble.
Pokey shuts it down before it can get too
Pokey
much
gets
done.
Nevix, so
Tanuki now
Pokey does
looking
get the
in
finish.
towards
That's
that
big.
back line. Fi exactly the same. Berber Padabim. They're closer to their spawn here, so the trades are in their favor.
Oh,
Fincy might
Saipe
get overwhelmed.
finishes off
Saipe with the
Tanuki.
rescue, but Doppel going out.
Pokey with the
Not to be
1-for-1 trade.
underestimated.
That's
We
big,
saw
getting that
Pokey has to
Loki
use
out.
the wing shurikens to take it on down. Dredro, an emergency here, giving over
Oh,
that extra
nearly gets
space
Sparker.
with the fate of both worlds and dragging the team forward. Here comes
That's a
Enzo.
nice
Big
Agamotto,
start
but what a
to
choke.
forces out the
What a
the
choke from
aftermath.
Vince to
But
save
look at this,
everyone
Sparker
after that
raising
Agamotto.
waiting for the Psylocke
And
to
Sparker's gonna
emerge
clean
and
up off the back
slaying
of it.
them thereafter.
That is some crazy work from Finn.
Frame perfect dodged. The Eye of Agamotto stun, not off of help from his team, but the CC immunity.
I
the
was thinking
Kraken
about that
impact
yesterday.
provides
I would really like
on
to
the
listen into
aerial
the
jump.
comms, but
He's
maybe
done
we'll
it
get that
on
in
first,
MSI.
He does it on second,
or
and
NSF.
even though Eye of Agamotto could potentially find its mark, Finzi with the Carbon Crush takes down the follow-up Maelstrom of Madness before it can come on through, and Virtus Pro stabilize the hold upon this first corner, which means
This
it's
is the thing that
horrible
VP
for
is so
space
good
that
at.
Tanuki has
The
to
way that
return
they can
onto.
stabilize
He's gotta
out of
be
thin
careful he
air is
doesn't go into
so,
that puddle of
so
ground
good.
under Earth, as it is going to provide the Earthbound status piece going all the way around
There's
the
the
back
Emma,
alley.
trying to
He's
get some
looking for a
pings.
flank
Lunar
last
is up
stand.
in response to
Fincy
keep
worried
everyone up
about
and
the
alive.
location of that Wolverine. Gonna be a quick grab.
Fi gets
Dragging
two.
players in.
Doesn't finish them
Full
off, though.
damage, like a last stand, but sustainability still there.
Tanuki on the other side with the help of Pokey and Polly, though.
Tanuki delivers when you ask for the clutch. Tanuki's there. He's
They
always
want
been.
Sparker. He
Saipe
wants him.
still channeling
He's
that
being
fate of both
saved,
worlds.
though.
Will be
This
out
thing
of
is
the
being
window
really
soon,
annoying.
returning to the Loki. Sparker in the back.
Oh,
Onto
Pokey
the
gets
back
Sparker
line.
as well.
Pokey's
That's
here
such an
with the
important pick.
peel. And now
Saipe goes down, and Pokey is smurfing this.
TP
on this
they're going
Psylocke.
for TP play, but Sparker is a little bit behind the rest of the team in terms of respawn. Does have Kraken impact, but the terror.
Oh, Pokey gets Dredro early, gets Nevix as well. That's just gonna be a straight take. The TP is down as well. Oh boy, this is why you ban the Psylocke. This is why you ban the Psylocke. They don't need the cap combo.
Sparker 2 was denied an opportunity.
Pokey can do this alone, and Fi is trying to mirror.
Currently having to deal with Enzo
Switching
on the
to that
thing, and
Psylocke
now
as
with a
well.
boxing match going on between himself
And the thing as well, Enzo's gone to the thing, but Sparker gets him. Massive stun from Sparker. Ken finishes though. Sparker used the ult as well. That's a massive pick. That's a huge pick from Ken. Sparker wasted the ult completely. Pokey gets Finn.
Still grabs Fincy. but fine now they're going to do their best.
Oh,
Sparker impression.
BPP.
Corey says absolutely not. The no cosplay.
They
zone.
might take this all the way.
Tanuki's got another last stand.
Ken coming in so clutch.
Huge dance of the butterflies, but if Tanuki can disroot Virtus Pro's defenses and go for this back line, then they're going to be giving up a
Look
lot
at Tanuki's
of
positioning.
space
He
for him.
fucking knows
They don't
it.
even know he's on the
He's
angle.
been
Okay,
found
no,
out. That's a
Fry
really good
scans
find
the
from
Wolverine,
Fight.
Tries to take over the absence, and Pokey tries to
There's the
utilize
Lunar ult.
ultimate. Fry's forced to go for the duel.
Enzo gets Fight. Pokey's nearly got an ult. Tanuki's got theirs. That's a good save. Sparker gets Tanuki. Watch out here for Pokey. Here they go. Oh, the timing is so good. But Sparker over the top gets a double. Gets a triple. Oh, I think Sparker's just solo held this. They're not going to be able to TP in time. Sparker.
Not going to be in time with the Doctor Strange.
Holy shit.
Virtus Pro will end Berber Patapim's run of Arako before it becomes a full-on
Sparker
push
keeps them in
through.
this game with an
Something to note here is
unreal
that we're
fucking
currently
hold at the
denied
end.
The Pokey versus Sparker Psylocke conclusion of who is the strongest in the EMEA region, given the fact that this Winter Soldier from Sparker has been indispensable for the side of Virtus Pro. Fi is the one who's having to flex onto the
But
Psylocke
listen,
instead.
they have to go all the way.
Oh, Virtus Pro.
They have to go all the way.
Berber Patapim, they may have been hoping for the full completion, yes, but I think they're already happy with the distance gained. This is such a defensively favored map. We've seen so many first holds. And now, Berber Patapim, their fate is in their own hands, Mox.
24 and
There's
5
no
for
one but
Pokey,
the 12
20k
players
damage.
in this lobby who can do anything more.
You're worried too if you're the
Oh
side
my
of Virtus
God.
Pro with the amount of just spaces on this map where it's really awkward to try and land a Kraken impact. Berber Patapim now on the defense, they can kite when they know
This is a great end map to finish on for this series.
Low overhanging door frames.
All right, here we go, guys. Last half. It is all or nothing right now.
Oh, between these two teams.
It's all or nothing.
Who else could it have been fighting for this last spot? Rad, they prove their supremacy in the
The thing
bracket.
on
They've
both
done
sides
so
to
well.
try and deal with these Wolverines and these Psylocks.
It's a rivalry as old as time.
Fastball. If Virtus Pro can open up this fight immediately with a good Wolverine grab, but no, Fi is not able to grab anything but oxygen. The now falls to Sparker to push
Sparker's
back
gonna
Berber
spam the
Patapim
fuck out of
around
this
that
lane.
corner, but they're not gonna overcommit. They're just gonna hold and wait to time the
Oh, and
drop.
they've clocked
As you can
Pokey's
see, Virtus Pro
positioning.
so vigilant of wherever Pokey could potentially pop up from.
Yeah, that Pokey angle, it's so scary to deal with. And a team like Virtus Pro giving that kind of respect to the Sparker. To the Psylocke, well earned considering that Sparker.
They're getting a good amount of distance right here, though, kind of for free. Dryjo gets Polly, that's a massive pick.
There's so much resources demanded.
They've given them so much room.
Berber Patapim trying to hold on to so much space.
Look at how aggro Sparker is playing. Like, he does not
the
give a
rotational
single
angle that Pokey
fuck.
was
He is
playing
in
from.
their face.
Pokey, though, has been slowly building up down to the butterflies, just farming it when Sparker is looking at other targets. But Sparker, I guess, utilized Troopers first, put himself onto high ground, and he can immediately put pressure onto Berber Patapim's back.
They've kind of corralled him in his back corner. That's a nice pick.
Oh, they got so much space where they don't have control of the cart for now.
Oh, and they get Pokey as well. Dude, Sparker is fucking smurfing. Like,
in the back pocket, but look at this. Nevix is going to be able to tax the Sentry so much for Stone Haymakers. The AoE is overwhelming.
They can't get in. This is just a free point take. There we go. They're having to use the cloak ult to get in. Sparker has an ult though. Somehow gets an insane fucking
Oh, and they've warded
like
away that Black
fucking
Panther.
pull
He's
up.
gonna have to wait a while to come back
Tanuki
in.
has
Quick
switched to this
freeze, I
BP.
believe. Enzo, stunned up by Nevix,
Sparker!
and he's Kraken's impact landing down yet again over to the Cloak and Dagger, trying to chase out that dark
Probably not going to get any more
escape from
resets,
the
but it's a
Cloak,
nice
but
pick.
The final note might well be the cross heel
Enzo
here,
gets
and a
nothing.
shutdown onto the Meteor M. The regen domains were everything. You can't
Pokey's
keep this
going, but
contested
I don't know if you're going to get anything. They get Sparker. That's a nice pick.
But Virtus Pro still claim first in good time.
But it's 4 minutes 20 on the clock for VP. This looks really, really good.
Brutal
Nevix is just unrelenting on this thing. Oh boy, this looks real bad for BBP.
Surge forward and take control of the next corner, which the defenders normally get to utilize to stall and stabilize out for such a long time. Enzo's actually going to swap onto the Doctor Strange, giving up the full charge of clobbering time just so that Berber Patapim have an extra shield, another form of CEC.
If you're Rad looking at this game, you've got to be scared of this win. So what a fucking hook.
Oh,
what
still getting
the fuck is that?
Taken down, and when you've got two of these shield vanguards, that means all the more cleave for Nevix, who's back to the old tried and true fire on the.
I mean, how do you deal with this? Like, it's so much spam.
They are looking
with like crazy high damage spam coming out.
God of Mischief. Nevix gets to play as aggressively in the face of Berber Patapim. Has the clobbering time. If Ken tries to utilize an Eternal Bond the way we saw him first to get the team safe.
Pokey's gone down.
Manages to catch Pokey before the dance of the
I mean, Pokey's getting nothing done on this defense side. Sparker over the top. Not going to get any resets, but they do get picked. Enzo! Get Sparker, that's a big pick. Can they hold off the back of it? They are stalling out time. They're burning the time down. Tanuki and Pokey. Both with ults.
Nevix forced to give up their little bit of positioning here, but this is going to be very
aggressive. Oh, look at Nevix go in. It's just
inside the Yancey Street charge. They were earthbound. Pokey noted, and now
Finn as well, keeping them all back.
Who presents himself to the Emma. Full charge here for Fincy into the diamond.
And there's the Lunar Orb. Pokey's going to get nothing from this again.
Of the fate of both worlds. It's impossible to manage. Polly needs to deliver on this.
Nothing. It goes through the TP. It goes through the TP.
Still Tanuki. They need a clutch.
Spark against Pokey.
They need a hero. It's the last
Tanuki gets Cyber on the backside, but it's just one.
They lose.
Fi is after him.
And Fi's going to try and chase it down. It's a single stun onto Polly. Yet another Eternal Bond from Ken.
Okay, this stall is actually really solid from BPP. Polly with a couple. PKY gets Fi. This is actually a really solid stall out from BBP.
That just gets followed up off of the back.
Oh, these fights are so crazy.
That fight went on so incredibly long. It's now 1 minute and a half. Sparker, though, going to be approaching that Kraken impact. Enzo is going to have the Eye of Agamotto. Alex can line it up.
I'm giving myself a headache doing this.
Fate of both worlds for the damage amplifier on the Maelstrom of Madness. But it's going to have to be Berber Patapim.
Big pick on Tanuki.
Impact down before it takes them out of the tournament.
Early isolation on to Tanuki.
Dude, Nevix on this thing is causing absolute fucking mayhem, dude. He's causing absolute mayhem. Lunar ult on both sides. Watch out for Enzo. Gets Finn. Sparker over the top. Sparker. What the actual fuck is this guy?
Sparker says absolutely not.
Did he just... How does he avoid that? What?
On Kraken impact timing into Eye of Agamotto. And Berber Patapim lose the potential of holding Virtus Pro on second.
That's fucking bananas. Someone check his PC. Someone check his PC.
One team will triumph. One team will find themselves.
His reaction time is fucking absurd.
Psionic seduction, Dreeder, the fate of both worlds, and Virtus Pro's fate is in the Vanguard's hands.
1 minute 40 to push this in. Pokey goes down. Ken's forced to use the cloak ult just to keep everybody up.
By 5, filling in on the Psylocke and delivering here. A big Terror Cape from Ken could be everything. The blind is good.
Big pings from Finn.
That magnetic curtain's gonna drop soon, but it's enough time to escape.
Sparker gets the pick again on Ken.
Still on the other side, has themselves.
Pokey does have an ult, but they're gonna save it for this end fight, I think. BBP are gonna have to win 2 back-to-back fights here if they wanna survive in this. Oh my god, we might be looking at another reverse sweep, guys. I cannot fucking believe it. Oh, Fi goes low.
On the
Oh,
approach
nice pick
here,
from
Pokey
PK.
takes him down. It's an excellent opener coming through from
He's gonna
Pokey.
look for the ult
rest
as
of
well.
team
He
now
wants
deliver
it.
on their own promises.
That's a
Virtus
great
Pro
stall
already
out.
killed this one. They want to try and take the fight with 5 ultimates later, not undermanned.
They need the silo.
It's giving them time. Tanuki's about to get theirs.
Pokey's
Enzo's about to get theirs. It's
and
giving them
then
time to
now
build.
they come on from
Pokey
the
gets
the
Fi
perfect
again.
once more.
For the
Down to
second
bottom
time.
right
It's a
stall
huge
back.
pick.
Virtus Pro try to
It's a
fall back,
huge
but
stall
they don't
out.
have time to reset.
It's giving them
And this
time
has
to
been
build the
all the time
ults.
that was needed here for Burger
Only
Pattern to
Ken
go
is
to their
missing,
own
but it's a
5
cloak.
ults.
They're gonna get it real
76.
fast.
This is the one fight to rule them all. And in
Pokey is
China to
marking
find
it.
them.
You
Ready
can
to
see
come
he's
down
marking
from the
Fi.
top. Tanuki
And Pokey
flies
gets
in
Cypher.
like a
That's
Palace or a
another
Bar. A
massive
double
fucking
stun,
pick.
though, only the single one
Nevix
on
gets
the
nothing
Enzo.
off the back of
Value
that.
gained off the back. A pair of dances of the butterflies. Everybody doing more
Oh,
damage.
God,
Taking
BBP.
down out of their ultimate
Has
here.
Pokey saved them? Has Pokey saved them?
Virtus Pro.
Oh my God, Pokey saved them. Oh, they've done it. Pokey absolutely drags them kicking and screaming with some insane last second picks. Holy shit. VP are out. VP are out. Berber Patapim with the clutchest last fight.
And Berber Patapim take the opportunity
Holy
to stabilize.
shit.
Tanuki and Pokey both being able to pick apart player
Oh
after
my,
player.
look at the
And
fucking
when
healing,
Virtus
man.
Pro
Ken
need
and
to
Alex,
the
take a
most
goddamn
to
bow.
utilize the Loki doppelgangers
Take a
and the
goddamn
regeneration
fucking
domain
bow.
to have the lead when it goes to 6 ultimates v 6 ultimates.
Fi
Loki's
getting
not
picked
there,
off
Harry,
was
but
so
they
bad
don't
in
have
that
the
last
time
fight.
left to wait. They've got to full send the push regardless. And
That
down
is
the
fucking
butterflies.
crazy.
It's the thing that they need.
They desperately
They had
needed
so
it,
much
but
time.
Berber
22
Patapim,
final
they
hits.
needed to go to China more than anything else. They were putting it all on the line, facing down the reverse sweep, looking
Guys,
towards the Bears with momentum. They dig in their
VP
heels, they
are
stomp
not
down, and they
going
say
to
no,
the mid-season
absolutely not.
finals.
This rivalry has gone on far
That's
enough.
what
It's time
this
for us
match
to get our
meant.
flowers. It's time for us
That
to be
is
that
how
top team.
much was
Virtus
going
Pro,
into
we
this
never
game.
could have expected. We'd be
This
looking
last
at the
game
reality
in
now
this
as
best
they are
of
not
5.
attending the
There are
first
only
Marvel
2
Rivals
slots for
LAN.
EU,
But who better to
which
replace
means
the Bears than
Berber Patapim and Rad
I mean,
Esports
there
are
has to
the
be
EU
discussions now
representatives
that
at the
Pokey
mid-season
might
finals
just be the
at the
best
end of this
silo.
month.
End of just getting to
VP,
see the perspective,
widely considered the best
accuracy,
team in
the
Europe,
awareness and
are
understanding
not
too
going.
of looking for those picks, of Virtus Pro not wanting to take the fight because they're a player down,
Holy
and Silo
shit.
having the ability to get in, get out, take a fight really quickly, get the pick that you need, and then not
Yeah,
even
Fi with
apply
those
all
2
of the
deaths lost in
resources
the
from
game,
the rest of your team
for
as follow
sure.
through, because Luna Snow
But
made
Pokey,
a
man.
first pick and bans.
Pokey,
You've got the
this
idol already.
guy
Luna
on
is literally
Psylocke is an
idle.
absolute
Just healing the Vanguards
fucking
all the
monster.
while Pokey is winning
An
the 1v1s up on the
unbelievable
high
fucking
ground.
monster.
That was the thing that allowed Berber Patapim to come back into this match. For me, Tanuki was the star of the show in so many other maps, but Pokey has
Yeah.
to be the MVP of the series.
Has to be.
I mean, Pokey just
These last
finding
couple of
every
picks
clutch
was unreal.
In the end, well, we had so many moments where we sang the praises
Oh
of members
my
of Berber
God.
Patapim, but sometimes it's just
Hi,
3
Jazz.
fights in a row where you get the first pick, you drain that time bank down, and you give your team time
Yeah,
to
Scrim's-
build up
I would
towards an
imagine
ultimate
Scrim's
bank,
gonna be
but in
fucking
the end, it's
wild.
a critical mass too big to fail.
Devastating.
I'm gonna
unfortunately,
quickly
for Virtus
eat,
Pro.
guys. I'm
Like
gonna
you
very
said, it
quickly
feels
grab a sandwich
like a
because I'm quite
different
hungry. So I'm
reality,
gonna turn my
an
cam off,
alternate
but I'm
universe
gonna let
that
you
we're
guys listen to the
finding
interview
ourselves
and
in
stuff
when we
just
say
while
the
I
words,
grab a
Virtus
quick
Pro
bite.
are not going to be at the first international contest of Marvel Rivals esports, but like you said, Berber Patapim going to show that there is new leaders in the region. Virtus Pro, we know that they'll answer back, give them a little bit of time, they'll come back yet stronger. Unfortunately, they are going to have some time, a little bit of a off season now for them, as Berber Patapim will be matching up against Rad, and the last time these 2 teams matched up, well, that one went the distance too. I remember Tetya asking, pleading that the BO5 transform into the BO7, much like a Loki casting God of Mischief and transforming into a Lunar Snow. And I'm so happy to tell you, Harry, that we get that reality. It's gonna be a BO7, and it feels like these 2 teams, they're gonna take it all the way.
I mean, I was watching that winners final so jealously, man. So, well, let's just say I hope that Rad are coming in warm because Burr Padapim certainly are. They have been pressed to their very limits, but the rewards are great when the risk is the greatest. They will be representing EMEA. They are the last team we can add to our smorgasbord of invitees before we figure out who's coming from China later on. And our EMEA participants, I couldn't be more proud of them. They are going to, it's gonna be easy clap for EMEA. There's no other way to say it. There's no other way to say it.
Yeah, I can't wait to see them go up against the likes of, you know, Gen G and Reject too. As you and I, we were talking behind the scenes, like who we think is the most similar to some of these other regions, what the other regions' metas have started looking like too, because EMEA favors Emma, NA loves to let the Magneto through rather than the Emma Frost. Asia is a region unto its own. We've got to hear about Mantis and Ultron coming out from them as a star-studded strategist lineup to the point that they actually get banned out over things like the Luna and the Loki, and I think that's really going to be interesting to see how Berber Padapim interact with those kinds of plays, given the fact that they're also pretty dive coded too. Although one thing that we have to talk about for Berber Padapim, they cracked the code when it comes to the advanced pick and ban system. Like, they went straight for the throat of the duelists rather than the vanguards, and the results speak for themselves. Like, getting 5 of that Human Torch just allowed them so much advantage in a lot of those fights.
Yeah, like trying to ban out Fincy and Nevix, I think is a little bit of a fool's errand, right? They're super flexible, but if you can really start to constrain the hero pool of Phi and you make a Protector go the way of Sparker for the Winter Soldier, you just give so much more room for Pokey to decimate. Like, Pokey's situation just lights out at the moment. It's worth noting as well. All right, let's bring in our interviewee. I believe it's the coach Sala who's coming to join us. I haven't had a chance to talk to Sala yet, so this is going to be an excellent meeting. Hello, bud. You look all grins and smiles.
How can you not smile, man? Oh yeah, it feels amazing, honestly. I think I'm still shaking a little bit. I think the boys, I can't imagine what the boys are like right now, but yeah, it feels amazing.
So what was the energy like? Because obviously it started off really, really strong for you guys. It looked like it was going to be a lights out 0-3. And then Virtus.pro started coming back on for a potential reverse sweep. As a coach, how did you try and keep the team to task in terms of mental?
So, to be honest, yesterday was when we lost. We didn't expect to lose, or we knew it was possible, but it hurt us when we lost, I think. So the first thing was making sure that we're mentally ready for today. We talked a lot about how, look, you don't get a lot of second chances, so we have to use ours correctly. And we weren't afraid of the reverse sweep. We weren't like, oh no, they've taken 2 maps, it's looking bad. As soon as we went to Araco and Hell 7, we knew we'll win one of them, basically. And they did well on Hell 7, actually. They're an extremely good team, right? So they did well to take Hell 7 away from us, which is normally our home. I think 100% win rate up until that game. But we knew also if we have Araco, we have basically, 50% chance of winning.
Okay.
Or rather, we're going to win one of them, so we have a 100% chance. So we weren't too nervous about that. But honestly, the boys are demons. The boys are mentality monsters. So I was probably more nervous than them. The fact that some of them stepped up, the fact that Pokey stepped up the way he did on Araco, like, this guy's unreal. So yeah, I think
monster player.
Yeah, I'm really proud of them. I think they're amazing.
Sorry,
I'm a little bit lost for words. I'm not any better at this, but
no worries.
Yeah, us too. To be honest, that was just one of the best.
I'm also trying not to swear. I don't want to get any fines. I don't want to make good news into bad news.
Yeah, you guys are on the line for some big cash at the moment, heading into our $250,000 prize pool. Let's not lose some of it to fines. Salah, when it comes to your tenure with this team, how long have you been with Berber Padapim? Did you come in after Polly and Pokey, or were you part of like drafting Polly Pokey into like the OG core?
So I was actually with them in OG from MRI. I was there during the MRI run. It was like kind of the first week, so I wasn't doing so much. But yeah, I was there. I've been there since the start, basically. Polly and Pokey, I have to say it, was probably tenor actually. He wanted to show a little bit of bias towards the Norwegians, but it's a good thing he did, to be honest. They're insane.
Yeah, they were
sure
absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
In in terms of the pick and ban system, because we saw a major change, right, from when the two teams last went up against each other, you immediately banned out the Human Torch. How did you come to the conclusion that that was the way to beat Virtus Pro?
So the first ban we did on the first game was basically like we said, okay, if we ban in this line, we know that we're going to force them onto awkward DPSs that they don't want to play. They want to play the Torch, they want to play Psylocke, they want to play Starlord. So we knew that we basically had to ban him out. So we banned out I can't remember what we banned the first, but it wasn't the Torch we banned out second. After that, we won that game, we knew that okay, there's a chance they save Torch, so just to preemptively, we basically said, okay, he's not playing Torch this game. The thing is, when he plays Torch, he's able to... We're a dive team, I would say, and he's able to kind of...
I did 16 and a half hours yesterday.
So we knew that if we don't want him to dictate the pace of the game, we don't want him to have any control over anything, we're not letting him have the Torch. So yeah, that was pretty much it.
Awesome, excellent insight. We're going to let you go so that you can prep the boys for the grand final.
Finals are the best of 7 now.
Yeah. Any words for Rad before we let you go?
Here I would normally talk very cocky, but we've just went through a full best of 5, so I hope we have fun. I know they were rooting for us, so respect to them. They did good yesterday, but hopefully,
yeah, we get an upper final, today,
upper
bracket finals.
I just want to say though,
for the grand
my
finals.
players are. This is not so much on me. My players are insane. Every single one of them are some of the best players in the world. They deserve this so much. So yeah, it's crazy.
Certainly.
How badly,
we recognize their talent, so do you, and now so too will the world in China. Thank you so much for joining us, Salah.
See you there.
Crazy
that was Salah, coach of
work.
Patapim reporting in after they booked their tickets to the mid-season finals. But Mox, the day isn't done yet for Berber Patapim. They may have just gotten out.
We got a whole BO7 to go.
Absolute slobber knock around, but now we've got to go up against the final boss in Rad.
We got a whole BO7.
BO7 time, Harry. Potentially 7 maps if you watch the Asia finals. Maybe 8 if we have a draw. I would not put it past them. We now get to determine
Asia finals had 8
the strongest
maps?
team in the EMEA region.
That's fucking
it's rematch
crazy.
Out.
What?
It's Rad versus Berber Patapim. And like you said, Rad 100% were watching that game and likely that interview too.
Okay, so
let's see whether or not the dashboard system is going to be changing around that one as well, because maybe the secret's out. Maybe we don't target ban the Vanguard.
What this means is VP are not going to China.
Well, you can put a target on yourself on the fashion
so this is
runway by wearing
VP.
some brand
Both
new
have the invites.
Costumes. Thor's majestic raiment.
They both are going to China to represent EMEA
costumes have just hit the store in Marvel Rivals to make sure that you can tear it up with the best
finals
and look your best.
It's not just about the looks either, the sound effects that are attached to all of these amazing
so yeah, these two teams are the EMA teams that are going to be repping EMEA in the mid-season finals. This is just for who comes first, who wins, right? Who gets the money, who gets the pride, who gets the bragging rights. First prize pool is 70,000. So whoever wins this grand finals gets 70,000. Second place is half at 35,000. So there's a lot of money on the line right now in this best of 7. There's a lot of fucking money on the line. I'm going to quickly run ads, just so you don't get them in game, while we're on quick break. I might need to adjust my wardrobe for the next few days. Yeah. Yup. I hate being sunburnt. At least you know you got vitamin D. True. True. Because otherwise, you do what I have to do, which is I have vitamin D supplements to make sure I get my vitamin D. What a great first series. If this is what we're in for the rest of the day, good God, y'all. Good God. Strap in. I mean, in general, I usually have to take supplements anyway. My body does not hold it very well. I saw a thing that was like, most British people should take vitamin D supplements anyway, because in general, British people are very vitamin D deficient. Did Oliver enjoy himself though? I mean, that's true. We don't always get any sun. In fact, we rarely get sun for most of the year. I'm assuming that we're having the other casting duo for this BS7. Yeah, that's the other thing, Ricky, right? I'm also nocturnal, so like, you know, by the time I wake up at like 2, 3 in the afternoon, there's only a few hours where the sun's actually out before it starts to go down again anyway, you know? His friend's sister was trying to play with him more. Oh, has Ollie got himself a... Wait, how old is the friend's sister before I say that? Okay. I thought I'd check. Oh, Ryan, you missed a crazy last map. You missed an insane last map. BBP took it in a, like, unreal overtime fight that was all or nothing. Just like, this is how we've seen so many series go. It all comes down to just one team fight in the end. It was fucking nuts. Oh, gotcha, Jazz, gotcha. Gotcha. All good. We still have the magic drops on, if anyone is still missing the magic drops, by the way. You can get them here.
I'm all worn now, but I'm ready to get amped up again.
Oh, they're doing both?
That was our
Okay.
lower bracket finals, Mox. We have $250,000 on the line, and now it's time for the grands, baby.
That means as well that we're moving up. BO5
Oh, good, oh, good.
transforms into BO7.
Rad
Last time these
Esports
two teams
versus
matched up, it went the
BBP.
distance. Rad were able to win out against the Black Panther composition.
So I think
Then
we all
adapted,
know
starting to
that
ban
I
out
think
the
Psylocke's
Adam
about to be
Warlock. So
permabanned. What
right
do you
off
guys
the
reckon?
rip, it feels like these two teams already have
I
a
think it's
very
pretty
good
obvious to all
read
of
on
us
each other.
that Psylocke's about to get
both of these teams
permabanned.
know each other super well.
From
They were in
BBP.
opposite groups to begin with as well, so they were like
I would be
scrimming
first phasing
plenty
that,
as
to be honest.
Some of our top teams in
I'd be
EMEA
first
during the
phasing that
group
shit
stage.
against
Let's have a look at
Pokey.
Rad's roster. To remind you guys who's
Yeah.
currently sitting at the top.
Yep.
There they are.
So good in all of their roles. They've been able to have such a good grasp as well of the meta.
Raj
Fate was
is a
one of the first
monster
players that we
tank
really
player.
got to see utilizing
Naga's
the
also a
cloak and
really,
dagger and
really
the synergy
good
that you could
Psylocke
find
though.
off of the
So
back
like
of
you
it.
gotta
Level
watch
one
out for
Crook,
that
the
too.
Mantis accuracy as well. I would say easily the best Mantis that we have coming on for
Yeah,
from
Crook
the
is an
EMEA
insane Mantis
region.
player.
So definitely going to be something to keep your eye on too. Although given the fact
Hi,
that we've
Sad.
seen Berber try to ban
LAN,
out the
will it be
Human Torch
EU
at the
versus
beginning,
NA
I
versus
would be
Asia?
unsurprised
So
if
each region
Naga's
will have
Human Torch got the
representatives.
same
So
treatment.
think of
Yeah,
it like
seems getting
MSI
into
for
the
League of
Human Torch,
Legends, if
making
you
sure
know how
Johnny
that
can't rip
works.
off any storms has been
So
a
there are
big
3
secret to
teams
success
from
for
the
these
Americas,
Although I do
2
wonder if
teams
Team
from
Rad are gonna go
EMEA,
down a similar
1
to,
team from
to Venom's Pride
Oceania,
when it comes to trying to shut
2
down
teams from
the
Asia, and 2
Loki
teams
of
from
10,
China.
which is definitely a big part of their
So
success story.
10
Of course, we didn't get to
teams
see it in
total.
the last game. It's just like we saw the power ban of the Human Torch.
So basically
It was always
all
Kane
regions will have
Loki that
2
went
teams
down
essentially.
first.
But
Yeah, and I mean, if you go for
Americas
that,
has 3
Melio
because
too, we
Oceania
have
is
to
so
talk about
small
one
that
of
they've
the
only got
most
1, so it like
sought-after
balances out that
duelists.
way.
Whenever there's a shuffle of rosters, one of the names I always hear floating about that
Does that
teams
make sense?
wanted to be
I
able
hope
to
I
get
explained
their
that
hands
right.
onto was Melio, and when you see his Punisher gameplay, it will show you exactly why.
Melio
Look at how
is
Marvel Rivals Ignite
very scary
came
on
to
this
be
Punisher.
for Team Rad. They played as Team 1, they played as Luminosity, and well, they started off like they were a good team. They were a good
But
team.
if you
Don't
guys
get
were
me
here
wrong.
yesterday for the
They
upper
were-
bracket
they were
final
certainly putting
against
up some good
Rad
showing.
versus Berber
The Marvel
Patapim,
Rivals
between these two
Championship, they
teams,
finally got
it was
Naga
as
integrated
close
a
as
little
it
bit
could
better. He
get.
came in during the Invitational,
So
but hadn't been
this
playing Marvel Rivals for
could
very
definitely
long.
go all the
We
way.
started to see
This
their
could
power.
definitely go
They
all the way to
still got
7.
4-0 though by Virtus Pro, but now the Boogeyman's gone. And thus far in Marvel Rivals Ignite in the playoffs, they have been able to just tear through Zero Tenacity, All Business, and then going very close against Berber Patapim.
I don't know
Yeah,
if
not
there's
likely. I've
I
been
don't know if there's a
watching that
graphic to
previous
show who's
series too. I say likely. Most
qualified
definitely have been watching that last series,
for
so they could get a
mid-season
read of their
finals.
opponent, whether it would be Virtus Pro
So
or
from
whether
what
it
I
would be
know,
Berber Patapim, to try
Rad
figure
and
out
Berber
which
Patapim,
maps
these two
would you want
teams
to take
are
them to,
qualified, so
which
these two
heroes
will
you
be
want to try and
representing
select to,
EMEA.
because Berber Patapim's roster,
So
it's
it's not like
definitely hard to
it's
be able
not
to
done
fully
like
counterstrack
region
them,
versus region
because if you
versus
try
region
and just
side. It's done
remove
team by
one
team.
hero from a
So one
player,
team will
then
win it rather
opens
than
the
a region
avenue
winning
of
it.
another hero for an entirely different
But it
player.
is kind
Like
of
you
set
said,
up
Ken's
as like,
Loki has been a huge
you know,
standout
kind
in
of
past seasons
regions
that we've
going
got to
against each
see.
other.
Pokey
But it's
just
individual
proving
teams that are
themselves
repping themselves, you know,
absolutely
as well.
popping off on Araco, on the Psylocke,
Sentinels
going
and
to show
100
why
Thieves
so
are
often
already
Berber
qualified, I
Patapim get
believe, for the
removed,
Americas.
both the Psylocke
And
the
today we will
Captain
find out
America
who the
when Polly
third
and Pokey are on the team
representative
together.
is.
Yeah, Polly and Pokey. Great acquisitions. We were talking to Salas.
Oh, actually,
maybe
we
at the
might
start,
have
like,
that if it's
little bit of
3,
nepotism.
because...
Admittedly, I think that Polly and Pokey did come out of like a pseudo merger between the
Oh, no, it's going to be
the
Envy.
original
Okay,
OG
yeah, yeah.
roster
So
and a team
Sentinels,
called
100 Thieves, and
Royal
Envy.
Beamers, who did
These are the
very
3
well
teams
in
that will be
MRC
representing
01.
Americas.
Shout out to King Beam,
The lower
007.
bracket semi.
The one and
Maybe
only
that's why we should
supplier
have
of
watched it
Polly
yesterday,
and
but I was way
Pokey
too tired.
sundries to your team that need an additional Vanguard and Duelist.
But I don't know
Could
about the
also
other
flex
regions.
onto many
I don't know about the
different
other
Vanguards
regions.
Too, given the fact that
Well,
Berber
welcome in,
Patapim
Sadders. Lovely to have you.
accustomed to having those two players
I
get
hope you're doing well.
target banned out. It feels like Tanuki a lot of the time. His hero
I hope Blade's
pool,
more
like,
of a
he
1v1
got
character.
freedom, other than maybe
So
the
here's,
Wolverine
I don't know
getting
if you
taken
guys
off
want to have a
against
look
him.
at it,
He
if you
got a
don't
lot of
really want the
freedom
spoilers or anything.
granted to
His
him of
abilities have
just
been leaked.
The distress that Polly and Pokey, the
I
concept
had a
of
very
having to
brief
ban
look
out
over it
a
earlier.
Psylocke, a Captain America, and a Luna Snow all
It
occupying
feels
3 of the ban slots, then immediately freed up
very
the rest of the team to
strong.
have a little bit more of a rampage run. But I feel like that might have
From reading,
changed
obviously we
now,
don't
given
know
the
how that
fact
plays
Rad saw
out,
how
like,
Virtus Pro were able to
How many
exploit
times
it.
do we get baited by
Yeah, we're
new
seeing a
heroes
lot
that
of,
look really good and then
evolution
they're
in our
shit, or they
advanced
look
looking
shit,
bands
like
here
Ultron, and then they're
for
actually
Marvel
really
Rivals Ignite,
good?
but there is quite a bit of value.
The
Previously, there
abilities
wasn't
look
as much
kind of
value with
wild, though.
universal bands to having like very strong
And having an
characters that are a little
anti-heal
bit, maybe not
is
100% meta, like having a Spider-Man that needs to be banned out, like an Iron
Like
Fist that needs
game
to be
winning
banned out.
in a game like
We're
this.
seeing a lot more value from that when ban slots have to be taken up by the opponent.
So we'll see how it plays out,
like the
but
Captain America,
we
for
should
the
have a
Psylocke,
better
and that means
idea in
that some
about 2 days'
generically strong
time.
heroes
So
are still going to be available to you. Like
we
you're
did a little bit
constantly
of
gonna have
research
access
on
to
this
that
the other
Punisher.
day.
You can
The
have easier
new
access to
season
things
is
like
due on the
Magneto to
11th
be
of
Emma
July,
Frost, because they're not
so in
being
about a week
taken
and a
away from
half.
you when you have to
And
deal with the
usually
Polly
they give
Pokey
us the
duo.
information 8
Yeah, I
days
mean, Berber
before.
Patapim might also have adjusted to what
So they
Virtus
give us the
Pro
dev
did
diary
against
and they
them and
update
start
us
really
and talk to us about what they're going to do
prioritizing
8 days
that
before the
Psylocke
new
instead of the
season.
Captain
That's what they've done
America
every
coming on
season
through, which
cycle
brought
so
them
far.
so much success on
So if that's the
Araco.
case,
I feel like immediately,
if they
even
stick
though
with
we've
that,
seen these two teams match up,
we
BO5,
will
they
be getting
continued
the
evolving and adapting
information
every
on
single round,
Thursday
every
this
single
week,
ban
Wednesday
phase
or
system
Thursday this
coming on
week.
through. We're going to be starting off right now,
and we will
there's
see,
still gonna
we
be
will
that
get all the info on
evolvement,
what
that
we're going to get in
evolution
season
coming
3.
on through from both of them. I can't wait to just jump into
Apparently
the
it's
first
a
map and
banger
get to see
season.
whether or not that's going to become a reality.
Apparently it looks good.
All right, let's quick look at the map.
So I'm
The
gonna
map
reserve
win
judgment
race for
until we
Rad.
see it.
Convergence is by far their strongest, and I think a lot of those are probably gained on
I think it's
symbiotic
single
surface.
target, Gabe, but
They
don't
are
quote me on that.
very good at defending that first point, and also really good at like initial muggings.
Blade and Crimson
like
League.
rolling out with that like damage.
Yeah,
boosted
Blade
mana off
and
the back of
Jean
the
Grey
portal, just
League.
instantly
Yeah.
evaporating an enemy strategist, which can
Because it's
often
kind
convert
of
into a first
mostly
point take.
confirmed
Yeah, Rajara's Doctor Strange teleports
that,
are definitely something to
those
be
are
pretty
the,
terrified of.
those are the heroes that
Domination,
we're
though,
getting in season
proves to be
3.
a
And I
little
think
bit
it's
of a
Blade
50-50 coin
first,
flip coming on
Jean
through, and we
Grey
always do start
mid-season.
off
So a
the
month later.
tournament, game systems with a domination map coming on through. So if Berber Patapim can immediately grab up that first map type, then they're definitely going to be feeling comfortable.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so these are the teams that we got.
Harry, does mean that at some
at the
point
moment,
between these two teams, there is going to be that reset cycle coming on out, and the team
so
that
China's
loses
not decided
map
yet.
number 3 will have that pick of the litter when it comes to all of the map types for 4.
So we got Reject for Asia, Genji Esports for Asia. Apparently Genji look really solid. Ground Zero Gaming for Oceania, Rad BBP, obviously that we just seen, and then Sentinels 100 Thieves and MB for Americans. And then China is yet to be decided. So these are the teams that we got for mid-season. Yeah.
When you have this final day where it's lower bracket final,
we had a coach in here the other day, didn't we? So Billy maybe. Apparently Billy are doing well. So maybe Billy Gaming. But I have not been following China scene at all. We've been full on with just following EMEA and Americas. So I've not really followed the other regions really at all. So MSI will be. I should stop calling it MSI. Mid-season finals will be super interesting.
Problem solving, the critical thinking element of the gameplay down, and they have all of these different options that they can go through. And
I mean, we can have a look at the leaks if you guys want to look at the leaks. I don't want to spoil it for people if you if you don't want it to be spoiled beforehand.
Very important, not just to shut down the original.
But we can have a look at the leaks and speculate if you want.
Your opponent is suddenly having to think, okay, something's not working. We're going to have to swap to something. Their options are significantly limited.
Yeah, forcing those adaptations and training the potential adaptations are definitely the name of the game. When it comes to adaptations, Fate really is, I think, one of the most innovative minds of Marvel Rivals at the moment. Really looks at like less meta characters and sees how to squeeze value out of them. And I think that's a
so this, I mean, so this is what we've got so far.
Previously, including with their novel band strategy.
Use Dracula's sword to slash in front of you. It's like damage, standard melee. Second one is user hunting shotgun to fire a long-range explosion fragmentation round.
If you're in Europe and you need to upgrade your DPS roster,
I'm assuming that's got a cooldown because otherwise that's kind of fucking wild, isn't it?
Top tier, you got your melee,
he has a melee and then a super long range.
Coming in from the other side as well.
Ultimate, after building up your strength for a short period of time, you quickly unsheath your sword and charge forward. Sounds very Genji-ish. Or releasing a powerful chop and leaving Dracula's sword frantically chopping the area behind you. So like a trail, like a damage trail behind you as you dash. Sprint forward, wielding a gun, shoot an enemy and apply to reduce healing. If wielding a sword, slash an enemy and apply reduced movement speed. Yeah. So maybe it's not like full anti-heal, it's just reduced healing.
Able to
no, here's the anti-heal. Activate Vampiric Bloodline. All blood becomes Dracula's blood. Gain stronger senses. Can't be healed at this time. Oh, he can't be healed.
And speaking about stats, we can have a look at Berber
that's interesting.
And convoy win rate, but a much lower convergence win rate. So I feel like that immediate pivot.
So he gets lifesteal, but can't be healed by anything else other than his own DPS.
Probably be the map type that you would take them to afterwards.
Yeah, there's also,
depending on the numbers on this, this is either crazy fucking OP in 1v1s. Does this not just make him a 1v1 god?
Who aren't great at convergence to like pick their poison when it comes to one of those maps, rather than allowing for Burbo to really design.
I don't know if I'm misreading that, but that's my understanding.
They did say,
and then he's got a damage block as well, like an Iron Fist style damage block.
Between themselves and Virtus Pro when it came to Araka, which I found interesting given how evident VP are in their love of that map.
So I mean, I'm guessing the way, like, you know, if this is what we're getting, I would imagine the way that you use him is very Genji-like, and he would definitely be a flank DPS. You know, you're probably looking for these like 1v1s in like back halls and stuff.
Yeah, you can just
1v1 in the supports, for example, or 1v1 in the flankers, like taking on 1v1 against the Psylocke. Because he doesn't. I mean, the gun, you could probably do some work into the tanks, but
I don't anticipate there being a 4-0 here in either.
The reduced healing would be really good to like just pop on a tank, though, because then you can burst them down with everybody else. So I don't know. I don't know. We'll reserve judgment until we see it, right? But
their quality of warm up here will have been very important. I'm sure.
Good timing. Here we go.
As we get in towards
Grand Finals, guys. EMEA Grand Finals.
Well, let's
Best
see.
of
Which
7.
Of domination
Rad Berber
Patapim.
Patapim.
Can you imagine if
$70,000 on the line for the winning team?
If you're Rad and it's Krakoa.
Okay,
$70,000
between the two of them. I imagine we get into our first ban phase here, and yeah, looks like Rad are going to follow in the footsteps of Virtus Pro and say, absolutely, Ken cannot be John Loki.
Well, let's see.
Right, so Loki ban, early Prio.
Naga's Human Torch as much as they wanted to
Burbo Patapim going now to a tank Prio, taking out the mag, probably Emma save, I would imagine.
Now, I feel like you might actually prioritize saving the torch early on.
Cap save for Polly. Forgot about that.
Might be
Yeah,
the call
cap
here.
save for Polly.
Letting Naga play that. It's going to be Polly and Pokey. Do you have to ban the Psylocke already, though, is the question. Like,
Yeah, I
They're
think
gonna
you
ban
go
the
Luna,
Luna.
Oh, okay.
Big support
Makes sense.
Prio.
Psylocke
Bans.
will still come through, and then you can
Loki
save
save.
the Emma so that you can have Carbon
Emma
Crush
save.
to deal with either the Cap or the Psylocke. But Berber Patapim do not get to go into the free
I do
ban
like the
phase,
Emma
which
into the
means
cap
that Human
matchup.
Torch
You know,
might be off
as
the menu.
Moxie's talking about, it is a good matchup. So I do
Loki,
understand the Emma
likely we
save.
see Luna taken off the map. To be fair, Boba Patapim don't seem to be overly concerned with going
Wow, they're
against
going
Luna.
full
I think 'cause
support
they know they can
Prio.
try and shut down Luna fairly easily.
They are going
utilising their
full
own,
support
Black
Prio.
Panther in the back pocket. So they often let it go through the
Are they
ban
trying to
phase.
force them into a
Yeah,
res
this is something
into
that
a
we've seen
res
from Red
comp?
multiple times over. Fate really prioritizing having that one-sided cloak and dagger, which they utilized against Virtus Pro, and then Virtus Pro started utilizing against every other team that they ran into as well.
I mean, you could still do an Invis Mantis Ultron kind of comp with a torch here, right?
What is the call to be
Tanuki on torch.
Captain
Do
America for them? So Rajara is going to be able to run out on that one, though they don't have the Psylocke to back them up.
Well, the question is, do you need to... Yeah, we anticipated a Human Torch
Torch
ban,
ban.
here, but maybe you have to pivot over to banning
Is
and
Krakoa.
strategists from the enemy. To be fair, I don't know if Burbo Patapim are too
Adam.
concerned. They've been
They're
getting
gonna
so
take out the
much
res
value
comp,
out of
okay.
Ken playing Rocket when they're in these weird scenarios.
I mean, there is still quite a few strats. Like,
It's
there's
the
still the
Adam, though.
Invis. Unless...
Red have
Maybe a
been
Psylocke?
liking
Okay, they're gonna
to
save the
play
Mantis.
Red's composition. Berber Patapim likely going to be trying to force Rad as
Should
well
they ban out-
into either banning Adam or potentially an
Do they ban out the
Ultron
Invis?
if they've been leaning into watching some of the Asia regions.
Okay, they're gonna ban
This is
out the...
Berber Patapim
They're gonna ban out the
trying
Psylocke.
to
Okay.
lead Rad away from banning
Okay.
Pokey's Psylocke, but Rad decides
They're gonna ban the Psylocke
that
in the
they'll
end.
let the res comp go through one-sided as well on Berber Patapim's side in priority of taking the Psylocke as follow-up from Polly down, and I think that is the correct choice to
Interesting.
Certainly would make some sense. Yeah, getting rid of... You cannot allow
Tank's
the,
gonna be pretty set, right? It's
Captain
gonna be
America
Cap Emma,
Psylocke
Cap
to go
Mag.
through from Polly and Pokey. Still, Pokey's been getting a lot of value thus far out of the Punisher, so this is far from broken here.
Let's
for
see.
Boba
Game
Patapim.
1.
Brad opening up with a fairly confident draft.
Starting on
Yeah,
Krakoa.
Red could potentially
Welcome back,
pivot
Whip.
too. We saw that the Mantis came out for the side of Berber with that protection. They might play it. They could go for the 12% damage boost to have the better break point and the faster burn through if a Punisher Final Judgment mirror comes out from the side. But Storm
I'm not
is
sure. I mean,
also
this is
on
a
the
pretty
table
good
for
res
both of
map,
these teams. We didn't get to see it at
especially
all
the first
in
point.
the previous season, but a lot of these teams
Because
in
you
TNA
can
have
kinda-
been
you can go
liking to
underneath
pair the
and res
Punisher
it,
up
you know what I mean?
With the Storm for the 12% boost off of the Goddess boost.
There are quite a
cooldown.
lot of different
Red,
areas to get the
however,
res off.
have been liking to put Melio on the Ultron to be able to pocket the Human Torch with the Imperative Firewall.
I mean, we've seen how much work
Overhealth
Ultron can
be
do, right?
so useful. To roll out, it's going to be Carousel, which is our first map here.
Let's get into it, y'all.
Not the greatest
Yeah,
of
VP
maps for
BPP
flyers
was a
to come
crazy
on
fucking
for,
end.
given
Yeah,
that
it was a
there
really
are
good
a lot
series.
of annoying ceilings to dodge around, which can put you a little bit too close.
If
to
any of the
an
mods are in
across
chat, can we do
Carbon
another
Crush.
prediction, por
Berber
favore,
Patapim
for this
actually
grand
gonna be
final?
playing Ken on the Rocket Raccoon, which
Who
we've
you guys
seen
think
come
is gonna
through
win?
from time
Who
to
you think
time.
is gonna
Just
take it?
having
Who you
the
wanna
VOD
win?
to out-sustain Rad's numbers.
All right, Culling Turret already set up in a very dangerous position. Actually forces out
Naga's
the
already
diamond
poking it
fall.
down, though.
In order to escape the LOS of that Culling Turret was that Aegis took most of the damage. Seems
And
like there's
Pokey's
going to
gonna
be
be forced
exchange
off that
of
high
fire on
ground.
this point as Boba
Nice
are
from
making a
Naga.
full-bodied rotation over there. Naga just getting constantly suppressed. Does have that snowflake though.
Oh, and a
Coming
nice
through.
pick from
Into
Enzo.
great accuracy there. Hits the iron volley and the right click as well. The mag cannon delivering. Melio's getting super aggressive over here, trying to back up Naga.
Oh,
and
Polly
it's gonna
gets
be
Naga.
fully punished by Polly.
Yeah, Rajara is not able to find the in either.
There's the
currently.
res
They were
from the
really trying to
rocket.
box Berber
We didn't
Patapim
talk about
into a
this rocket
small
pick,
room
but Ken's been
with just
liking
the
this when
fires
they've been a
coming
bit
on from
when
the
they've been a
Human
bit
Torch, but it's not to be, and the fight goes now on
struggling
point
to
with
find the
Brawl.
support picks.
The Berber Patapim have the better numbers, and they've already got the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier
Thanks,
built up
Ricky.
too. So this is going to be a fast retreat from Rad, an early point cap for Berber Patapim.
Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is going to mean that Crux ult may end up being
Early
a little bit
take.
aesthetic in terms of the amount of healing it does.
Not if they pair it with Melios.
4-0 on Poly already on this cap.
The Mantis and the Ultron ult at the same time.
And we
so
see
you can
Tanuki
then
going onto
utilize
that
all of the
Wolverine.
damage boosts onto both your Human Torch
Interesting
and the
choice
Ultron
into a
themselves.
double flyer. Tanuki gets
Croc
Croc.
already taken down. Tanuki grabs that one early right there. Maybe a feral leap just took them well out of the area of effects of the rest of their roster. Oh, and attempt
Damn,
to try and
Poly
chase
does
down a
not
Human
care.
Torch with Captain America. It's a little bit ambitious, but it still keeps Naga on notice.
Yeah, Tanuki gets to just take full advantage of the lack of Magneto and also Invis Woman on the side of Rad. Doesn't matter that you're not grabbing a Vanguard, you're separating the Mantis and the Ultron, so Rad could
Rad have
utilize
5
that
ults
on
here.
the
This should be big. So
Alright,
do BPP
Supernova from
though.
the back half for now.
This is
Poking
gonna be a
take lot of
big
damage
ult
off the back
dump.
of this one, but now you've got to hide away. You can't risk taking the fire. However,
Tanuki, 1-for-1 with Naga.
Classic from Hell's Heaven. A nice
Oh,
cutback
this
here
is
from
big
Rad.
though.
Great understanding of the
Oh,
tempo.
nearly
Almost
nails
connects
it.
onto Melio with the Meteor M
Raj
there,
gets
and
Alex in the
Enzo
meantime.
just
There's the
can't
res from
get it
Ken.
done. Alex gets resurrected in the
This
back.
rocket
The
res
battle
could be
beacon, and now it's
super
Melio's
value.
turn to rain fire. The Rage of Ultron certainly is raining plenty of it. Trying to put that
There's the
most
invis
onto
to
the
keep them on
Vanguard,
sight.
inside of its invisible boundary. But they've had them in a feeling
And the
nice
Lunar ult on the other
pretty.
side.
The princesses now have their
Here's the
castle
wet noodling.
broken into by the fate of both worlds, giving Rad a huge amount of space to work with. Still Pokey, able to lay down a lot of suppressing fire. That's Naga who's able to deal with it rather quickly. And Rad yet to turn around the control of this point as Enzo.
Enzo is doing
taps in
such a
on the
good
edge.
job of just holding,
Tanuki's
right?
gonna have last stand, Pokey, another
They
final
finally
judgment.
got off site,
It's
but
up to
they're
the Human Torch to try and
recontesting.
clear them off of it, but Tanuki's
Tanuki
able
gets
to
Croc.
Mantis, and that means no sleep season.
Tanuki gets trust as well.
The back line, and the entire team just
They
falls
did give
under
up
the
point.
focus
Rad
that
do
is
get
the
point, but it's a
Wolverine.
big
Rad
couple of
were able
picks.
to
Oh my
waste
god, he
all
gets
that
Melio.
money to find a cheeky point cap behind them, but it feels like it's just temporary measures.
Dude, Tanuki's just running them the fuck down.
Remember, there was no CC available in the
And,
form of the
BBP
Absolute
gonna
Zero to try
retake
and
it.
stop Tanuki and Poly from running them down, and that was one last chance for Rad to try and contest. I don't know if they're going to be swapping over here onto a Doctor Strange.
I don't
think
think
they've got
can even
time to
touch.
try and do so. It's
Oh,
gonna
what
be-
a- oh my
all
God, the
monsters
push
are
from
gone.
Alex.
Alex is on top of things.
The push from Alex to win that
Alex gets
first
the force
point.
physics to connect onto the Captain America, and Rad get no opportunity to go for the overtime wick.
Sorry, Ricky, I didn't see it.
100. Managing to grab Carousel
Big
in such a
push from
dominant
Alex.
fashion. Rad got about 10%, and that was off of a back cap coming on through when Berber Patapim's heads were turned.
Turn your head around. You
Oh,
will get
boy.
punished for it. Boba Patapim, as anticipated, starting off strong here on domination.
There's just no high damage.
This is not good,
output
guys. I
coming on
feel
through from
tired
Rad
already.
If they don't have the space, if they lose
Should we do-
first
should we do a
fight,
stand-up?
Melio and Naga on
Should
the
we do a
Ultron
stand-up?
and the Human Torch can do nothing into the pressure that Pokey can output on a set up and established Punisher. And it means that for Berber Patapim, when Final Judgment came out, they never actually had to utilize a Strategist Ultimate to safeguard it. So even though Rad were on triple Strategists, Berber Patapim could still hold on to the ultimates and match.
Okay, here we go.
Out of there to match those, to be honest. Tanuki
Oh, good,
getting
Ricky,
a
oh,
bunch
good,
of
thank you.
value here, even against very evasive Vanguards. Oh, contemplate it. Naga's safe for now, though.
Yeah, Wolverine, not the greatest opponent
Oh, wait,
into
he's
the
gonna drop
Human
down.
Torch, but he's gonna go for the portal to get higher, and he gets the
Tanuki.
barrel grab onto the Human Torch, and Naga is snuffed out like a light.
Oh, holy cinema. Oh, my goodness. The Marvel Studios writers, they're going to be stealing that one away. Tanuki, just a choreographer for future X-Men movies.
You know, sometimes we see some really smart plays around the portals on Cradle. The Atom reses for the portal so that everyone is safe even more than 30 meters away
Okay.
from him. But that one, like you said, was
Early
absolute
percentage for
cinema,
BBP.
and it was horrible news for Rad too, because they were relying on the prospect of Supernova stopping Berber Patapim from grouping up and
Reels
helping the
either
Punisher.
side.
Flying, I don't recall asking. Enzo, just able to watch over
This is
here,
a
notice that
this is
that
a really good
teleporter
map
is
though
not
for
active
flyers.
yet.
So
However,
Melio and Naga
hello,
need to
a
try and
little
get some
bit of a
work done
tail
here.
coming through from Naga. Poki's already received the information that they are going to be
Nice
under siege.
bubble.
Of course, we can
And
see
there
Shin
goes the
facing their
CC
final
immune.
judgment, meaning they're
Bit
under
far
the
back.
Masonic
Probably
seduction.
gonna find it tough to
And
get
now it's a
any
big
kills.
investment coming through from Rad already. They've used both the Sonic Seduction and the Soul Resurgence.
It is
but they
stopping
can't
the
move
Supernova,
forward
though.
because they're too scared of the damage coming through from the Punisher. A big overwhelming of the Meteor Remedies has to be thrown out quickly before Enzo can really contemplate the target. This Mantis needs some help, though.
Nice pick from Enzo. Raj gets Alex on the back. Raj gets a double. Both supports. Enzo gets a double.
It's so damaging to Memento to constantly have this anti-Vanguard presence knock you down as a
And that's a
flyer.
nice take
When it
from Rad.
comes to the overall
The Cap
healing and
putting
the
in
fight sustainability,
fucking
Rad
work.
tends to win.
Okay, finally, Rad are in control of the point, and
this is why we see the rocket, right? You guys might be wondering, right, why Ken is deciding to play the
They do have to
rocket.
concern themselves, though, with the damage amplification of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, as well as the prospect of
rocket
that
is
stand
with the
scooping
dashes
someone
is a
out
lot
of reach
easier
from a
to play
defensive
around
ultimate, either
the
from
dive
Fate or
from like Cap and
Rajaro.
stuff, you
You're
know.
going to be keeping the Punisher at bay, the Pyro Prison zoning Pokies angles out, but he's still trying to build up to the next final judgment as Berber Pataplim play peel for the Punisher.
Naga's disengagement angles may be a little bit limited here if they're not careful. Still has the option to dive on in and do extra damage if need be. That's a big grab coming through from Tanuki. And there we go yet again. Crook and Melio overwhelm the fire. The
Big
follow-up,
picks.
The fire and the flames of Tanuki drags Rad through.
Forcing out the
And
Lunar
Fate
ult.
desperately needs to get back on the point here with the fate of both worlds. Healing up the remainder of the team is going to be
That's a big
sustainability gap
take,
here
but
in
the
favor
Lunar
of
is there
Rad,
to
but
keep them
Naga
going.
once
Raj
again
gets a
grabbed
good
out from
pick.
this one.
Naga getting another one.
Manages to chase down Alex,
Raj
but he
getting a
falls
double.
as
This
well.
Cap is a
And
problem.
Rad, they hold strong despite
Rocket
the early
is sitting up
picks.
top, but the
Yeah,
healing
once
output is
Tanuki
not going to be enough.
and Poki go down,
And
the
that's
damage
another
potential for
really
Berber
good fight from
Patapim
Rad.
plummets exponentially. There's going to be a couple of late picks as well coming on first so that Rad can get as much point percentage as possible from that last fight. Trust me, is going to have Psionic Seduction, so too is
Poki's going to
Supernova
have their
going
ult
to be in
real
play.
soon.
All of
8%.
that is gonna be
Alex,
utilized
not too
in
far away
reaction
either.
to final judgment, either before
Melio's
the
gonna have the
Punisher gets the
Ultron.
opportunity to press the ultimate or when he's midway using it.
Trust me, the Sonic Seduction to try and play with. If Polly goes elsewhere, that means there's only one shield to deal with. Still, the invisible boundary is going to be everything you need to try and survive this one. All eyes onto the battle recall beacon. Naga's going to be prioritizing.
There we go. Oh, gets Melio. That's big.
Right now. You are not going to match
And
the
they pop the
damage
ult
of the
as well. That's
Punisher.
massive.
Franklin Castle punishes you for the audacity to rage in front of him. That's my Wolverine.
But Raj
style, and
again in
nobody
this
else is when it
backline. Like,
comes to
Alex
rage, being
cannot
raged
stay
upon a
alive
player.
against this
It's
Cap.
Naga who's able to put out the most
He's
damage
making it
here.
so
Jara
difficult for these
just
supports to
domineering
output
over the point.
anything
Still has to worry
on their
about
front
freedom
line.
charge coming through from Polly. Enzo floats
Enzo.
to might decide to go after the back line, but it's a good
Polly
dodge
gets a
away
nice
there.
rebuttal.
He's just absolutely flummoxed Enzo here. Naga
There's the
doing
rocket
their
ult.
best to dodge away,
Gets
has to
taken
deal
down,
with
but in the
Cena. A
meantime,
lot of
Polly's
extra
doing the
damage,
same
but
on the
he's
other
not gonna
side.
stay around for long.
Fate
Fate's
goes
finally
down.
chased on down. Naga needs to be taken off this angle.
Oh,
Quick poke
Enzo is
back
having a
from
hard
Poki
time
with the
finding this
teleport.
finding this
And, well,
torch.
Trust me, he's managed to make it onto the point. Should be able to get a carbon crush kick to keep Poki
Trust
at
is low.
arm's length.
Trust goes
Tanuki
down.
needs to be rescued
Oh,
from the
Ken is
auspices
really
of
low.
the
Ken goes
Captain
down
America.
as
He's
well.
got the
That's a
target
nice
focus
pick
right
from
now.
Naga.
He's starting to fail Berber Patapim. Rad is just working
Enzo
the
finally
margins,
finds
and it's giving
Naga.
them time enough here to get
But
the
here
freedom
comes
charge.
Raj.
Rad are coming back. They're trying to hold on to this as long as they possibly can. The freedom charge is stolen.
Raj gets Alex.
Alex goes down before this boundary can come on through.
Can Raj stall this out long enough?
Potentially another fate of both worlds too.
This
Which
Cap
gonna
is
land
so
even more
annoying.
stall and build up
So they're
trusting
just gonna
space to
give it
push
up,
up.
and they're gonna
Alex
go for their
Tanuki.
Luna.
Tanuki invests the last stand
And they
perfectly
finally
catching
get
the
Raj
Luna
off,
before
and
the
there
ultimate
we
comes
go.
out.
Okay,
The point
Tanuki
is
hits a little
taken
bit
for
of hero mode, I
BBP.
have to admit it. Good
Rad
ult
reset.
tracking there onto Fate, but it
You've
does
got
mean
some
that
time.
the counterplay to the Fate of both worlds might be lacking.
Yeah, just prevent the cast from coming on through entirely. Last fight for Berber Patapim. Rad at least do still have the fate of both worlds, and that can be used to amp up the damage coming on through from the Supernova. Looks like they're going to be contemplating about taking that teleport once all of the players are regrouped to potentially find a surprise pick onto Berber Patapim's backline.
Oh, once again, grabbed by Tanuki. The jump scares are real, and they
Nice
can
slam.
hurt you. Tanuki grabbed up by the Carbon Crush. Extra damage coming through from the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Level 1 Crook went beyond.
Ken
for
gets
this world,
Crook.
even with the extra healing coming through from Fate.
Oh,
But
Enzo
Choice
nails him.
Choice is good. Melio
Enzo
struck by a
fucking
surface
nails
to
him.
air missile pistol and Amaral.
Huge from
Enzo as he
BBP, and they
drops
take the
hammer,
first game.
and Patapim claim
Oh
map
my
one.
god.
Tanuki's Wolverine might just be a little bit good, you know, just a little. I mean, this whole tracking was
my god.
perfect in that fight. Just being able to catch Fate before Fate of Bofors can come through.
Enzo is a
and then
monster, by the
hearing
way.
sound cue of the
He's a
teleporter
controller
going
player.
off, being able to find
By
a
the way,
grab
if
onto
anyone
the
doesn't
Human Torch
realize,
before
Enzo is a
Supernova
controller
can come
player,
into the mix,
and they
which
are
would
this
have been
good.
used to clear off everyone from Berber Patapim off of the point, allowing Rad to stabilize their forces.
It's
and establish
crazy.
Rajara and Trust Me on the frontline core, so that Pokey and Polly would be called up to have to contest and a Strange into an Emma in a frontline fight. The Strange is
Very
going to be
well-deserved
losing
MVP.
that every day of the week when Carbon Crush is on cooldown.
It wasn't Melio got zoned out of his fight. It's pretty hard, unfortunately. Couldn't really find the uptime on the Ultron damage that you're really
Huge.
hoping for to take advantage.
BBP.
Of a team that's relying on, you know...
Still looking good after a
and
crazy
Rocket,
best of
obviously
5.
Team Rocket heals. I mean, I'm Team Rocket after watching Ken play it, but isn't the greatest throughput for triage. As we look at our highlight reel, and I imagine a lot of it is going to be Tanuki.
This rocket's kind of
Tanuki is
fun.
blasting off again. Is essentially how
is.
Cradle opened up, being able
This rocket's
to
kind
just
of
go like,
fun.
okay, wait a minute. I can't get uppies off of a fastball to get the height to try and go toe to toe.
It makes
with
a
the
lot
Human
of sense
Torch.
as well,
I'll
like-
give myself uppies.
Because,
off
you know,
of
if
the
we go all the way
teleporter,
back to
and
the
poor
draft,
Naga learns the hard way what happens when Wolverines
Rad are
can fly.
expending most
Literally
of
off
their
the top
bans on
There's
banning
no other
out
way
the
to put it.
supports, right?
Pokey still getting so much value.
Making sure
out of
that
the
you
Punisher.
can't have this
And now
Luna
you gotta pick your
Loki.
poison if you're Team Rad. You need to
Or Cloak and
start
Dagger.
dealing with the Punisher ban as well.
But in
You can
doing
allow
that,
Pokey access
obviously
to
you
that
only get 4
Psylocke.
bans,
I
right?
feel like this was fairly
They've expended
close.
3 on support
Team Rad
bans, so then
definitely
you're
have a
so
workable
free.
strategy here, and their
Tanuki,
sustainability was not
Polly-
to be
Polly gets the cap.
underestimated. But in the end,
Tanuki can
just
play
gets so much value out of
fucking
this
Human
Wolverine.
Torch,
Yeah,
Wolverine,
I feel
whatever
like the
they
pivot
want.
might be the Wolverine.
Um,
I feel like the pivot
Enzo's
needs to be the
free,
Wolverine, 'cause
Pokey's
Tanuki,
free.
even if he's like going in
Unless
and
they're
not
last man
finding
Psylocke.
picks, he's
But it
still a
opens up
presence
it
that you're
opens it
having
up
to
for the
worry
rest of the
about.
team,
The
and the
entire
rocket can
composition
deal with
from
whatever's
Rad
being
is built
thrown at it,
around,
right?
we give our flyers
It's not
damage
maybe
boost.
as
We manage
good,
to out-damage
but
our
you're still putting
opponents,
out
and
value. You
once
can
we're in
escape the
control of
cap dive,
space,
you can
we
escape
then
any
use
other
things
dive
like
that's coming
the
at you
Ultron and the Human Torch
a lot
being up
easier
in the
than other
sky, getting
supports.
that amazing
You can keep
angle
the
to try
healing
and
output
scout
to
out
keep your
whether the
tanks in the
Wolverine is
game.
rotating or not, to then put
So, like,
the
it
pressure
makes
onto him and
sense in
force him out
context
off
of the
just
draft, you
spam
know what I
damage
mean?
alone. But that never happened because the flyers were just permanently forced off of the angles, either by Punisher culling turret, Punisher alone, or Tanuki.
So I kinda
his
like
mere
it.
existence.
Yeah,
I kinda like it.
scares. They come thick and fast. But there's going to be a moment for a breather and some time for reflection for Rad as we have ourselves a quick break. We'll see you on the other side.
Game number 1. Oh boy. A BBP taking this all the way. Rutro. They look good. They look good.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you.
The moon.
Bad, eh, Khonshu?
Have we had any other leaks? I don't think so. I do want the Thor skin though. Is the Thor skin out right now? Let me check. I think it's out already, isn't it? Let's see how much it is. This feels so weird being stood up. I'm so tall. I'm so tall with all of my 6 feet. It does hurt after a while though, so I can't stand up for too long. There's a good way to wake myself up and keep myself going. Oh, I still need to get this. How long have I got? Oh, got until the new season. That's totally fine. What happens if we look at this in-game? Oh, it just sends you to the stream. Okay. Are you able to watch the games in-game, actually? This is only in-game tournament. This is not... Oh, that's annoying. Okay. Let's have a look at the Thor. Where is he? Look at my boy. That's actually not bad, right? 2,200. How much is that?
Orgs, this is your 1 month notice that
One sec.
you can pick up Berber Patapim. Maybe Luminosity can make
Okay.
it to LAN after all.
True. Berber Patapim being able to make it to LAN
looks so
and be
good,
one of
doesn't
the
it?
few unsigned teams. We don't know if they're the only unsigned team because China is still to figure out which teams they're going to be sending, as I believe they're 1 week staggered in schedule in comparison to the rest of
yeah.
the regions, and we know that all of the teams that have made it
It looks
thus
so
far in
good.
all of the
This
other
might be my
regions
new favorite
have
skin, by the
been
way.
signed, and we also know where Rad are going to be taking us.
Look
in
at his
their
fucking grippers. He's
attempts
got his
to try
grippers
and
out.
equalize the scoreline. Hall of Dajalia is where we're
on a
headed
sec, chat. I
next.
think
A
someone's at my door. Hang on.
convergence map that we expected to see, given the fact that Berber Patapim's statistical scoreline of this map has not been the greatest in the past. 33% win rate on convergence. Oof.
Yeah, and I believe 0-4 on this map in particular. So
Double oof.
this is a big oof for Berber Patapim.
Never mind.
But that also
I lied.
means that maybe you don't get as much mental strain when you lose this map. You know, you're like, we're just
All
not
right, here we go.
Jalia team.
See, I wonder if Berber now make adaptations
Game 2.
to protecting Tanuki's Wolverine. As it is going to be a Loki ban coming on for both
Okay,
of
Loki
the
ban's on
teams,
either
and
side.
of course,
Emma
has
save
already been
probably.
blocked for Red,
Unless
so
they
Berber
wanna
won't
do
be
Wolvie
able
save or
to
something. What are we
freeze
on?
her
Whole
out
of-
any further.
Whole of Dajalia.
There is debate. We're not seeing an insta-lock on the
Torch,
save. Berber
Cap,
are really weighing
Cap
up
for
the
Polly still.
options, thinking probably about the Wolverine, the Psylocke, and settling on the Captain America instead.
Are they just going to
Opening up
continue
those
this
off
mass
angles.
support
The
batting out?
protective of Captain America does kind of force the hand of Rad. Like,
Yeah,
we
they are.
probably
They're
have
still going to go for this mass
probably
support
have to
banning.
get
I'm
rid
not
of the
sure I
Psylocke
like it.
here. As usual, though, Rad seem very.
You might be worrying
comfortable
about the
to
Venom
continue going
ban.
down
The
this
Venom ban
trend of
is
just
map
banning
specific.
Venom ban.
This is a
Okay, so
good
this
Venom
is just gonna
map.
stop Trust Me from pulling that gamer maneuver at the start. I don't know if I really value. I mean, admittedly, Trust Me does play plenty of the Venom.
You can
on
do
this
some
map.
like
Maybe
crazy
it's more of a
rollbacks with
target
Venom
ban.
and
Hold up.
stuff to get onto
Protect
point and like
for the
stall it
rocket,
and
maybe
stuff.
for the first time.
Nah, it's
It's
the
a bit of a
Manta save,
Venom
'cause now
playground
Rad,
this
yet
map.
again, are
So
thinking,
while
are they
I
gonna run a
don't
res
value it
comp, or
that
is
high,
this a
I do
pocket comp
understand the
coming on
ban.
for- Again, it's trying to just force the hand, see whether or not they'll
But wouldn't
bend
you
the
rather
knee,
ban the
potentially
cap
pivot to a
instead?
ban of Adam.
Like, Raj was a
rather
menace on
than
this
the
cap. Would you not just rather ban
Psylocke.
that?
But no, Rad will stick to their guns. And still, Pokey Psylocke will be removed. However,
Kind
they
of
could
crazy
only
that
ban
they
the Psylocke. The
saved
Punisher
this.
has
They
been
saved
able
the
to make it through
Mantis
once
over the
more.
Psylocke.
Yep.
Like they
Punisher
had
is
the
still a
option
good
to
option
save
here for
Psylocke there
Pokey.
instead, but
Maybe not going to have as many
Seems kinda
options to try
wild
and
that you would
sustain
prioritize
themselves,
the
however,
Mantis.
through the final judgment.
unless they're
without many
specifically
of those
looking at a
strategist
res
ultimates
comp,
being available.
I mean,
One-sided Magneto
I
as
don't
well
really
for
get it.
Patapim. If it does go down to a Punisher mirror, Pokey's gonna have Bulwark and Meteor when final judgment comes through from the other side. But it looks like Grant are still
Like, we know
going to try
Kruk
to work
loves
with this
Mantis.
composition.
but they
I mean,
saved it on
granted, all
Berber
of the Jolly
Patapim.
does
like,
give you a lot of natural terrain. For
unless
the
you're
Human
gonna
Torch
run a
to
triple
hide
support,
around,
it doesn't
but
really make
it's going
sense.
to
So I'm
be
not really
rough
sure what that's
given the
about.
amount
I don't
of
get it.
protection that's available on the other side. Plus, breaking that Punisher turret
Is it to just
without a Venom to play
dissuade-
distraction. That's
Is
gonna
it to
be
try and
brutal.
dissuade
Oh yeah,
like
that is
flyer picks just
that's
by
gonna be
having
nasty
that
to try and
in?
deal with. Still, maybe I think that.
So like just stopping them Because, I mean, it might just be mind games, right? They might have just done it to say, hey, if you go Flyers, we will just Mantis swap, and
been an
then
amazing map for the side of Berber.
we're going to be in a good spot, you know?
It's a brand new approach.
But
It's also a new approach to this map because it feels in the past like the strange TP was the
unless they want to keep open the res comp for like later on, maybe
much more that we see the
leave that available and open to use.
And challenge
but why would you take that over Pokey's Psylocke? This looks so damn good to dive in with Polly here.
Up a win condition, either a full offensive ultimate like Final Judgment, or the
and Rada just going to run it anyway, right? Naga and Melio running this double flyer.
About a duel, Tanuki is going toe to toe with Naga.
I mean, Tanuki's going to struggle with this, right? In the 1v1. Because you got Mantis with the
just trying to play a little bit slower here. Doesn't want to get too involved.
To give to Naga, undoubtedly, and then you got Melio as well. So it's kind of a 2v1 in this flyer thing. Pokey does get Melio though. Pokey can be the difference maker here.
Pokey being able to just take down Melio with the assault rifle. This is the price
you
pay when you make those aggressive pushes to try and take Tanuki off the angle.
I mean, Pokey has quietly been building up as well to that first Final Judgment. Polly not so quietly invading Rad's entire back line and forcing them to have to deal with
Pokey, Tanuki
primarily, which frees up the space both for Tanuki and Pokey to get the job done, and Rad are losing player after player.
Oh, Tanuki. Feeling hot to trot right here. Does not want to go in on that diamond form ammo. So just going to try and poke
massive hold
from
from BPP to start.
The iron volley from Enzo finds the final hit.
Yeah, normally when we have the Cloak and Dagger, it's a race to pull the Eternal Bond, but neither of these teams are currently running that strategist. So once more, we get to see a whole of T'Challa, one of the problems the attackers have to face.
I mean, yeah, Rad have it available, but it's hard to pick the Cloak over the Luna, right? Luna's just so ridiculously good, especially when you're running flyers. You can just give them the, you can give them the snowflake. So it is kind of hard to justify running. And obviously it was banned against BBP.
Tried to nip it in the bud. Pokey taking so much damage here. There's the Captain America coming through from the other side.
Oh, this is ballsy.
Run, Melio, run. The Rage of Ultron, it needs to leave right now. Oh, he's not leaving.
Oh, Naga gets taken out.
Naga going to be body blocking for that, we'll call it.
And he gets stuck a little bit. And Tanuki's just going to roll over the top of it as they back out.
Patapim seems to be well informed. They want Melio. There could be a punish, though.
Oh, that was close.
From Tanuki getting around the corner. The Guardian Shield could save Tanuki for a while longer. And
I'm not playing at the moment, kid.
Yeah, huge Guardian Shield comes through from Alex.
We're watching the grand finals of the Mob Rivals Ignite tournament.
So now you've still got Supernova in full play, and no Meteor Ram on Rad's side to absorb it. On the opposite end of the stick,
nice from Polly, good pick. Melio gets Tanuki though.
To use his.
They're kind of off site though.
Here comes the Supernova. Coming on through, trying to eat up all of those tornadoes from Naga. Does
delay it, but obviously doesn't really eat anything because they stop at feeding. Alex gets a double. Holy. Alex on this invis is a menace, dude. And then Polly finishes off Naga. That's disgusting.
He is just
That's disgusting. Polly is a monster on this cap. 10-0 for Pokey.
Ken's gonna be able to
I don't know, man. Rad look kind of lost, don't they?
Like Rad, they've still got the strange portal. It's not quite panic in case of emergency, but we're breaking out the res composition so we can just try and suffocate the sustain the Berber Palace.
Yeah, okay, so Rad is switching over to full res com. They're just gonna try and out sustain and outlast.
Lots of damage coming through. They were forced forth.
Big pick from Naga. That's a good start. Alex going down is a good start. But Pokey gets Naga. They can res, of course, remember. And I do kind of like the res comp idea into a Punisher, right? Because it's kind of an all or nothing ult. So if he gets a couple of picks, but then you res it off, then it doesn't really matter all that much. And then you can take the fight after.
Finally, the rocket is calm on back.
Enzo getting corralled in that back corner. Polly's going to stall it, though.
Extra movement speed of the Mantis. Polly just going to play the peripheries, trying his best to hunt down Fate here. Remember, they've still got
gets him.
That cocoon revival if it's needed. And here's Pokey on the opposite side.
I mean, it's done.
Ain't going to last for long. That much is a guarantee.
Taking a lot of time off, though.
Huge
2
play
minutes
from
20.
Naga. Such heads-up decision. Goes so deep that Pokey's final judgment takes out the Star-Lord, but it's so far away from the rest of Rad's players that even though they drop one, it's just someone who can immediately revive back into the fight, and level 1 crit comes on through the Soul Resurgence so Rad can stabilize.
I didn't see who used the individual reses, so I'm not sure.
Second, big sedation too comes now onto Polly, who
I'm not sure what cooldowns they got available right now.
forced to back off, and that means even more payload distance picked up.
Okay, there goes the Emerald. Hiding behind the cap shield. Oh, Naga just goes straight in though.
Oh,
this Star-Lord looks like a problem, doesn't it?
Damage boost onto Naga, make him an absolute demon of raw output.
Yeah, the damage output on top of the Star-Lord just means like these, like you can just one-clip anybody, right?
Fate can afford to let all of his teammates go down.
I think Tanuki's gonna have a really hard time staying alive into this. Mantis, Ultron, fucking Star-Lord. Nice pick from Polly. Fate's probably gotten a self-res.
Yeah, Fate Fallen.
Enzo gets Naga.
Be able to use the Cocoon Revival either, as it was used at Nadir at the first point as well. Melee are likely to go down here.
Enzo is smurfing.
Enzo, and it's Crook in the back. It's a little bit tragic for Rad to be able to really utilize their karmic
just
revival
look at the
here
damage
from
pressure,
Fate
man.
Once again, the last minute of the offense.
That's just the Magneto, by the way. There's no one else that was doing the damage right there. Just the Magneto. It's so crazy.
To see the objective. No, the disengage is good, but Berber Patapum's ultimate economy is insanely strong in comparison to what Rad have to work with.
Sentient seized, damage delivered. Trust me, the brand new front line does still have that diamond form in the
Wait, what's tomorrow midnight?
Shut down Enzo, slams them into a flame tornado, but it wasn't.
Oh, Tanuki. Oh, Tanuki was so ready for it. Oh my god, that's disgusting. That was such good positioning. Oh my god. Absolute filth from Tanuki. Wait, this is OT. This is a mega fucking hold from BBP. This is a mega hold. Oh, Tanuki's woken up. I feel like Tanuki was a little bit quiet in the last series, but oh my god. Crazy work. What a read.
Into the absolute
what a read.
grill that is Tanuki Supernova. That karmic revival, so often Adam Warlock's reses have been
What'd you do for work, Midnight?
I
don't know if I asked you before.
Any momentum by a Supernova, just seeing where they're playing from, and Tanuki still has parts of that ultimate to throw. The lack of Magneto on Rad's side really felt there.
Imagine
Not
having to
just
work in the
for
summer. I
engagements,
know,
but
right?
Naga to be able to spin on through and build up the galactic legend.
I assume you're talking about work. Were you talking about work?
But just not being able to keep a
Being another
check
Monday?
off that
Or are you just talking
human
about Monday in
torch
general?
when Rad needed the numbers back the most.
Great heads up play as well from Tanuki. Tracking the potential of Fate's angles for a resurrection. Take some time out from that fight when they could be doing damage, playing it a bit more greedily to look for Fate instead.
Ricky
realize
flexing
what
the
win
teacher.
condition of Rad is.
Berber Patapum now gonna be going for their own approach, and they were able to keep the Venom through, as were they able to secure Polly's.
This is gonna have to be a hell of a fucking hold from Rad.
A lot of pressure going out onto Rad's players in the backline, and if they turn and pivot to deal with either of those threats, Pokey
Project
gets
manager?
a free calling turret setup on the high ground on that left side. CC immune too, so not even level 1 Kirka, trust me,
Gotcha.
yank them off of it.
All right, Rad. They went to this map with confidence, knowing Berber Patapum were 0-4 on it. Berber Patapum keen to make it 1-4.
Rad at least now with
as in, like, do you mean like a web developer Midnight, or like
in terms of time for Berber Patapum to pick up points
sorry,
percentage.
that entire world, the corporate world in general is very alien to me. I tried it once and never again.
The dive's already onto the backline, and that's the Soulborn force already.
On the chase coming through as well. Had a force physics follow up to try and pull people off when they were going after that Venom. Tanuki doing their best to avoid most of the fire, but Melee
snaps on
managed to
Tanuki.
catch an angle after they were softened up by Naga. And now the temptation is not to go too fast.
Good
Tanuki
rocket
gets
res, though.
resurrected up, but they want to try and engage to stop that resurrection because you'll be going straight into the zone that Berber
In theory, this should look pretty good for Rad, right? They're going to have a lot of numbers. That's a big pick on Melio, though. Oh, Enzo and Alex, though, kind of rolling over this. Oh, Tanuki wants him.
But I don't know if they're going to be able to poke on out that early.
Do they have enough?
The resurrection's ready to go. They've been carried on.
Naga's made it round.
The ultimate of the Mantis.
This Venom is very survivable, though.
Yeah,
there's the TP to try and recontest.
From Rajaro, and he does arrive, but it's inside.
Oh, Enzo gets crooked. Doesn't make it into the invis ult, though. Melio gets a double with the Ultron ult. Oh, they may have held. Melio. Melio holds it down for Rad. Oh, boy.
Of the utilization of Soul Bond prematurely in that fight. Rajaro was forced onto the Strange, had to come back on through with the TP to reconnect with the team. We've still got Karmic Revival in play.
Oh, who was talking about? Oh my god, Laura, are you here? Laura was talking about building a website earlier.
Rad, even with the numbers, can still lose the first.
Early play.
Oh,
see Tanuki
disgusting
get
Star-Lord
here,
ult.
but I'm not sure if they really want Tanuki to be rezzed. Caught in a back room right here.
I mean, they're burning the time down.
Rad get it done with only a single ultimate.
They're burning the time down.
Huge duo team of Trust Me and Naga. Trust Me going in aggressively with the Ammo Carbon Crush, so that Naga with the Blaster Barrage can find the pick.
There's definitely a world where they full hold this, like for real.
Forward. Now we're getting to see the synergy come through even down that Magneto. But
you were talking about building a website and stuff earlier, right?
Towards this next fight, they have so much for it. Cosmic Yawn Amplifier, the BRB is going to be back on.
Just because they've been out saying they're a web developer.
That Rad can use with just numbers that Berber Patapim have to deplete.
Oh, Ken brings out the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to save.
That's a big pick on Pokey. Sorry, not to volunteer you at all, Midnight. I realize that may have just come across as, hey, you should do this, and I've completely just volunteered you. Sorry. Nick Tired Brain doesn't do well. Okay, there's the res from Fate.
To play it from the other side, a quick revival. 40 seconds remain, but Berber Patapim, they still have their invisible boundary to move on forward. Rad are out of tricks, they're out of second chances, they're out of mulligans. Maybe an overwhelming here, but Rajaro takes
27 seconds left, though. He's gonna win this 1v1. Oh, Naga's smurfing it. Oh, Enzo gets him. That's a big pick. Tanuki does get Naga, but they can res. Polly gets Fate. Naga's res. Gets Tanuki back. Gets Polly as well. PKY gets Raj, though. Oh, Pokey. Pokey, have you done this for your team? Oh, Enzo. Oh, boy. That was so fucking close. Naga nearly single-handedly won that for Rad.
To keep him up.
That was incredibly close.
The duelist safely intact, but Berber Patapim have been able to see through the threat of the full hold, and Pokey now so close to another final judgment too.
Is there anything like in web development at Midnight where if you can't code or like you're not confident coding or anything, that's easy to like build a website with? Do you suggest as a web developer?
Public enemy #1. Indeed, the bounty is going to be claimed here by Naga.
Oh, triple kill from Naga.
The veins of Berber Patapim as Rajaro claims the space, and that's going to be some stability.
Oh wait, they don't know what Pokey is. They don't know what Pokey is. Pokey got brought back by the rest station. And he's got ult. So if you're Rad, you have to scout out where that Punisher's going to be popping up from right now.
I built one website.
All right, Tanuki just going to do their best to avoid poke as they commute
for myself. But I use like Wix, I think.
Tanuki also building up to that supernova incredibly quickly. Psionic Seduction comes on through from Trust Me.
Okay, here goes Pokey with the Judge Jury, but everyone is Delta split. Look at the fucking Delta split from Rad.
Shut down Rad stall.
I'm not a huge fan of the area that invisible boundary was in. Still, Fate being caught out here. Does have a Cocoon Revival ready to go if they need it in just a moment.
Enzo gets a nice pick. Pokey gets another. Oh, these picks are just going one by one by one. Fate gets a big res, gets a triple. But Tanuki gets him again. Enzo finds Melio again, and then a double off the back of it. Enzo, what the fuck was that?
Just
Hello?
taking full advantage of Karmic Revival being invested. Tanuki and Enzo both
Fucking
just able to
controller
turn
diff.
the field
Jesus
into an
Christ.
absolute battleground that Rat can't sustain from. Rajaro has to go for a strange teleport play, but Ken's gonna have the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier and the activator.
Dude,
The
Enzo
second
makes it
strange
look
step
so
through,
easy.
And Fade left behind goes down to the
Oh.
Human Torch.
Oh, the same here for Crook. Tanuki just having an absolute bit
that
of
fucking,
freedom.
yeah,
Rage of
okay.
Ultrons for last chance saloon, but they're
BBP
not
just fucking
on
rolled
the
it.
objective. Berber Palapin pick up their first win on Hall of Jalia in Marvel Rivals Ignite in our EMEA Grand Finals.
Oh my god, BBP
Okay, if
might
we're
just
going
fucking
for
walk
Rescom,
this, honestly.
I feel like
They might
we
just
need
fucking
to get
roll
a
it.
couple of things out of the way, and Human Torch is one of them. Because
Webflow,
every
WordPress.
single time Tanuki just
I tried
finds where
Shopify
those
as
red
well.
spots are. Even though he's a flying unit, he should be
Delta
getting
split
so much
is
pressure
like
coming on from Fade on
Delta
the
split's a
Adam
term for
Warlock, who is a
basically
hit scan
just
in his
like
own
everyone
right.
scattering in different
Tanuki just gets
directions.
to play perfectly around the map, perfectly around all of the resources that Enzo provides.
So
And if
let's
you're
say
trying
everyone's
to
stood in
spend
a
time
group
dealing with
and
the
they
torture
all
looking
just
up into
split
the
off in
sky,
different directions.
Pokey
That's like
gets
that's a
free
Delta
run
split.
through. This is
I don't know where the
quite
term comes from. I
literally
think it's an
a
army
crossfire
term.
that Berber
I don't know if
were able
Gabe's
to
here.
set
Maybe you
up
can
on Hall of
confirm or deny. I
Jalia,
don't know.
And it was one that Rad were never able to break.
The thing is, when you're running this Mantis,
So like,
Adam,
you know, when Punisher pops the ult,
and
for example,
Ultron, it feels like
and
the
you watch the
triage
entire
capacity is a little
team
bit
just
low.
like
We're seeing
split
that
off
Rajaro,
and find
trust
like
me, having
cover
to play a very
in different
sheepish
areas
game
like they
as
did just there.
Vanguards. And it's often meaning that punishing
yeah, it's a Delta split.
Holly when they go too deep or trying to overwhelm Enzo, who's essentially a solitary frontline, can be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, and trust me too.
Yeah,
Omni
yeah,
Emma
exactly.
Has
like,
utilized
yeah,
Diamond
Scooby-Doo,
Form for setups to
yeah,
go
kind
with
of
the
vibe.
Star-Lord rather than a Magneto. Who
It's just my
literally
go-to
follows
phrase
the Star-Lord
for that
and
thing,
calls it a
for
day,
that
so
kind of
you
thing.
don't lose physical presence on the front line. Normally, we see when we see the res comp come on through, which meant
Damn,
that
dude,
Holly
BBP
on
looks
the
so
Captain
good, don't
America
they?
every single
Rad looked
time
kinda
just
lost.
had to
I
point
don't know.
out, trust me, to use Diamond Form, and then we've
It
got
looked
a
kinda
green
lost.
light go sign for Captain America that doesn't have to worry about getting grabbed out. Which
I mean,
means
it's a
more
BO7,
harassment into
guys,
the
so,
back
like,
line
there's a
and
lot left to
more
play,
resources
potentially,
that
but
Rad have to use to triage any
it's,
of the potential attention
whoever
sent
the
outside
first
of
to
display.
four,
I mean,
first
I
to
gotta
four
shut up
wins,
Ken
and
again.
BBP
Like,
are halfway there
we're
already.
seeing this very pointed ban phase to try and get rid of a bunch of their
You
strategists,
boy.
and Ken is delivering so much
You
value
boy.
on the Rocket Raccoon. What's the deal with that, my guy? I'm managing to get so much out of the. out of the
I'm
Cosmic
just deciding
Yarn
whether I should buy
Amplifier,
this
as well
Thor
as
skin right now,
really
or whether I
good
should
with
wait till next
Pokey.
week.
It feels like if you're gonna ban out the Pokey Psylocke, and you're
I
also
should
going to
probably
try and
wait till
force that
next
Rocket
week.
Raccoon, having it alongside the Punisher might not be the greatest
Because
setup for you to
That's when I
force.
get paid.
True, and also we don't tend to see Cosmic
This
Yarn
one's like, I don't get this one,
survive
dude. This
all
one just
that
looks
long
shit,
because
doesn't it?
a lot of the time it has a health bar, right? So what
It's
the other
basically
team does
the
in
same
reaction to
fucking
finesse
outfit
is
apart
that
from the
you
hair
use something like Fate of
as the
Both
normal
Worlds from your
Punisher.
Luna, and everyone just looks at the Rocket Ultimate and it's immediately disintegrated. But when you're running Adam, Mantis, Ultron, you don't really have, when you
Yeah,
utilize one of
exactly
those
that,
strategist
Milky, yeah,
ultimates, the potential
My new
of
client says for
giving
full site
everyone the
editing
space to
themes.
take down the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier before one of your players gets traded. So Ken's Rocket is having so
Oh.
much value.
A rocket ship to the greater part of our
So what's like
$250,000 prize pool potentially. We'll see.
So
if
WordPress,
our best
for
of 7 is
example.
going to go back in Rad's direction.
If you use
after this break.
WordPress, is it like a drag and drop? So for someone like me who couldn't code, for example, but let's say I wanted to make a website, is it like drag and drop stuff that then I can just build with like already established elements? But then what do I do if there's like I have an idea, but then it's not part of the like pre-established kit? You know what I mean? Because like that's what Wix had, right? That's basically what Wix was. But part of the problem is there's a lot of stuff that I wanted to do which just wasn't inherently there, and obviously I can't code it in, you know. I mean, Wix, to be fair, Wix didn't even have like basic footers. Like I couldn't just add footers to a web page. It was really complicated to add a footer, and I was like, Surely that's like the fucking basics, isn't it? I mean, to be fair, I don't really need a website for anything. Unless like later on as I get super successful or something, then maybe I would have a website for all of my stuff in one place. For people to find all my shit in one place, but I don't feel like I need a website until then. Or even then. And for merch, maybe. But yeah. Alrighty. Game Trez. Let's see if Rad can come back in this, because at the moment, they're getting kind of rolled. They're getting kind of rolled. Have a look at what Reddit's going on. I'll quickly run a 60-second ad. So you don't get any in the game, as per that we do between every game. Oh, that is sad. That hurts, doesn't it? And we've all been there, guys. Do you want to see, in fact, let me just quickly log back into Rivals. Let me show you mine. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. One second. You start launching. I'll deal with you in a second. Where are you, son?
Two-zero here to Rad. It seems like the lower bracket hot hands are proving true right now as they pick up their first Ignite win on Hall of Jalia in the grand finals against Rad.
Hot hands indeed, as Tanuki's torch has proved to be an absolute terror in the skies, being able to dispatch and deal quite handedly out against the res composition, since lacking that Magneto, you lack a lot of tools to be able to run that comp properly, Harry. We don't get to see the great engagements come through off of the bubble into Blaster Power Spin coming out from the Starlord, nor do we get to see the Meteor M being utilized to buy yourself space to stabilize off of a comic revival position that the enemy team gets to see just glaring out into the dark night sky like a lighthouse to the ships outside.
Sorry, chat, 1 second.
Once again, Rad have a choice of where we're going to be going for our next map. And the question is for Berber Patapim, when does the energy run out? But honestly, I feel like you just get innovated.
Okay.
By
what was I looking at?
Ticket, you know, and they're just like, okay, we just beat Virtus Pro. Like, we're gonna dispense with Rad. We walk away with a fat check.
What was I about to look up in game? Why was I opening this? Can someone remind me?
You are gonna look super duper dumb.
What was I looking up?
Berber Patapim, like every little bit of momentum is in their favor right now.
Yeah, Berber Patapim,
my brain's just completely fucking gone.
Really,
oh, win-loss. Yes, thank you, Jesus.
That momentum push coming out after the right?
This was the really sad bit.
Historically worst
this was a really sad bit. Oh shit, you can't see. Hang on. Move my camera.
Look like the worst team in that matchup. They
look at
looked
this.
like they had the full read of Hall of Djalia coming on through, both in terms of rotation, of tempo, and understanding too on when to take offensive fights when they were on the attacking side as well, like with the dive.
4 out of 5 SVPs.
Captain America providing
still
so
lost.
much freedom of space. It was rough for Rad to have to deal with.
Yeah,
I'm clinging onto GM by the skin of my teeth.
We would play both for Venom and the Captain America at a top tier competitive level is such an asset for Berber.
All right, here we go.
The choice is yours. I believe it has to be a convoy map now. So it is indeed Idrisil Path where we will be hanging our hats next.
Well, Captain America is the first pan coming on through from Raj. There's the pivot.
Yeah.
And Berber Patapim immediately removing the Magneto as we saw the problems that Rad ran into not having that Vanguard in play.
Question is, now with Ken freed, will they counter Loki
All right.
Protect here?
Catman.
Allowing Ken to
Loki
really
Protecty.
stretch their legs on what was most commonly known as their best hero for a long time. So has at least friend them through a loop of touch.
So they're not going to
seeing
let
that
them
cat
early
first
protect
ban.
the cat for
Rad
Polly.
did go for a Loki save as well, so that Berber Patapim don't get
Emma
one-sided
ban.
Loki if Ken does decide to save for it. But
Who does
now
BPP wanna save?
they have
Oh, they're gonna make sure they get the Loki. Okay.
Do you save the Loki?
It
and
makes sense
forgo
because
a
obviously they've been
Vanguard?
first banning Loki on Rad.
Or do you potentially
taking it
save
out,
a
so
hero that Tanuki likes to field
It does
towards?
make
Looks like
sense
they're putting the
to
prospects
make sure that
and
you have
resources into
that
the
match as
Loki
well, right?
coming on through, so both of these teams are going to be
We
able to
know
have
how
the
good Loki
Asgardian
is.
strategist on their side. What Berber Patapim aren't going to have, though, and I think this is smart as well.
Honey ban.
is the Punisher.
We're on
If you're
Idrisil
running
Path.
That Loki, that Psylocke
So
threat
torch
that you
bans, I would
especially
expect,
since there's
no?
no Captain America, becomes much more easy to mitigate.
Oh, there's Psylocke
Yep,
as
I
well.
vibe with
Psylocke's
this,
a
getting rid of
problem.
that Punisher. Pokey gonna have to potentially run the unassisted Psylocke if you don't want to invest yet another ban in this.
Do they ban the
Getting
stuff?
rid
They're
of
going to
the,
take out the mag.
The Team
But this
Rad
means
Psylocke-
they
I
can
don't know if
save
Team Rad
Psylocke.
really get as much value out of Psylocke as Pokey does.
Do you
But,
just save the Psylocke
Magneto
straight
ban, I
up
think
right now?
definitely makes a lot of sense here. Maybe you can save your own Emma Frost for Berber
Sure.
Save
Catapim.
Wolverine?
Yeah, I think they're gonna potentially save maybe the Wolverine so that they can utilize the fastball special, try and break first corner when they're on the attack of Yggdrasil Path.
Oh, I
However,
actually quite
Rad
like this as
banning
well,
that
right? Because if you've
Magneto
taken out the Emma
earlier,
and the mag already,
now
it means that they're likely to
Berber
go into a Groot
Patapim
or
are
a
going to
Strange
have
as their
to
tank
deal with
options.
Likely a Punisher to save from
Maybe a
Melio
Hulk.
in this next block.
Maybe
And
a
if it
Venom,
isn't
but
a
there's going to be
Punisher
at least
save, then it
one good
absolutely
hero that
has
you
to be a
can
Punisher
use the
ban
Wolverine
when Berber
against.
Patapim get the ball in their court.
But they do give up the
All
Psylocke
right,
for this.
really targeting down Pokey and Polly here. Trying to make sure that they are lacking in options and, wow, their own Punisher here. I think that this is a great draft here for Rad. They are leaving every strategist open for the side of Berber Patapim, but that isn't that much of an
Strange
issue,
ban.
honestly. I feel
Oh,
like
I like
Rad
it.
know their way
Okay,
around
so they're
the
kind of
Helen and
forcing them
Loki.
onto a Groot, maybe a thing.
True, but taking
They're gonna
out
ban
the
the
Doctor
thing.
Strange
Yes,
could be an
okay, I
interesting
actually like
adaptation so
that.
that you wouldn't have Strange Portal recontest plays. You also wouldn't have the Strange Portal at the beginning for the Punisher.
Okay, this
Culling
makes
turret, nor
Wolverine
would you have
just
the opportunity
super
to
good
utilize
prio, doesn't it?
Luna, Fate
Like-
of both worlds from either Luna or the Loki that copied her to amp up the Maelstrom of Madness, but they actually decide to pivot over in the end
'Cause, like,
away
'cause,
from
like,
the
what do you
Strange
play?
and ban
You're
the
gonna have to
thing
do
instead.
what?
So if
Like-
Tanuki wants to
like
flex over to the
Hulk
Wolverine,
Strange?
he's still going to be able to put the Sorcerer Supreme under pressure.
They're going to go Hulk Cap. Are they going to go
All
double
right.
dive?
It's going to be Yggdrasil Path. We saw Pokey hovering the hell indeed. And this is going to allow for Ken to get resurrected if they do get picked off early. Due to that Ragnarok Rebirth team up. And I believe that the Hell was actually the first hero I saw Pokey playing when they were on Royal Beamers doing remarkably well in MRC.
It's a very good Helen map too. Lots of good off angles, lots of high ground rotations, and with Psylocke being out of the rotation for both sides, you don't have to worry about winning out that duel. Plus, as we've seen from other teams, Hela against Wolverine with the soldier in a cooldown can be particularly problematic, but it does look like Berber Patapim have decided to go for the Gamma. It's going to be Naval.
Oh, you're going to play some tonight,
that
Milky?
Pokey picks up. Enzo going to be playing the Hulk.
Yeah, you
As
said
we
your
can
rank
have a
games
look
were
and
pretty
see
rough
Rad
yesterday.
Melio on the Wolverine. Look out, Vanguards. Your lives are in danger. The
Hey, here we go.
Wolverine comes flying directly for your face.
Rad needs to give us something here. Otherwise, this looks like there's going to be a little bit of a
Aside
wash.
from the Vanguard's a bit of a mirror match here between our teams. Trust me, just opens up that portal. I believe it's just going to get Rajaro behind and then closing it instantly.
So
swap over onto
BPP
the
going
Hulk.
for this
Get maximum value out
Hulk
of this.
Namor that
Oh, they
we've seen
actually
them
put
run
Naga
quite a
over
bit.
there. Oh, Naga instantly gets exiled by Enzo. Oh, Naga's in danger.
Oh, Naga's in
blessing
big
of the
trouble.
deep is not so much a blessing
Naga's in
because it
big
just
trouble.
prolongs the
And they're
inevitable.
running out
Ring of the
both
Deep.
sides, but that's a really nice...
I mean, it did buy the attention.
really nice pick.
Berber Patapim turned their heads to deal with the Namor. Rad's other team players got to move around the corner, and with the regen domain,
Oh.
they've already been able to break through. However, Tanuki sees where the actual Loki is. Divas Exchange
Yeah,
comes
this is
into
passive
play,
taken out.
allowing level 1 Crook to escape. But Pokey is just keeping such a good track of all of the off-angle rotations that Rad could make.
All right, Unbreakable Barrier put on up for the Vanguards here. An attempt at a Gamma Spear, but Rojaro's able to dodge away from
Yeah,
that
this is
one.
this is
And
going to
now
be
the
tough for
backline pressure is starting to mount on
Nice
that.
from Alex, gets a double.
Now the pressure's
What?
going the other way. Una reverse card for real right now. Rojaro and Melio can't
Yeah,
stand
Enzo's
up
going to have to do a
Ice
good
Stars for
job of
finger
like
painting.
marking these
Too
two dive
difficult to
tanks,
get
right? Because
past.
they're running a cap
Regen
and
domain having to be invested as well from the side of Rad so that they don't lose another player to
I mean,
a
I think they're going to
stagger.
struggle on defense,
Pokies
to be
already
honest,
been able to build up the
because they're
first
going to probably have to
whole
run a
of
group. But
Proteus. Melio seen that the
this is going to be
Wolverine strategy
Enzo's
isn't
job
gonna
to
break
keep on
open
top
this
of
corner,
that.
swaps now over towards that
Dive on
Punisher's
top of them when they
blessing
try and go
of
for your
the
back
deep
line,
and
you know, and keep
regeneration
them honest.
have been forced to just stabilize the Nemo from Berber Patapim's end.
All right,
Oh,
Horn of
the
Proteus,
shotgun.
good to go, and you can see in the back there's a
Oh,
damage boost.
Pokey with
Goodbye
the
to
double.
Melio, and say farewell to your own strategist
Huge.
ultimate as well. Face still got one in the back pocket. Of course, won't be using it here as he's just trying to avoid getting staggered out. Rad.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh, yep, trust me, doesn't even
dude,
get to reset
BBP looks
inside.
so good right now.
Berber Patapim can absorb as well this final judgment, or they can just leave
BBP
the
look like they're
area
just firing on
and
all
not
cylinders.
bother with it in the slightest. Fate is going to have the horn, the fate of both worlds available to either bolster Naga
back
or
into GM.
Melio's
Yeah.
own
I've been
ultimates.
flip-flopping between
As
GM and
Tanuki is going all the
D1.
way into
Oh
the
my
back
God.
line, and he's found himself a Rojaro.
Oh, Rojaro is having a very
just
bad,
gets
not so
out.
good.
Here we go, this is what they need.
Unbreakable guard onto Melio.
But look,
wants
they
past
just
the
split
Aegis
again.
shield, but it seems
They just
like
run.
mostly- Yeah, Berber Patapim. They simply disengage.
Oh, he does get Enzo, that's big.
Whoa, what a
Oh,
timing
wait,
there
but he world
on
breakers.
The ultimate. Still, damage going to be done.
That's
Even
really nice from
outside
Melio,
of
actually.
the LOS.
But
Oh,
in the
show just
meantime,
cannot last
Tanuki
for
and
long.
Ken get the
Enzo
others.
taken down, but Tanuki follows up their own last stand very well, rolling forth now.
Good exile.
And that Unbreakable Hulk is feeling quite broken. Trust me, just gets
Easy.
decimated. It's
Oh,
going to
the
be a
stagger.
stagger as well.
Oh, they're going to
the
stagger
body
him
blocks it,
again.
He can't run back to his tomb, and then the Wolf just utilizes it to keep up the rage. 1 minute left. Melio doesn't have final judgment. Naga could come through with a huge horn of Proteus. Fate can potentially provide.
Man, I think this is just a Wolverine problem, isn't it?
This has
Like-
to be a magical play from Rad.
Right, they're going to have to pop everything now. Here they go. There's the flop. Doesn't get anything, though. Big pings from Polly.
The biggest whale, the biggest biomass that was levied.
Here comes the whale on the other side.
Own turn to
Also
try and
whiffs,
strike
but
back.
Melio does go
Also
down.
lacking
Enzo gets
in
Crook,
the
and oh
value
my
as
god,
Melio
it
was
looks
taken
like
out
they're
in
going to get
advance
full
by
health.
the Emma Frost. Pokey needs to make a decision
Enzo
on whether to
is
invest
going
that blessing
bananas
of the
on
deep
this Hulk.
Inside of the regeneration domain, there is no need. Trust me, as the roll
Oh.
on forward, but is executed by Pokey.
dude.
Tanuki finds Naga elsewhere.
Guys, this
10
might be a
seconds
straight
remain,
4-0.
And yet again, Rad, who are waiting in the
This
grand
might be a
finals,
straight
getting
4-0.
all of their information, find it so difficult to break through a defensive Berber Patapim.
Rojaro was able to
Oh
contest
my
the
God.
level 1 Crook and Melia's ultimates in this next fight that goes longer than name or two, but Berber Patapim have the cover of corner and space to disengage.
But they need to turn it around for their team. Oh, they can't afford
Another
to go
kidnap.
on down, but Tanuki's desperate to try and make it work. 15% away from the last
This
stand.
needs to be big
Melio's
for
finding
Melio,
themselves a
but
good
they
angle.
split
Polly gets into
again.
cover, but disengages once again so strong, and Enzo's the only casualty to fall off
Enzo
the back
gets
of this
one, but that's
Pokey
it.
pokes out again and again. You've still
Is
got
that gonna be
Tanuki
enough
in
for
the
them
back,
to push in?
98% towards the last stand. It could be a
It might be
ruinous
enough.
finish, as the culling turret down the lane is going to make a recontest incredibly difficult. The lack of damage drop off.
Hulk is
could
creating
be
a lot of
everything.
room. They
And
might be
now
able to get it off
down
the
the
back of
World
this.
Breaker Hulk. Trust
But
me,
they're
in
gonna
the back
use
is
the
gonna
Lunar Orb to
continually
just
be a
walk
thorn
in
the side, a thorn in the
and
backside of Berber
recontest.
Patapim. Tanuki going
And that's a
down, but the
nice
damage
flop.
boost is fine.
Doesn't
It's
get the kill,
just
but here
sustained
comes the
on
flop the
through.
other way.
On the other
Complete
side,
whiff.
Everybody's got the Loki crystal
Pokey
to
gets
try
Naga.
and survive. Polly taken down, but Naga traded
Enzo.
elsewhere.
Oh,
Overwhelming
Enzo
forces
survives
alleviated
just.
from Enzo by the
Such a
healing of the
clutch
fate of
ult.
both worlds. Melio's turret has to go down once again. Pokey so accurate.
Oh,
when it comes to
Tanuki.
these. Tanuki's finally arrived, and he's made his presence known well. A freedom charge, a freedom from point
Oh,
A is
Melio gets
demanded.
taken out by
Melio,
Enzo.
a second ultimate, yes, but nothing to be gained off of it. The Sorcerer Supreme is saying, let me show you
They're
a trick.
they're trying to
Don't
recontest
punish
again
and
with the Strange
disappear.
Portal.
And it's an exile onto Tanuki, slowing him down for Butterbomb and
But it's done. It's a full hold from BBP. Oh my god.
They just understand. Rad's hand is forced in all
Rad
the time.
does
They have to
not
make
look
the
like they
aggressive
know how
play
to deal with
and
this
use
fucking
Final
team, with
Judgment
this
just to break
lineup
the
at
corner.
all.
And Berber Patapim again, they just disengage it. They know that when the fight continues afterwards,
I don't,
they're
dude.
going to
I
have
don't
all
like
of
this
the
Punisher
ultimates to come back
idea.
in with. And
Like,
then they keep up
it's
the
so
pressure, taking down
one-dimensional.
Fate, taking down level 1 Crook.
Teams
Even
are getting
Amelia gets the
so
final
good at
judgment.
playing
There's no
around it.
strategist.
They know
Ruggiero's
that
got
it's
the
when it's
freedom
going to come
judgment. It
out.
has to be on the objective, so you
They
don't lose
just
out to
split off and
overtime,
hide, and then
which
it
means
becomes
no
completely
pocket for the
useless. And
Punisher.
that's your big,
Amelia finds no
like the
value
comp
with
is
final
centered
judgment,
around this
and Rad
one ultimate,
finds no
and then
point.
they just
Not a single
skirmish.
part of Yggdrasil is picked up.
You know, this is one of the things about the Wolverine that makes it so
no.
powerful. These low
Yet
cooldown
another
kidnaps,
map
right?
chosen by Rad,
These low cooldowns
and yet
abilities to just
another
get these
lackluster attack.
pick off
Burber
after
Patterson
pick off
just
after
came
pick
out
off.
of that
Instead of
lower
this,
bracket finals,
you know, build up this
so
massive
bloody
ult, and then if you
hot.
don't get
It feels like
value,
they're
you've used all of that
undefeatable
time
right
building
now.
it up for
Pokey
nothing.
2 showcasing how strong
And
the
yet,
Nemo
it is
can
really
be
strong,
when you
but
have the Luna
teams are getting
to
so
line
good at
up
playing
your
around it now.
ultimate cooldowns. That and Blessing of the Deep just providing enough time for Berber Patapim to turn their attention to the Nemo, who is coming under trouble, allowing him to play so
Crazy.
much more for shutdown to the off angles that Rad were looking to create. But now it's that turn on the defense, and it isn't easy a defensible position. That first corner, trust me, he's gonna go for a little bit of a cheeky portal play at the beginning, just to give a better angle to Melio, potentially.
Okay,
Hope
not
for
really sure what
Berber
that's
Patapim to
about.
walk directly through, but they don't fall for it.
I'm not sure what that one was. I'm not going to lie. Maybe a touch of a tilt play. I'm sure in the replays it might be made a little bit more concrete as to what the objective
not really-
was there for
not
the side
really
of
sure what
Trust
that
Me.
portal
For
was.
Pokey, though, the objective right now is just to continue fragging
Tanuki
from
gets
the
out
front
with the
line.
rocket double
So
jump.
accurate with these tridents. The Lord of the Deep is making Talagan proud right now, as yet again just having to disengage into those regeneration domains. Poly's fully
Nice
charged.
exile into the kidnap.
All the excellent timing on the release from the exile as well. Already halfway towards that last stand. Tanuki
Dude,
is
BBP are
dominating.
rolling them.
Level 1 Kirk has been able, though, to translate the damage that
BBB
Berber
are
Patapim have been
absolutely
outputting
rolling them.
into a strategist ultimate. Fade up
Enzo
force
gets
comes out,
Naga.
but the Wolverine still falls.
Enzo gets Faye. Enzo is smurfing. Enzo is smurfing the ever-living fuck out of this game. Guys, it's done. It's done. It's a 3-0.
Enzo, a triple
It's a straight fucking 3-0.
What? I think that Tanuki may have just interrupted the Eye of Agamotto. It might have been a solo 1 versus 1. Trust me, he's not going to be able to teleport anybody back. Berber, Patapim.
This
What
might
is
just
going
be a
on
4-0
right now?
wash.
They are looking
Which is a real
invincible.
shame for this,
Enzo
like,
with a 3K with
it's
the
a real
Hulk on the
shame as this is
rollers, bro. What is
how it's
going
going to
on?
end in the grand finals as a 3-0 wash, but like, I
I
don't know, man. Rad looked completely fucking lost.
It's Ken's Loki.
Completely lost.
Regeneration domain was placed. Every single one of the doppelgangers literally paved the way. Like
It feels like they have
for the
no
vanguards from
fucking
Berber
idea how
Patapim
to
just
like
walk
pick and ban
leisurely
against this
through
team.
and into the space of
And
that
BBP
corner,
have a
which in
really,
reaction,
really good
everyone
read.
from Rad had to take a
They have a
big old
really
step
good read on it.
backwards, and that then bled into the angles that were afforded
19
to
and
Pokey
1
and
from
Tanuki,
Pokey.
and the safe spaces
Pokey
as
is
well
having
that
the
Ken and
day
Alex
of
could
their
play from.
fucking
Alex,
life
by the
right
way,
now.
Survived the entire 2 rounds, did not go down on the Luna at all.
Unreal. I mean, those of you who didn't know the secret lore, now you know why Ken was getting target banned by VP the entirety of that series. You cannot let this guy on the Loki.
Yeah,
he's just,
Loki
he's just
is
different.
ridiculous.
Might be a true Asgardian.
Yeah, definitely potentially adopted by Odin himself right now.
But
from all of
Enzo
the
on this
Loki
Hulk
gameplay
as
that
well,
we've
like,
seen
I don't
coming
know,
on
man.
through. And Berber Patapim, they just
Enzo on
used
this
so
Hulk
much
is a
momentum
problem as
against
well.
Rad too. Like they made sure
Well,
when they broke that first corner, they caught the
might be a
disengages.
pretty sad way to
They
finish
sent
this, but,
out the Hulk. Enzo
we are
on the Hulk
3-0
was
down
going
already.
in and uprooting Rad's retreat so that they weren't cleanly able to just shuffle themselves into the side rooms, wait out the threat of value coming out from that regeneration domain, and then push back into the fight when the Loki major cooldown was just waiting to come back into play once more. They did such a good job of controlling the objective, the space around it, the angle too on the far left, which can sometimes be problematic for the defensive duelists to get a peek into you as you cross around the payload. They had it all down pat.
It's match point. In a best of 7 here for our grand finals, Berber have the hottest hands I have ever seen. Can Rad turn it around utilizing all of their power coming through from the winner's bracket? Find out after our break.
Sorry, Jai, 1 second.
My power grows. Behold the god of thunder!
Okay. 3-0. Hi, Caffeinated. The first series was a mega banger. First series was fucking dope as shit. This one, at the moment, is a complete wash. Unfortunately. Summarize for me what happened in this game. As in this series, Ryan? Or that last game particularly? The first series was really, really close between Virtus.pro and BBP, and it was really solid. Really fun to watch. This last 3 games has just been, like... Some of them have been a little bit closer. That last one wasn't even remotely close. They got completely steamrolled. BBP are they're just got better drafts. Rad don't really know what to ban out. They keep leaving them big power picks. And BBP are taking advantage of it. You know, low keys. That they feel like they have to ban the Psylocks and they're punishing it with different picks. So Rad just look a little bit lost and they're not really sure how to play into them. So I don't know. This we're at a situation now where either it's a reverse sweep or BBP take the whole thing. And it might very well just be a straight 4-0. How are you, Caffeinated? Welcome back. I hope you're well.
For Team Rad, it's reverse sweep or perish, simply as Berber Packham going from a lower bracket, already having done a 5-map slobber knocker, are currently 3-0 up.
Who the fuck says slobber knocker anymore?
It's been a rough time of it for Rad. We really can't sugarcoat it, Harry. So they need to spend the time just like during this and in between the next map resetting, right? We saw VP versus BP go the absolute distance. It is entirely possible that you can start making a comeback and grabbing some of those maps. And we need to see a pivot. It feels like Rad tried to come into this thinking that they got the better of BP the last time the 2 teams matched up off of the res comp. And they put so much stock in the res comp. But I feel BP put just
Glad
as
you
much
enjoyed it,
stock in
Caffeinated.
countering
We're gonna have
the res comp when these two
it's gonna be
teams
another super
went their
long day
separate
today.
ways
So
afterwards.
Yeah, right now it really seems
we've
like
done. I
Tanuki
mean,
Poke
we're nearly at
Gamora
the end of the MEA potentially.
Kind of how they're managing to deal with
we'll
the
sit
res
and we'll
comp.
play some
It
ranked
feels like
games
right now there's some
in
frontline
between. We'll
dominance
just play some
going on
rivals in between
like
for the next couple of hours.
Enzo and Polly are just
and then
unbreakable right now.
We
seen
have
Enzo find exactly the right moments to try
tonight
and break out of
for
the
the
scrum on the
lower
Hulk
bracket
as well,
for the
to
lower
really
bracket
find the
finals. We have
attention on
100
that
Thieves
backline, being able to
Envy
pick up the
and a best of
strategies
5,
of
and then the
Rand
best
towards
of
the end of
7
that easy
grand
pathway. It looked
finals
like
as
it
well.
might have
Starting at
it might have been a
midnight.
good enough halt, and we saw Trust Me getting isolated.
So still
in
lots
some
of
random
rivals to
position
play
with
and
Tanuki
watch.
on the Wolverine. Maybe got Feral leapt up there, tries to go
And then I'm
for
gonna rest
the
for like 2
solo
days.
Eye of Agamotto, gets stunned out of it by the
20%
last stand.
Rad will come
And
back.
we didn't have
You think?
the portal to recontest either because there was that weird portal at the beginning.
So I mean, it's going to be a
Yeah.
domination
For
map,
Rad,
right?
there are a lot of things right
I
now
would
that
imagine Hell's
I think
Heaven
can
most
only be described
likely
by Till.
because I think we've had Krakoa
Yeah,
already.
if I'm Rad's coach right
So I would
now,
guess that
I'm
we're going
just,
to Hell's Heaven for
telling
this
all
last
of the guys,
one.
hey, calm down. We beat them once before.
Um,
we can beat them
we
again.
may see more
just
Hulk
need to make sure that we're
Namor.
playing our our game.
I don't
and we're
think
not
Res Comp is
playing
very
to
good
their
on the
game,
second
because
point
Berber
of
Patapim are a very
L7,
good
but
team at taking a
it is good
little
for the
bit of
first one.
momentum and translating it into a lot of momentum. Like you said, having things like
I
Enzo on
think-
the Hulk being able to, he, trust me, did not have a fun time. That he just
Yeah.
he got
Maybe
exiled,
Rad just
and
need
then
they need
the
to hire
immediate countdown of
Mantis for
3, 2,
Crook.
1, exile breaks. Only the Hulk can
I don't
choose
know.
when the exile breaks, so they perfectly coordinated it in sync with Tanuki's feral grab, which was just not a fun vacation for the Doctor Strange to take.
Yeah, Doctor Strange really does struggle quite a bit against the Wolverine, and that
I mean,
struggle
this
is
would have
even
to be a
harder when
mega
you're getting
climb
feral
back
ups
from
twice as
Rad.
often because he's just getting thrown at you with the
But we've,
old
I mean,
fastball
listen,
that
we've
Hulk
had
has
3
available.
reverse sweeps already in the
Rads,
last
now
2
they have a big
days,
choice
so
to make. Their last
maybe
stand,
more. But
potentially.
I've seen
And
3
they're gonna be
already.
able to pick the map, but because we've
So
gone
it
through
is
all 3
always
map types
possible.
now, the
Never
map
say
pool has
never.
opened up, Mox. They have so many options.
I mean, it could also be that
Well, one of them's
BPP
not gonna
are
be
just
Hell's
warm,
Heaven.
right? They played a
Sure.
crazy BO5.
Domination can come back
They
into the
warmed
mix,
up the
but you're not
thingies.
taking
You know,
Berber
they were
Patapim to
they were
Hell's
set and ready
Heaven,
to
or if you
go,
do,
and
wow,
Rad
that
kind
is-
of, I don't know, Rad
Ooh,
will come in
a
and dry.
big decision. Maybe they have a whole game plan around that, but I feel like Berber Patapim, their best map is Hell's Heaven.
Maybe.
Their best dive map is Hell's Heaven too, and we've seen that Rad have struggled with dealing with the dive. Personally, I would love to see a prioritization of the Magneto come through from their side, just so that if Tanuki's Wolverine does make it through,
The
or even
Wolverine
if
is
the
a
Hulk
problem,
manages
so-
to get through as well from
I think-
Enzo,
I mean,
you always have the bulwarks
it's
to be
hard. I
able
mean,
to
if you
give
ban
it
the
a little
Wolverine,
bit of
you let
counterplay. Heck,
through-
even going for the Invis woman.
You let through
I know
Pokey
it
Psylocke,
sacrifices
and
the
they've banned
ultimate
Pokey
versus
Psylocke every
ultimate in
single
terms of the
game, quite
strategist
rightly,
showdown.
because we've
But
seen how
force physics is
like,
an
soul-destroying it is to
invaluable
play into that.
cooldown, and it feels like Tanuki's Wolverine isn't really
Wolverine
getting
is a
all that much
problem.
respect when it comes to trying to deal with it right now.
Fucking
I wonder how
Enzo's
much of
Hulk
this
is a
can really be
problem.
solved with the
Enzo's
ban
Mag
phase.
is a
'Cause they
problem.
almost saw like a pseudo
The
mirror
Loki
on
is a
either path
problem.
as well, but was so different from any of the other compositions we've
Human
seen go up
Torch
against
and
each other.
Tanuki is a
And it was
problem.
still,
Like, I don't know, you know.
absolute domination in favor of Berber Patapim. They won out in every single aspect. It felt like when it was coordination, when it came to hitting the
There's
exiles.
always a
Enzo
chance, Ryan.
has been hitting
You know,
that
that's one of the
gamma
things that
spit
we like about
exile,
Rivals and why these games have been so crazy to
often.
watch.
Like, it's such
Because
a
there is
valuable
always a
cooldown when we've
chance.
seen, as you
There's
pointed
always
out
a
before,
chance.
the release from the exile often being communicated alongside a feral leap from Tanuki. For Rad, like, do you go for the first ban on Ken? Do you go for the first ban on the Captain America? Either way, it feels like
He needs
right
them
now,
not to
Berber
cancel
Patapim are
Wolf.
not a team that
I
can
mean, they
really
tried it in that
solve
last
in
game, though,
bans.
and it did nothing.
Yeah, I think they definitely
did
need to
nothing.
change up how they're looking at the gameplay. They're sort of looking at like, oh, we've got Final Judgment, therefore we win the
Luna,
fight,
are you
right?
here?
We get so
I don't know
much
if you're still in
space.
stream.
We should
Are you
immediately
still
win off of the
hanging out?
back of this. But Berber Patapim, they're alt tracking and then they're anticipating. So instead of Final Judgment forcing a cooldown or an ultimate to match it, and we see, as we did previous weeks, Final Judgment into Invis boundary and then being
Hell of a
able
torch.
to bypass
So
the
this
heals
is
per
something
second
that we talk
Invis
about
boundary
quite a lot,
provides.
Ryan.
Berber Patapim just disengage.
So
They
Heller
use
into Torch
regeneration
is one of
domains
these
to make sure that
matchups
the disengage
that
is as
in
safe as it possibly
principle
can
you are
be, and
very
it's somewhat
right,
blanketed
right?
by that cooldown. But
In
they're
principle,
still
Heller is
saving
very good into
all
Torch.
of their ultimates
Naturally,
to just
a
surge
very
out
good
the
hit
second
scan
that
with
Final
crazy
Judgment
damage.
is done. And
Here's
it
the
feels like
problem.
Rad aren't really taking advantage
It's a bit of a
things that
fallacy,
the Final Judgment
because
buys
the
them.
way
No
that
one
Human
picks the
Torches
frags,
play
the
is they
space that
play
can
around this
utilize
cover,
to try
and they use their
pressure
very
when Berber
fast
Patapim try
side
and play
strafing
the
speed
retake.
to just poke in and out of this cover.
Okay, Rad.
So while in
What's
principle
the
it is a
story?
very
What's
good
the story
counter,
here?
during actual
What
gameplay,
map will be
it's
our
still really hard to
turnaround
deal with the
for this
torch.
series? A
Because
reverse sweep is
if they know,
demanded.
especially if they know they're playing into a
Cannot
Heller, they
let
play
Asia
around
go
it
to
really
8
well
maps,
at
then
this
we have a
level.
4-0. I
In your
refuse
rank
for
games
that to be
stuff,
the case.
in my rank
Might
games,
well
yes,
be a
100%.
first ban once again onto Kane.
But
Yep, we are
in
not allowing
this
that
level
ban
of
on Loki again.
high play, they know how to play around
Yeah,
these kind of
we're
these
right
counters.
back into the swing of things, and we're still
So let's see how
going
they
for the
play around it.
priority of the Amethyst over that Magneto.
So Loki
Carbon
ban,
Crush needs
there's
to
no way
find
they're letting
value
Ken get that
coming
Loki
over
again.
from Rad. I know it means
And then
that you
Loki
don't have
from
to
both
worry as much
sides.
about the Captain America, but this Wolverine and the fact that Berber Patapim just immediately removed the Magneto.
Do they want to
we need
save
to
the
see a
cap for
pivot
Polly
from Rad
here,
into
or do
being
they
able
want to
play
save the
against
mag?
Tanuki.
They're saving the cap for
All
Polly.
right, early protect here. Making
So
sure
this
that
is the
Polly
change
can
that Rad
continue
tried to
being
do.
a
They tried to
backline
first ban
menace.
Polly's cap,
I gotta
but
make
that
sure
left the
there's gonna be
Loki
no
open.
uneven
They now ban the
gradients of
Loki, but it leaves the
here.
cap open.
Well, there's going to be no lunar snow forecast
Going down
either
this
for
route
the side
again.
of Berber Patapin.
And they're
as
going for the
Riders
support
once
bans again,
gonna
but I
go
don't
back
like
to
it, man.
one-sided cloak and dagger.
I don't
Berber
like it.
Patapin going to be removing Psylocke from playing.
It doesn't make any sense, man. This makes no
Time in the
sense.
series, Setstroid is
Oh shit! Here we
Oh,
go.
Okay, a little bit of a new look here.
That's
Naga
hella,
subbed out.
potentially. Setstroid
Yeah.
is a huge hella player.
Do it. Lock
Maybe
it.
they go the route
Oh,
that
here we go.
Crisis of Lone
Oh,
Knight, where
go
you
next.
utilize Soul
Go
Driver
next, it's
against the
done.
Wolverine.
Guys, it's done.
Maybe a rocket band this
Go
time.
next.
It seems like every time this one comes up, Ken just solves it with rocket.
This is done.
Oh, the
They
respect
banned
for
the
Rocket.
rocket?
It's real.
They banned Rocket?
In 2025, June.
Oh
Leonard
my god.
Raccoon.
What?
Summon inconsiderate raccoon and no damage rocket right now. You've got your respect.
I'll have you know that that's one damage rocket. I believe they had to remake
Dude,
their
that's
account,
so fucking
unfortunately.
funny.
As Rada are going to be able
They
to
ban
give
Rocket?
themselves the Mantis, which means that
Bro,
are forced into banning out the
That's
Island Invaders, despite
hilarious.
Island's
So if you
right
guys,
composition
okay, so if you
to
guys have
stall
not really
this
been watching
out
this whole
even
series,
further. I wanted to we get the Invis
let me tell
women
you what's just
coming
happened.
on through now so that you can give a Guardian
Rad
shield
have
over
tried
to
this
Setstroid
strategist
if he goes for
ban
that hella play, or do you
focus
just
in
once
this
again
draft
try
in the
and play
first
this
two
Ultron
games,
matchup,
right?
but have Setstroid on the Ultron so that if it goes wrong, you can pivot.
BBP
I mean, you've
then
got
just
great
went.
options
So
here just
they've
to
been
play a
banning
double strategist as
Loki,
well.
Luna,
I feel like
and
Fate and level 1 Croak
and
between
Cloak
them
and Dagger.
playing the Luna and the
and
Cloak
then
and
Mantis
Dagger,
as their like
they
support
should
band.
really allow for Setstroid
So,
and Melio to try and take it to the double
BBP
DPS,
have then
'cause
just gone,
the
fine,
double
we'll
duelists
play
at the moment,
Invis and
Toki
Rocket.
Tanuki, they tend to be able to find a bully.
And we're totally fine.
True.
And Rocket
Spider-Arms
has
are
proved
not
to be
really known
pretty
for,
fucking annoying.
the duelist
Because
angles.
their
Very
cap
much
and their
known for the
divers have not been
spawn
able to deal with the
strats,
rocket.
which
They've just been able
rotate
to
around
escape and still
having
put out the
a sheer
healing,
amount of vanguards
which is what we know
in your
Rocket is
lineup,
very
as
good
this
at.
is going to be the first time we're getting to see Berber Patapin
So
on
now they've
Spider
decided
Island, so
to
an
do it
unknown
again,
quantity
but this time ban out the
coming
rocket
through,
on
at
top
least
of
for
it
broadcast. It's definitely
to try
going
and
to be a
pinch the
certainty,
support
but,
pool
Rad know,
of
at least have
BBP
some
to a
form
point
of
where they
idea
feel
of
like
what
it's
Berber Patapin are going to
unplayable.
run off of
But they've
Scrims.
still got
But Scrims are
Invis.
Scrims. This
They've
is
got
officials,
Ultron,
and
they've
this
got
is also
Mantis
match point
available.
for Berber Patapin.
So I
Rad
don't
need
really
to take this
know.
off the series
And
this
they've
time.
they've given them
EMEA
Cap,
Grand Finals,
Psylocke,
$250,000 on the
and
line.
Wolverine.
Do or die for Rad.
and
Brad
Magneto.
once again coming out
They've
with the
given them
Mantis, the
literally
Ultron,
every power
and
pick
the
they
Luna
want.
Snow pocket composition.
So I,
Tanuki once
like,
again on the Wolverine.
I-
Poki's already been forced off of the angle though.
I don't know, man.
Which is
This feels
giving
like a
her little
massive
bit more
throw,
space to
but
play
we'll
around
see how
with.
how it
No
actually plays out.
Vanguard
Maybe
heavy
it's genius. I don't know.
So we're going to be fighting around second corner rather than first.
But you still have a solid support ult and then like a
Only
pseudo
Mantis
support
and
ult.
the invisible woman, Berber Patapin. Might have been a solve right here. Melio dives on in. Rajaro
Okay,
down.
though.
Finally,
Okay.
Some action. A little bit of vibration in the back here.
Okay.
They have been roused from the grave.
I am willing to be
This
proven
strange
wrong
TP
here.
play coming through from Berber Patapin.
Good first fight from
Or
Rad.
Are we going to see a pivot over to something else? No, that's still
Good
all in
first
the
fight
strange
from
portal.
Rad.
We're going to walk directly to the second fight and potentially hold off on that portal for third contest. Level 1 Crooks already going to have the Soul Resurgence in this next fight, trust me too. Building towards that first Psionic Seduction, and Berber Patapin looking a little bit more fragile.
Tanuki,
with the
they've now
composition
got
that they've been
triple
forced onto,
support.
as Tanuki is off of the Wolverine onto the Ultron to match the sustain.
So they
that the
have
other
forced
side
them onto
tried
like a triple support comp. So
Alright,
maybe
Melio
this is
reigning
what they
above
wanted
it
them
all.
to
Usually it's
do.
Naga who's playing
To
on
force
that
Tanuki
human
kind of
torch,
off this
but this time
Wolverine a
with
little
Setstroid
bit.
in. Doing Melio taking over those duties. Oh, Crooks already down. Which is a
But
little
isn't
bit
Enzo
shy.
just gonna be
Grab
so
that
fucking
one.
free?
Melio up too high. Pokey
With triple
finds a
support
crossbow
behind
bolt
him?
from across the map. And look at that, shutting down the follow-up
Like,
onto your own.
I don't know,
onto
man.
your own psionic
Dude, BBP
seduction
are probably
to
feeling
shut down
fucking
Raja in the
immense
back.
right now.
Trust me, he's gonna fall. They should be able to get everyone else safely back into
There's
respawn.
also, like,
But opening
I don't
that
know, this
fight
does
up with
not look
Psionic
good for
Seduction
mid-season
is a
finals for
rough one,
EMEA.
because now Berber Patapin can just put
And
up
also
token
bear in mind, guys,
resistance
if for
presence on
anyone who's
second
not been
corner,
following this,
wait for the ultimate
Rad
to be
came
burned
in the
and
upper bracket.
disengage before coming back in.
Rad beat
just like we
BBP
saw on the
yesterday
map before.
to make it into
Polly
this
up
upper
on that
bracket
rooftop
final.
too is gonna be
To
able
make it into
scout
this grand
check out
final.
Melio, who all this goes down immediately.
Okay, Rage of Ultron opens up already here from Sestroid, looking
There's the invis.
speculating towards the back, but not really getting much in the way.
BBB have
Contact
5
here,
ults on
Sestroid,
board.
Unable to really convert.
There
on
goes
that ultimate.
Pokey.
Still did force out the invisible boundary, which is a major cooldown. Berber Patapim are going to be lacking now. A full investment from Berber Patapim.
Oh, that was so close. Oh, that fucking
shaved
shaved his ear, didn't it?
Melio. How do you survive a firestorm now, Melio?
Right,
He's
Melio is
finally
waking up a
cooking,
little bit in
and
this.
Rad have entered the
They've
kitchen
taken him
for
off the
first
Punisher,
time in
and
this
he's waking
series.
up a little bit on this
Big
torch.
sedation came out from level
This
1
is
Kirk
what
as
they
well
needed to
onto
do.
Pokey, so that the Psylocke couldn't pressure the torch through the ultimate.
Okay, good stuff from Rad.
Finally,
Good stuff from Rad.
will be able to, for the first time in the series, pick up a point on Convoy, and they've got momentum to keep that movement
Maybe
going.
Melio can carry them in
gonna
this.
Have freedom charge, fate of both worlds too. As Berber Patapim, ooh, we're seeing a different side to them again. Pokey
BBP.
is over to the Atom
Oh,
Warlock.
BBP
They've
gonna
seen
go
that
full
Rad have
res
so many
comp.
flyers. Berber Patapim decides
BBP going full res comp into this.
To challenge them, and then Tanuki is going to take the aerial dogfight up in the sky with Melio and Sestroid.
Mum said it's my turn on the res comp. Trying to track down Melio already. However, just going to go for a little bit of a disengage. Oh, that's a nasty little
Slammed
right
him.
there. And the Cosmic Clusters
Slammed
take down
him.
Melio from downtown. Crook rolling on forward here. Not going to be able to meet the Soul Resurgence that Ken previously used.
And
Destroyed.
guys,
Getting
listen,
aggressive here.
we have not really
Impressive,
seen much
but
of
they were
this, but
brave enough to
Tanuki is
use
a
that,
monster on
quick
this Star-Lord,
Ultron
okay?
dash.
Oh,
shut down on
Trust goes down after
Instantly
popping
lost
the
their
ult.
ultimate. Where is the burst
That's
healing?
really
Nowhere
bad
to
for
be
Rad.
seen. A dink from downtown.
Trust is having an absolute nightmare of a series.
Through the cracks. Tanuki needs to be shut down on this angle. Someone else
Crook gets a nice couple of kills though. So Crook on this Mantis that we know that they love is kind of cooking.
Trying to match Witch with Rajara.
Polly's trying to peel.
There
goes the Tanuki res.
Up in the next fight, and they don't want Berber Patapim to have the time to set it up cleanly. Polly now
Tanuki's
goes
about
on
to
the objective,
get the ult.
still stalling
Crook
it
has
out,
theirs.
and that allows Tanuki to get into a
If they can
position,
bait out that
challenging
Mantis ult,
Melio, utilizing the
Tanuki's
items
there
on
it
the
goes.
ship to get himself out of double
Wait this
cover
out
for
and
the
Tanuki is
bottom
so
line.
free.
Still also Resurgence coming
Oh,
in from level
Tanuki
one.
is
Crook
about to be
just
so
dies,
fucking
dodges
free.
back into the safety of his boundary.
Yeah, playing safe inside the invisible boundary. And Pokey still has that resurrection in the back. Melio gonna make it a little bit
There's
dangerous
the
here.
Magneto
Enzo
to
starts
soak
easing
up
all of
that,
those flames.
supernova.
Tornadoes charged Aegis there to really catch for damage. So Enzo doesn't get
Nice
too much on the back
bubble.
of this one. Unable to try and bubble themselves. They use it selflessly. on
Here
the
goes
other
the
side. Pokey
reses.
come through now with the res, trust me.
Big
Converting
reses.
on the beam damage inside the building. The flames will rain. Polly gets resurrected yet again after putting their life on the line to keep
Pokey
that
with a
contested.
crazy good
Charge
res.
forward now. Overwhelming
Tanuki
force
still
destroyed.
holding the
Damage
Star-Lord ult.
boosted, yes, but the rage of Ultron unable to break through the freedom charge.
Oh,
Needs to heal
they're just gonna
up the
steamroll it.
remainder of the
And
team.
Tanuki is still
Rad,
holding
they
it.
get
He doesn't need to
scuppered
use it
when
right
they
now.
had an opportunity.
They're all back off of the back of the comic revival.
Crazy res.
Pokey gets the resurrection. Melio had burned Supernova in the fight before, doesn't have it. To keep
This is why
pressure in the
Rescom can be
resurrection
so hard to
position.
play into, right?
This is what happens when perfect
It just
Patapim can
forces
weather
you to
Rescom
like
with the full
try
heals
and
that it
think about
requires.
how you're
Tanuki's gonna have a galactic
like
legend.
rotating your
Bottom
ults
in the
and
back
stuff.
line. Pokey takes down
Because if you
Melio
blow your
too.
entire
So
load, the
missing
res
a
is just gonna
huge
counter
chunk
you
of
so
first
hard.
damage. A follow-up potential
Big
from
invis
Trump
boundary.
seduction. Everyone from
Big
Berber Patapim
invis
is
boundary.
safe inside invis boundary.
One player seduced. Follow-up's not going to
Oh,
be there.
good
Alex
choke.
can't be shut down before the invisible boundary's already run its course. A soul bond here shares out the damage, but it's now over.
Oh, they
Trust
really
me,
want
has
these supports.
everything they
Look
need to
at the
try and
dive,
convert
dude.
upon this fight. Tanuki wants to shut it down. It's for legendary around the back. So many
Oh, but they're all
targets to choose
inside
from.
right
Which
now.
one will you go
This
for
is
in
not
this
great for
case?
Tanuki,
Quick
but they've kind of
self-resurrection.
ditched the point.
Cocoon revival from Ken, the same
BBP,
from Pokey
like,
on the
BBP
other
have
side.
this point
Rad
right now.
lost control of the cart yet again. It's going to start rolling away from them. It's just the rage of Ultron that will once more be the decider in this fight. Tanuki super low.
There's the ult from either side.
Resurgence on both sides. Yet another Meteor M. Where'd you
Oh,
put it here?
massive from
Wheels
Enzo.
on the Fate's head.
Finds Fate.
Now it's a lot of healing that's going to be missing. Tanuki's tracking is sublime. Second to none. Trust me in the back. Finds Ken. Cocoon revival already on cooldown.
How is this Ultron
Overtime
still
needs to be
alive?
triggered yet again. Someone's going to go and touch the point,
Oh,
guys.
gets him.
Finally. It's going to be the Captain America that gets that one going. Big Pokey resurrection now. Ready to
They're
go.
just
There
full
goes
hold
Ken
him.
back and no one's
They're just full hold him, straight.
They're going to have to hold it on first or hold it quicker on second.
That's
There's
so
no light
cooked.
at the end of the
That's
tunnel
so
for Rad
fucking
on
cooked.
that fight on on second. Worse,
Oh
all of the
my
latest
God.
Berber Patapim's Karmic Revival, just allowing so many of the players to
Oh
come back for
boy.
in case rather able to start picking them up one by one, helped by the TP recontest from Fate. It has to be
Hi,
a
Jamie.
hold on Spider Islands. We've seen it
That's
happen
so cooked.
so many times before. But Rad, if they try to run the res composition, they're gonna get outmatched by the fact that Berber Patapim get the Magneto.
I mean, I feel like they
Again,
just
that
auto
Magneto
win by forcing a
slips
rocket ban,
through
don't
the
they?
bands.
Like,
They can't keep getting
I don't
away
know,
with
man.
it, Margs.
I don't know. This is
I
just...
told you in between the break that in my personal opinion, Magneto is just as crucial to res comp as the Adam Warlock is, and you can absolutely
Enzo
see
is
why
like...
the second
Enzo
Berber
is having
Patapim
the series of his
pivoted
life,
to
by the
that
way.
composition. The Bulwarks were getting maximum amounts
Like,
of
we've been
value.
talking a lot about
Even
Pokey.
Neuron
We've talked a
being
lot
used
about,
just
like,
shut down Rad's
Tanuki.
momentum.
We've talked a
Absorbing
lot
into the
about Polly
Galactic
on this
Legend,
cat, but
Rages of
Enzo
Ultron
is
coming
having the
over from
goddamn
Sastroid, which
series of their
probably
life.
converted into a lot of rage from Rad's VC.
Every
Now
single
they
game, he
have
has
to pull off
absolutely
the hold.
smurfed it.
Spider Islands is defensively favored though. And if you have a flyer composition, you prioritize just
The first series is
boosting
really
your
good,
spam
Jamie.
damage
This one
output.
is a
You
bit of a
do have
wash.
immediate access to
And
their spawn
it's
doors to
looking
hold
like it
them
might
for
just be a
significant
straight
chunk of
4-0.
time. Wait.
Which
Oh
is
my
not
goodness,
really
it's
what we
real.
wanted to see, to be honest, but...
Harry, Berber Patapim are on match point and they're trying to win with Jeff Nato.
I mean, points for showmanship. We'll see if it gets points for results. Alex already taken down in the back. Rojaro managing to strike.
Enzo is
Hayden
on a
with that
Punisher
backline
right
dive.
now. Why is Tanuki on a Jeff?
Tanuki slowly building up to the first hit.
They're gonna do a Storm Jeff?
To build up the Omega Hurricane. As Rad with control of those spawn
Okay,
doors,
they're
know
just gonna try and
exactly
roll
where
over
Berber
this
Patapim
first
are gonna
point
be
with a
rolling
Storm
on
Jeff.
out. Okay,
I bet there we
we
go. Okay, they
We've
just swapped.
passed the BM check onto an actual composition.
Okay.
Berber Patapim go. We're on res comp once more.
Oh, wow, they really
Back to
want Tanuki.
resurrections. Tanuki needs to be shut down. Tanuki's just been having an absolutely wonderful time up in the air. Even in a 2v1 against Destroyed and
His
Melio,
tracking
just
is
constantly getting
so
that damage
good.
boost, has the healing over time from the Mantis. There we go. Finally, a delivery.
It's
of
gonna be a
damage.
big
It's
supernova.
gonna be Melio. Maybe a little bit prematurely popping a supernova.
Enzo
but
goes
Force
down,
will start building up
actually.
towards their next one real quick. Enzo forced back into spawn. A minute gone now.
They're taking a lot of time
Yeah,
off.
that
This is
supernova
actually
comes
not
through
bad
very
from
quickly
Rad.
Before Enzo can build the Meteor M as well.
But we haven't
Patapim
really
are
seen
gonna
the
be
ults
relying
yet.
now on
This is
Polly,
just
creating a disruption in the back
pokey
line to
pokey.
force Rad's head to turn away from the spawn doors. But Sastroid
Rad are
more
kind of
than
blowing
happy
their
match
load
up the
to keep them
sustainability
held
of the
here.
Legend Ultron, but he goes a little bit too low.
Watch out
It's
for
not too
Tanuki.
close to the sun, it's the exact opposite. He finds himself 6 feet
Oh,
under. Thanks
gets
to
him as well.
Pokey coming
Yeah,
on
this is
through.
a
So
lost
far
fight.
from the sun, he's just voyaging
They're
past
massively
Pluto
lost
at the
fight.
moment. Going out into the Kuiper belt. Berber Patapim finally break out of their spawn. They just love Melio here. Maybe there's going to be a quick teleport back from Rad, but looks like they're just going to opt for a regular second fight instead.
Yeah, no one's on the strength. They're all too close to their ultimates to sacrifice to a 50% gut of the ultimate charge
Damn.
reset.
I mean,
coming on
Melio is
through.
trying, man. 21k
That does
damage,
mean that we're
20
going to
kills.
Be seeing 2 fights potentially of Spider Islands first, which is more than happy for Berber Patapim, given the fact that Pokey has got Karmic Revival up.
Got that free reset ready to go, opening up here with the
There
freedom
goes
charge
Polly,
already
forces out the
forces
Mantis
soul
ult.
resurgence from Rad, and Polly just says, okay, that's it. I'm just going to leave for a second then. We're going to
Goes for the supernova. Invis is down.
Boundary. Going to be difficult for Melio. Slowed on down. Supernova lays down a bunch of damage. But remember, if you can wait this one.
There goes the
with your
pawn again, though.
resurrection, everything's gonna come
Everybody
your
is back.
way. Multiple players get taken down.
Everybody is
Into a
back.
Flame tornado inside this space.
Oh,
With the
this is
soul
a
one.
nice
So
ult.
much damage
Oh, he
needs
gets
to
the
be
Emma.
dealt
Oh, the
with.
Emma does get the ping.
Oh, big grab coming through from the side of Trust Me. Tanuki unable to be followed up upon, though. Just going to lose a little bit of time out on that uptime. As
He's
Pokey
chasing,
still
though.
Playing around the backside.
He's
Melio
chasing,
being
and
hunted
Melio
down.
goes
Pokey's so
down.
accurate when it
This is
comes to
definitely
the
a first
start
point
of that
take.
Warlock, just hitting
Oh,
all
I
of
mean,
the hits down shots that
Tanuki's
they need
styling
to.
on them.
Trust Me gonna possibly do this one alone. Rojaro's gonna be
They're
able to
gonna
fall
try
back
and,
just in
contest with the
time.
TP.
And there's gonna be plenty of healing coming through from Sestroid with that drone rolling on through, running low on time now. Our Berber Patapim, only 45 seconds remain as Enzo takes the
Oh,
skies.
Enzo
lays it down.
slams him.
Bronzo strikes again.
Enzo
Destroy needs to
fucking
be shut
slams
down.
him.
And you better believe it, it's Polly of all people who gets that one done.
Tanuki
Ground
reses.
to air
Brock's
violence
gone.
from the Captain America shows you
Did
air
we-
supremacy.
Did we just become best friends?
Thank you so much for the follow, 7200. I don't know what to call you because that's just a series of numbers, but welcome in. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well.
Freedom charge has been forced from the side of
Tanuki is stomping them.
But this should still be Berber Patafim claiming.
I mean, they're
that
holding
first
pretty
place
well,
position.
Rad. Like,
Although on Kirk with the solar
I mean,
resurgence, wait
it
a minute,
is
they're
overtime.
turning
There is a
around.
world in which
Trust
they
me,
win this,
finally gets the
actually.
front line, has the
They're
side
getting
next
picks.
action, and Berber Patafim are losing players.
Wait, do they win this?
To bring them back with a soul resurgence, touching not really on the cards right now. Tanuki going up against Melia.
No one is on
All
it.
of all ages between these two damage dealers, and you can't get there
Wait.
in time. Rad, extend the series.
Okay.
Welcome to the grand finals, Rad. It's so nice to see you.
Spider
Okay,
Islands,
that felt like a
another
massive
foothold
choke
after
from
we
BBP.
visit This map comes on through.
That felt
As
like
we
a
get to see
massive
them
choke.
utilizing that
They-
strange
like, they
TP,
had
not for
that in the
free
bag,
fights
no?
minimum, but to make sure that they can throw themselves onto that objective and just get themselves into a position where the Emma can go.
I felt like that was
aggressively
all.
forward with the
That was
frontline
all
pressure. It
BBP's
looked rough.
momentum.
It
What
looked
happened?
Really dicey, especially when that comic revival comes on out and Melio is already out of
Trust
supernova
woke up
charges
finally.
to be able to
Trust
uproot
finally woke up.
the
Melio
resurrection
finally woke
position on
up.
the inside of the building, especially given the fact that they'd been holding on to Soul 1 to stabilize and then lead into the
Okay.
Galactic Legend recontest. But Team Rad are able to stagger their
I
players
genuinely have
masterfully
no
onto
idea how the
payload,
fuck they just did
even
that.
down the strange TP timing. And with just sheer amount of stubbornness and strategic ultimates, they hold themselves in the tournament.
Look, I'm just saying, having a Luna and actually being able to put some triage healing onto your Vanguard meant that Trust Me could do so much in that game. Like, if you keep your Emma
Yeah,
Frost
Trust Me,
alive,
Emma.
your Emma Frost
Okay.
will deliver, I promise. And that seems to have been a real issue for Team Rad thus
crazy
far.
work.
No surprise for Trust Me. walks
Maybe,
away with
guys,
the
maybe it
MVP
happens again.
For this matchup in the first
There's no
map
way
that
we
we've
get
seen
another
Rad win.
reverse sweep, right?
Yeah, I mean, Emma needs to be aggressive to find value.
Who
She can
would
be
have
such a
thought-
valuable Vanguard. She can be one of the best heroes in the entire game, not just.
I mean,
looking
maybe
at
it was
that
the sub
role
as well,
that she
right? Because
finds
they had a
herself in.
sub, which we didn't
But
talk
you
about,
need
but
to actually
Sestroid.
damage
Um,
to be able to upkeep
subbing
your
in for
charge.
Naga.
If you don't have a Luna, if you're relying off of
So
heals
maybe
coming
they
on
just
through
needed this
from
sub
an
in.
Adam, an Ultron, and a Mantis, and so much of those heals are resource based, especially for the Adam and the Mantis. Then the Emma has to be very.
Who would have thought the
cowed
rocket
in
band was
terms of
actually
how
the
she
fucking
gets
play?
to
That's
play,
crazy.
and that then impacts the amount of charge that she
I
has.
never thought I would
available.
say that in
The value that she's
2025, but
gonna
that's
be
kind of
able to get
wild.
off of carbon crushes because she's not going to be in positions to utilize them, and we really got to see Trust Me getting to play.
Yeah, Trust Me had a really
the
nice Emma game, but
essentially, instead
also
of
I
just having
think
to play
Melio.
heal and
I
wait
think
and play reactionary. He
taking
got to
Melio off
play
the Punisher was the right
aggressive,
call.
The way that you
He
want
has
your Emma
not
Frost
looked
to be
like
in Marvel Rivals.
the normal Melio we see on
Let Trust Me
Punisher.
play the game, maybe, and
Looked
start to
way
turn around.
better, way
honestly,
more
what a
impact
glorious
on
day
that
to be a
Human
res
Torch.
comp hater. The success rate at the moment is feeling
What's up, Ran?
real low. Res
What's that?
comp
How about the
merchants is
rocket
feeling
band?
real low.
It's just
Yeah,
so
I mean,
funny to
Rad
see
are
it,
probably
right? Because
very
like,
beside themselves
don't get me
too,
wrong,
because they
I'm
were able
actually,
to
I
get
actually think
through
Rocket
that
is
map,
secretly
but they
very
might be
good,
finding
and I've been
themselves
saying
taking
it for a
little bit of
while.
low turn too, because
But
now
comparative
Berber
to
Patapim get to
Loki,
decide which map we
Luna,
go to,
Cloak,
Harry, and,
who are
that was
just
a
so
convoy map. You know
disgustingly
what that means,
overpowered.
right?
Oh yeah,
It was
hell's
just
hell.
really
Domination.
funny to see that coming in.
Around the corner.
Because like
And it's
Ken's made it
likely
work,
gonna be a
man.
pivot
Ken
over
on
to
BBP
Hell's
has
Heaven almost
made the rocket look
immediately.
good enough
Yeah,
that they're like, fuck, we need to get it out of here.
here. Maybe the rocket band has some
You know?
legs, by the way. Respect the Ken rocket. We'll see if it continues
Crazy.
after this break.
I will. Okay, so let's actually talk about Rocket for a second, right? Let's actually talk about Rocket for a second. In all seriousness, there's a couple of aspects that make him really good. His ultimate, I actually think, is not good comparative to the others, right? Only because at this high level, and I'm going to talk about it at this high level, not in your like normal ranked games, whatever, not in like gold lobbies or GM lobbies, whatever. I'm going to talk about it in pro play. In pro play, it's not good because whenever you pop it, you can burst it down and teams will instantly switch. They will instantly look at that rocket ult and they will burst it in no time, and it becomes a pretty non-ult. And it's pretty easy to destroy if you all look at it at the same time. When you have this much coordination, this much teamwork, it's very easy to then just burst and it becomes useless. Outside of that, the healing is actually good. I don't think it's as good as something like a Luna, for example, or a Cloak. but it is good. You can do it from a very long distance. We are seeing a big resurgence in dive metas, in dive comps, Psylocks, Caps, some BPs, Wolverines, these people that are going to look to get on your healers. Hulks. Rocket is probably the best, maybe Cloak as well, but Rocket is one of the best heroes to play around that and to use your dashes to survive, right? So that alone is kind of worth, because you can still output the healing while soaking the pressure of being dove the whole time and still give that healing. The res is amazing. The res counters so much stuff. You know, you pop a Psylocke ult, you get 1 kill. You're like, oh, shit. Now he's coming back. That means nothing now. So he is acting like, I think he is very underestimated. But I do think the ult is is not as good as some of the others that we see, for sure. What's up, Phoenix? You're addicted to League? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It started. That's how it gets you. Wall run dashing. Yeah. I mean, I've got a Rocket vid that I just posted. It's just really funny. I was playing Psylocke. I had a Rocket. They threw their res beacon at me, and my fucking ADHD brain went and killed the res beacon, and he got away. He just used it as a distraction, and it worked perfectly. It was very embarrassing for me.
Managed to claw their way back into this series and activate for the first time in our grand finals.
True, but as we talked about, Harry, on the other side of the map,
who have you been playing in League, Phoenix?
Islands, you flip the coin and it lands in Patapim's
yeah.
palm.
Welcome to the Marvel Rivals experience.
The map. Domination was not picked.
You will be endlessly frustrated at
Hell's Heaven is going to be up
people
next
refusing to change off
Spider-Man.
Squirrel Girls,
favorite and best map to
playing
play
heroes
on.
that they're shit at and refusing to change.
Yeah, this kind of makes banning Cap / Psylocke mandatory. You can't go to Hell's Heaven and let Berber Patapim play Cap Psylocke. They are.
What advantage you play
after we talked to Fate after their last series? Fate said Berber Patapim.
Yeah, that's.
the
I mean, that's
the
ultimately
that's
the best way to do it, right?
On
if they're all looking at that, you kill them while they're looking at
that. They have a
little
bit of initiative now. We'll see if Naga's back in or if they're
so it can still very much work in that regard.
Destroyed is a nasty Hella player, as we pointed out before. It seems as Destroyed
so they're going to stick with Destroyed. Naga is on the bench.
So too is staying the insta-ban against Ken's Loki, and Berber Patapim once more keeping Magneto out of the
Luna
midst
save.
Of the Rad.
Okay,
this
I
time
like
around,
this.
Though, well,
I like
that's a
this.
Huge pivot, and that now puts even more
they're
pressure
basically going ban out supports if you want fuckers.
That's a Luna Snow
ban out supports if you want fuckers. We're going to take the Luna Snow. So this is going to be a pivot from Rad Strat as well. They're probably not going to look at supports at all, really.
So maybe he's
and they're probably going to start banning DPS.
Time to keep it 100 here.
They're going to go for the Emma.
Rad going to be the Emma Frost. And hopefully
Trust played really well on that Emma in the last game.
Yeah, Rad taking advantage of the fact that Berber Patapim don't get a save now until the last,
Loki ban.
Which means that they can't try and block the Psylocke
what
or the
on
Captain
Hell's
America later.
Heaven?
Is Berber Patapim not going to be allowing Rad to get one-sided Loki?
Torch ban, Ultron bans maybe, Psylocke ban, Wolvie bans.
Tanuki is gonna get
They're gonna
targeted,
take out
but Wolverine
Tanuki's
has
Wolverine.
been removed.
All right, Wolverine off the table. Notorious Tanuki
but
map.
Psylocke is open.
But has
Cap is open.
Quite a bit of time on the Black Panther here. And this does kind
Johnny
of
is open.
That Rad should use their last ban on either
BP
Cap
is
or
open.
Psylocke.
Yeah, but one of them's making it through.
Mag
regardless.
is open.
Yeah.
I feel
they're
like
gonna save the
let
Wolverine for
the
themselves.
Cap go through, given now that they've saved the Wolverine, and you can utilize the feral grabs onto.
Yeah,
the
they won it,
Vanguard.
Ryan. Like,
As
can't
Berber
believe it.
Patapim are
Cannot
gonna
believe it.
target out
They
the
won it.
Captain America coming on through from Rad's side, so their ability to bounce the point as well as pressure Berber Patapim's back line
Cap save,
has been
yeah.
significantly reduced. As
Unsurprising.
Berber Patapim see the Wolverine, think, okay,
Cap is good
might
into
be a
Wolverine
good
as well.
play here, but do they go for the save of the Vanguard over the Psylocke?
Do you ban the Psylocke
Yeah,
now?
looks like we're going to go for that, knowing for
I would guess you probably have to, because if you let them have the Psylocke Cap, it's over.
You cannot allow for both Cap and Psylocke to exist. For Berber Patapim, it's simply too difficult to deal with. Although, I imagine there was a world where maybe they wanted to ban out the Thing as well. But the option's too thin on the ground.
Here's the thing, though. Mag and Emma are both open. Mag and Emma are both open. Cloak is open.
As Rad could well now pivot over to the Thing that you talked about.
I mean, they're not going to
utilizing
run Mag
the
Emma
ancestry
probably
charge
because
and
we
the
know how much
Earthbound
Polly wants to
debuff
play this
status that it
Cap.
applies to the enemies caught out in that
Tanuki
circular
will just
AoE,
run a
so that they
BP,
can't utilize Earthbound
and then they're going to, oh my god, they're going to go
abilities.
crazy.
Pokey, though, is gonna be
They're
going
not
over
going to
to
play
the Namor
Mag
because I think
or
they've read the
Emma.
Thing coming out from the other side,
Bro, they're
and
going to
just gonna
play
use them as pin
Namor
cushion.
Hulk.
So the
They're going to
Namor
play a
just
Cap
build up
Hulk
on a Proteus.
Vanguard duo.
Yeah, just that easy. I mean, you get
Just
your
think
one
about that
off
for a
the back of the
second.
damage boost.
Mag and
Fun
Emma
for
are
all
both
involved.
open, and they're going to run a Cap Hulk duo.
So it does look
That's
like they were
crazy
gonna be rolling
talk.
out the Groot as well, so maybe you're trying
Hi,
to utilize
Siren.
the
How's
damage
the rest of your
reduction
stream?
from the Thing's
Welcome
jumps
in.
to give your other Vanguard a little bit more
Dude, that is-
tankiness when it comes to
that is kind of
surviving
insanity
on
that this
point
is where
and
we're at.
anchoring the position.
But,
You've
like,
got a lot of wombo combo
If
potential
if this
too,
was
of what
any other
Strangling Prison
team,
can
I
set
would
up.
look at this and I would go,
Box
you are
chat,
fucking
I don't know about
throwing.
you,
But for
I am
BBP,
wishing
Enzo
for
has
a game
destroyed on
7
this Hulk.
between these teams.
Polly
Rad are
is
finally
one of the
awake.
best caps in
Let's
the
see if they
world
can deliver
that we've
on
seen.
L7.
Certainly one of the best
This
caps in
is Berber
EU.
Patapim's
So it
self-confessed
makes
best
sense,
map.
like-
It's also one of Dive's best map, and
It's
no
also
surprises,
playing, you
they're
know you're
doubling
playing
down
into a
upon it.
Wolverine, right?
Enzo's
So you
on the
probably,
Hulk, Polly the
you
Captain
don't want to play the
America.
Mag. You
Rad's
could play the
backline are
Emma.
not going to have a fun time, and that's why we see the triple strategists come on through.
Crazy.
Really, Flavor is
Hi,
about to
Mariam.
hit. And Flavor
Never
Town
watched
is gonna
Little
be
Bob's
populated
Burgers.
mostly by Rad here. First coming on through, Spirit Rend. Reset on the other side. Tanuki just in with a little tap here
Tanuki
and there.
Melio having
love
a
tap.
little,
a quick kiss on the
saying
forehead
a
to let them
little
know that
hello.
he cares before diving
So
in.
we see Raj
fully.
go onto
Has to
this
worry about that
thing.
Yen's
It
street
makes
charge
perfect
there. We
sense.
see
They're
this
going
Rajaro
mega
is
dive.
actually putting out on
And
this
there we
nice
go.
shutdown on the
Instantly
momentum.
shuts
And this
down
is why I said
Tanuki
they
with that
wanted to
thing.
ban out the Thing. Rajaro really gets the value there off of Yancy.
Yeah, and Rad playing so stacked together. Fate's going to be able to build up the Eternal Bond in record timing. As
Oh,
Melio
nice
drops
take from
Polly off of
Melio.
the map.
Huge
Okay,
take from
round
Melio.
back,
Okay.
baby. And for those of you who haven't watched EU before, just disregard those first like 2 or 3 maps, you know?
Okay, good first take from Rad. They get a percentage in their favor to
Yeah,
start.
they're having that warm up. Now we get to see the true grand finals coming on for
It was
Pokey is
amazing,
also
right?
gonna have
I
to
mean,
go
it was
for
pretty,
but
it was
Alex
pretty
has
like
not been able
anticlimactic
to
the
keep
last game,
pace
Ryan, but
with the damage that the Nemo's been outputting.
they
No
somehow
fade at
held. I
both
don't know how they
walls.
did it, but
Give it that one shot
I think
potential.
BBP kind of
Tanuki
threw the
on
last
off
game a little
angle,
bit. They
just
got a
waiting
bit
for his
cocky and
team
kind
to
of threw it.
regroup before they try and hit in with a dive composition. But
They-
Enzo's already
they
had
should have
utilized
really,
the Unbreakable
forward.
Resolve, and that means that Rad's backline have a little bit more safety to wait out the cooldowns to come back through.
Okay, Rajaro on deck. To
Yeah, this is
always
actually
use
a
that
pretty
Yen's
good
street
comp
charge
from
second,
Rad,
but you
so-
hear that your backline is under pressure. You don't want to use to try and shut down Enzo. Instead, just relying on Mello
Nice
to shut that
exile.
one
It
down.
feels
Another
kinda difficult to
excellent
play
exile
into
coming
this.
through. Our players are grabbed
Oh, that's a
out
really
of
nice
the
Groot
Eternal
ult, though.
Bond.
It's
Great
outside of the
response from
cloak ult.
Trustamy. Alex falls
That
down,
was
but there's still
really
one
quick
remaining
on the
for
trigger.
remainder of Berber Padam as they move on forward. Bash descent ready to go.
That
Melio
was
finds
really
Pokey.
quick on the
Ken
trigger
falls
from
off the map
Trust.
after the reset, and Berber Padam are
He
back to
sees
the
them
drawing board.
outside of the cloak
Yeah,
ult
all
and
of the
instantly
potential
goes
damage
for it,
from Ken's
knowing that they
Terror Kick was just mitigated by the fact that Rad are
knowing that
triple
they're not going to be able
strategists. Even
to
if one of your
heal up.
Vanguards gets supplied vulnerability, you can still keep them fully healed on up as the last stand
Big
comes on
for
from
Melio.
Melio, package delivering Enzo into the waiting arms
Okay,
of
and we
his
see
team's front line.
we see BBP
Tanuki
switch
sees
it up
its
now.
last fight, tries to pull
They
Rad's
do those power
attention
picks, they
back
get
to
the Emma
point
and the
to let
mag.
The rest of his team walk.
That's
Pokey
descent.
goes on to
Could
this
be
Winter
brutal.
Soldier.
Forcing out a Soul Bond early would also be super valuable, and there it is for Soul Bond.
Tanuki just poking. Tickle monster.
In the back pocket was going to be needed. However, with Crook channeling the fate of both worlds, it's going to be unlikely. Rajaro gets 3 stuns, 2 Vanguards from
Tanuki.
Pokey, both confused
He wants it.
instantly
And
in
there we go.
onto
Tanuki gets
the
destroyed.
animal. Tanuki puts it all on
But
the
there
line.
is gonna be a
6
res. That's an
remains. It
Adam,
should
right?
be a self-revival here from
There it
Sashimi
is.
to all this. Yeah, that's going to be the
Trust,
Cocoon revival.
though.
It's yet another strangling prison
Trust
as well.
gets
The
one.
Cocoon
Crook gets another, Polly gets Fate, Tanuki gets taken out by Trust.
Any chances here, and while it might not be the optimal ult economy here for
Rad
the
have just
remainder of
walked
Rad,
it.
use that resurrection.
Wow, that wasn't
Patapim
even
dropped
close.
The first map of Hell's Heaven.
Yeah,
Rad just fucking
could
walked
not
it.
risk Berber Patapim coming back on through. Fate was so close to
Guys.
the Eternal Bond
Guys.
that they sacrificed the entirety of
There's a
Comic
world
Revival
where
to
this
bring
happens,
him
okay?
back since he
There's a
can't
world where
cocoon
this is
and revive
another reverse
himself.
sweep.
But like
in a
you
best of
said,
7.
that means that Comic Revival has now been removed from play, at least for this fight, as Berber Patapim was swapping off.
I didn't like the BP.
Instead of going for the Black Panther,
I mean,
Tanuki's going to
it
go
doesn't
into a
make sense
different
to run a
form of dive,
BP
Human
if
Torch
you
being a
know
hybrid between
in
both
that
dive
map
and spam.
particularly, that
And
point,
Pokey is thinking
so
about the
confined
Hela to try and
the
deal with
thing
Noe
is
on
going to
the
be able
Wolverine.
to pretty much be
Eldritch Monument,
everywhere
not a Hela's
very
best
quickly.
map when it
And
comes
he's
to
just gonna,
keeping yourself
like,
safe on
ruin
those
your
off
shit.
angles.
Yeah. Hela can also be a real pain for a thing to deal with as well. Just
So I
eats
like the
much poke
switch
off
up.
the back of that, and has no real means of interacting with the Goddess of Death ultimate.
Tanuki going up to
True,
the
but you do have
going
to
up to the
watch out.
torch,
If
the
Rad are in
Hela,
control of the area first, then they have a lot of
to try and
spam
burst through
potential
this,
to just
burst
keep
through
the
these
pressure
walls,
onto all
burst
the
through this
angles that Hela
group,
could potentially
burst
raise
through
her head
Rajaro on this
from.
front line.
As Rajaro is going to be holding Melio aloft.
Oh, Pokey actually goes to the
Who is
Iron
gonna get
Man.
grabbed out first?
Oh.
It's actually one
Oh,
of
they're
these
going
flyers,
big
as
boy
Pokey's actually
flyers.
out on the Iron Man.
Double flyer. I don't think we've seen too much of Pokey on
I think
the
we're gonna
Iron
see
Man.
some
To the
swaps from
skies.
Rad.
Not that much of a vertical
Oh
angle
my
here. For
God, he
never
gets
mind.
Tanuki.
I lied, by the way. Tanuki grabbed out there by Melio.
Good bubble,
Doing
though.
what Naga felt previously. A quick
Don't
dunk.
really know
It
where
just
that was going.
gets rid of a group walls there. Enzo didn't want to throw it in towards the midst of Team Rad for some reason. Fate on the
Oh,
off angle.
Melio.
Nasty play with the Terror Cape, delivering with the back of the Eternal
Dude, this
Bond.
Wolverine
It's
is
his
such a
favourite time,
problem.
but it's Alex's least favourite at the
Tanuki
moment.
gets 2 though.
In by the Sonic Seduction, Immortal
Big
Pulse
pulse for
grabs
Pookie.
Rajaro,
That's
and
a
it
nice
brings
first
Trust Me
take.
incredibly
And now
low.
BBP
The
is stemming
healing
it up.
just isn't there. The strategists have been
Do we see
previously
any swaps from
decimated,
Rad into
and
this
Booba
double
Badabin
flyer
get
comp?
control.
Yeah, there's got to be a pivot now from the Vanguard line.
Yep, there it is, destroyed onto the Punisher.
Into double flyers. I think Trust Me's going to stick with the group for now, just so we can utilize Strangling Prison.
I think
in
this group
next
is
fight.
really hard to
But
play
off of
into
the
an
back
Iron
of
Man.
that
The
one,
Iron
it's
Man
gonna
can
be
burn
time
you
to swap
pretty
potentially
fast.
To the Doctor Strange, as Rajara's onto the Emma Frost, having that shield mitigating some of the spam pressure.
Melio
coming on
switching to
through
the
as well,
Psylocke.
giving
I
yourself
like
an
these
umbrella
swaps. Both
to
of these are
hide
good into the
underneath
flyers.
for when that
Melio's going to look
maximum
for it
pulse comes
already.
on out from Pokey side once more.
Strangling Prison off the top rope, potentially.
I think we
Trust
might
Me's
get a
already
little
cooking,
game of
but
counter
feeling his
plays
wood
here.
start to get
I think
touch
as soon
cooked
as
by
they
the
see the
Human
pivot.
Torch in turn. Off from downtown.
Oh,
they
what
just
an Emma
unbelievable
wall.
play there from Polly.
The
Red
Emma
America
barrier
book,
from
baby.
Polly was
Saw that one
mega.
coming from a mile off. The bait and the switch
Huge
works
play.
on that. And now Berber Patapim, they're just going to have to try and rescue Pokey.
Polly,
Big
you
Sonic Seduction
monster.
coming through. Multiple players need to be sustained here by Crook, but it's easy enough to do with a Lunar Snow Ultimate. Now it's time for Supernova to rain from on high.
Pokey gets Melio as well. That's a big pick.
By the pulse cannon, perhaps in midair. Now the big
This needs to
threats
go
coming
big
through,
for
and that's
Destroyed.
gonna be
He
the
needs a
Punisher,
lot
the
of
final
value.
judgment
Emma's
laying
surviving.
down damage. Polly
Oh,
couldn't escape too
dunks
easily.
him.
Combined damage.
But
Both
look at the
Meteor
follow-up
and
from everyone else.
Alex's usage. Oh, wow, the mid-air
Huge
swarm.
follow-up from
Okay,
Rad to
Trust
take
Me's
him
making
out.
up for a little bit of a fumble as Rad get control back.
And do they
He's
swap
already
here?
almost got another Strangling Prison from the damage that Trust Me was
Do
able
they
to
stay with
output
this double
onto
aerial?
This Groot. Ken's going to have an Eternal Bond, but we already saw on the map before how Rad dispatch with it, Strangling Prison and grabbing
Looks like they're
going to
stick on it.
Of it. The CD
Ken is about
going
to have
be
the Cloak and
CC
Dagger
but
ult
the
to
rest
walk
of the
them
team,
on.
The same cannot be said. Melio's also going to have the Dance of the Butterflies ready to go the second.
There
round.
goes
Trying to
Melio
get
in the
free,
back.
And that's going to force the Eternal Bond immediately.
Yep, Eternal Bond used a little bit prematurely. Isn't even going to reach the point, by the way. That's
Big
gonna be the
Groot
Vanguard
ult.
dragged on in, the healing cut
Big
off by the
Groot
Iron
ult gets
Wall.
2.
Enzo
That's gonna be a
falls.
back out.
Polly's able to get out with their life for now, but Rad
This
still
Groot
have
is
all the
causing
space they want
problems.
to work with right here. And do a
Oh,
little pulse
watch
cannon.
it. Look at
Pokey
this.
says, just in case they come up.
If they sneak in, Pokey is going to
Nah,
instantly
Rad, they're
dick
not falling
them.
for it. They don't need to. Melio's going to be able to scout
If that was
out
my
what
ranked
everyone's
game, we'd be
setting
walking in
up.
a 6 and we'd
Displays
get
the information to
obliterated.
the rest of the team. Rajara takes a little bit of spam pressure coming on first. That Fate and level
There is
one
no
could
way
equalize
you're stopping
ultimate
greedy
charge
ranked players
for
from
Berber
walking in there
Patapim
and
could potentially
pushing.
build in this next fight, as we do have to worry about the one shot. The pulse cannon is on the field for Pokey, but he's currently just not getting the confidence to use it. Good
This is
dodge
all
of the
about
Terror
whether
Cape with the
Rajaro
tree
clocks
directly
it
in front of him, but
and
the
what
Iron Man
angle
is still
Pokey
being
goes from.
focused.
Rajaro can shield this
Yeah,
off
the Iron
pretty
Man catching
good.
a bunch of Pokey
Oh, Oh, wall it off.
Charged up, trust me, is going to be able to lay
Oh,
down loads of damage.
there's the shield.
It's a speculative, invincible pulse cannon, but Pokey gets nothing off the back of it. And now caught in the corner, it should be easy follow-up here.
Nice zoning ult.
Temporarily
Oh, Enzo nails destroyed. That's a massive kill. He gets taken out though. Melio gets Alex. Dude, this looks really good for Rad. This is a straight 2-0. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah, they've got Strangling Prison. The second that Berber Patapim all drop out of this strange portal.
Oh my god, they touched just. That was so fucking close.
Supernova comes out from Tanuki. They look to try and
Trust on this Gru is causing so many problems. Dude, this Gru is causing fucking mayhem. Pokey gets the kill. Enzo gets another. They might get the sight, and they do.
Important. Like you said, Tanuki got instantly shut down there by
Tanuki swaps onto the BP, but instantly Raj is already on this thing. He's ready for this. He's ready for this. The thing insta-swap. He's not going to let Tanuki get away with this.
Knows that Berber Patapim are down defensive ultimates. Rad want to make an inroad into this fight and quickly.
Enzo got to be careful about the disengagement path here.
Enzo's got another dunk, so
out farms destroyed here. Melio around the back, looking to see if anyone gets grabbed out by the Sonic seduction. The strategist
Enzo nails him. Destroy goes down again.
Oh my goodness, I think Trustme just got frozen out of their ultimate. What a play from
Melio gets another kill, but oh, crazy freeze. Alex, you monster. You fucking monster.
These games before, and there's just no time for the portal.
Alex is the savior, the hero
Holy
of the hour, not
shit.
just being able to freeze.
This is a day of freezes, man. We have seen some utterly absurd Luna plays to save games.
About the ultimate as a projectile being absorbed.
Alex is a
it's off of
demon.
the Luna, swapping Fate of both worlds to the 40% amp boost that the Maelstrom of Madness and
Absolutely wild.
Manages to
And you
find
see
the
Destroyed has
damage to
gone
take
off this
Rad's
Punisher.
players
They've realized
down.
that, hey,
What a
if
huge
I'm
play
even
coming
on this
through from
field,
the back
Enzo
line.
is going to dunk
Ken
the
and
fuck out of
Alex
me on this
really
man.
just trying to make sure that Berber Patapim
Enzo
do
is
not lose the
dunking me
winner
time
of
and
Hell's
again.
Heaven.
So switches back to that Wolverine.
Step best
Melio's
map
going to
for a
stay
reason.
on this Psylocke. And why not? They're doing a lot of work.
The geography.
Frozen Airfield is the next and last round of Hell's Heaven's rotation.
Here we go,
This
guys.
is an easier map for dive too.
If
Lots of
BBP win
verticality,
this
many
point,
off-angle
they take
routes.
this
You can see that
4-1.
Rad are anticipating that plan
Rad
for Black
have
Panther
to
be
take
sticking around
this
for a little
to
bit
stay
longer, but
in
Tanuki
this
is off
competition.
of it. He's on to the Star-Lord. Pokey has also swapped over to the Winter Soldier to try to bionic hook
I like
over
this Winter
Sesford on
Soldier
Melio
play.
when
I
they
like this
try and
Winter
show
Soldier
up
play a
too.
lot.
Eyes on Rajaro early confirm that they indeed made the right choice here. Rajaro does not want to send the Wolverine after the Star-Lord. Would not be the smartest matchup for the little mutant. Here we go.
There
Towards
goes
the
Destroyed.
back. Speculative for
Oh,
now.
nearly
Wants to
gets
try and
him.
grab Tanuki, who's being so evasive up here, but at the moment it's all distractionary gameplay. Tanuki's just an amusing sideshow. Was that yet another freeze? No, it does manage to at least hit
Nice
a
from
dirt
Pokey.
here
Gets in
onto
with the
Alex,
cap.
but the
Stops
solo
anything
focus is
further
not
happening from
enough.
that
Ken got the
Psylocke
value
ultimate.
there out of the Eternal Bond. This is plenty of sustainability for Berber. Pad him into a Dark Force dimension. The clobbering
Oh,
time
good stun.
takes Enzo low.
Good
And that's a
clobbering time
great
from
delivery
Rajaro.
of the Terror Cape as well to make sure the
And that's
follow-up
going to
is
give him
good.
first point.
Yeah, Rajaro just
You're going to back this out as
perfectly timing the
BBP. You
spacing
got
of that
ults.
dark teleportation
Play
engine
the
to
ult
get
economy game.
everyone from BBP as
Poly,
they drop out
Tanuki,
of it
Pokey,
into
all
the
got
Thing's
theirs.
ultimate. Sastroid now
No
is gonna be
support
holding on to the last
ultimates.
stand
Kruk is
too.
close, though.
But you do have to worry about Berber Patapim. The ultimates that they have coming up into this next fight. It's going to be delay strategies from Rad.
want
So they
Rad to
can
win?
build up level 1 Crick's Fate of both worlds to match wits with the Kraken Impact.
Oh, Melio spotted it. What a grab.
Oh, how does Tanuki live? Oh my god, how does Tanuki live? How the fuck does Tanuki play that? What? Who healed Tanuki during that? Because that was a fucking mega play. What? Enzo goes up. He's gonna look for the dunk. Doesn't get it, but Tanuki gets fate. And look at Tanuki. He's got another ult. I don't think he even needs to use it right now. They're gonna save it.
literally racks
And
your
look at
nerves
this
at the
ultimate
back line.
economy
It should be
advantage
Burber
now.
Patterson getting their
Tanuki
first
still
win.
holding theirs.
And not
Pokey
a
still
single
holding theirs
duelist
as well.
ultimate invested either, which means
That
in
is a
this next
massive,
fight, Pokey,
massive
just
win
the
for
way We
BBP.
saw Kraken Impact CC immunity frames being used to dodge Eye of Agamotto earlier. Can use it. Oh, never mind.
I think that
Cannot
might have
use
been a
it to
reset
dodge
or a
Strangling
fat
Prison.
finger.
That is an unfortunate timing of an ultimate press.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
Pokey's gonna be kicking himself
Just
for that
as
one.
I praised
First
him
game,
for it.
super winnable here for Burber Patterson off the back of just
Pokey
the Galactic
fat
Legend.
fingers.
Trust me, once again, going to be very careful of this Aegis shield.
I mean,
from
that
Enzo.
could honestly
Seems
be
to
game
up
losing.
above.
That's a
There's
massive
also
ultimate to
a little bit
waste.
too risky in towards the back. That's
Oh,
good
it's a
for Trust.
huge
Just
play
grab
from
Bolin.
Trust as well.
Absolutely clinical from Trust Me. Destroyed, swapped over, yeah.
Oh,
onto the Adam
dude.
Warlock. The Soul Bond
Pokey
was
is going to be
instantly
kicking
available to
themselves,
deal
man.
with Tanuki's
Pokey is
ultimate.
going to be kicking
Beautiful
themselves for
play
that
from
one.
Rad.
Yeah, especially because they heard Pokey use Kraken Impact on the point itself.
Eee.
Fate's going to have Eternal Bond for free too, so we can make an aggressive play with Psionic Seduction from Rajaro.
Welcome back, Jazz.
And mirror the
Glad you're
sustain
feeling
that Kane
better.
can bring to the table. Tanuki is going to go over to the Black Panther off of the Starlord. Is still going to be able to receive the 35% trickle heal coming on through.
So Strider's moved to the Adam Warlock, which is
Any
interesting.
passage through the chokes. They come in early.
Melio
Dazzles
doesn't
the
get any value
butterflies,
from that.
carpeted up by the Eternal Bond on the point, and Burber Patterson, all of the ultimates that they had just got forced.
Eternal Bond equally forced out
Tanuki
here. Tanuki
is-
around the back does not want to deal with a full charge. Emma Beam at least just going to catch a little bit of poke coming through from the Eternal Bond on the chase.
There goes
right
Pokey
now.
over the top. Can he get the
finally has
reset?
got yet another Kraken Impact, but do they have the damage to try
Doesn't
and
look like it.
Trust me, no. The healing's going to be good. The fate
That's
of
a
both
big
worlds has
ultimate
been
used.
deployed. Rad might get it done on Burber Patterton's preferred map. Destroyed can't afford to fall. They need that resurrection.
Enzo,
There's multiple plays here.
these
off the
walls
back of the
are
Sonic
causing
Seduction, but
havoc.
gets isolated by the walls where Trust Me's erected behind them.
Oh,
And that's
Polly
going
gets
to
fate.
be
That's big.
an
Tanuki
attempted
gets
passive
destroyed.
send.
Tanuki gets a
Tanuki's gonna
double.
get done.
Wait.
And all of this, a rend
Watch for the res.
The
They know it.
rivals
They
get to
know
go.
it.
Destroyed knows
He's
that their
somewhere.
location has been found though. They've lost him in the midst of all of this. It's going to be
Oh.
a second contest. From
There's no
Rajaro.
way this
Destroyers
BP has
resurrected
held it.
themselves, coming back off the back of the TP.
Oh
Destroyers
my
decided to
God.
call it.
Yeah, Sastroid
Oh
was in the cocoon
my
form,
God.
just baiting Burber Patterson
Okay,
down to follow him in
okay,
case it
here we
was
go.
a revive
Here we go.
into the comic revival.
Everybody
Now,
strap in.
Tanuki on that Black
Everybody
Panther is
strap
gonna be
in.
looking to try and figure out where exactly that Adam Warlock is setting on up. Rajaro back onto the thing because the Black Panther's in play. It's chess into checkers, and only one of these teams can come out
Rajaro
on top.
swapping onto that thing again.
Tanuki wraps the back. Has himself a spinning kick to play with multiple players. Are managing to avoid that incoming damage.
Look, Rajaro is looking for it as well. Instantly going on the BP. Melio gets one. Enzo gets another. Here goes Peak. Pokey though. Oh, Pokey! It's not enough though. They're taking the point. Someone needs to be contesting because Destroyed is getting loads done and reses as well. Melio has switched to the Strange. There's no time. Someone needs to stall it, and here they go. Pokey's going to stall it with Tanuki, but Tanuki's gone off it, and Rad take game 2. Oh my God.
Tanuki just overshoots.
It's happening.
And unfortunately, Pokey on the
It's happening.
of death lifts you above the point so you don't count as contesting. And Rad, 2
Adam
laps in a
fucking
row
Warlock.
now, steal it away.
Adam
Hopes for the
fucking
reverse
Warlock.
sweep,
Tanuki
Harry.
kinda C9
Very
that for
much
real.
intact. We have a grand final series on
If
our hands.
I'm not really sure why he
Oh,
dashes
picking up
off the
MVP.
point,
That's
knowing
the
that
one
Hello
and
was
only
gonna
low
ult.
fate right there.
Like, because
48K
Pokey could have
healing,
got all of those
6
kills, but
final
Tanuki
hits,
had to
and
stay
Rajaro
alive for the
just on this
TP and just
constant
doesn't.
merry-go-round
So
trying to shut down
Did
what
we just
Tanuki was
become
bringing
best
to the
friends?
table. I believe
I don't know.
Pokey picked up those 3 frags. and I was
That's
like,
alright,
okay,
Insomniac,
is it
it's okay.
going to be another one of
Don't
those?
you
Is it
worry.
going to be another
Welcome
one?
in.
The end of a VP series.
I
once
won't hold it
again
against
for
you.
Pokey, but the
It
damage was
happens.
already done. It was a great setup from Trust Me. Yet another fantastic strangling prison.
Yeah, and a great read as
Crazy.
well from Rad coming on through.
Crazy.
They know that Galactic Legend is in play on Frozen Airfield.
Welcome back,
swapping Sastroid onto the Adam Warlock just so they don't have to build up an
It's okay,
ultimate
you
to
can tell
deal
me you
with
hate
the
me.
Starlords. They
It's
can
alright.
literally just hit the shift button, have everyone tank the damage
Oh
all
man,
together.
I
nice
don't
and
know about
cozy
this
on the
Tanuki
point,
BP,
which
dude.
allows them all
Like,
of the follow
he is
through
really
onto
good on
Trust
it,
Me
but
as
it
well.
just feels like
And
every
they
time
can
he
still have
swaps,
Fate with the Terror Cave
Rajaro
connecting
just
onto everyone who got
insta-swaps
scooped
to
up
this
by the
thing,
group.
and then it makes it really difficult for him to get any
scenes
value
here,
on it. You know what I
Rad
mean?
Far from dead. They
So I
refuse to
just-
go quietly into that good night. And with
I don't know.
$250,000 on the line, who would? This is what this team was built for. We had
Especially on a
graphic
domination. I
before
think
the
if you're on
matchup.
convoy, you
Mox,
can maybe get
this
away with it a
team
bit more
has
because
never been the
like the
number one.
fights are
They've
much
never
more
been the
spread
big
out
winner.
on
They
convoy,
got
but on
fourth in
domination
MRC
it's
Season
all
0,
focused on a
fourth at the
point,
Marvel
right?
Rivals Invitational, second
So things
at
like
MRC
area
Season 1.
denial,
They've
things
always
like
had the
the
talent.
thing
They've
and
always had the
Groot are always
perseverance,
going to
but
get
they've
way
never
more
had the
value,
results, and it
you
felt
know?
like once again they were doomed
Because it's
to
in a
that
much more
second
confined
place. But when
space.
the chips are down, Rad have said that no,
How you
we
doing there,
refuse
Insomniac?
to
You okay?
lose again.
Do we see as well the results of Hell's Heaven putting now a new strain on the pick and ban system? Because like you said, they thought about going for that thing ban so that Tanuki's Black Panther could
So
run
the
a
question
little
is
bit
now for
more
BBP.
free. And we even saw in the past when these two
Excuse
teams
me.
went head to head, Adam Warlock as a
you're
ban
3-2
started
down.
becoming a thing for the side of Berber.
One more
Pelican
win and
after
Rad are
they
dead
lost
even, and this is
domination
a
to the Rescom
full
strategies coming
series.
on out. So I feel like we're going to be seeing a
So
new adaptation on the other side of this.
I don't know, man. If
Gotta be
you're,
convergence.
it's time for BBP to adapt.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
One sec, y'all. I'm going to run quick ads just so you don't get it in game. As always.
I'm now banned from the church.
Yeah, that's.
The priest was getting too horny. I'm not allowed to go anymore.
Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, so if you guys, if there's anyone just hanging out, you're newer here, maybe you're here for the drops. It's totally fine. Please feel free just to lurk and enjoy the stream. Feel no pressure to jump in or anything like that. You can just be here for the drops. That is totally okay. What we are doing for the rest of today, after this series, so this is the grand finals that we're playing right now, which is, where are we? Here. Rad BBP. Once this grand finals is done, we will take a little bit of time. We'll probably play a couple of games, depending on how long this series takes. I'll quickly grab some food and stuff. And then tonight we will be then following the Americas, the two series for Americas to finish this tournament off tonight. First series, 100 Thieves Envy in a best of 5. Starts at midnight UK time. So translate that to whatever that is for you. Then Sentinels and the winner of that as the grand final, best of 7, will be going after that too. So it's going to be a super long stream. You got plenty of time to get your drops in if you're still waiting for those.
Some good, honest, soul to the earth.
Lots still to come.
blue-collar Marvel rivals. A 3-2 scoreline, Mox. It always had to go this way. None of that 4-0 stuff.
This is the
happening
last
here
day of
in
this
EMEA. The
tournament,
reverse
so
sweep dream is alive and it's real.
believe you
Yeah,
me,
it has been
I will be
revived,
turning
you
off my
could
alarm
say,
tomorrow
much
and I'll
like
be
Rad
sleeping until I
utilizing
can't
the
sleep
comic
no more.
revival. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a very different advanced pick and ban system come on through as we head to this next map, which will be Convergence, and it's going to be Central Park. I don't know who's going to be able to take it though, Harry, because both of these two teams, it feels like they're starting to really understand the strategies of the other.
Yeah, we really are starting to see these teams come online and get the download done. But for Berber Padpim, every single map we go deeper into this series is longer that they've been playing at the top of their ability. Fatigue may become an issue as we get into map 6 of our series. And this is also Convergence, which historically has not been a great mode for Berber Padman. They did manage to take away Hall of Jalia earlier, which was the first time they'd won on that map.
It's fine on my end.
But for Berber Padman, that might weigh on them a little bit there. Historically,
right, so how do we think they're going to adapt here?
Yeah, I would agree. When you're looking at the
BBP
statistics,
needs to change something up. So
raise
what's the
an
problem
eyebrow,
areas?
But I think for Berber Padapim, like,
The Wolverine is a
if you thought that they
problem.
were weak on Convergence,
The
they'll
Wolverine
be
is a
working
problem.
on Convergence. Right, it's just the way that we saw Virtus Pro every single time they found an issue, they worked
But you
away
still
at
need
it
to
for
keep
like
the
a
Loki
week,
out, so
just full
it's
target
kind of
focusing
hard.
on that in scrims and
You
coaching
can't
sessions.
allow them to have
And
a
I feel like
Loki,
Berber
so it's
have been
kind of
doing the
difficult.
same thing,
Maybe
because
take
when
the
we saw
prio
them
off the
earlier in
cap.
Hall of Dajala, they did not look like the weaker team on this map type.
Maybe put Polly onto.
Yeah, they did not look like they were.
I feel like they
on
need to prio the
Convergence by
Psylocke
any means
more.
at all.
Like,
I
make
thought the
sure
real
that they
shift
get
thus
this
far, though,
Psylocke
has been,
combo.
trust me, being able to actually play the
Because
game.
I mean, just
Once
let
Trust Me
let
gets online,
Pokey do
things
their
get
thing
a
on
lot more
Psylocke, right?
complicated.
Well, that's gonna be getting
They
complicated.
fucking rolled the
Both
series earlier with it.
teams
Let them have it.
instant
Stop
panic
Tanuki
out
playing
the
this fucking BP.
Loki,
It's not working.
Which means that Berber
It never
Padapim will
works.
also be able to get the instant save onto the Lunar Snow, and Rad can now
Get him
start
off this shit.
targeting out the Vanguard's likely going to be a
So there's the
Captain
Loki
America,
bans,
or
the
maybe they
Luna
go for that
save to
Psylocke
make
yet
sure that they
again.
don't do this
Ooh,
crazy support.
Punisher off of the
ban
red this
strat.
time around.
Maybe
Or
to
the
just
Central
bait
Park.
in the cap Psy. It would be wishful
Central Park
thinking
is
that
a
much
really
is
good
for
flyer
certain.
map, so maybe they
quick
look
protect
for a
onto
Human Torch
Trust
prior.
Me's Emma wouldn't go awry. Of course, you're rarely going to see.
I think it's
Trust Me's
also a
group
good
catch
Wolverine
target
map.
ban in this day and age.
How many times have we
Maybe
seen
there's one way you
Wolverine
could
carry
ban out
games on this
Tanuki's
map?
Wolverine though, so that constantly remains a threat.
So I think you
I
ban
think as
Wolverine
long as
here.
you secure the ammo
I think you
fast,
ban
like,
Wolverine.
It is going to be tough if both teams go res comp route, but you're anticipating Enzo and something
It's so
like over
tough,
the
man. There's
Hulk
so
or
many
the
power
Venom
picks.
to be able to just dive
There's
into
so
the
many
back
power
line
picks.
and create a little
Torch.
bit of a diversion for Berber Patapim's rest of the team to get what they
Psylocke.
want done. So having Carbon Crush online is going to be doing a lot of distance to taking the
This
dive
is a very good
out.
Psylocke map.
As Berber Patapim remove the Psylocke from Rad's side, Rad
You only get one
notably
more ban
not
before they
going
get a
for either
save.
The Psylocke or the Captain America or the Luna as of yet.
Take the Punisher
Are they gonna
away.
be a
You got to
mirror
take the
Punisher
Wolverine.
ban
I think
here?
you got to take the
Choice try and
Wolverine.
Take out. Oh, Polly.
I mean,
Yep,
we've
there
seen
they go.
Melio
And
not
now the
really be
question
good on the
is,
Punisher, so I
if you
think
are
just
Berber
ignore it.
Padapim,
Let him have
do
it
you
if he
wanna
wants
protect
it.
the Wolverine in your own
Right?
and have
You're
an
gonna have Magneto.
unequal
Play the Magneto
Wolverine
into it. I
gradient.
think that's fine.
Yeah, taking Melio's Wolf off of the board does make it a little bit harder for the Flyers to get looked at too. If Berber Patapim want to put Tanuki onto the
I don't
torch
know, man.
in
What do you
case this
do?
Wolverine does get
they get the
banned
Luna for
out, is
themselves.
Rada going to be able to secure Luna Snow for themselves
Torch
too,
ban.
before we go into the next ban phase for Berber Patapim. This is going to give us a really good insight onto what they want to utilize
Mag
and what
ban.
they put stock onto removing. Do they want to get the Thing, or do they want to target out the Adam
Thing
Warlock?
ban. Adam.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Torch. Oh, Adam.
I mean,
Okay,
yeah,
I like
I
it.
don't think you necessarily want to ban
I like
the
it.
Human Torch.
Take
when
out
Naga's
any
not in.
possibility of some res cheese
There we go.
bullshit
Oh, it is
and
gonna be
Wolverine
Wolverine
Cryo.
gradient,
I
imagine
like
if they
this. I
commit to
like this a lot.
I'm surprised if
I
they
like
were
this a
going for, if
lot.
they didn't go for a
I like this a
preemptive
lot.
ban on the Thing.
Tanuki
But, the
has been
resurrections
pretty
have been
good on
troublesome.
this, and it also
True,
just
and
forces
having to actually
certain
maneuver
responses
the
from
Thing
Rad.
into a position where he doesn't just eat a ton of
gotta
poke
take out that
and
Psylocke.
then have to remove
Dude,
himself from the
Pokey
fight
is never
entirely.
getting this fucking
It's a little bit
Psylocke,
harder to
ever.
do on Central Park, especially on your attacking
Pokey's
round.
never getting this
As
shit.
we're gonna see
Oh my
Rad
God, they're
think
gonna-
about
oh,
the
they're giving it to
Psylocke,
him.
remove the ammo yet
Wait,
again, so
they're giving it
no
to
more
him.
projection team up coming
Oh,
on
I
through,
think that's an
although
error.
Pokey
Look,
will
insta
still be
fucking
able to
locked.
play the Psylocke, and with
Fucking
Luna in
insta
play,
locked.
That's definitely going to be a point of pressure for Rad to have to pivot to deal with.
That's a big mistake.
Yeah, I
You've
love
given them
the,
Wolverine
protection onto
and
the-
Psylocke.
Luna Snow, though, from both teams, but especially from Rad.
I don't
As
know
I've
about
been
that
constantly
one.
pointing out, just
I don't know about that
how
one.
there's someone who can keep Trust Me up. And Trust Me is
you still
kind of
play
delivering
Res
right now.
Comp
Really
Mantis
seems to
and
be the
stuff.
difference.
No,
between the two
it
maps
has
that
to
we've
be
seen
Adam.
won
Adam's
by
the one
Rad.
with all the resing, so
Difference maker as well. on this
Adam's
map.
the one with the
Magneto is
team
in
up
play for
woot,
both
so you
teams.
have to have him.
So
You
we are
can.
gonna be seeing
We've
Cloak
seen
and
a lot
Dagger
of people
on the
do like
field, but you do have
pseudo
Bulwark
res
to
comps.
protect against the
So
one-shot potential when you're mid-Eternal Bond dash. And we have also
you can just have like an
counterplay
Adam
against
by
things like the Sneaky
themselves
Wolverine,
playing
with
for
the
that
Bulwark
for the
being
mass
used
resurrection,
in case the Vanguard
like
does
we
get
saw in that
grabbed
last
on
game.
early.
You can do like
Also going to be a difference in those.
we see a
psionic
Mantis Adam
projections
quite
being available
commonly
in
because they're
one
both
team
very good into
having a
flyers,
Emma
and they're both good in a
alongside
triple
their
support comp.
Magneto.
So you would run
So for
something
now,
like a
Pokey
Cloak and
just gonna be
Dagger
hopping
into an
around on that
Adam and a
side, like, as we've come to
Mantis, or you'd
expect.
run a
Rad gonna be on
a
the
Luna
defense
Adam
first.
Mantis,
Sastroid already on that
kind of triple
Ultron
comp, you
imperative
know.
patch. We can see pocketing right
But
now.
here we go.
Melio on the Human Torch as he looks to just get as much poke. and
BBP
spam into Berber
first
Pathim as
to
they
attack.
can. Enzo is
Enzo
indeed
is
on
gonna,
the Hulk
on
that
this
we
Hulk, make a
expected,
lot of room.
which means that, trust me,
Can
is going to
also
have that
help
much
try and
score
grab
in
these
terms
flyers
of
out the air
targets for
with the
Golden Rush.
Wolverine.
Oh, yeah,
Also
Melio's
really
gonna have
good
their
with the
their hands full
Wolverine
when it comes
toss,
to
as we've
extra
seen this
occupants of
fastball
this
special be
airspace
really
as
good
well.
at grabbing these.
And here he comes. Gonna be an attempt
We
to dodge
see
away.
Mello
Nicely
try and
played.
dodge that
already
out.
falls down low to
Pokey's
Pokey.
already got
A great
Crook.
opening here for the Psylocke.
Crook's already
And
gone.
this is
That's
gonna
one.
be next
Here's
in
the
Arizaro on
kidnap.
bucket. All the way into
Taken
the
to
back line.
fucking
Things get really
Narnia.
complicated. Might be able to use their
Fucking
side
Narnia.
protection to get out. No, not
And
gonna
he's
be on the
gone.
cards
And
right
that's
here.
just
This could be
a
cooked already.
take. That's just an
Huge
easy
bait and
fucking
switch
take
from
for
Berber
BPP.
Pathim. Rad
Oh,
thought it was
good
gonna
pick
be a
from
target
Melio, though.
dive onto Melio, but in actual fact,
Does
it
get
was
taken
Pokey
out on the
setting
flip,
up
but
onto level 1 Crook, and Berber
Sastroid is
Pathim
already readying the
overwhelmed
TP
with
to try and
triple
contest.
strategist
I don't know if
composition
it's going to
in
be
a
in
matter
time.
of
It's not.
moments. Sastroid off of the
And that is a
Ultron
wasted
isn't in time with the
TP.
strange teleport,
That is a
and Fate
wasted
getting
TP.
picked late as
Oh, boy.
well means that Rad lose even more space to hold on to second.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's going to be
That is not
absolutely
good.
disastrous here for Rad. Far from over at
That
the
is
moment.
not good.
The Mantis hater in me is saying that maybe you don't get as much value out of it here if you're Rad. I'd love to see Force Physics to try and shut down Tanuki and to give Melio that team up.
I mean,
Yeah,
level
I feel
1
like
Crook
those women would
is
definitely make
arguably
things a
one of the
little
best
bit
Mantises
easier
right
in
now,
terms
but
of the neutral, but you
I don't
do
know. I feel like you
sacrifice
just
us in
get
the way
rolled
for
by
the
Psylocke,
ultimate.
don't you?
Melio
This
goes
Psylocke
for
is
the
just going to
dive.
burst
They've
you
been able to
every time.
pressure out Enzo, but it
It's going to be
comes at
so
the
hard
cost
for
of,
Crook to
trust
stay alive,
me,
I think.
No one was helping out the Emma Frost and the Luna Snowman.
Alex already gets a
Yeah,
pick,
got
and
aggressive.
there's a
What else
nice
is
take
Fate
onto
doing over
Fate.
there? Did not see that one coming. A quick
No, that's very far up for
freeze,
Fate.
yes,
I'm
but
not
the
really
remainder
sure
of
what
the
they're
team
doing there.
remains unfrozen.
Paulie
This
gets a
is an
double.
absolute masterclass
Oh,
in
yeah.
momentum.
Okay.
Yeah, it feels like Rada just getting
Here we go.
separated, split
Here
at
we
the
go.
moment. They try and pivot to look at the Hulk, and Berber
Here we go.
Pathim just communicate that everyone's looking at Enzo.
VP lost
Deal
kill
damage elsewhere,
in
and
a
it will permanently stick.
crazy,
Out comes the diamond from Chelsea,
crazy
Solar
end
Surgeon
fight.
Sylvester from
And like
level one,
crazy
Crook forces
last
Ken's
game.
Eternal Bond out, and Berber Pathim are more than happy to make that trade.
Okay, Soul Resurgence used. Destroyed falls through the cracks. The healing.
Pokey's
not
already
quite
got
enough when
destroyed.
compared to what Pokey's bringing to the table.
I'll be honest, guys. I think this is a massive outdraft.
Might be able to find the back line here. They need to
I think
take
this
out
is a
Ken.
massive
They need to
outdraft
find Tornado
problem.
delivers. In this case, Tanuki takes out Krug, but not much more than that. Fate next up.
Tanuki has Wolverine. Pokey's got Psylocke. This is a massive outdraft problem. Enzo's got Hulk.
Long for Crook to come on back though, and Melio falls to Enzo in the midst of all of this. Must have been grabbed out of the air. What a great play coming through from Enzo. Oh, and there's the attempt.
World Breaker Hulk.
Teleport coming through as well from Ken.
Tanuki gets
Enzo
trust. Nice sleep to stop a lot of that World Breaker, but I don't think it's going to be an... Oh, huge stun. Jesus
and
Christ.
Enzo, says no one puts down Hulk for a nap. Hulk sleeps when Hulk wants.
Melio gets one, though. That's big. Melio is putting in as much work as they possibly can, but Enzo is smurfing, dude. Enzo is fucking smurfing.
Both the Freedom Charge and Rage of Ultron from Rogero and
Here's the
Sastroid.
thing though, Ryan,
Now
right?
means that
And
they're
let's
down
try and be aware of
in
this a little
next
bit, and I know
engagement.
that
It's gonna
I'm
have
really
to be a
bad for this.
stack up and try and
It's so
absorb the
easy
damage
for
that
us to
Pokey
sit
can
here and
output, but that
analyze
means
it
that
in this
position
way and say
is
they're
forced.
throwing.
They're not gonna
We
be there
don't
to
hear their
prevent
comms.
the
We don't know what they're
disrespect of
thinking
convoy.
in regards to it. We
Yeah,
can only
stacking
make
together can be
assumptions and
ruinous
stuff.
when LeBronzo's on the other
I
side.
don't
Well,
get me
Paulie
wrong.
in
I'm
this
so
case on the
with
other
you.
side
I think they
with
fucked
a
up and
meteor
they've
end.
just
May
like
not have
it,
got as much respect as Enzo
there's
just
too
yet,
many
but
problem
level
picks,
one
and they
Crook
just
catching a
gave them
bunch
too
of
many
these
of the good ones in this draft.
Resurgence. Polly looking for a victim. Fate manages to dodge away. Great usage of escapes right there to make sure they manage to stay well out of the AoE.
I do also think it's kind of, it's also partly the state that Marvel Rivals is in right now, right? There are so many power picks and only 4 bans. It's really hard to get everything, you know. It's a nice pick on Pokey, though.
Ran on down by Sestroid here, and finally, with the buildings being reformed, good choke points here for Ran to try and play off.
Tanuki's looking for an angle. Polly gets destroyed. Good exile. Crazy fucking exile. Oh my god, that was fucking instant as soon as he popped the supernova. That was fucking instant. Oh, and he gets him as well. Dude, Enzo on this Hulk is a goddamn monster. He is Hulk. This guy is insane on this hero. They are getting some really nice picks, though. Rajaro, but Enzo, oh, grabs him as well. Polly stays alive. Get on the exile. The stagger is crazy, dude. Enzo, get the fuck out of here. Absolutely fucking rolled. Absolutely rolled. Dude, Enzo is such a fucking joy to watch on this pick, man. He's such a joy to watch on this pick.
Far from running out of time, though, on the side of Padam, still 2.5 minutes.
It makes me want to try and learn Hulk, but I cannot play him, and I know I can't. There's the Lunar Ult to keep everyone up.
For all and sundry inside of that Fate of Both Worlds. Tanuki maybe looking for a knock off the edge. It certainly would be a lot of value. Big
oh, good slam. Trust gets Polly, but... Oh, Polly goes up, gets Crook. PKY in the back gets 2. Oh, Pokey. I keep saying PKY. Pokey. Supernova's there. Melio gets Pokey. That's big. But he's kind of stuck. Melio's on the other side. They're having a TP just to get on from there. Oh, they can't. They can't.
Say, yeah, we're still Convergence demons.
Ult tracking is crazy, yeah. I watched a really interesting video from Aramori about it. Aramori is the ult tracker for Sentinels. She's the support for Sentinels and their ult tracker. She made a video talking about it and it was super interesting. Because that's not something you really do in ranked, right? Unless you're in a 6-stack that you play together all the time. You don't really do that. You don't really have a dedicated ult tracker, you know?
And that just meant that Enzo and the
unless you volunteer yourself to do it.
Field day.
I'm legitimately begging you to play Luna Cloak and Dagger or Luna Invis.
I want to learn Iron Fist. What do you think about him?
See an Invis.
I mean, Crook has actually put out a bunch of
Iron Fist can be really good.
It feels like Destroyed is having a lot of trouble getting value, even out of a damage.
But you have to work very hard to get value. Iron Fist is all about timing. It's all about picking up moments to dive. Sorry, all about picking the right times to dive, picking your targets. The most important skill with Iron Fist, I think, is target selection and timing. He's very easy to roll over if you mistime your dive, if you go on the wrong target, if you get stunned.
I'm actually a big fan of this pivot here. Maybe not going to be quite as much.
They work around your right-click defense.
Without the Luna.
But he does have insane movement, so
for a lot more shutdown on the Hulk.
Yeah,
here we go, guys. Here we go. Can BBP shut it down right here? Oh, nice, nice slam. Enzio gets Melio though. How the fuck has he got him?
Oh, that's a big
How the fuck has he got him? A nice kidnap as well. Pokey finishes off, but that was all Tanuki all day long.
Those wing shurikens really are doing some work right here. Another throw? I doubt it at this point. Tanuki just gets off of that one. Unbreakable barrier will get everyone out.
Crazy
they
first
just
hold.
utilized the fastball team up to get Tanuki into the Hulk's hands without him having to burn
3
the
minutes on the
lunge and
clock.
potentially get
Destroyed
taken
is
down,
about
crossing
to
back
have
to
their
his
Punisher
players.
roll.
He's still gonna be up
Crook
and about,
is
and
about to
Elias
have an
being able to
invis, so they
finally
might
break around
just
the
double
first
up here to
corner.
try and
Gets
push
a
onto
little
site.
bit of folding to hide behind as well as
Polly
utilizing Pyro
has
presence,
the
but
Maggot
pressure
though.
on
Watch
the
it go. Here goes Destroyed with the bubble over the top. They do get Tanuki. Nice bubble and shielding. But Polly gets them afterwards. What?
To keep him safe from Meteor Ram.
That's fucking wild from Polly that they get them on the second time around.
Alex tries to get a handle on things here with
Alex trying to stall out.
Pokey disengages, comes in from a
Fate
new angle.
also
A brand
stalling
new
out with the
angle,
cloak
brand new
up, but
plan.
watch
The plan is
PK,
likely to move
watch
it down to
Pokey.
butterflies right here. Look at
They're
this in the
looking
back
for
line,
it.
though.
Here they
Trustman's
go.
getting a little bit frisky. An attempt to try and cut Rad in half. Crook can't afford to take
Oh,
another
really
slice.
unlucky with the
Meteor
bounces,
M
to be
in the
honest,
tiny
Pokey there.
corridor. Can it be dropped down upon
Polly
someone?
gets
Yeah,
one.
onto
They've got the
10,
point,
straight
though.
onto their face, but Polly strikes back on the other side.
Like, they do have the
Enzo's
point.
getting it
This
done
is
again.
kind of
Polly's
good for
super
them.
low.
But
Yeah,
Enzo...
metallic bulwarks onto
Oh,
themselves, but
another
in a
fucking
corridor
exile.
with
What?
a Hulk. I think I saw this scene
What?
in Avengers, and it didn't end well
What?
for non-Hulk parties.
Enzo is a fucking... They don't get it. Oh, I thought they had the point. Oh, they just skipped past it? Oh, I thought they had it. Oh, that's bad from Rad. That's a bit of a throw.
And he
I do
hasn't
ult
been able to build up
tracking.
the final
Oh,
judgment
do you
as
care?
well. Through the pressure that they've been able to place the Punisher through. Dark teleportation has to be used from Fate just to close the
couldn't do
distance
it.
a little bit
My
sooner,
brain
so they can
cannot.
take the pro-
Oh, get out of here, Tanuki.
Oh, the invisible boundary came up.
Get
It seemed a
out of
little bit
here.
too
That
late.
was
Tanuki
nearly
grabbed with
fucking
the carbon
mega.
crush. Plenty of healing coming through
Nearly
from
gets
Alex. Bit of a
everyone
false
with that,
keeps him
but
sustained.
Trust is just
tries
gonna
to
fall
drag them
off.
to the edge, but it's just a
1
reset
minute
beta
21.
rest all of this. 1 minute 20 remains
I
for
don't know,
Rad.
man. You gave BPP, Psylocke, and Wolverine. I don't know. You gave Enzo Hulk. I think this is just BP taking this 4-2 right here. This is going to have to be one hell of a fight from Rad. Destroyed is going to need to have the biggest ultimate of their life. It's a good start. Enzo is out of
Enzo is
Hulk.
Hulk form, though. Down to Puny Banner. And Puny Banner's not that good at holding back the tides of Rad. Trust me, he's getting a little
Nice
bit
slam on
frisky
Polly.
here. Polly
That's
needs
good.
a rescue, but it's not quite in time.
Here goes Destroyed.
Kane
This
could have
needs to
been
go
faced with
mega.
huge damage coming out of the Punisher
But look
right
at the
now.
split. Everyone's
Someone
hiding.
managed to find themselves some good cover, good knock through there onto Tanuki just to force
And
out that
Enzo's
Hulk
back in
passage,
Hulk
but you won't
form.
get much
They
more
don't.
than
They
that.
are going to get the
It's
site.
Familiar
Here
up
comes
on
the
backside.
contest.
Pokey starts to work the margins, has themselves an ultimate, but you don't want to use it
Oh,
now.
they're just
You've
gonna
already
let it
lost
go.
first.
They're gonna let it
3
go.
minutes between
They're gonna
Rad
let it
and
go.
Oblivion.
Yeah, I thought about
Good
maybe
take.
utilizing that ultimate, but the anchor
Skin of their
falls
fucking
with
teeth
Enzo,
on
and
Rad.
you don't
Skin of
count
their
as
fucking teeth.
contesting in your dance of butterfly form. So Berbert Patapim decides to pack it in
Oh.
and keep it in the back pocket to have for this next fight.
It's
taking
still
advantage of the
doable,
fact that
guys.
Rad do
It's
not
still
have
doable.
A defensive ultimate. Level 1 Crook close to the invisible boundary, but if you can bait it with the silence,
There goes the
Tanuki gets a
supernova. Gets to.
go-ahead
Oh, the
for
exile.
last stand. Oh, they get
Enzo, you are
Straight down to
absolutely
sack.
They
outrageous,
almost got
dude.
environmentally fragged. Incredibly lucky to have survived this one. Pokey has to be careful around these flames.
I mean, they
It's
get
getting
the
a little
kills
bit
off the
hot
back
under
of it,
collar
but
over there.
man, Enzo's
Regarding
playing
Alex,
out of their
hoping that there's going to be
fucking
some healing
mind.
available. Enzo just has to move their way after Ratatoska. Oh, they can start knocking him back here. Oh, this could be in perfect little bit of stagger.
Yeah, there's a
onto
really
Enzo.
nice stagger.
It's gonna be
There's a
an
really nice stagger. This
undermanned
gives them a really
recontest.
good time bank as well for
Tanuki
Rad.
is so close to that last stand. Level 1 Crook has the invisible
They're gonna
boundary.
try.
Rad surely thinking about
Tanuki
the
does have an
Wolverine.
ult. Oh, what a slam!
Crushed.
Oh, the carbon crush to shut it down.
There it goes. Gets him anyway.
Destroyed and Crook's down as well.
Destroyed is not in this, and that is a lot of their damage.
Tanuki, Polly, and Pokey in concert.
3
Alex as well,
meters.
quite literally
Crazy
in concert with the
recontest.
fate of both worlds. They get the carbon
Crazy
crush onto Tanuki.
recontest
They don't
from
get the
BPP.
pickup of the back of it. The Luna keeps them fully
I
healed
think
on up,
Enzo hates
and the
fire.
last stand comes on
I
through.
don't know, man.
We're not
Tanuki
quite
and
a last fight for
Tanuki
Rad
and
in terms
Enzo
of
are
hopes for the
fucking
tournament.
cooking in this
Sasori is
game.
going to be coming on out with that final judgment. Rizaro going to have the Meteor M2 to try to cover for him. It's going to be up to Polly to shut this one down this time.
Yeah, Destroyed does
be
have
shut
this.
down.
Does have this
Enzo
ult.
has themselves their
Does
world
not have a
breaker
support
Hulk,
ult behind
and
it.
he's been
Fate
doing
is about to
absolute
get
bits
there,
with
so
it
they're gonna
so
wait on
far.
that one, I
Destroyed
think.
with
And
the
here
final
it goes.
judgment. could be everything. Rajaro wants to try and shut this one down. Can't quite find
Misses
the
on
cloak
Rajaro.
and
Here
dagger.
goes
Can't
Destroyed.
even find
There goes
the
Polly
Wolverine
straight
and
away,
his
but he's
sword.
playing the
He's
shields
behind
really
the
well.
Aegis. A shell of shields,
Plays the
survivability
shields
onion
really nicely to
keep
stay up, then
Franklin
takes it.
Castle gunning them down.
And here goes
Will
Destroyed.
there be a last stand coming
Pokey
through
is over the
from
top,
dance
but
of the butterflies?
gets
It's gonna
one.
come down to a certified
What a
hot
bubble.
classic to try and bring
Enzo.
the value
Oh,
up
Enzo
against
claps
the
him.
world.
I don't think it's
Destroyed,
going to be
just
enough. He's in
slapped
mini
away
banner.
by a backhand there, the dueling glove
Can they
next to back,
contest?
and that's going to be a full
Oh, they
completion
don't.
of second as we head to third.
The fortification
And this
of
is a big
Frank
stagger. I
Castle
think
is
Polly's
too
just
good
looking to
for
die
Falcon.
here.
Can't
There we
break
go.
through the siege, and we head to third. Supernova
Destroyed.
in the hands of Melio.
Keeping
Sounds
them
like gonna
in
be
this
trying to build up
game.
that last final judgment once
1
more.
minute
And
38.
Suzuki, with only a minute and a half on the clock, all Berber Patapim need is one
That was a
fight
quick
to go
fight,
their
right? Yeah,
way,
no
and
kidding.
all of the momentum that Rad come through with get drained entirely.
One good fight, bro. Just one good fight. A little bit of free rage gathered off the back of that.
Oh, Melio gets taken out as well. They're the only one with the ult. That's a massive pick from Pokey. Good slam. Oh, he gets away, though. Ooh, got a little bit greedy from that Emma. Didn't do the kick straight away.
But they did nothing with it.
Polly
That wasn't even an
cleaning
ultimate that
house.
comes on from the side of BP.
I do
They
that
get to
sometimes
hold
on Emma.
on
I
to
get
the
a little bit
last
greedy,
stand,
try and
and
weave
the
in a
dance
couple
of
of
the
melees.
butterflies. 1 minute
Don't
remaining.
get the
Red
kick
still
off, and
not
then
able to swap over to
they
the
get their
Doctor
bubbles and
Strange.
stuff, and then I'm like, oh, fuck.
Force himself off of the map so that he can get a faster reset.
That's actually super smart from
Necessary.
Enzo.
Won't take long to get back with those incredible
Look at
leaps and
Tanuki's
hiding
positioning,
in the
dude.
corners for now has been discovered. Oh, the
Oh,
Supernova.
nearly gets him.
Great play off the back of the force physics there to rescue Melia when he needed it the most. Flame cyclones in towards the back. They desperately want
Melio's
Ken, and they're going to
cooking.
find him, but now Melia
Oh,
has to worry
goes
about
down to
Enzo on the
Pokey,
other side.
though.
Pokey coming in through
Trust
as
gets
well.
Polly.
Tanuki can't get
Trust gets
themselves a
Alex.
barrel leap. A double carbon kick from Trust Me to shut down
Uh-oh.
the defense.
Brad still holding on to the final judgment as well as that
Oh, they're
invisible
gonna get
boundary.
Tanuki
It's
as
gonna
well.
be up to the
Oh.
duelists from the side of BP. They get one more good fight.
One
to
fight,
install
10
the
seconds.
subjective
Here we
order
go.
from the finish line.
Tanuki and
Out comes the
Pokey's
final judgment.
destroyed
CCU
with the ult.
bulwark is there.
There
With
goes Ken. Can
Tanuki.
Ken survive?
Approaching too difficult
Oh,
right now.
Polly dunks with the double. Oh, it's over. PKY over the top. It's fucking over. BPP take it in a 4-2 grand finals. Well fucking deserved, to be honest. That could have easily been a 4-0. But Polly goes absolutely massive in that last fight. Dunks the fuck out of them, and PKY over the top. The cousins take it home for BBB. Good lord. 42 and 5.
With the Meteor M to shut down the invisible boundary, brought Berber Patapim back into that fight
Goddamn.
immediately.
$70,000 in the pocket for BBP.
Easily served up dish for Polly to pound with the meat tenderizer.
For
with the Meteor M.
23k
We
damage.
rarely see Polly being the one to pick up the Wolverine. It's usually Enzo's remit, but showing
Oh,
just how
Lord.
strong they could be on that pick, or Enzo was getting bits done on the Hulk.
I mean, 5. He went down 5 times despite being arguably
Tanuki,
a
though.
walking
Let's talk about
hitbox.
Tanuki on this Wolverine.
We can have a look now at some of the replay highlights brought to you.
I
Tanuki
way
is gonna be the
preferred
star of the
this
show
to the
for a
to
lot
the
of
Black
these because
Panther.
that
The BP
Wolverine
looks
was
kind of
getting
shit,
work
to be honest.
done. To the point that Team Rad
Um,
actually
I know he's a
pivoted
really
to
good
the
Black Panther,
Invisible
so,
Woman,
don't
an
come at me,
ultimate that's
but
easier to
the Wolverine
shut
looked
down
way better
with
today.
that invis boundary just dropping so early if you can
And
find a
Enzo,
one-shot
man.
onto the strategist herself. And from
Dude,
there,
I know
Berber
Polly
Patapim
played an
had a
insane game, but
clear
honestly,
win
I kind of feel like
condition. Every
Enzo
single
was
time
kind
the
of
invis
also
boundary comes
MVP
up,
level on that one.
Tanuki just naps them all out of it.
The space,
And if it seems
like,
like every
the
fight, you can allow
exiles,
Pokey for one.
just
Like,
insane.
it's always going to be at least a 5v5, if not the 6v5,
Insane.
because sometimes Pokey gets punished for it, but the mechanics are just so strong from Pokey, always able
Whoa.
to deliver on the Psylocke.
All right, guys.
The dance of the butterflies too.
I'm
just
going to
the
very
timing
quickly pee
even
right now
here
before we
coming
get
on
into the
through where we
interview,
saw
because I
Rad
do
just
want to hear
absolute
what they've got
invest.
to say in
And
the
it's
interview.
Pokey too, who's
just
able
give
to
me
find
one
that
sec.
first pick as we head into third on Rad's own attack, which just immediately stalls out the momentum that they had coming on through, allowing Berber Patapim to stabilize their rotation, their defensive positions, so that it's always an overextension that Rad have to make if they want to be able to match wits.
And there they are. Berber Patapim, the unsigned org, the underdogs maybe, but they're walking away as your champion with $70,000 in their pocket and a big old advertisement to orgs before China. Pick us up.
I was gonna say unsigned as of now, Harry, because I feel like in the near and distant future, that fact is going to be changing very, very quickly. This team is so strong. I cannot wait to see them interact with all of the other teams that have been able to qualify and contend, because you know that EMEA is going to be bringing its absolute best when we go international.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see how EMEA stacks up on the world stage. We've been grandstanding a bit over the last couple months and be like, yeah, I think VP maybe takes the LAN. Okay, maybe not. Berber, Panopim, and Rad are looking very strong right now, and well, North America's going to find out their champion real soon. Let's hop over for an interview with our champion. I believe it's going to be Tanuki. Indeed it is. Hello, bud. How are you feeling?
Tanuki!
I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. From that close set, from VP to going to this, full adrenaline in, like, it felt amazing. Just winning and like this. Like yesterday, after the loss against Rad, it was like, oof, this is gonna be tough. But yeah, I mean, today was just a roller coaster. It was amazing, actually.
They've played a
Probably the
lot
best
of
day of my
rivals
life.
today. Holy shit.
So, before we even start looking at the match, you guys are an unsigned team. Take the time to just reach out to an org, say what you want to say, so that Berber Patapim gets picked up, because the fact that you guys aren't currently signed is an absolute tragedy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We're the best team in the world right now. I think with confidence when we play like this, we're genuinely the best team in the world. If any orgs want this, you know, like, this is the moment. We're champions. We're going to stage 1 in China. It's gonna be amazing.
If you look like a big org, hit Tanuki's DMs right now. Like, I need the outline, Tanuki. What makes you decide when it's Wolverine, when it's Black Panther?
I mean, it's just like, I just feel it. Like, I just feel it in my bones, you know. if I go Panther, it's like I'm gonna obliterate this backline for the entire game.
He
And
kind of
if I go
sounds a
Wolf,
little
I'm
bit
just gonna,
like Necros, doesn't
I'm
he?
just grabbing the tanks
Like
on
his
cooldown.
accent?
These guys cannot play the game.
No, not
I get
not
big ults every single time.
Boga.
It's just, they're just both made for me, you know, and I just feel it.
He kind of sounds like Boga a bit, doesn't he?
It's unexplainable, really.
And the last time that you matched up against Rad came out on top. Were there any changes that you made consciously coming into this series?
Damn, we have our championes.
I mean, I think yesterday and the day against VP as well, we were really focused on what most teams are playing and not focused on what the team specifically were playing. So we were messing up a lot in the ban phases. And we fixed that against VP today, and I mean, we did the same into Rad. And I mean, going into Rad after qualifying for China, it's just, you have so much adrenaline, you're so happy, like, you're stomping them, you just feel it. And yeah, then you just win, you know. Like, yesterday,
I mean, the
was
first 2 games they
nerve-wracking,
did
but today
fucking
it was
stomp
just,
it, you know.
we just go for it and we win.
Yeah, speaking of the double series right here, let's talk about how your team managed to go from that best of 5 against VP into this grand finals.
I think actually playing a double series helped them a lot
between the
because
2
they
games,
warmed the
because I
fuck up
imagine
off that first
qualifying for
series,
China took
and
basically
Rad kind of had
everything
to
you
just
guys
go in
had.
dry, you know.
I mean, yeah, we were pretty drained, but then again, we were like still full of adrenaline from winning, you know? Like, we just screamed our lungs out. And then all that was on our mind was
give me a
just
sec,
like,
guys, and
we
I'll explain
qualified.
what happens
Let's just
next.
have fun. Let's just play, you know? It's just a scrim. It's just training against Rad. Why not? And yeah, it helped us. We had 0 stress. We made insane plays. We played so well. I mean, I can only thank it to Pokey against VP, clutching it up, getting 3 kills in the last minute. It was so big. And yeah, it just...
Pokey's solo
into
won
winning
that
as well.
game
Like,
against VP.
There's no team that can beat us when we have
like,
this much
getting
energy.
those 1v1s against
Have
5.
you been keeping up to date with
Crazy.
any of the regions? Is there a specific team that you guys are looking forward to being able to take on at the international?
He's
probably
bouncing. You can see him. He's bouncing like I do.
We've played against American teams. We know
Probably
where
the
they're at.
adrenaline.
And we're pretty confident we could beat them. But if I would have to single out 2, maybe 100 Thieves and Envy as the 2 that we really want to go against. because I think they're just the most interesting teams in other regions right now. I'm not really afraid of Asia or Oceania.
Oh, big talk.
I think
That's
the
gonna
EU is
come
just on
back and
top, to
haunt
be
him, man.
honest.
That's big
The
talk.
3 teams in the EU are just so good. It sucks that VP didn't get a spot because we would dominate the LAN for sure.
I mean, I'm inclined to
But he
agree.
beat VP to
Snooki,
get
you
there,
are
do
the
you know what I
reigning
mean?
champion of
They
Marvel
knocked
Rivals
VP out
Ignite
to get here.
EMEA. Do you have any words for the community, for your opponents, for your team? Shout-outs for yourself? Floor's yours.
I mean, it's just, I mean, I don't know what to say. It feels so unreal being here at 70 years of age. Same with Polly, actually, being so young and just having this moment, it's unreal. To everyone that didn't qualify and that's like not going to China and Europe, I wish you the best. I really hope you qualify for next, because I think so many teams here actually deserve it. We're really good as a region, and I'm really proud that we're allowed to show it on the LAN together with my team.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, yeah.
proud of
Yeah,
you guys
I mean,
as well.
that's about it.
Yeah, EMEA is going to be well represented by yourselves on Berber Padman. Thank you so much for joining us, Tanuki, our
Fuck yeah,
champion.
dude.
Let's wrap this one up, Mox, as we close the interview. It's just been wonderful talking to all of Berber Padman. That was a fantastic series.
Exhilarating series, an absolute crazy grand finals, Harry, and I'm so happy that we got a crazy grand finals, right? It felt at the beginning of it like maybe it would be a 4-0 and done, but then we hit the halfway mark and it really was off to the races. Adaptation coming in through, the evolvement that we wanted to see as well. And we can have a look and see, there it is in print official. Rad and Berber Patapim
They might, I'm just waiting because they might
to
explain it, but
China
I don't
to
know if they are.
compete internationally with Berber Patapim representing
There's a lot we don't
EMEA
know yet, by the
as
way.
Ignite
I'm gonna just say
champions.
that out.
I mean,
loud.
Tanuki
There's a lot
said
we
they're the
don't
best
know
team in
yet.
the world, and who am I to
Here we go.
disagree? They're certainly looking like it today.
So Americas,
This is
these
your
are the 3 right
docket
now.
for Marvel
100C
Rivals
Sentinels
Ignite
Envy,
mid-season
Rad and
finals.
BBP for
Only
EMEA.
2 slots remain.
China, we find out next
are going
week.
to be earning theirs later
Asia,
on in
Reject
the
and
month.
Gen G.
Americas, they've already sorted out. They've got 3 slots, but might take all 3 of them to be Berber
Ground
Badam.
Zero Gaming.
They also haven't sorted out their grand finals champion. That will
So
be
this is
decided
what we're gonna get for
today
mid-season
in
finals.
a little bit of time, as EMEA sadly draws to a close, and we have to say goodbye to so many talented players that unfortunately were not able to make the cut this time around. Still, EMEA, the representation and the pride of the region, is still going to be insanely strong from everyone involved.
Yeah, and if you want to be part of Marvel Rivals Ignite Season 2, what you got to do is get your friends together and get into the tournament
Yeah, we don't
infrastructure
know
we've
how
got
it's
here
gonna be played
for
yet.
Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals Championship is going to be coming up next week. I believe we've already made quite a few indents into the ignition bracket already. Just going to cover the end of it for the broadcaster. We can see what the next rising stars of EMEA and all of our other regions are. But for now, that closes out the best of the best we have in EMEA. Thank you so much for watching. We hope to see you for North America as well, and we'll hope to see you for mid-season finals. Keep cheering
That's
for
EMEA, guys.
We'll see you there.
Dope series. Good fucking stuff. So, Americas is going to kick off in about an hour and a bit. So we're going to chill and play a couple of games of Rivals in between now. I'm in the mood to play some Rivals. That might change very quickly. In terms of the tournament and what, like, kind of the next stuff after today. So the next tournament is the mid-season finals. We don't have a huge amount of information on this yet. All we know is it's kind of slated for the end of July, towards the back end of July. It might be delayed even further into like August. That's the impression I got from when I spoke to their behind the scenes team of Rivals, that it might be slightly delayed, but at the moment it's slated for end of July. It's got a prize pool of 500,000, so double the prize pool of what we've seen in these. There are 10 teams. We don't know the format. I'm going to guess it's going to be like a double elim, but it is being held on LAN in China. We don't know the details about the stadium, the audience, or anything like that, or casting, the hosting, analyst, anything like that. We don't know where it goes from here, so I assume we will get that information very shortly once these games are over today. So that's all that I have for you for now, guys, on that one. So we're gonna sit and play a few games of Rivals now, and then we will watch the To America series later on tonight. Yeah. If you guys are only interested in the EMEA, I really hope you've enjoyed my watch partying of these games. I hope you've enjoyed watching it all with me. If you're sticking around, because you want the drops as well, I'll be here for another kind of 8 hours, potentially. It depends on how long the series go. But I really hope you have enjoyed it a lot. If there are any series that you missed that you really want to watch, go ahead and follow my socials right there. I'm going to be posting a bunch of these games to my YouTube over the next week as my wonderful editor makes his way through the games. I've got another one. What's the series I've got for you tonight? Once I finish today, I think I'll be posting the grand final. Which one am I posting? I think it's the... Hold up. Hold your fucking horses. Oh, tonight is going to be Zero Tenacity BBP, the grand final from the group stages. Thank you, Milky. So we'll be posting that when I'm done with stream tonight, or when I wake up tomorrow. I'll see how I feel when I'm finished. And then we will get through. We've got a bunch of series that I want to get out for you. Let's just have a quick look over the playoff series that I want. So BBP VP, the first upper bracket semi, was a fucking banger. We're going to post that one for you if you missed it. All of the upper bracket finals and grand finals, we'll post all of these. They were fucking mega. From Americas, there are so many good series from the Americas. Holy shit. We didn't watch the first 2 days, so we're going to miss a lot of these. We'll post the Sentinels 100 Thieves from yesterday. That was a crazy banger. Techie Shroud X was a crazy fucking banger yesterday as well, so we'll post both of those. And then any of these series like Envy Shroud X from last night that we missed, FlyQuest Envy, I'm going to talk to my co-caster, and we might go back and properly cast those in a proper casting format for you on my other YouTube channel, which I will not give you right now because we have not finished it yet, but that will be finished this week, and that will be for all of my casting kind of content that I will be doing with Robbie, all of the kind of bronze casters and stuff. That will all be on that channel. So, yeah. A lot of stuff to come for you guys. All right? A lot of stuff to come. For now, let's sit, chill, play a couple of games. Play a few ranked games, right? Before we get into tonight's games. Yeah, free. Feel free to jump in, Kel. Yeah. Okie dokes. We are still teetering on the edge of GM3. Should I switch my camera background to where it normally is? Because I feel like this will freak you out if I play with it on this side. Is that better? Does that feel more normal? Okay. Let's get into some games. Guys, I cannot promise you I'm going to give you the same level of rivals that you've just witnessed. But I'll do my utmost. I'm currently a GM3 right now, Ryan.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I don't know how long for, but currently GM3. I have not rank grinded nearly as much as I do most of the time. I've not had a chance to, because we've been watching so much Rivals over the past 3 weeks, culminating in today. I have not played nearly as much as I normally do. Which is okay, because this season kind of sucked. Not gonna lie. Especially as a tank player, this season kind of sucked. Is this a Psylocke angle, guys? Shall I show you my Psylocke? Just call me Pokey. Oh, this is going to be embarrassing. I'm not warmed up or anything, so... I do kind of want to practice. I do kind of want to practice Wolverine though.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
There's a few DPS that I want to learn. So I think one of the things we're gonna do when I come back, properly, because next week I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna be off a little bit next week. I'm only doing 2 days next week of stream, so
Never mind. Keep it.
When we come back properly from Sunday, a week today, we'll be back on our normal schedule, Sundays to Thursdays. During the daytimes, 2 o'clock till 8 o'clock. That's my usual schedule. I think we'll do some, not just rank grinding all the time, but we'll do some learning new heroes and like taking some time to properly get into some heroes like Mr. Fantastic.
Your powers of stealth.
I'm pretty happy with tanks. I don't feel like I need to expand my tank pool very much. I've got enough of a roster that is I'm more than comfortable with. But DPS and others, yeah. You're simply the best. Hi, Broden. Thank you so much. Welcome in. How are we? Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. How are we?
Huge.
This is my first game on.
Shit.
So we've been watching Rivals until now. We've just finished watching the EMEA games. We just finished watching the first Grand Finals. And this is my first game on. So good timing. Lovely to have you all. Welcome in. We don't need to push that, I don't think. Hi, Cloudy. How are you? How was your stream, brother? What were you doing? Were you practicing anyone today particularly? Yeah, that's rude. It's kind of a wash, isn't it? Guys, can we get a payload?
Maximum pulse.
How you doing, Cloudy? Working on your Loki. Oh, Loki's a great choice. Holy.
You can ult first.
Way too aggro, guys. Way too aggro. We were so far off point. Crazy. You're in ranked hell. What rank you, Cloudy? Back to solo grind next season. Yeah, I was just talking about it. But, I thought I had ult. That was real bad. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Genuinely thought I had ultimate.
holding our ults, are we?
They have 3 suppers.
I've got a good position here.
Out of sight.
Thank you. God, tank that one for me.
Look in the back lane.
No worries, I've got your back.
Back in the back lane as well.
Just ignore them, I think.
I don't like this.
Took one.
Your powers are mine.
Against the world.
Where's this fucking Iron Man? Oh, there he is.
We got the point.
This is not my best performance, guys. Not gonna lie. Not my best. Working on it. Loki is crazy OP right now, by the way. Like, he just is. I love that Rocket tried to do it. And then decided, nah, do you know what? I wanted to ult that. I'll wait for this cloak ult to be out. And then I'm so very free. Maybe a bit much. Interesting. I'm throwing. Never mind. I'm fucking incredible. Fuck this Loki, man. Fuck. Come on, die! Dude, how is this Loki living all of the time? Let's go around the side. Damn, this triple support is super fucking annoying. Can I get some healies for the healies, please? Thank you. Oh, nice, yeah. Oh, got him.
Loki can die, focus, man.
Idiota. Idiota. Nice!
Nice.
He's cooking! Yeah, Loki is crazy, crazy strong. Thank you so much for the raid, Ron. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Staying with the cart makes it faster, by the way. I know, I know. This is such a common problem in rank, though. Like, this is what I was talking about, right? We're talking about this when watching the games earlier. Like, we've watched some crazy good gameplay today, and we know that 3 people is the best amount to have on a cart at any one time. Is the way to make it go fastest. Like, it's the optimal way. That's the word I was looking for. But people just don't play like that. They fucking ape. People just want to keep diving and keep diving and keep pushing and keep killing. And so many times, like, that's why you see so many people like C9ing or going off the point, chasing kills and stuff, because they value that way over the objectives. When really, this is a objective-based game. So if you do that, you're gonna lose. Do I think they're going to come around this way? I think they might come around this way.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
How are you getting on with
3,
Loki, by the way, Bron?
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Clear a path.
Yeah, 3 on the cart is the optimal amount because it's diminishing. It gives you diminishing... what's the word? It gives you a diminishing amount of speed the more people you add. So 3 is the optimal to get max speed while having people on it. Let's play from this side. Avoid this Punisher. Dude, my aim is so fucking shaky today, man. This is my first game on, by the way, guys, so, you know, bear with. If you guys are interested in Pro Rivals, by the way, we are going to be going back and watching, we are going to go and watch the Americas soon. We're going to have the Americas Grand Finals of the Ignite tournament that's been happening the past few weeks and what we've been watching the past few weeks. So we've just watched all the European games, and we're just playing a couple of ranked games before we sit and watch the Americas Grand Finals. So you're more than welcome to stick around for that. I do have drops on, so if you still haven't got your magic skin from the drops, feel free to lurk away and grab that. Because I do have that on my channel.
Iron Man gonna
Get fucked, son. Easy win, guys. Oh, rolled. Damn. Iron Man really wants me. Easy. I'm not even putting in all the work here. I'm just chilling.
Step back, you know.
My Loki plateau. I think Loki is a hard character to master, to be honest. He's one that I'm not really looking at. He's one that I don't really want to tackle right now.
Only 60 seconds
in my support champ pool. Even though he is mega good, I think he's kind of hard to master. So he's definitely one that I'm going to wait and definitely put, like, it's going to take quite a bit of time to learn, I think. Because there's a lot of, like, really cool little tips and... Oh, my God, what? Oh.
Loki back line.
Loki flank, Loki flank, Loki flank. Kill him, him. Loki flank, guys.
Loki's up top. Behind the point, guys.
I'm back. Sayonara.
How the fuck did Loki get there? What?
Down to 30 seconds.
That's what I mean. Just shit like that.
Us against the world.
We can ult now, we can ult now.
Idiot.
Guys, hit them top.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Why did no one ult?
Okay.
Wow, 4 in a row.
I think it happened
Does
very
anyone
quickly,
have
to be
ult?
fair.
Keep fighting until we have a winner. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Yeah, I'm a bit of an ape in these games. I'm not very, I'm not a very good thinker. I don't really want to play in the open like
I can't
this.
believe we thought that.
It's fine, it's fine. We just hold for one. But nice, play. I'm pushing, Right in.
Oh shit, I'm stuck. Okay. Fuck that one up a little bit. This Loki is annoying though. He's kind of playing a DPS Loki though. I'm not really sure what his plan is. He's playing a flank DPS Loki, but, you know, as you like, son.
One healer dead, guys. Go back. Go.
Oh, I'm so fucking dead from these squirrels. So fucking dead from those squirrels. Hi, Gale. How are you?
I'm back. Mind, body, and soul.
Okay. They've got 1 minute 50. I think we're fine. I'm not stressing. I'm not stressing. Up we go.
Your powers are mine.
They doubled.
Oh, how's he live?
It's fine.
Oh my god, what?
Fine.
Dude, Squirrel Girl is a dumbass hero. Where's the fucking health pack? Dude, am I tripping? What? I'm so fucking dead.
Okay.
Oh
They have
shit.
no support, by the way.
I couldn't find the health pack. I'm an idiot. I know there's one round there. Did I just go down the wrong hallway? There's definitely one at the back there.
We just
Jesus Christ, Nick. I'm good, thank you, Gale. I didn't get... I got a little bit of sleep. Not as much as I would have liked, but I got a little bit. I did 16 and a half hours yesterday.
Go take some damage. Emma.
16 and a half hours.
Break it, break it, break it, break it, break it, break it.
Dude, what? Oh, I'm so fucking dead.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Emma, come here.
Shut the fuck up, dude. What? I fucking hate Squirrel Girl, man. Look at this bollocks. Look at this bullshit. She wasn't even going for me. She was going for Kel.
Yep.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Dumbass fucking hero. They need to delete that hero from the game. Stupid fucking hero.
Alright, Thor, please don't die. Okay.
Come on. There we go.
Fuck, you can die. Nice, big.
Wow, isn't that just unfortunate fucking timing? Isn't that very unfortunate timing?
Oh, thank you. Push, 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 push.
Push them, push them, push them.
Score, 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 score.
Ah! He really wanted me. Yeah, I'm doing alright, thank you guys. I'm doing alright.
Not today.
We've got a long night ahead of us. Still got a lot of games to watch.
Again.
Oh, brother. Rail.
TP, TP, TP.
Break scrolls.
Huh. Dude, reload. Oh, Jesus. Oh, shit. Forgot he can follow me. Oh, my bad.
For Asgard.
I am not playing well, guys. I am not playing well. I do not deserve to win this game. I can tell you that much. GG.
Final score. 3.
I do not deserve to win that game. I was playing like a fucking dumbass. Oh boy.
Another epic victory.
We'll take it. We take it. So yeah, anyone jumping in, you can still get drops, by the way. Even if I'm not watching, even if we're not watching the games right now, you can still get the drops. Good stuff. Oh, 41,000 healing? What the fuck is that? Luna is a broken motherfucking hero. Luna is just a broken fucking hero. I should really learn Luna, right? Like, I understand Luna, but, like, I don't know. I never feel like I get, I never feel like I get full value out of her. Are you staying on, Kel? I'm gonna play probably 2 more. We've probably got time for to squeeze in 2 more before, before the games tonight. Yeah. Carry me, senpai. I'm down for a little carry action. Down for a little carry action. It's fucking sweaty in here, though. I swear to God, guys, without my air conditioner, I would be dead right now. I would not have survived in this house without my air conditioner. I'd be dead. I'd be dead. Straight up. I'd have accepted my fate, and I'd have just died. Make sure we're all staying nicely hydrated.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Midtown. Midtown.
Now, who am I gonna banish
Who don't
from this
I want to
match?
play against on Midtown? Groot, probably. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. He's so annoying to play against. Although Emma is good into Groot, so maybe that was a bad ban. Who should I play? I'm assuming I'm going to be thrown on support. Oh, yeah, BP. Yeah, fuck that guy. Hard agree. Fuck that guy. Kel, do you mind playing someone not Emma just because I need to Lord Emma and I think I'm pretty close? Would that be alright?
The right heroes could make
Would that be
all the
alright?
difference.
Just because I think I'm pretty close to lording her.
More dazzling the diamond.
I might be wrong, in which case I'm sorry. And if I throw this game, I'm sorry. I think we're definitely maybe like 500 away, I think. Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, nice. Not nice. Wow, he's really flexing that Mag Lord on you. Dude, that is filthy behavior. What? What? That's disgusting behavior.
Flawless as they come, darling.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Too late, motherfucker.
Velasco said I should stay away from you. He really hates you.
What are you up to today, Gale? What's your plan? What's your plan, Stan?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Looks like you're my new guard.
Oh, sheesh! Hi, Gom. How are you? One second, guys. Hi, everybody. If this is your first time here, hello. I'm Nick. I'm a UK-based rival streamer, same as Gum. We are currently just doing some casual ranked. I say casual ranked as if you can do casual ranked. We're just playing a couple of games because we have been watching the Marvel Rivals tournament. Oh, got him. So we've been watching the Marvel Rivals Ignite tournament, and we're just waiting for the America games to start, so we're just playing a little bit of ranked. I don't know if you guys have been following it, but if you are interested in watching some pro rivals, stick around. It's going to be kicking off in about an hour. And it is the grand finals today, so you got some banger games to watch as well. Man, how did I miss that one? Also, I have drops on. If you guys are looking for the magic drops. Oh, what a shield. I have the magic drops available, so just sit and hang out for about 6 hours and you'll get those as well. So welcome in. I do have the drops, yeah. I've got the drops. Hi, Adrian. Hi, Studio. Hi, Zaviri. Hi, Sheza. How you doing? Hi, Selenite. Hello. Hi, Selenite. Sick hair. Thank you very much. Oh, is the rivals tourney? Yeah.
Did we just become best friends?
I don't know if you guys have been watching. Okay, we're gonna back this the fuck out, I think, before I get rolled. I don't know if you guys have been watching any of the tournament. We've been watch partying all of the games from EMEA and for the Americas. We just finished watching the EMEA finals, which was crazy. And let me tell you, like, some of these games are fucking insane. Like, reverse sweeps, overtime clutches, Wolverine kidnaps. We've got it all. It is crazy good to watch. I'm definitely dead.
Hurry up.
7-hour stream. What were you doing today, Gum? Thank you so much for the raid, by the way. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you. Were you... Oh, they didn't trip tanks. Oh, they are as well. I'm gonna go fucking get him. How did that not kill him? What? Oh, so I'm dead. Come here, you little bastard. There we go. I kind of want to use this ult, but I feel like I'm going to die right now. Come back here, you little bitch. How did I not get that ping? That's crazy work. As you can see, my rank games are... I don't quite have the skill of the pros that you might be used to. I'll explain why I've got the drops in a second. Just give me a mo. Not very good at multitasking. I'll explain why I got the drops in a sec. I want this fucking penny. Also, someone just followed, and I didn't say thank you. Adrian, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you very much. Welcome in, officially. And now you can never leave. Oh, that's a big ult. Yeah, this is just done, isn't it? Give it to him. So, I was rather saying, oh, you're doing Widow to Celestial. That's right. How's it going? It's ballsy, Gum. How did your Luna thing go? Your DPS Luna challenge. Did you finish that one? And that's why we moved on to the Widow. I want this fucking Mr. Fantastic. Dude, this is such a disgusting, like, tank strat that they're pulling on us right now. And I don't like it. Come back here, you fuck. I'm so dead. I'm so fucking alive. I'm so fucking alive. So they've gone triple tank with a Mr. Fantastic and one healer. They're running goats on us right now. Is what's happening. Is that right? Is that what we just got railed by? 6 stacks nerfed to almost every game. Oh, you're stacking to do this challenge? I'm gonna stick with Emma. I don't really know what else to do here. Switch to Strange. I'm not sure. Emma is good into tanks. It's just pretty overwhelming tanks. I was getting 6 stacks nerfs. Oh, gotcha. So let me explain, guys. I have actually applied for Marvel Rivals partner. I'm currently waiting to hear back from them. I am talking to someone about it. I'm hoping that I will get it before season 3. Fingers crossed. One thing you guys should know about me is I'm a caster as well. So I'm a shout caster. And I do like esports commentary and stuff like that. I love doing it. I always have. And so I applied to be an official Marvel Rivals caster for the tournament that's on right now. And I got to the final stage, but just lost out at the final stage to the guys that are casting at the moment. But they gave me permission then to watch part of it and kind of co-stream it and stuff instead. Because I couldn't cast it. So that's why we've been doing it. I'm hoping to work with them in the future. I've got a couple of tournaments coming up. I've got a tournament coming up soon. I've got another one in about November, doing a Valorant tournament, of all things. This is such an annoying strat, dude. I'm never gonna fucking kill him, am I? Let's kill this fucking rocket, shall we? He's the one that's healing them all up. Bitch. Nice, got it. So yeah. Current cast is really good. Yeah, they are.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I'm obviously gonna say that I'm better. But yeah, they are really good. Crazy that you got to the final stage. Yeah, I think I obviously I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was simply experience. So all the guys that are doing the casting at the moment come from like VCT, they come from Valorant, stuff like that, or Overwatch. So I've done like a bunch of LANs and stuff with old games, or I've been doing it for like, you know, 5-10 years, that kind of thing. So it's just that. So I just got to build myself up a little bit, which is why we're doing the watch party kind of stuff. Fuck you. Ping that bastard. Ping that bastard. Dude, why am I whiffing these chokes so hard?
Your powers are mine.
It's party time!
Rail her until she dies. Okay, I'm probably gonna die. There's so much bullshit from Penny to deal with. I'm at 100 charge though. This is kind of nice. Reload timer. Oh, now they got Squirrel Girl behind this bullshit. Is Emma the play? Do I need to play someone else? Maybe, yeah, maybe we need a Strange.
When science failed me.
Maybe we need a Strange. I'm trying to get Emma to Lord because I'm like a few hundred behind Lord. I'm gonna need something because otherwise the squirrel girl's just gonna wreck me. Here we go. Speak of the devil. Okay. My bad. My bad. Why is the first counterpoint thing about STDs? Oh, I should say, I mean, you guys come from GOM, so I don't think it's going to be a problem. No offense, GOM. But this is very much an 18+ stream, okay? I do have a foul mouth, I do swear a lot, and I do talk about very inappropriate things, so you have been warned. That's why STDs. Go on, Cal. How many jumps does that bitch have? Oh, what a fucking lamb. Big. So low as well. I kind of want to ult, but like, they're fucking everywhere, dude.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Penny.
By the eye of
Is this a fucking 6-stack or some shit? What is this?
Focus. An arcane assist, so to speak.
I don't want a TP right now. Really? This is so fucking toxic, whatever we're running into right now. Oh, okay. That fucking Loki! Ah, it's GG. It's GG.
Final score 1, 2, 3.
How you doing, Liz, by the way? I can post a link to it if you guys want to see, if you want to see me in full casting, well, a little promo video. More of like a, what do you call it? You know, more of like a showreel kind of vibe. Just in case you do want to see if I'm any good or not. There you go. Man, that game sucked dick. I'm innocent. I don't know what you mean. Who the fuck are you kidding? Who are you talking to, Gum? Do you think anyone here believes that? No, unfortunately, Selenite is exactly what it sounds like. No, where is he? Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Thank you. Me as a support main running my house. Who'd you like to play, Selenite? Every season, Dive is weaker. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I think, no worries, Ryan. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the, EMEA games. Also, for anyone, if you've missed some of the pro games and you want to watch them, we are posting a bunch of them on my YouTube. So go and check them out there if you want to watch party some of them that we watched earlier. Invis. Oh, yeah. Invis is my main. Invis is my support main. She's so fucking fun. She has easily my favorite ability in the game in the push-pull. I don't know what it is, but there's something so intensely satisfying about pushing people off the map. It's so enjoyable. It's my favorite thing to do in this game. I don't think, like, Penny is amazing, but for some reason, and I was going to ask people about this, for some reason, Penny is getting, like, permabanned in my games now. So, did some big streamer suddenly come out and say Penny was really good or some shit? Because everyone is banning Penny, and no one can explain why. They're just doing it. Which usually means some dickhead like Necros or something has said, Penny's really good. And then everyone and their fucking mother has gone, okay, Necros said it, must be right. I don't know. Has one of the big streamers said some shit? Because it's like every game is happening. Good, just got out of the shower. Nice. We did have another name for it, but I forgot. Me too. Let's just go with STDs. It's kind of brand appropriate. I think dive is still really good. It is obviously weaker into flyers, right? Depending. But one thing we've seen from... I mean, I've watched... I mean, I can show you actually while we're banning. This is the bracket. This is how many games we've watched from the playoffs. So that's just this weekend for EMEA. I've watched the same amount for Americas. They're all best of 3 series. And then this was the group stage. So we've watched a lot of fucking Marvel Rivals lately, right? Hi, Jazzy. Oh, you're in my game. Oh, hello. Welcome in. We got it. We got it.
Quietly into the background.
Hi, Beanie. Shit, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. I've watched so much Rivals over this tournament. So one of the big things that I've learned a lot from it, and I've taken away a lot from it. One of the things, some of the power picks that are really, really strong are dive champs. Psylocke is insanely strong. Wolverine is insanely strong. Even some BP has looked pretty good. Do you want me to give you a rundown of the really strong heroes in the pro scene right now? I don't know if you guys are interested in that, but I can do that real quick.
3, 2, 1.
Who are we playing into? We don't know yet. Oh my god. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. I'm gonna have a BP on my dick the whole time. Lovely. See you later, bitch. It's putting so much pressure on us that it's not allowing me to keep hell up. Okay. Oh, and another penny. Joy of joys! I hear the little bastard. Where is he? Should have banned him. I don't know how to keep everyone up. I'm kind of getting rolled by this BP right now. Can we get a thing, maybe? We might have to go for a thing here. We certainly need a shield tank for sure.
That's up so I can take care of the mines.
Heal this fucking petty nest bullshit. Okay, at least the mines are up. Oh god. Yeah, I agree with that though, Adrian. Dive works very well. How are you, Beanie? Dive works very well into in pro play. I love your promo video, and you casted so many players I know. Oh, really? Like who? I love your voice. Thank you.
Tremble before fast.
Got him. That's a big fucking pick. Let's just get fucking aggro in this bitch, right? Got the penny mines. You bastard. I don't know why I'm playing DPS fucking thingy right now, but kind of am. Oh, bastard. Man. Give me a sec. Let's just lock in, and then I will talk about who's good in the pro scene right now. Because at the moment, we're getting kind of fucking rolled.
Down to 30 seconds.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Don't turn that now.
I got you, Hella.
No worries. I've got your back.
Big pick. Big pick, Kel. Oh, that's you, Kel. Okay. Big Agamotto! Big Mama Coco. All right. Main tanks that we're seeing at the moment. Mag and Emma are pretty considered pretty much premier tanks and first ban material. Mag is pretty fucking ridiculous. Emma's crazy good. Then second tier is like Strange and Groot. Sorry, Strange and Cap. With Groot possibly as well. Thor has not been played once. Or he was played for 30 seconds and then they abandoned it very quickly, which I'm very sad about as a Thor main. Oh, God. Sorry, Jazzy. Sorry. Got him. Let's try and push someone off, shall we? Never mind. Never mind. Oh, okay, I mean, I'm just getting fucking railed, huh? DPS, Human Torch, Punisher. Punisher is massively top prio because the ultimate is just fucking ridiculous and is pretty much game winning. Psylocke, Human Torch, Wolverine. Winter Soldier started creeping in over the last few series. As well as a really, really solid DPS. Hella a little bit, but not massively. I don't even know where the fuck I'm getting shot from, dude. Dude, why will they not leave me the fuck alone? Not see you there, Jazzy. I've got it. Oh my God, I'm fucking smurfing, by the way.
We're on our team now, Zero. Let's do this. That's much better. We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Gotta stay on it. Ah, man. Super Edge. Supports. Loki is absolutely S tier. Loki is a must ban. If you don't ban it, it's like GG.
I don't give up
Loki is just outrageously good. Luna is probably second fiddle, but still insane. Cloak and Dagger is also very high prio. Invis is a little less so. And then Adam for res comp. We're seeing a lot of Adam Mantis, particularly into flyer comps. You know, if they're running like an Ultron Johnny Storm, we're seeing quite a lot of like Mantis Adam to try and fight into it. So that's mostly what we've been dealing with.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the
I don't know who else I can play right now.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
I could maybe. No, we just need it, huh?
Round 2. Even when the multiverse is
Sorry, let me catch up with you all.
still comes first.
Very so. Oh, how's your fishing beanie? I just root for Z10 because Canute was in this chat. Very true, very true. Been having so much fun on Mag. I find Mag very boring, I'll be honest, but he is very, very good. He is unbelievably strong.
It's Richards, Namor, as you are well aware.
No, we're talking good characters. I'm a Thor main, so I love playing Thor, you know?
Are your motivations
Emma, Mag, Torch, Storm, Punisher. Storm's not looked great, I'll be honest.
3, 2.
Iron Man's looked okay occasionally. Is Adam meta at all without the team up? Yeah, I mean, we are seeing Adam, like, on their own in random, like, triple support comps just for the res. Because, oh man, it's kind of hard to, there's a lot of nuance. But things like Punisher, for example, the way Punishers are winning games is you build up the ult really fast in the turret. And then you use Cloak ult on the ground, and then Punisher goes over the top with their ultimate so that they can stay alive and that they don't die, and then they just roll over a team fight with the damage, because the damage is like overwhelming. So we've seen Adam be run as like a counter to that. So if you know you're gonna lose a couple of people anyway, you let it happen and then you just res. Does that make sense? Can we kill this fucking BP? Oh, I nearly got him. Maybe we stay in the penny here. I think this is the play. I'm gonna stay in the penny nest. So if he dives me, he's gonna have to dive me in here. There we go. Dive me in here, fuckface.
Feeling fantastic.
Oh. Tried to pull me out of it, you little wanker. Oh, big exile.
Tremble before pass.
Gonna look up how the hell up. Dude, how am I alive? Oh! Couldn't live. So yeah, we are seeing Adam like just on their own used as like a counter strat as well to things like Storm ult, for example. That's why we're not seeing a lot of Storm. Storm pops their ult. If they do get a pick, then Adam just kind of reses off the back of it, you know. And then it's kind of useless. I'll just say, this game fucking sucks as a support to play. I'll just say that right now. This fucking guy. Seriously? Can someone just deal with this fucking idiot? Can we get, guys, can we get a thing, please? Just, we need a way to deal with BP because he's completely free on us right now the entire game.
You wouldn't see me again?
I feel like a thing would be really nice. If it's possible.
Yeah, I can do that. When I die, I'll swap.
Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. It's just a really annoying game to play support in right now. Yeah, we're gonna go for it. Oh, never mind. Okay, I just got fucking railed. Oh, okay. Okay, well. Yes, that's exactly what it does, Adrian. It freezes the stream and does a little thingy. Does a little thingy. I don't really do a lot with channel points, to be honest. I know I need to do some more stuff. I don't really do a lot with it. Would you? Oh my god. I don't like. Can we change the Thor pick? If that's alright. Never mind, it's too late. GG.
Final score 1-2-2.
The Thor pick was fucking useless, by the way. I don't know what this fucking guy was thinking.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
No, you played fine. No, don't worry at all, Jazzy. Don't worry at all. Don't worry at all. It's not you. It was a really painful game to play support in. Because we just, like, me and the Cloak just got permadove by this BP. And we could stay alive for a little bit, but he would go in, rail us, go out. We'd use our abilities, then he'd come back in. And then they added fucking Wolverine on top of that. So I was just getting permadove by these two. And I couldn't even, like, he was so fucking fast, I couldn't touch him. I couldn't do anything with him. Which is why BP, I think, is a massive problem in this game. Are you queued? Before I say anything, are you queued with this wolf guy? Because I don't want to say, I don't want to abuse this guy if he's your friend. Okay, fine. Fuck this guy. Okay, I'm a Thor main. What the goddamn living fuck is this guy doing? Okay, like, he could have played. And listen, I love Thor. He's my boy. But you've got to have some kind of shield tank. Right? We're playing into a fucking Hela. And I get that there's a Wolverine. I get it. But, like, I don't know, man. Learn to adapt. Play Emma, for the love of God. Emma would have been good. Anyway. What's up, Aleph? Am I saying that right? Hi, Aleph. All right. Can we squeeze one last one in? We've got 10 minutes before the first game starts. Let me check. Do we think we can squeeze one in? Because that is... I don't like double loss. Oh, shit. Starting in 1 minute. No, we cannot squeeze one in. All right. Never mind. Kel, thank you for the games. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you, dude. Much loves. I thought we could squeeze another, but it looks like it's kicking off. So if you guys have just...
Did we?
Popped in...
Did we just
not
become
sure what
best
we're doing?
friends?
Jazzy, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I also heard a bit of a northern accent from you, sir. Whereabouts in the north are you from? Oh, I'm a tank main, so you totally should have said, because I'd have happily gone tank. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I want MODOK as a tank. I think MODOK's been leaked, right? So if you guys are not sure what's going on, we are going to sit and watch the grand finals, or the lower bracket finals first, and then the grand finals of the America, or the NA region Marvel Rivals Ignite tournament. We've been watch partying the whole tournament. I'm a shoutcaster as well myself. I'm not going to, like, be properly casting. We're just kind of chill watch partying this. I have the Hawkeye, not Hawkeye. I have the magic drops on. So if you guys want the magic drops, you can get that from my stream. All you got to do is lurk away and enjoy. We got some crazy games on the way. We've had some fucking insane games already today and yesterday. So get ready for some pretty wild Marvel Rivals. And I will try and help explain whatever I can for anyone that wants to ask any questions. I may not be mechanically gifted, but I've spent a very, very long time learning this game. I've spent the whole first season doing an A to Z challenge where I played every single hero. So I know this game inside and out. So if you got any questions, you want to know like who's strong, like what I think of your main, blah, 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 what I think is coming next season, blah, 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 feel free to ask. What? But welcome in, everyone. It's lovely to have a lot of new people in here. Yeah, Murdoch will be super good. What? Do you guys know who's coming in season 3? Have you guys seen the leaks?
A lot of stuff happened. I mean, you take a look at my wall real quick. That's why my hair's so
I don't want to spoil it for anyone if you don't want to know. But we know pretty much what heroes we're getting in season 3.
It makes all the sense possible, right? Like, take a look over here.
Your main is Squirrel Girl.
Here in the group stages, we had Alani Wind lose alongside Solaris, Luminosity, and Dark Zero, right? Earlier on, we're wondering what the hell happened to Solaris.
Hitmonkey would be fun.
Right? Apparently, that's offensive. Can't call people streamer teams.
I think the game needs more support. Hard agree. Hard agree. It's why I'm a little bit pissed about what we're getting in season 3. A little bit. So, no, we are getting Blade and Jean Grey. Pretty sure Blade is going to be the first one.
Lost the Brazilian team. You already know that. Down here, Luminosity Gaming dropped one of the best teams. Already qualified for China, by the way.
Wow, Dogman is going for it.
First round of the group stage. Gone. Up, we had Dark Zero. In Japan was Hogs. What are you doing in Japan, bro? Get the hell back to your seat. Play the damn game.
Rocket Invis is my bread and butter. Invis is by far my favorite support. I'm trying to figure out other supports. So we've been doing this for 3 weeks. So we've been watching this tournament for 3 weeks. So I haven't actually got to play that much. So we're probably going to do a bit more rank grinding next week, maybe, or the week after. Or I'm going to do some on my days off, because I'm going to take some days off next week. I did a 16.5-hour stream yesterday. We're already 7.5 hours in today, so we've it's some long days. Yeah. I want to know the meaning of life. 42. If anyone gets that reference. Is there any news about getting Nick Fury? Not that I know of. Not that I know of. There's a lot of X-Men that have been leaked. Things like Gambit, Nightcrawler, Jubilee, Cyclops, Beast as a tank, Professor X. Then we got some kind of left field ones, Hitmonkey, Murdoch. Valkyrie, Angela. Is it Angela? Is that the name? Something like that. But remember also season 3, starting from season 3, which is coming in about on the 11th, so just less than 2 weeks. The seasons are going to be a month long. So, no, sorry. The seasons are going to be 2 months long, so every half season we are getting a hero. So we'll get a new hero every month, which is fucking crazy. I've seen some leaks about how they're going to handle Jean Grey, and it seems kind of fun. Is Dogman who's casting? Yeah, Dogman and Shib. I was talking about me casting earlier. I will say straight up, these two are fantastic casters, by the way. I think Shib is a phenomenal caster, and not to big myself up, I think he is one of them who can stand toe to toe with me when I'm on a roll. So I think he's a really, really good caster. I like his casting a lot. Channel Lord support. I've got Rocket, Cloak, Invis, and Chewing on Luna. I mean, that's the key, Jazzy, right? The key is, and I say this to everyone, right? The best advice I give anyone to rank up and learn the game is make sure you can play at least 2 heroes that fill a different purpose for each role. So, for example, if you're going to do DPS, have a dive champ, but also have a poke champ, right? So like a Hella and a BP or something like that. Make sure you can do different things because that's what you're going to need in a game. You know? My tag pool, for example, I main Emma, Strange, Thing, and Thor. So between those 4, I always have a tank that I can use in any situation. This is the prize pool that's on the line tonight. Yo. $250,000. $70,000 for first place. So we have 2 series tonight for you to finish off this Americas. I have so many fucking tabs open. Hang on. Hang on, let me close some of these fucking tabs. That was EU. We've done that one already. That's EU. Here we go. So we're starting off with 100 Thieves versus MV in the lower bracket final. Best of 5. The winner then goes on to play Sentinels in the grand final in a best of 7. Best of 7. Sentinels 100 Thieves played in the upper bracket final. It was a fucking banger. This might have been one of the best series I've ever watched. It is going to be up on my YouTube in a few days. It's not up right now, so go and sub to my YouTube if you want to go back and watch it. Or just scroll back through my VODs if you want to watch that. But this was a fucking crazy-ass series. So I'm expecting big things from these series today. Yeah. Do I have time to make some quick food? Oh, sorry, Adrian. I think we're about to kick off. Oh, no, you do have time. They're going to do a little interview with Jay first. So depends what food, but I think you might be all right.
Good to finally see you on the cam again, dude.
Likewise, I'm doing fantastic. I mean, shout outs to you guys for, I mean, doing a lot of casting. You know, EMEA just finished like 7-8 hours, and
we might get Dr. Doom.
And thank you to Marvel Rivals for having me here.
They're going to eventually have to add more bands. I agree with that super hard. They're going to have to add a lot more bands, for sure. I'll explain the banning system in a minute once they've stopped yapping a bit. Because the banning system is different for this tournament, and it's really cool the way they've done it.
It's good to have you, obviously, here today. And, you know, Jay, I think you will just watch EMEA, obviously, today, right?
One hero a month? No, moving forward is 1 hero a month.
I mean, you've been watching so much North America.
Like, that's the new schedule.
I know you're one of the hardest.
So they're moving from 3-month seasons to 2-month seasons. So every half season is going to be a month, not a month and a half.
In North America,
which is great for us because we get more content, right?
The difference that I know right now is that I think there's like 3 to 4 strong EMEA teams out there right now. You know, Berber Patapim is one of them. Came back and
I definitely suggest learning.
The one thing I will say about
a hero in each
difference
role
between
for sure.
EMEA and America is that America, I feel like, has any
Why
team that can potentially
just they have the money.
upset one another, as you guys
they
saw.
have the money in the
NA
backing.
had a lot of reverse sweeps, a lot of 2-3s, I believe. A lot. They've been amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, you've seen it all. 50 hours in the last 3 days. If you haven't followed Jay, go do that right now. Guy is an absolute savage, not only in ladder, but also in these watch parties. Just no sleep at all. Gotta respect it. And piggybacking off that question just for you, is there an MVP for you, whether it's a player, a team, or both, that you have loved watching this tournament so far?
Ooh, I mean, to be honest with you, all teams have been fantastic. You know, some players I just recently met as well, but the one player that comes to mind, well, there's 2 players actually. I think Rye Mazing is doing absolutely fantastic on Sentinels. You know, I've seen him play a lot of off-meta picks that I haven't really seen a lot. You know, like Magic and also a lot of Iron Man. But I think the one person that I would be very scared to play against, and I think a lot of other players as well in the tournament are scared to play against, is Terra. He's very.
I assume you stream, by the way, Jazzy.
If you know, you know.
Not to call you out or anything, but I assume you stream.
Thank you.
Beautiful, of course. No, but actually, you played against him in ranked and stuff, right? I mean, consistently Eternity, consistently one above all. I mean, is he the guy that you're also scared to play against when you go into ranked and stuff, or is there more players maybe in that same category?
Hedging is insane. Yeah.
Probably a lot.
No
I mean,
kidding.
a lot of people in the same category.
I really wanted to
you
try
know,
and get
the people who I would be scared against the
this
most
season, but I just
not who
haven't
I'm
played
playing
enough,
against, is
so
who I'm playing with.
we're gonna try
most
for
of the time.
Celestial next
you know,
season.
5
I think.
DPS, 6 DPS. No one wants to go support or tank, so that's probably gonna be my answer right there. But anyone in the tournament, I'm scared to play against.
You're like the opposite of Necros.
Wait,
you're
what
not a
rank are
support
you on your
strike. You just
main
want a
gun?
DPS strike to exist now because that's the only way you don't get 5 DPS in your game, right?
Exactly. Oh, one person comes to mind is Ego Death Self.
Yeah.
That one game, I think it was on Central Park, where they didn't get to ban Black Panther.
The BP
and,
game.
He, you know,
If any of you guys,
game
yeah,
5
if any
as
of you
well,
guys
and
want to
he
watch
went
a
in,
Black Panther player,
dominated that game. That was fun to see.
let me show you.
Yeah,
Ego
no,
Death.
he's a demon as
This
well.
team
and
here,
we saw him change up.
they've got a
heroes and
player
still
called
perform.
Self.
And honestly,
and,
kind of talking about and just following that path.
He had such an insanely good BP performance that for the in group stages, for the rest of the tournament, BP was first perma-banned because of how disgustingly good he was on that hero.
Probably the
So if you want to watch someone, go check him out.
Pick out
He's definitely a good BP
against,
player to learn from.
Against the 3 tanks, 3 supports on one of those maps. Yeah, I did not expect, you know, a lot of
How many accounts do you have
characters
now?
to come into play.
What do you stream, Jazzy?
That makes it's like weird because we're still finding new ways
You a
to
rival
handle
streamer?
things like these new spawn door holds, and then it does kind of bring to light
like
some of
a
these heroes that
variety.
maybe aren't selected, right? Like in ranked or at high level of play that now have a huge place in the meta just to counter some specific strategy.
Yeah,
Really
for
cool.
sure.
And Jay, I think, by the way, just because I mean the character's been out for a
We
little
don't
bit
talk
now,
about
and
that.
you know after Ultron,
You admit
I
it
think
right
that
now.
he sort of made waves. And
Admit
he's
it.
kind of
How
been
many
up
of
and
you got?
down. I mean, I think at the beginning everybody thought he
Is
was
it
kind of bad.
is it double
then he sort of
figures?
was overrated at a certain point. I mean, where do you kind of rate this character from what you've seen in Ignite so far, or in your own play in ranked?
I've never seen esports.
To be honest
So
with you,
what I will
I
say,
feel like he like with every
one thing
new
I will
character,
say
especially
is
like Wolverine. I remember when people were playing Wolverine, they were playing him wrong.
Marvel
but
Rivals
also
is
people
a
know how
tough
to
game
play
to
him and, like,
watch if
kidnap
you
and
don't
bring him
know
to,
the
like,
game
the-
at all,
the back
right?
line and
Because
stuff.
there's a lot
I think
that
it's,
you're gonna miss
I think Ultron
in
works
terms of
really
like
well
the
in
nuance
the
of
support
it
team
and what
comp.
like what I'm talking about, for
really
example, in the bans and the
two
picks and stuff
healers.
like
I
that.
prefer 2 defensive ults at least.
But
in
there's
my
one
opinion.
thing I've learned from watching this over the last few weeks is that the way that Rivals is set up
And it's nice
in
to
like
see that,
domination
some of these
maps,
players,
in
especially
Convoy,
this tournament, are dropping like 30,000 damage,
you will be
30,000
so
healing,
surprised
and
how many
sometimes
come
even
down
more
to the
limbs than,
fucking wire.
everyone else on their team.
Like
So
one tiny Luna freeze play,
And their damage
one
boosting
Wolverine
Ultron now,
kidnap
they're running the triple
completely
with
takes the
Mantis to
game.
give the damage boost. It's just a
And
whole
it
nother
creates
level of just
this such
threatening up there in the
crazy
sky to the
hype.
fire. That is a huge
Like we have
problem.
seen some
You know,
utterly
and that led to a lot of
absurd
clutch
series
moments, right? And I've
that have
had
come
a lot,
down
you know,
to
I've had so
one
much fun
player
practicing. Yesterday we saw
making one
Cloud X with
snap
that
decision
insane
in the
comeback there
moment
against Techie, that close
to like to
battle
win a
down to the
game.
wire. One of the
And
most
it's
close
so good
and
to
intense
watch.
Marvel Rivals game I've
It's
ever even
so
seen or
good
been
to
a part
watch.
of. That was a clutch moment for me that I loved.
It's like
watching,
it
but
just
do you have
creates this
anything
insane
these
hype
moments, these
moments.
games that
So
you've seen
I
that
think
maybe
you will
kind of
enjoy
were
it,
like, that
especially if
was
you play it a little
maybe your
bit.
favorite moment of
Which
the
I think
tournament
you
so
do,
far?
Selenite, right? So
Oh, I think I'm gonna, I have to shout out this guy.
I normally do variety
I
and
think
make video essays.
The one time that my chat was out of the chair was probably Terra on Central Park. I think it was yesterday.
I
against,
know the term
Sentinels.
Nuzlocke challenge,
And
but
they,
just
like,
explain it
Sentinels
for me,
pushed all the
Jazzy.
way
I
through,
know I've
had
heard the
4
term, but I
minutes
can't remember what that
remaining,
means.
And then it was 100 Thieves time. They capped with 1 minute remaining.
You got
but then
5.
Terra
Woof.
was.
I have
Ryan
2
Mason, I think,
accounts.
said it as well.
I haven't
You
even
had to
ranked
look
on my
through all
second
the
account. I
corners
was
and
using
make
that
sure,
for
you know,
like
Terra
community
wasn't there to
games.
Kidnap him and like take him away on that Wolverine.
It would be
That's
funny if
scary
a
to
pro
see.
game a team bans all the
Nightmare fuel.
healers. Oh, it's happened all the time, Alf.
Maybe on
Aleph.
that boat, Jay. I mean, I
happened
know
all the
that
time.
you're always trying to like.
In fact, it
diversify
happened
your
in the
hero
last
pool a little bit.
series.
I know at one point you were like kind of not a silent.
So you get,
somebody that plays a lot of that character.
All right.
Do you
While
think
these
that
guys are
maybe,
yapping,
like, Wolverine-
let me explain the ban system for you guys who are kind of newer to this, right? So, each team has 4 bans and 2 protects. And it depends on which side. Each side has a different sequence of bans and protects. It's not like ranked, so if you ban, it doesn't ban it for both teams. It only bans it for the enemy team. So what that means is you avoid like a lot of mirror matches. So for example, let's say Team A ban Loki and then they save Loki. Let's say they ban Loki and save Cap. It means that the other team can still play Captain America or I'm confused myself. Do you know what I mean? So it's basically you don't ban for yourself so you can still play heroes that you ban for the other team. That's how I wanted to say it. That's way better, Nick. Does that make sense? So it's actually really, really cool. And it creates a much more dynamic draft. So it's kind of like, it becomes drafting like a MOBA. So you're doing League of Legends or Dota, you kind of draft it that way. But you can also protect heroes that you want to play. So it's really cool. And I'll talk you through it as we kind of go through the drafts
so I think,
in these games.
You know, if Cal keeps popping off like he's been doing, he might be able to see that. But I think 100 Thieves might win. Sorry, Cal, 3-2, if anything. And then
yeah, the community fucking sucks.
100 Thieves is probably going to be the match to see.
I've got my own opinions on how to solve the community problem. In fact, I made a video about it. And I'm really hoping that we see some of that in the dev diary, that they're going to address it, because the toxicity is a massive problem and will break the game if they don't deal with it now.
I think it was because Crazy Raccoons is not qualified now because of
a single ult can determine the entire game. Like that, yeah, that's insane. But it's not even just an ult, Jazzy. I mean, like in some of the games we've seen, there was a game earlier. It came down to a single Luna freeze. Why do you think the parity is so good right now? Is it because of a Luna froze a Strange before they can get an Agamotto off, and they win the game as a result, and they win the series across every region. Like. It can come down to such a minute moment. It's so crazy.
It was very confusing for me at first because I don't really watch. This is my first full tournament that I watched. I believe it's probably the ban system. I think one of the casters
Strange is always a really good one.
70% bans and 30% the actual.
I started off with Strange a little bit.
Like any other game,
Strange is always going to be super solid.
Matchups. It makes other teams run other
different comps. Terra is a fucking monster, by the way.
Yeah, and it brings the coaches
yesterday,
into play,
Terra was a fucking monster.
In esports in general, so
I have to get from bronze to grandmaster if I lose a game with a hero.
Difficulty in the understanding of the game.
Oh my god, what the
another
fuck?
Question I have for you in terms of composition and stuff. I know you've run a lot of Namor. I've seen you
that
play
sounds
Namor.
Fucking awful, Jazzy.
A lot of those hit scans
what?
Something you've been known for.
So you can't lose a game with a hero?
Do you have a specific hero in the duelist front that you'd want to see?
How far have you got with that?
For that matter, I just know you play a lot of duelists that you'd
like
to see come into this game as we close up on this interview.
That's not the target about it,
people have said it before. I would probably say Deadpool. I think Deadpool is going to be a really fun addition to the game.
Everyone's saying Deadpool.
The one thing I would be looking forward to with Deadpool is his like interactions with the other characters and whatnot.
What is happening today? Jesus Christo! God damn! What's up? Hi, Smurfy. How are you? Dude, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Welcome in, everybody. Wells, hey, buddy. How are you? Before I introduce myself or anything, can I just quickly say, Smurfy, you are looking fetching in this maid outfit that I've seen you streaming in. And I'm kind of surprised that this is going on for multiple streams, which kind of makes me think you really like it.
Oh man, that is a very hard question.
No judgment.
Man. Listen,
welcome in, everybody. If you haven't been in before, I'm Nick. Hello. We are about to watch some pro Marvel Rivals games, so if you don't give a shit about Marvel Rivals, that's totally okay. I know Smurfy is Valorant/CS:GO now, I believe.
Probably Loki as well.
But welcome in. It's lovely to have you all.
Get away from those two Luna, ults.
This is an 18+ stream, but given the fact you just come from Smurfy, I think that's fine. But apart from that, if you just want to lurk, please feel free. That's totally fine. If you want to say hi, I'd love to say hi.
That Emma Frost and Psylocke combo.
60. Hey, buddy. It's been a while. Did you gift him 500 subs? Is that what happened? Smurfy's doing it as a thirst trap. Well, I am thirsty.
Yeah.
I'm doing well, thank you, Wells. I'm doing well. It's meant to be one stream.
You're saying kind of like a default ban for every single team almost. Like, what would you do? Is there anything specific you maybe do for Sentinels, right? What would you do?
I don't believe you, Smurfy. Do you know what I think's happened? I think someone gifted you a bunch of subs to dress up like that.
I would probably ban Cloak and Dagger.
You dressed up,
I've seen a lot of
you decided you liked it,
so
and then pretended someone gifted you another 500 to keep doing it.
Probably Cloak and
How on the money am I right now?
Probably... God, I forgot what that...
Some
we-
other hero.
Get rid of Iron
We
Man.
just become best
UI Blazing has
friends?
been insane
No,
on
thank
Iron
you for the
Man.
follow. Welcome in. How you getting on 60? You doing okay, by the way, buddy?
Mag.
How's the new Valorant
And-
season?
Oh my, this is tough.
I'm really sorry to
Loki,
anyone who's
sure,
really
why
wanted to
not?
watch this interview, by the
Oh, yeah,
way.
failed.
Congratulations,
I'm just
Jay, you
fucking
failed the game
nattering
that
away
you
while
did
we
not
wait for the
ban
games.
Wolverine, and also the fact that
How
you
was
didn't
your
protect
stream
Wolverine on
today,
your side. It's
Smurfy?
been
What were you
banned.
doing?
Now they're playing
Were you CS:GOing today, or were you Valorant?
A group player.
Because I saw you online, but I
Unfortunately,
didn't
failed, and it's over.
obviously
All right, next
get to
thing,
hang
we
out.
got 100 Thieves. Jay,
Because
what's your-
I've
what's your
already
opinion
been
on
live for
100
7.5
Thieves? What do you ban for
hours.
them?
Wolverine 4 times.
There we go. All right.
Smurfy, you do
Jay,
you,
won
dude.
the whole
Don't you
tournament. There
worry.
we go. That's good enough.
You do you.
There we go.
Well,
I'm about to sit here for another like
this is true or not. I heard
7
that
hours
a tank
watching games,
player, you know,
and then I'm gonna rest
on, you know,
for
100 Thieves
2
can only
full
play, like,
fucking
3
days.
different tanks. I don't know how smart it would
But yeah,
be
Red
to
and
ban
Run.
those 3
Oh, good,
tanks,
Smurfy.
but
Thank
that
you. I
would be very
appreciate you.
interesting.
For anyone who really likes made outfits,
That's the
Valorant,
coaching. You know what I mean? I feel it already.
CS:GO,
Step
good
in, man.
banter,
They need
good
you.
laugh,
Jump in
go
this
follow
game.
Smurfy. He's a good
Hit
dude.
me up if any team needs to lose and
Really
come in last
enjoyable to
place
watch,
and
so
need Unk
definitely
to,
go
you know,
and give him
balance
a
out
shout.
the age. No, I got you guys.
Oh yeah, they're just padding
Beautiful.
out
It's
time
been
right now.
a ton of fun talking to you as always, man. I'm sure we'll see you. Like I said, if you haven't followed J3,
So yeah, for
go
anyone
do
who
that. And I'm sure
has
we'll
no
be
idea
seeing
what we're
more of you
doing,
in these
we have
tournaments
been
to
watching
come.
the
Have a good
Marvel
one, my man.
Rivals tournament. As I
Thank you
used to
guys.
play
Hey,
Valorant,
keep
I used to
doing
stream Valorant,
Amazing.
and then
Appreciate that
moved
curse.
to
That was
Marvel
really
Rivals
funny.
when it came out, and it's pretty much
Hey,
exclusively
get the hell out
streamed
of here. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Marvel Rivals
Take care,
ever
guys.
since.
Jay, hey, speaking of Jesus, oh my God, cut off.
So we are watching
Used to be
the
known as
first
G3
proper
Breezes, so
pro Marvel
love that
Rivals
guy, love
tournament.
Jay. You know him, Shib. I mean, he's just
And
such a funny kid.
it's the grand final,
dude,
so this is the
absolutely.
last
And
day.
you talked
We've
a
been
bit
doing this for about
their,
3
you know,
weeks.
banning out flyers, right?
And
We're
this is
gonna
the
head
last
in
day,
here
so
very soon to 100 Thieves Envy. And the
do
strategy that
forgive
we
me
saw
if
100
we
Thieves doing,
if I
which
start
thought was
chatting
unique. I
about
don't know if you're
Rivals
taking this,
and
we haven't talked about this yet off.
you don't care
off
about
stream
it,
just
but
yet, is that they
sorry.
elected to not
That's
ban
what we're doing,
anything
so.
with Speedery at all and went pretty hard on Cal with Punisher.
I've lost
and they went towards
18
the back
heroes
line,
and I'm
maybe
about
a
to
few
hit
Vanguards as
diamond.
always.
Yo,
And then
that's
they just
so
had Terra
doable,
mark
Jazzy.
Speedery
What?
and not leave Speedery's side the
That's
entire
so
time.
doable.
As we, ooh, okay. And before you answer
Also,
that, let's look at these
sorry. I'm so
predictions here.
sorry, Jazzy.
A
I
little
did
bit
see that you
different
said
across
Hull,
the board,
and
at
I
least, but, you know
got
what? You
super
and Vicky
distracted.
locked in, and me and Cozy on the same side here.
I'm a
Ooh, and I
Leeds
tied
boy
them up
originally.
yesterday. Let's
That's
go.
why I clocked
Yeah, you
it.
have. I mean, we've
My
sort of made a
brother
comeback, all
lived
of
in
us,
Hull
from,
for a
what an
long
abysmal
time.
Day number one it was for basically everybody.
He
I mean, especially me,
said
0-4, so
pretty
the fact that we brought it back is
comprehensively
definitely
that it's
big,
a
but
massive
it's kind of
shithole.
surprising to me, Ship. Nobody
I went
seems
there
to
once,
think Envy can,
and I had to
can
hard
win today,
agree.
even
It's a
though
fucking
from what
shithole.
Cal said,
To anyone else in here, never go to Hull
Hull
if you can help it. Sorry, Jazzy, but it is a shithole.
I mean, he's mentioned
Leeds
it a few times. I mean,
is
they're
also.
really good.
I mean,
It's
Leeds is
difficult,
okay.
right?
It has its
And, you know,
moments.
a lot of the time. Sometimes I'll just go out in the wind and say, if I think it's going to go one way, it's probably going to go the other. So I'll throw the other team. But I do think 100 Thieves is just
He
so
used to.
strong.
I know
and even when they're
60.
down for the most
I
part,
know
whenever
you
they're
miss the
down, it's
Valorant
like-
streams, dude.
It's like
I
Bruce
know.
Banner Hulk. We talk about that a lot. They just get so angry and they perform. They love pressure. So I think that, you know, I do think
I
Envy's
might
gonna get
do
a couple
some
maps
like
or at
one-off
least one
Valorant
map
streams here or
and
there,
push it
but
to maybe,
it's
you know,
been
get
a
into
hot
that higher
minute since I
game
played.
series, but and then they might pop off, and that's the
Sorry
reason
to
I put
hear
them
that.
there.
What,
But in the
'cause I'm from
past,
Leeds?
obviously, you see here, Thieves taking that in this tournament 2-0.
I knew I
Yeah,
recognized you.
I mean, in the officials, 100 Thieves has showed up, but it's not been many times at all. And
yeah.
that's
I
the
used
tough
to.
part is we
I mean,
don't
I
have a good read
started
on any
streaming
of
on
these other maps.
Valorant.
I mean, we
I
have
started
seen them
streaming when the
on Vertical
Valorant
Charlotte.
beta
It's been a
came
tough
out.
map for them in general, I think, throughout the tournament.
Then
so,
I moved to.
you know, we'll see how they've kind of progressed in that department. Also,
Then I moved to
you know, again,
Overwatch,
something
not
like 100 Thieves is gonna be a good matchup. I think both
Apex.
teams would like to play
I got
similar
super
comps,
into
right? A lot of them
Apex
like
for
to
like
play
a year and a
front to back.
half.
They don't really, you know, do a lot of crazy
Then
stuff like with Ryan
Apex
Mason, I
started
think in his
getting
interview yesterday, he
ridiculously
talked about how they
greedy
like to,
and
you know,
dropping
throw the
like
curveball
500
towards 100 Thieves
fucking
or Team
dollar
Envy.
death
So
boxes
that's
and
what
shit.
it seems like Sentinels
So then we
has in
went
the
back
back
to
pocket
Valorant
versus
for a little
both of these
bit.
teams.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
And then we got to Marvel
Just
Rivals.
continue where we were before. So talking about
now we're
having
here.
Terra now Mark Speedery, you know,
I'm now retired
instead
on
of
Valorant,
banning
so
out
don't
those
worry.
heroes. What
Are
your
you not
thoughts on
playing
that
it
as we
either?
Look at the roster here for Envy.
What are you
with
playing
Cal,
at the moment?
Speedery, Kaluge, window.
Kobe
Nero
Rich, Kobe from
and
Wakefield.
Blunt.
So
This team
fucking
is so
true.
good, man.
So true.
I think it's tough because we're only
I'm
a few
currently
weeks
in
into the meta,
Manchester.
and I think there's a few
So
key things
I was
we
in
can
London
see,
for
right?
about
You need to
15
kinda get rid of
years.
speed of the onside lock a lot of the times. I mean, he's going to be just absolutely disruptive on that character.
And I
right?
just
We know
moved to
that as a
Manchester
fact,
about 8
right?
months
also,
ago.
I think Cal has sort of started to flex over to that
Sorry,
Wolverine. That's definitely
Gom.
a problem
Fuck
too.
my
So,
life.
I mean, maybe
Okay,
leaving that
one
Storm in,
thing
like you
you
said,
guys
could be
who
a
are
good
just
idea. I
meeting me
think
for the
even
first
at
time should
points,
know
why
I'm
Mason was
very,
talking
very
about how
ADHD,
Torch,
so
and this is probably
my
more
brain
of
is
a
fucking
hot
mush.
take, But I
we've been doing this tournament for like, this is the 4th day back to back. I'm doing like 10 fucking hours plus, so my brain is a bit mush.
Right? I think teams are starting to play around that Torch a lot better.
Yes.
Speedily, definitely one of the best Torch players. So
I know my notifications are flipped.
But I think
it's mainly because usually I have my camera over here. This is my usual setup. So all of my alerts and stuff are set up for this. However, it doesn't work for Rivals when we're watching it because you can see the kill feed gets hidden. And also the player cams happen just where I am. So for the watch party, we are over here.
Level with how good people are with their movement. So
it's
a tough choice, really, at the end of the day.
I know about it. It's totally fine.
Yeah, I'm with you. I do think Flyers have, especially when you have like an invis pocket or something to help out. There's a lot of tools to keep them up.
Wait, you actually in Manchester, Jazzy, or are you pulling my leg? I thought you said you were in Hull. Or did you say you were in Hull?
SJP, another one of those teams.
Are you in Manchester as well, Nay?
In each individual role has the potential in the conversation.
I haven't really like.
In those
I mean, it's nice enough.
Is going to be so much fun to watch. Obviously,
I don't really know much about it yet
because I've been for the very best in the game. Obviously,
I've been dealing with a lot of health problems, so
is a threat, especially
I've not really been out
when
that much.
he looks like the game is not in their favor. He always seems to just step
Have you made
up
any Valorant
and do
videos as well?
insane things. I think
oh yeah, I mean I post a lot, Adrian. So
going there with
I make a lot of clips for socials and stuff. So I don't know, TikToks, YouTubes. I'm on all of them.
Trying to find them, thinking they were safe, trying to launch that maximum pulse, and then just getting tackled out of the sky. It's terrifying.
Yeah, that's the scary part about Wolf. He's like sort of anti-flyer and anti-tank. He kind of does everything.
I don't want to dox myself, so I'm not going to say exactly where I am. But I will say, for you guys who are in Manchester, I'm around Salford Keys kind of area.
Like, I think 5th time he got pulled out of the air, there was a reaction where he just like put his hands on his head.
You guys know where that is.
I'm like, damn, that'd be a good gif right there of Ryan Mason freaking out.
Which is really nice. I like Salford Keys a lot.
And how good he is, right? And you talked about how Terra kind of is just that guy who clutches up in those big scenarios, right? You talk about players who have that X factor. He's definitely one of them. I think in EMEA we talk about Pokey. I think he clutched up in
I mean, I was
when you're down ultimates.
I was in London for a long time, but it's just
it's Terra in
way
this
too
case,
expensive.
and it's Pokey. I think in EMEA you talk about how Terra probably is one of the best DPS in the game, best duelist in
so
the game.
I'm much happier here
I
at the
think
moment.
you're right. I think he's definitely
I do miss London a lot. Like London is definitely my home.
Pokey also has a good shot over there.
It has a
but there's so many good players.
Has a very special place in my heart, London, for sure. And I would love to go back when I'm rich and successful.
Because I mean, it seems like anyone can compete on any
big
given day, any
streamer
given Sunday.
Got plenty of money.
Of teams that can compete and have been knocked out, you know, you talk about potentially.
Then I might think about moving back. But
one of the best in Ignite right now, because obviously a lot of teams.
All right, here we go, guys. Lock the fuck in.
No longer going to be in that Ignite series right now, so that
lower bracket finals. MV 100T. Game 1.
For a change of pace, Envy really has been struggling on domination, and that is going to be the first map.
Oh, my server lineups were
S tier 60. They were S tier. If they want to feel more confident.
In fact, I think I've got better at them. If
even
anything.
Yesterday, losing 2 maps to Shroud X on domination.
Sofa's that.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice. I mean, there's going to be some
changes. I started
off
when I first moved here. I was up by the Emirate.
Protect, so we're probably going to see a lot of that character from 100
What's Manchester City Stadium?
How TTK played, and also on Hell's Heaven, how much this character could do. It's
not
definitely
like that
big.
area.
I mean, there's so many
this one's much nicer,
takes that you can have on this meta right now. I mean, at points, if they're running full
so
dive, you know, you can
Emma ban, pretty standard. Loki ban
into
MagSave. We've seen this a lot.
At times, but
you know, it's a pretty standard
off in the right
opening.
scenario, especially not against the
I would
Bucky,
expect.
Both of these teams have a very good Bucky
I was going to say that
Speedery
on Envy loves these flyers, so they love this Storm Human Torch. I'm not surprised by these bans from 100T. Probably a Punisher, Wolvie maybe. Cloak is a
we're going to see the Torch
crazy
which I know you mentioned you're not 100% convinced.
They're going to ban the Cloak over Luna?
Is so good on Torch and has a huge skill ceiling, a ton of movement.
So
like
what do they want to say?
Okay,
that huge Cloak prio.
So that makes sense to me. I'm kind of on the fence.
That kind of surprises me, to be honest.
There's a lot of really strong flyers, but why not take them
Cloak
all out,
is really good, but I don't know if you want to. If that's better than Luna. I feel like
I think map 1. I think Yogi.
I feel like
Yogi
Luna
said it first,
should be
from
higher.
FlyQuest. It's just like map 1 is sort of like a feel out period. You know, they really
there's the Punisher ban,
like you said. On the opposite side, maybe a bit more traditional.
And the
bans.
Wolvie save. Okay.
But I think you just have to adapt, right? And
so to explain, as I was talking about the bans, so you guys know,
so
you can see that these bans don't apply to the other teams. So, for example, 100 Thieves banning Storm and Human Torch means that Envy can't play them, but 100 Thieves can.
That the ban
right?
and protect phase days right now.
So it doesn't
really
count for
hard.
the other
Like,
team.
It's
Does that make
genuinely
sense?
the most impossible thing to do, and is definitely a big skill, like you said, or how
By
that
not
is the
doing
largest
them,
skill in
you're
this
bad.
game.
That's
And
so
it really
rude,
does feel like
60.
70%, 30%. You need
That's
to adjust
so
in the build
rude.
phase. And at the end of the day, you have to go out and play the
You're
game,
gonna be
and you have to
Manchester
play
in
well. But
August?
regardless, it's very hard.
I mean, if you're about, we should do
We're
a
seeing even
meetup.
like Sentinels making decisions to ban 100 Thieves Torch because for example, like I just don't think the Torch ban is necessary for a team like 100 Thieves because they're really good at Torch. But we've seen them swap off of Torch.
Yeah, I've got a
right?
bunch.
In the middle of a series, they will stop playing Torch because
I've got
they
a
want to go
bunch
something
of
else
Jeff
instead of
emotes
playing
from
that character.
7TV and
So
stuff.
I feel like that's kind of a wasted
Because
ban.
how often you can farm cloak.
But a lot of these teams, it's
No,
tough to
so
make
what
those
it
decisions.
is,
It's
I
tough
think
to,
the cloak prior
deviate per
jazzy
team
is
'cause
to
you have
do
to
with the
do so many
Punisher.
hours of research just to figure out what to ban.
The Punisher cloak combo is. I talked about it. I touched on it very briefly before. It's a huge combo. So what you do is you drop the cloak ult, you drop the Punisher ult over the top of it, so he can just walk over it and stay alive. Protect him from the mag dunk if you're facing into a mag, and then it's a free team fight win. It's a free team fight win.
Is a little crazy to me, but these teams have been practicing against stuff like this.
Teams are getting better at like splitting and hiding away from it.
Triple on this map is solid. You're just gonna have
So
to get
maybe
Cal set
that's
up on
why,
these
but they're
results. I
not
think Envy's definitely
running
one of
the
best triple
Punisher,
res
so I
teams in
don't
the game,
really
if not the
understand
best.
it.
And they're already starting off with some
And this
cheesier
is the
shit.
first if they stick to this penny, by the way.
They tried to make it happen. We saw Solaris do this. Maybe the inventors of it as we start this fight.
Dude, I have not seen a penny. This is crazy for me. I've not seen a penny. Oh, he changes to the mag. That makes more sense. He does it for an early kill. There's the kidnap on Kalush. See you later. Gets the fly out though.
As we proceed with this fight, 100 Thieves now.
This Wolverine is a menace. Speedery going to the Star-Lord. This is kind of, I think they would really like to play Storm, but this is kind of their backup.
Sort of play with the Wolverine or with the teleporter.
And man, Envy just wipe it to start.
After Terra falling, they were able to
and we see this kind of semi-res strat, right? Callum Month on this Warlock. Mantis, we've seen this quite a bit. It's particularly good on this first point. There's a lot of high ground that you can get a good res off. And Mantis, we've seen the rise of Mantis.
Yeah, I mean, getting that first fight win, we talk about the value in that.
Mantis
right?
have proven to be very, very strong
up in numbers, and they clearly
as a trip support
They were
option.
kind of getting driven back. They just played patiently and dropped back, used that bond to buy
The
time.
damage output that you get from an Adam and a Mantis in a triple support comp is fucking outrageous, and we've seen it dominate games. Oh, good push. Good push on Kalush. Big dunk on Nero. TTK smurfing it. Can Speedery get value? Cal with a big triple res to bring them back in. This is so good for Envy, though. The more you stall, the bigger the percentage. Oh, Terror. Oh, Terror, you fucking monster.
63% here for Envy.
And that was just
that was the res burn as well from Envy.
Envy, maybe overlaying ultimates. It's tough because you don't really know when to exactly use that Guardian's ultimate when you use that Star-Lord ultimate. Usually,
okay, Cobb, I'm gonna be real with you.
But that was well played by 100 Thieves, and that's the terrifying part we've seen of Terra.
I think you came in yesterday and you asked this. I have no problem helping people get affiliate, but coming into other people's streams to say that is not the play. It's not the way to do it. More than happy to help you out, and I will help you in any way I can, but coming into random people's streams and just saying that and self-promoting is not the way to do it.
Ultimates in the game right now, especially when there's no strategist ult up. It's far more valuable and much more dangerous.
Stop hating on Ironheart.
And here it goes. Up goes the goddess and Speedery.
I don't know where you've got that from, but that's cool. But welcome in. Big pick from Kalush. Dude, Speedery is fucking smurfing.
Coming right through, and Month does have the res. Delena finds Nero, but still heavily.
Nice retake from Envy.
Be forced to retreat back to the team.
Yeah, that's the difficult part of, by the way.
Are they going to make any changes, though? We see the double strange now.
I love it. But regardless, unfortunately, versus these
Harvey could be a big playmaker here. It's so hard to play strange into a good invis. Oh, Terror, that's a big pick on window.
It's just so consistent.
There is a res out, and Cal's going to pop it straight away. Window straight back in. He's going to pop it just for that, but Kaluj is also going to go as well. That's a really nice res in the end. Kaluj has an Eye of Agamotto. There he goes, in the back. Gets the invis, but a nice stun. And a kidnap to stop him as well. Holy shit.
Making sure the team is staying healthy. Now driving in once more. Bond is out. Out goes the eye.
That's big from Vinny. Gets Nero as well. Terra and TTK follow up. Speedery suicides, and they're going to reset. There's one more fight in this. If you guys are wondering why they suicide, it's to make sure that you don't get staggered and you can reset as a team.
Definitely need versus a comp like this, since you could just kind of melt people down, do one of the highest damage.
Not gonna lie, I thought programs would be 90% stalemate.
So
oh
right now,
no.
As well, having the strongest ultimate
this is why I think Marvel Rivals is super exciting to watch, because it is a fucking shit fest. It's a shit fest. Speedery, nice invis ult to stop that. Kind of a ballsy attempt. Oh, Terra grabs him in midair. He is going to have a res if he's got the self-res. Pops it straight away. Speedery comes back in. That's a crazy fucking kidnap, though. And there goes the cloak ult. Stalls the point out. Gives them the walkover. The laner with the ult. Speedery gets 2. Cal self-reses. Oh, this is all envy all day. This is all envy all day. Oof, this res comp looks annoying as fuck, doesn't it? This res comp looks annoying as hell to try and play into.
First round.
First point to Envy.
Thieves, I mean, it wasn't necessarily their fault, but I feel like Envy had more ultimates than they did, right? They were still a little bit of ways from ults. I mean, they maybe could have followed up on that Star-Lord res. Unfortunately, it's tough to find that pick. I would have liked to see them play a little more aggressive, especially versus Envy, who takes advantage of that
use the word smurfing to mean good play, so I apologize.
All of that pressure onto the backline. We saw SJP fall. If maybe they got onto the backline a little bit earlier before reses were even out and before Nero even had his ultimate, maybe they could have found something. So I think they gave maybe a little bit too much credit to a team like Team Envy. Or maybe they
hit me out though. Hit me out. I think Widow is actually
location, and unfortunately, because they gave up all that space, they just gave up the point, and Envy took full advantage.
I think it's somewhat legit.
I do agree with you. It's tough to
depending on the comp,
especially if you don't have somebody who's really good at it. I know
we have not seen a Widow in pro, surprisingly though.
A lot of the times these teams will have
I don't know how you feel about that
really doing that, really good at understanding damage and what it translates to in terms of all charge and what they could output. But one of the craziest things I gotta say is the ban was a tough look. I think 100 Thieves did a pretty good job.
The last thing, I'm not going to dwell on this. The last thing I'm going to say is, Cobb, if you want to DM me, I'm more than happy to help. If you come into my chat again with that, I'm going to ban you, okay? So that's this is your only warning.
Teams in the entire world that running this Guardians comp, and it's tough because you want to take out the advantages of your other team. Every single team in Marvel Rivals has a weakness.
Cal with a res already.
Whether that be not being able to play Guardians comp, every team has a weakness, and we're surely going to see 100 Thieves maybe
Kaluj, not too far away. Window also with the dunk pretty soon.
You know how good Terra is on Wolverine.
Yeah, but you know what? It's not.
Does he go for an early slam? There it is. Lunar ult immediately. Very quick fingers on the Luna. SJP was ready for that one. Delana with a huge pick on Kaluj as well. The res already just for Kaluj. Window goes down as well. Speedery, but they're all going to get res. Look at this res timing. This is going to be really hard though. Spee is already so low. Oh, that feels bad for Speedery. 100T with early prio. There's the cloak ult. Can he hit the dunk? Oh, really nice block. Here's the Heller ult. Mantis to try and oh, what an Eye of Agamotto though from Vinny. Oh, that's massive from Vinny. That's going to give 100T the point.
Yeah, this time 100 Thieves benefited from playing slow again. I mean, they get to hold on to Harvey's ultimate. The invisible boundary is still up in this fight. Terra with the last stand available as well. Envy.
I love the timing of I don't know about investing the Hella.
Unfortunately, not liking that character so far.
To be fair, you were totally right, Adrian, until the fucking Agamotto came out.
Funny to talk about Captain America because I know
this is why we've seen strangers be so prevalent.
In NA, maybe at times can look like they don't have.
Just as a little heads up for you guys who might not be aware of this, if you Eye of Agamotto during a support ult, you can burst people through like a Luna or a Cloak ult if you have the right magic build up before you do it. Because you get double damage from the astral projection as well. So you can burn them through. So that's why we see a lot of Strangers, and you'll see them do this. They will pop the Agamotto over the top of a Lunar roll to try and burst them through it and cancel it out quickly.
Talked about that Soulbond and Adam Warlock. I mean, that's one of the strongest abilities in the game alongside the crystals from Loki. So I think we're definitely going to have to watch out for that.
100T getting super aggro.
Lacking at the current moment. Envy will be up on them.
But here we go with the terrain change. So they're going to let this live. And the Kaluj moving on to the Cat. We've seen Cat be so good as well. Straight into that back line. Terra applying pressure on the front. Looking for that angle. Cloak with the ult down as well. SJP. Terra goes in the back. Oh, he's targeting Window. Window is having a mare of a game. Gets Cal as well. Does Cal have a self-res? There goes Month's res, but he is following. He does not want to let that Adam go. And in the meantime, Kaluj gets the Lena. That's really nice. TTK gets a pick on Month again. And Month has already used the self-res, so that's gone. There's Cal's self-res. 91%. They're going to have to get on here. Someone's going to have to touch. I don't think they've got a TP, so I don't know how they're going to touch. Kaluj is going to do that to the Cat. There we go. There's OT. One more fight. Oh, get Speedery in the air. What the fuck is that? Nice dunk from TTK as well. And holy shit, Terra is dragging them in this game. Nice res. There's Speedery. Kaluj comes back as well. Delena gets a nice pick on Month. The Magneto to soak up the Hela roll. Gets a dunk as well on Terra. That's a big pick. It's a weird angle for the Hela roll as well. Come on, Window. Speedery trying to live. Gets around the corner.
You only need to find one pick, and you're at a huge advantage. Terra now has to walk all the way back from spawn as 100 Thieves pushed off.
Oh, Month. How do you get that pick off? Oh, no. This looks bad. It looks like Envy are going to take the point. Crazy pick off from Month.
Allowing them to get some touch on a point and then trying to retake their.
Are they going to spawn camp them? Terra gets Kaluj. Kaluj gets a bit greedy.
Prior, that is a tough look. They're going to have to come back quickly. Obviously, no res there for Cap.
Have no res, and
here comes the TP.
Like Adam Warlock is actually really solid on this round with those reses. It's very easy to hide.
That's a really nice TP. They immediately catch Window out with the back portal. They turn it around to give themselves cover as well. Bit of a whiff from TTK. Speedery tries to go over the top. TP on the other side, but Terra in this back line is a monster. Where are you going, Month? You can't get away. They force the ult out as well. Terra's going to chase them all the way. He does not give a fuck. There's the self-rest from Speedery. Cal gets Vinny. That's a nice pick. Invisol goes down. That's a big pick. Kaluj has ult, and they're going to need that to stall out. Harvey gets Speedery. Terra's so low. Terra gets Window. That's crazy work. Someone deal with this goddamn Wolverine.
They don't.
And 100T just take it. Straight up, it's a 1-1. Oh boy. Go into a round 3.
It's always going to be deadly.
It's all you need, right? You know what I mean? It's all you need. Just a pissed off Logan. Put him on the point, let him do his thing. And I mean, crazy.
By the way, Sunwell, or I don't know, Sunweller, apparently Ironheart is super shit. That's just what I've heard. I haven't watched it. I don't want to watch it, but apparently it's super shit. Hi, Saeed. Welcome back. Oh, yeah, we've got these 2 games to go. I'm still going to be live for another, like, 5 hours.
But you can have a
I am going to need to eat in a minute, though.
100 times, it doesn't matter because you're always going to be back in the fight.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, how 100 Thieves are playing, it's just so patient. I think this might be one of the better countering games.
It's gonna be me.
They kind of let Envy run at them. They pick off speedily. They allow Terra to find those picks by, you know, playing slow. You could see even when he let Vinny kind of fall back and go down into that invisible boundary, you could see every
multiple games.
Super passive because they always know Envy wants to go forward, right? They soul bond.
So it's a best of 5.
They try to
so it's first of 3 games.
So as long as you can outlive that
So
first engage.
this is one game,
To find these picks
and then
on
obviously
the longer these fights go, the better it is for
I'll explain how it works in a sec as well, because there's a procedure to the map picks as well, which I'll explain after this game for you guys. We've seen a lot of reverse sweeps already in this tournament, where they go 2-0 down, and then they come back to take the next 3 games and win it. Oh, big pick from Delena. Oh! Window with a nice Agamotto gets the pick on Vinny. Is it going to be enough, though? Here come the reses. Speedery. Don't know about that old timing Speedery, but obviously felt like getting Delena on this fucking, like, Hella is going mental. These picks from this Hella is, like, is causing chaos for Envy.
Cal used his res, but there's nowhere to really hide on Adam Warlock when you're against the team who reads Adam Warlock so well. Envy switching compositions now. I mean, it just makes
so we've got one ult apiece. Vinny's got the Eye of Agamotto. Month has theirs. Nero's not too far away either. So they do have some tools that they could work with to get in on site. They're probably going to have to build Nero here to walk in, or they might just use Month for that.
Right now, triple's not working, and it's a smart idea to switch off it.
And we see the swap here. Speedery moving to that Wolverine as well. Gonna try and do what Terra's been doing to them the whole time. And there. Oh, what an Agamotto, though. Oh, Vinny with the clutch Agamotto to save Mag. He does go down eventually, but that was so close. Nice invis, but look at this fucking Wolverine. This hero is such a problem. Terra with another pick and another one on window. This is a game of Wolverines right now. Spee also does have an ult.
This is an interesting variation of the comp as well. Window over to that Venom to go with these guys. Window.
I mean, what do you do against this guy? Like,
oh my god, gets tracked down by Terra.
This is just a game of which Wolverine is getting more value right now.
And here we go. Speedery, look for this.
Oh, that's a big ult. Good bubble though. That's a good bubble save. Delena as well at the back of this these Wolverine picks. This looks like 100 team might take this, honestly. They've got a good ult economy advantage.
Yeah, this is
well, maybe not actually. Cal's made the switch to Hella. Gonna try and match it. Window collusion not too far away. 85%.
Playing that character alongside Cal and Delena, a classic matchup between two aim gods. And right now, I'm curious to see which team kind of comes up on top.
TTK Vinny gonna need a little bit more time. No support ults on either side.
The invis difference alongside.
Terra's got the high ground. There goes Delena.
So it's a backline difference a little bit, but I think it's gonna be even for both teams.
Seems like both teams shook hands and said,
big pick on Cal.
Again and restart these compositions. And here we go with an immediate feast. Does it find any value? Not quite. More like a snack.
Window just making a lot of space. Kaluge with the dunk. Oh, nearly gets everybody, but how do they survive? What? Watch out for Terra. There he goes. Oh, insane. Window goes down straight away. TTK finds Month. There goes the cloak ult. That's a massive dunk. Nero's nearly got their cloak ult. Immediate pop on the site. There we go. They're going to stall it out. Vinny gets Kaluge. Eye of Agamotto misses. And then they C9 it, so 100T take it. You hate to see a little C9.
At the end,
you hate to see the C9.
Just being down in numbers like that, obviously, you hate to not at least give it a try by not being able to get on
Terra.
Point, what do you know here? Logan himself, when
what a fucking
map,
demon.
Actually gets angry, gets
what a demon on this Wolverine. 51 and 3. Excuse me?
And takes map 1.
Fucking excuse me? 51 and 3.
In the first place, right? We had that Emma Loki ban alongside the Cloak and Dagger.
They weren't even close. The kill numbers are inflated because it was a res comp, okay? But this is still pretty fucking outrageous.
The Cloak and Dagger protect was big. It was also nice to have that Loki because it wasn't
protected. Delena as well, 46 and 6. That's some crazy work.
See, I feel like so many backlines in this game are so strong.
Good first team from 100 first game from 100T.
Right, that's the biggest thing is that you can ban out Cloak and Dagger, you can ban out Loki, but the problem is you still have Invisible Woman and you still have Luna Snow.
All right, let's talk about how it works.
As good support strategists, and you know we talk about how strong Loki is, but sometimes it can feel like it's a bit of an
overinvestment
to get rid of him. Just
the face cams of the pros. Oh
back
yeah,
lines,
some of them
right?
are dumb
so
as
many good
shit.
strategists. So I feel like that's a slight overinvestment from Envy, but you know, it's what map 1 is for, right? We're in a first.
Yeah, it's
three,
quite fun
we're
to
in
see
a
the
best out of
cameras,
five,
right?
So you can make those changes, you can adapt.
Okay, so
I
how the
feel like in
maps
North
work
America, there's not a lot of teams
is
that make those quick
the first map is random,
adaptations.
but it
Envy,
is
I feel
always
like
a
they're gonna feel
domination.
confident going into map 2, running that Guardians
So
comp, but
it's
it
either
depends on what map they take
this
us
one,
to.
Hall of
Sometimes
Dajalia,
Guardians comp, I think, cannot be
Krakoa
that strong. I mean, there's certain
is a
points like on
domination.
Convergence where I think Guardians comp is strong, but
sorry,
we
this is
saw
Hell's
it happen
Heaven.
against
Hell's
the team that
Heaven,
knows how to play against
Krakoa,
triple.
or
They'll just
Hall
look
of
for Cal,
Dajalia
but make sure we never
as
have a good res
domination
set up,
maps.
and then you're forced onto a different composition.
Second one then, the loser then chooses the second map. So Envy will now choose the second map.
Things that can
And
change the game.
it can't be a domination, so it either can be a convoy or a convergence map. Their choice. They can pick either.
Yeah, I like that call out.
The third map is then whatever one wasn't chosen. So let's say you choose a convoy map second, like Idris El Path. The third map is then a convergence, so it spreads it out. And it's the loser that chooses each map.
And that's why you see Luna banned
Does that make sense to everyone?
in these maps, because Luna is not only an incredibly
In
strong
best of
healer,
fives or
but
best
does
of sevens,
a
where
ton
you
of damage right
run
now.
through
And
the
if
three
you get
maps,
those
you then
picks early,
start
the value in
over.
that
So
being
the
a
fourth
strategist,
map
being
is
able
a
to find
domination.
picks is more than you
Fifth
can
is
ask
then
for.
either
Yeah, absolutely. I think
convoy
right now,
or
100 Thieves are in the driver's seat, and I think
etc.,
as long as they
etc.,
keep getting that
etc.
Wolverine through, it's going to be great, because we've seen, I mean, Shib, Wolverine is one of the most disgusting characters in the game. I think it's sort of getting on most
Terra
people's tier lists,
is
like slowly climbing
pretty
up. I mean,
fucking
you
crazy
saw,
on Wolverine.
this is what
I
I'm
think
talking
we're
about
probably going to see
Human
that banned
Torch,
out
right?
now.
It seems like on Human Torch, if you're
So
just
this
sort
is
of,
where the
like,
ban
just marked all
system
the
gets
time in the sky
super
like we saw with
interesting,
Terra, I
right?
mean, is it even fair to say that Wolverine might be
So
the
let's
best
just
duelist
take
in
a
the
quick
game?
example here, right, from that game 1 that we just watched. We saw Wolverine be crazy dominant on that map, right? You get 4 bans, 2 protects. So if you ban the Wolverine, which they should, think about what you're giving away in its place, right? You're going to give away possibly a Loki, a Cloak and Dagger, because we saw the Cloak and Dagger ban, right? You might end up having to give away the Human Torch, the Storm. You might have to give away the Storm to Spee, who loves that hero, and they're very, very good at it. So it creates this back and forth now of like, how do you adapt? Do you try and play into the Wolverine again, but play a different comp into it? So, you know, do you try and play something like The Thing, you know, or something like that to deal with it, which we've seen not really work? In my opinion, I think you should just ban the Wolverine. I think it's dumb as fuck. If you let through the Human Torch, then you've got to think about how you're going to play into the Flyers. Are you then going to look at a Punisher comp so you can play into the Flyers? Maybe you go back to this Adam Mantis so you can deal with him. Do you match the Flyer? Do you then run a Human Torch Ultron to try and match it? So this is where the drafts start to get super involved and super interesting. I'm going to run a quick 60-second ad while we're in a break so that you don't get any ads in the game. If you're not subbed, I apologize. I hope you understand. Go grab a drink, grab a snack, and I'll see you very shortly. If you are subbed, got nothing to worry about. So yeah, this is what we've been doing for like a few weeks, and it's been really fun to watch. And we have seen a lot of reverse sweeps. So all 3 of these teams are considered probably the best 3 teams in NA. If we take a look at the games that have been and gone already. FlyQuest were really good. Nemesis was also considered pretty highly, but they had a pretty disappointing showing in this group stages. Sentinels are pretty widely considered the best team in NA. But 100T and Envy also very, very highly regarded. So we got some big 3 teams. All of these 3 teams qualify for the mid-season finals. So this whole thing, we've had a bunch of group stages. This is the playoffs. We've had a bunch of group stages. All of this, they do earn money. It's $250,000 prize pool. So first place is going to take $70,000 home today. They then qualify for the mid-season finals. So if any of you guys watch League of Legends, think of it very similar to the mid-season invitational, MSI, that's going on right now for the League of Legends. the top teams from each of the groups, from each of the regions. There's 5 regions. EMEA, which is European, America, NA, China, Asia, which is separate from China. China is its own region, and Oceania, which is like Australia, New Zealand. Oceania is a much smaller region, so they get 1 slot for the mid-season finals. So America gets 3 for some reason. I don't really know why it's America that gets 3, but here we go. America gets 3 slots. So all 3 of these teams are already qualified for the mid-season finals, which is going to be the first official LAN tournament in China at the end of July with a $500,000 prize pool. So this is the kind of online qualifiers or first online tournament. And then we're going to get our first stadium LAN in less than a month, which is fucking awesome. Rad and BPP are the 2 teams from EMEA. Genji and Reject are the 2 from Asia. And we don't know China yet. China is going to be decided next week because there's something weird where we're not allowed to see the China games for some reason. I don't know.
Most people are like in chat being like, hey, tell your friends about this.
So, yeah.
Because right now,
the grand final is a best of 7. Yeah. So this first series is a best of 5. The second series is going to be a best of 7.
Game number 2, right? Obviously, these players have punched their tickets to China already, but everybody wants to win because this is the most money anybody's competed.
Sentinels in general, Selenite is a big org, so they tend to do very well in most games. They have a lot of backing. They have a lot of like support staff and stuff. They have a lot of money to throw because they're a very well established brand, so they've got a lot of money to like pick up the really good players.
The prize pool, right, first to second is 35K difference. That is huge.
Yeah, and then you know you build that momentum moving forward. You can maybe get more sponsorships for your team. You know, a lot of
I do like Sentinels though. They've also got a really solid and a really enjoyable Marvel Rivals team to watch. Here we go, game 2. Let's see how they adapt. And let's see if they make any changes to the draft here. So pretty much same, but there's the Wolverine ban. There's the Wolverine ban. That's the big key. Terry's not going to get that this game.
So they're taking some priority.
And they're going to take away the Punisher as well. We're going to Yggdrasil path. So bear in mind, this is a very good flyer map. Particularly a very good Johnny Storm map.
It's a smart decision here.
So that's why we see the double torch bans. I'm not surprised by that at all. The Loki save is big for 100T. Loki is a very good pickup.
We're all in trouble.
But I would expect a Loki ban here, to be honest.
What do you think about that, Chib? The Punisher protect alongside the Magneto. I mean, both those characters.
I'd be surprised if this is not a Loki ban.
100 Thieves Punisher group ban on the opposite side, but
yeah, it has to be a Loki ban.
What do you think about this ban phase so far?
If you're, I
think this is what MB needed to do to change things up, and I think
I don't agree with that.
Is really good, and that's probably what they're banking on here.
I mean, they do have a fucking crazy group player, but I
don't have much options for this guy, so
don't really understand why you would then save Loki.
Yeah, we've seen it's viable. I mean, you know,
because they can just pick up Loki anyway, so it's a bit of a waste of a save.
Sorry, Jay even today said maybe you have to ban out Iron Man versus Sentinels, but yeah, what about versus
We have seen groups be really good on this map as well. There's a lot of like narrow archways, a lot of narrow corridors. The group wars can be a massive pain in the arse, particularly when you're trying to like recontest the points on this map. So I get it from that point of view. And the ultimate is very good combo, particularly with a Punisher, so maybe that's why.
It feels like it's very hard to play against Groot from what we've seen. So that's
I think it's probably because of the Punisher Groot combo. Because if you get Groot Groot ulted, you can't run away from the Punisher ult, and it's just a free team fight win.
At the current moment, just with the Storm, I know Human Torch
so maybe that's why.
Don't get me wrong, I just feel like Punisher and Wolverine, 2 of Terra's best characters, are definitely more scary in my opinion than those as well.
And
the
really cool.
Also still goes through. So there's so many things that have happened in that ban phase.
He's also just very talented,
you know, in terms of how they approached it.
He's a hell of a gamer.
I think that's a great call out. I do think that we can see
all right, here we go.
Wolverine, you know, good Wolverine as well, but not electing to do that.
We see the Psylocke. Okay. Cap Psylocke as a duo, we have seen absolutely destroy teams earlier in EMEA. So watch out for Vinny and Delina here on this double dive combo. It's pretty fucking fucking difficult to survive as a support. So that's why they make the immediate switch. Spee immediately goes onto that Psylocke. Nero goes onto the Ultron. And they run this triple support comp now to try and deal with this double dive. This is a really fast this is a really fast adaptation from Envy, so I like this a lot. Ultron's already got the ult as well. That's a massively fast build-up. Harvey's got the Loki ult though. There goes the lamp. And forced out the lunar ult from Harvey on this Loki. Kaluge with a big pickup on Vinny. Watch out for Terra though. No supporters. If they're watching this, Terra. Oh. He just got fucking domed. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. That's a really early push as well from Envy.
To land shots on, and you know you can ultimately track their window. Gonna find TTK. That's another pick.
Vinny, they're gonna try and contest. Here we go. Nice Agamotto. He's not gonna get anything from it though. Window's just gonna throw this in and hope for the best. And all the meantime, Vinny is stalling this shit right now. Oh, that's huge from Spee and Cal. Great Psylocke ult on the backside. And that's just going to be a straight take, honestly. Huge first point. 4.5 minutes on the clock. This looks really solid for Envy.
This comp is still solid for sure. It's just difficult, I think, to make it
much love, Jamie.
Specific compositions. 100 Thieves on their side. They've got the Bucky. They've got the Hela. You would think
all good. I hope you enjoyed.
Especially versus triple strategist, because you can just kind of burn through all of that health pool, burn through all of that healing. But right now, Envy pushed through first point.
Two supporters, Cal, Nero, both got theirs.
Look at that dash over to make sure team's a little bit healthy. There's a ton of ults here for 100 Thieves as we see. Caps are running.
Vinny pushing forward with this, what is basically a support ult at this point. Nice freeze. This is, by the way, I'm not full casting, by the way, guys. I hope that's all right. We're just going to like watch party and I'm just going to point things out. Solo casting is very, very draining, so I'll save that for YouTube videos.
Can find success with Ultron if there is a duo, and I would say Strange just being able to dance around that shield because it
nice
does give you
pullback.
time to have more delayed healing. Good positioning, way to drop back and make that ultimate almost a
does delay a little bit, but oh, what a fucking pull! Big Agamotto, huge Agamotto. Oh, how does fucking Delana live right there? Here goes Spee. Guess what? Oh my god, Spee just smurfed it. Dude, Spee is going crazy on this Psylocke. These ults, these ult timings are fucking wild.
We've seen so many Psylocks pop off. I think this has been a difference maker. By the way, portal block coming through.
Oh, portal blocked as well.
And SJP the only one to walk out.
So cheesy.
They're gonna just blast through this, and SJP might get staggered.
Yeah, that's a great.
That's a really good portal block.
That is insane.
SJP is going to try and solo hold this as the Luna. They are going to get into contest.
They did, but he made it through. I mean,
okay.
They're still touching though, and other players made it through. So eventually, Terra's going to be back.
Terra's on an Iron Fist?
Yeah,
like fucking excuse me?
I think everyone got out. I'm not
we have not seen Iron Fist do well when people have swapped on it like this. So let's see if Terra can show us something on this.
There
goes TTK. Maybe throws it a little bit early. Look at Kaluge. He's looking. Look at Kaluge. He wants it. Window just goes straight through. He does not give a shit. Does die for it though. That's a bit of a throw, I think. This is a really good hold for 100T. Spee though with the ults. As soon as this ult goes down for Harvey, watch out for Spee. There we go, Spee on the backside. Really nice group up to keep everyone alive with the lamp. Dude, this Iron Fist is actually doing work. What? How is Terra putting in work on this hero? That is a crazy fucking hold for 100T. 1 minute 20 on the clock as well.
Talking about how this character's not very good. You know, look now.
Nice pick off.
Terra on this Iron Fist, we know how good he is on this character.
They've got the ult economy advantage. Terra and SJP both with ults. This is a really hard fight for MV. I think they're going to have to take this slow. Build up Monk, build up Nero, get these ults online. Because right now, they got nothing to work with. And if they try and go in right now, they're going to get rolled.
You know
Hope for some pickoffs.
Really
Look to Delina.
I forget a lot. Very valuable team up for Luna with that push away. And I believe it slows too. I'd have to double check. Don't play a ton of Luna, but that is a really strong anti-dive team up as Terra gonna try to take that space.
TK gets low though. They do have to back it up. Here goes Terra. Nice, Agamotto. Doesn't get anybody.
It is matched here for the opposition as we do see SJP bringing out the dance floor.
Yep, and they're surviving for so long. Ultimate's out.
Watch out for Delina. There goes a double. They've got an ult as well. Oh, big freeze. Oh, this is done. They need to try and back up and TP, but I don't think they've got time. I don't think Kaluj. Someone's going to have to go and touch. I don't think they've got time. 5 seconds. No one's touching. I don't think they've got it. It's too late. Oh my God, they get it. How the fuck do they get that timing? What? That must have been fucking millisecond. There's no way they touch that. That's fucking absurd. Massive pick from Delina straight into the ult. Supports keeping each other alive. Nice bubble. Supports keep each other up. But everybody else is going down. Window, Kaluj, both down. Cal gets Terra. Huge defense from 100T. Huge defense.
Wow. I mean, I was sort of doubting
that looks really good for MV in the start.
But not for that reason. Not for the fact that we would see Iron Fist out of all heroes come through from 100 Thieves. So what a play from them. And 100 Thieves just switching to a sort of hard counter dive. And, you know, unfortunately for Envy, they're not like on a hard dive composition, right? They do have that Psylocke. They can send him in there. But because you don't have that Captain America, because you're not going
for a hard dive. Is Terra going to really sit on this Iron Fist?
It's kind of tough. And you don't really want to commit to it either.
I mean,
because SJP, like we're talking about, has that shift to kind of push
we haven't really been on board with Terra that much. Have they just been bullying the fuck out of Spee
right now for
on this Ultron?
They've been struggling with this composition. I do feel like the Ultron's sort of outdated.
Okay, let me explain what Envy are doing right now with this triple Vanguard. Okay, so they're going to run triple Vanguard, triple support. We see this a lot on Idrisil Path, on this map specifically, and on Midtown. So what they're doing is they're going to hold very aggressive. They're going to hold right at the front door, and they are going to just survive as long as they can, and they are going to burn down the time. When they finally get through it, when 100T finally burn through this triple support, triple Vanguard com, Kaluj is then going to TP them back into recontest with the triple Vanguard again to delay as much time as possible. So it's not about winning the game straight up, it's about taking as much time off the clock as you can.
For sure, definitely felt a little outdated.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, here on the attack, we're going to go against this triple Vanguard composition that Envy loves to play, or, yeah, that Envy loves to play.
So let's see if they can make it work.
Their counter is put Terra on Iron Fist, Delena on that Storm.
This Iron Fist is good for this, though, to be fair. This Iron Fist is going to be very annoying to deal with for these tanks. He's going to try and get rid of these Loki clones. Give the DPS boost as well. Oh, Spee gets a big pick. Oh, that's a nice big hold. And you can see already 40 seconds off the clock just by doing this, right?
Triple strategist strat.
Yeah, I think last time
it's so hard to burn through. You got 3 supports just sitting behind these guys.
Luna got through because the Loki got through. They're able to play this sort of composition. Now both dance floors are out.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh, it's a nice Agamotto, but he's not going to get anything from it. That's a big bubble immediately. Nice dunk. That's what they needed. That's the breakthrough right there. And that's the first one gone.
And that is everyone one as the entirety of
Now they're going to redo this. Kaluji's going to look to TP. Terra's already looking for it.
To guarantee 3 fights.
Terra's looking for it. He knows this is going to be such a big play from Terra.
Yep, you can with Fist. Fist is one of those rare abilities that can actually punt you back.
Oh, he's clocked him. Oh, he's fucking clocked him. Oh, he gets the TP off. Oh my god, he nearly just fucking solo won that. What a read, though.
Just didn't come through, but now you're going to be in a tough position. Now we go right through that portal.
Vinny gets one.
Speedery up on the high side. Here comes another one of these meteors from Cal. This one does not connect. Nero going to pull out the dance floor. Nobody with ults now. Going to
Terra trying to burn through them.
And that'll be a good time here for 100 Thieves to use.
Oh, gets up on Spee. Huge pick.
Anti-flyers for days.
I mean,
Nero gets a nice pick, but that's all she wrote.
They were down so many ultimates. Envy had every single ult, and yes, he didn't get.
So now, what that does is it guarantees 3 contests, 3 fights. You get the initial one right at the beginning. You get the TP one in, and now they're going to recontest before it hits this point. And they're going to try and touch. Vinny could go big here with the group walls.
Yeah, I think
they don't have long to touch, and there we go. There's the touch. Oh, Kaluj with a massive Agamotto. No follow-up, though. No follow-up. But look at the timer. It's already 1 minute 15. Oh, big picks from the 100T. Oh, my God. Terra is actually smurfing on this Iron Fist. I never thought I would say this in Season 2.5. But this Iron Fist looks like it's taking over the game. And I don't know how we've got here in pro play, but this Iron Fist looks like it can take over.
Is more of a basic team. You kind of know what they're going to play. 100 Thieves took that really to a next level by playing Iron Fist, right? He said, right, Amazing said they throw the curveball at 100 Thieves and they don't react usually. Now 100 Thieves are the ones throwing the curveball.
Oh, they clocked him as well. They know he's here.
Running more standard composition.
And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I do think 100 Thieves is a team that if you get in their head, you
forces out the Lunar ult. That's massive.
It's one of those teams that love the clutch moments. They don't want to be,
oh, forces out the Loki / Lunar ult. Same difference.
When they're in those situations, but when they're thought to be a little bit of underdogs, they just play so smooth here.
Oh, he's gonna go for it.
There we go. Oh, good mini stun there to cancel. And
oh, that's so good. That's so good from Envy. Cal played that beautifully. So they make a big switch here, Envy, on the defense. Cal's going to go to this Punisher.
Onto the thing now.
Terra's over to Black Panther now.
They don't have the cloak with it, but they're going to run it as like a Lunar Punisher combo. Look at Spee's positioning up top.
We've seen them choke before in these situations.
Has been clocked, so gets pushed off the high ground. 5 ults for Envy here. They have a big ult advantage, and Terra moves to the BP. Oh, what a freeze. Get absolutely fucked. Oh my god. Nero just absolutely rolls it. That's the second insane freeze in a row from Nero. TTK with a double dunk, though. How does he find that? TTK coming up big for 100T.
Just taking height there, buying time. They burn through the shields. He waits it out perfectly. He knows when it ends, and it's almost.
I mean, this looks so good for 100T to take this 2-0 as well. Look, they don't have long to push this. They've got a minute 34 on the clock.
It looks like.
Yeah, and here comes another fight. Crystal's already being pulled out as a good win there. Nero is going to use that alternate.
By the way, if you guys are wondering about the quality, that's not a me issue. That's an issue from the stream itself. It's to do with like bit rates and stuff. So I'm hoping they fix it for the LAN. But unfortunately, when we get crazy team fights going off, it does get very pixelated. But it's not my fault. Oh, he doesn't get the reset though.
What a play there.
How the fuck does Spee get out of that one?
By Kaluj to block it, but I mean, they might lose people still regardless. I mean, greens are down. You have the dance floor. No try to ultimate just yet on enemy side. They're going to need something crazy from Cal on this flank.
Cal's going to build up the ult here in the turret.
80%, not able to get much.
Already gets clocked though.
By the side of Terra, who did not get hit, and now they're in the danger zone. It is very close. Meters
they need to do something in contest because, like, there's 38 seconds and they look like they're going to get it. It's right there. And there it is.
100 Thieves.
There it is. 100T take it. 2 games up.
Are you
2 games
up.
up.
Like he tried to touch Cart with the last stand as well. Grabbed
One more game if they 3-0 this.
And I mean, what a cinematic way to
100T just fucking wipe Envy.
Coming down with the last stand, slamming
Can Envy find a way to come back in?
Well-deserved MVP from
Give us a series.
I mean, what a play.
Or are we going straight to the grand finals?
Even bubbled the guy. I think it was Cal right in the ult, but it didn't matter.
TTK on this mag. Holy shit.
And yeah,
26-2.
This guy, I mean,
29k damage.
The best Magneto in the game. I mean, there's a lot of
he's a
monster
world, so
Magneto.
Them,
but every
I mean, do you just ban the
mag
then instead of the Emma?
You can't say it enough. 15 finals. I mean,
it's tough though. Do you really want to give him Emma instead?
Finding 15 on a Magneto with almost 30k damage up there with the top in the game, right next to Terra on Magneto. Yeah, you might be saying, you know what's funny is as you're climbing ladder, a lot of people don't love.
So that was convoy map. So next we are definitely getting a convergence.
Like a mage, right? These shots do a ton of damage if you're really patient
for map number 3. So it's either going to be symbiotic surface, Hall of the Jalia, or
100 damage it takes. That bubble you put on enemy or on friendlies, every
Central Park.
Charge your right click one of the 3 notches. So it does have 300. If it does get bursted, you immediately reset your right click fully. As you see TTK, even on this feed.
I would like to see symbiotic. We haven't seen much symbiotic today. In fact, we haven't seen any from EU.
During that fight,
and that's always a super spicy map.
Value with this Meteor M.
Yeah, I thought that Envy had a very good ban phase, but to be honest with you, I just did not like that Ultron comp. It's just, unfortunately, I think sort of the phase of Ultron has sort of passed.
It's interesting to watch, though, right? For any of you that maybe this is your first time watching Pro Rivals.
But right now, I think when you switch to that Iron Fist, when you switch to characters that have percentage damage, it's very hard to really make that Ultron work. And
at least
we heard how when Ryan Mazing talked about how you want to throw curveballs at teams, that really is true. I think that he had a bunch of switches from Terra there. They're starting to get a little bit more loose, and I think that's good, right? You don't want to be rigid. You don't want to be stuck on your composition if it's losing. And sure, you don't want to blame your composition necessarily, but I think you have to be ready to switch at a moment's notice, considering not a lot of time in the bank, especially on Convoy, and especially against a team like 100 Thieves, who is as good as they are at figuring out, poking, prodding.
I'm definitely taking a couple of days off after this, though.
Rivals the biggest reason why that is the case is because you build ult so fast. So there's not really a big
16.5 hours yesterday.
Right? I mean, you get back to 50%.
On about 8.5,
so 50%. So it
back-to-back
like
mega long days.
To switching is just a matter of not being hard-headed and sticking to the same comps.
I think that's perfectly well put, and I think there's validity to that. Simply just think about the stream teams, right? Teams that are running more obscure compositions, they're winning because teams don't scrim against stuff like that. It's weird to go against it. You don't have the comms that's more of a set base. Like, what you're going
The winner of this goes on to play Sentinels as well, which is a tough matchup.
How to handle it. Although, saw some good freezes, some good counterplay, it's still difficult, and you're like, what is going on with Dog's hair? I gotta get more practice into this. And like we said, you see the stream teams doing well because of things like that. You see these teams, you see Sentinels doing well.
I kind of want 100T to win this because I want an upper bracket rematch.
And this is exciting.
I want an upper bracket final rematch because this is such a banger fucking series.
To make changes. And if 100 Thieves were 2-3-0 Envy, we'll see. I mean, Envy's looking pretty good. They have a chance.
Yeah, we're in the America games now.
If 100 Thieves are doing stuff like this, mixing it up, I'm really excited for this grand finals because I think whoever makes it there is going to be one of the most creative teams we've seen in North America.
Really solid.
Don't make Envy angry. I have seen them do some crazy things, so there is potential for the comeback, but we will find that out right after this break.
Yeah. How are your rank games, Gabe? All right, go grab a drink, grab a snack, everyone. I'm gonna run another ad, same as before, just 60 seconds, just to make sure you don't get an ad during the game. I am also going to grab some apples because I've not eaten for a little while. So I'll be back in a sec.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. I remember the time, the place we used
Okay.
like the sun and moon and time.
I have drinks. I have some little snackies. I am ready for game 3. I'm also potentially doing something very stupid and drinking a Monster, which is probably going to make me way more sleepy because caffeine doesn't help me whatsoever, but I really like the taste, so I'm going to do it anyway, like an idiot. I'm 19-3. Shit. Where are you ending today, then?
100 Thieves taking map 2. Is it going to be a sweep? I know Envy has said before.
You had a fucking mega day yesterday as well,
and
Gabe, right?
They did that, but they did mention yesterday they think they have this thing. So it's all about coming back with the reverse sweep now.
Apple.
Yeah, I mean, they have to, and I think.
By the way, the only reason I'm eating apple slices is because I asked ChatGPT, what can I eat to help me stay awake for a very long day?
We'll see what happens.
And it said apple.
A chance that maybe the map will be
so I'm
better
placeboing myself
you know,
and eating apple.
A potential for it, but I mean, regardless, not adapting, not changing is not ideal, right? It's just you need to make those last second decisions. You need to kind of change on the fly because there's going to be counter swapping.
So you're on course to
the phase of Marvel Rivals esports where
you're on course to fucking boss it, huh?
Even after the ban phase, there's so many things. There's a lot of variabilities.
How long am I streaming?
Or variables rather that can
until the end of the grand final.
Right? Besides the 4 characters that are
basically
banned, so you have to start thinking out the box. I think if you're Team Envy.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, for those who don't know the way this map breakdown works,
so yesterday,
domination, it's a coin flip as to which map. Losing team then picks between Convoy and Convergence. This
is what I was telling you before.
And then from there, the third map is going to be whatever's left, but they do get to pick side and map of that.
Yesterday I did
so
8
again,
best of 5s.
In their favor, if you're looking for ND
that was why it was a very long day.
So
I did 7 in the end. So we got this best of 5 and then the best of 7 grand final, and then I will be ending pretty much as soon as that's done.
We talked about Delena maybe being a little overlooked because you know Terra is a top.
Because we've already been going about 8.5 hours.
On that hella 10 finals, 23k, good pointed damage, good flanks there.
All right, game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Delena was a huge proponent of this team succeeding and getting signed by 100 Thieves when they were Team Mutants, so he needs to step up for sure.
Envy adapt?
I think a different variation for. They're going to go for the Emma ban again.
So they're going to stick with the Emma ban rather than the Mag?
I mean, Emma, we know how strong Emma is, but I feel like a good change-up for Envy would just be a strategist bans, right? Because
well, I feel like the Mag ban should have come out because
100 Thieves are a great team, but we haven't seen them play this triple.
Don't they just ban Loki here and take the Mag? Oh, they ban Speedery Storm, okay.
So, I mean,
and then take the Mag, right?
Change-up might not be a bad idea, right? But it's kind of too little too late. I mean,
and then TTK's on Crazy Comfort again, right?
I honestly
now I would expect Loki ban.
I think you kind of take advantage of how strong TTK is.
Unless Wolverine, maybe. Wolverine.
You know, projectile-based, slower vanguards, and you go down the Emma. Obviously, a very strong Emma as well. But just taking out some of these duelists, some of these vanguards, or you
Loki ban until Loki save.
I just don't think it's worth removing Emma right
now.
I just don't think it's worth the ban.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very good torch map, so I get it.
I just think Envy's playing a little bit too straightforward. I mean, we'll see. I think their backline is super good. I think Month and Nero.
I don't know, man. I don't like this Punisher ban.
We've seen a lot of good force physics from
Month
on that Invisible Woman. So I think their backline is huge for this team. I think Envy has one of the best strategist backlines in the game. But now we get the
torch on the other side.
Going for the Human Torch ban again. 100 Thieves don't even play Human. I'm actually.
Do they want to save the Loki?
Do they? They literally don't. Shim. What are we doing in this ban phase? Envy, like, please. I mean, if they win this map, that's crazy. That's good. Good for them. But like, damn, they suck at banning.
Yeah, I just don't like. I'm with you. I just think it's traditional.
Yeah, I don't.
You know what I mean?
Man, I don't like what Envy are doing here.
4 or whatever it may be at the time, and
I don't like what Envy are doing.
Going down that path, I just don't think
it doesn't.
This is affecting their comp. Obviously, the Wolverine ban makes sense, right? You can see the Punisher played both by Terra, but he does have far more in his kit.
I don't feel like the Punisher ban makes sense
right now. I just don't think it does.
I kind of disagree with the casters.
Really not affecting them the way they want.
If they don't play Torch, then fine. That kind of fucking sucks. But Torch is very good on this map, right?
Running the same, dude. I'm actually sorry, I don't want to talk anymore. Shit, like this is bad. We're just gonna see them play the same thing again. And they're just, I mean, maybe Envy's just ready to go fly. You know what I'm
The
saying?
Psylocke is really
They're done with the
good.
tournament. They're fine with the 25K.
Especially on the attack, you can kind of get around them, but
I don't
like...
know. But like, they have a good shot still, even with this comp. It's
Loki's open. They've left Loki open on both. Luna's open.
Man, I am pissed.
Adam's
I would be
open
really
for a
pissed
res
if I was an
comp.
Envy fan. And I just like, I get triggered watching it. You know, it's like terrible.
They've given them the mag.
And if you're listening, try to prove Dog wrong. Use that as ammo.
I don't know, man. This looks pretty bad for Envy.
I mean,
This looks pretty bad for Envy.
Definition of insanity, running the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is just not the way. So I'd like to see something different, but maybe
don't get baited. Don't get baited. I promise you, we are never going to see a Widow. And if it happens, I will eat my shoe. I promise you, we are not seeing a Widow in this tournament.
Like as we push here, it is a different mode, right? So
okay.
maybe value, especially and different.
I think we will see a Thor before we see a Widow.
I mean, I love Gator.
I'm not saying something.
I love Team Envy and their brains. I think they got some smart guys over there, and they can still win here for sure. They're still a good shot, but I don't know. I mean, like I've been watching so much EMEA, so much of NA. That I feel like
still
some of
time
the best
game.
teams that have a read on the meta
I think one of the things from this is going to be.
And on the opposite side of the pond, I think EMEA.
You guys have got to remember, by the way, this is the first like Rivals tournament. This is the first proper official tournament.
Put window over to that Venom. Maybe they're just going to set up dives with Speedily.
So it's kind of like it's also kind of proof of concept a little bit. So there's a lot more teams will want to get involved now because NetEase have backed it with like $3 million this year. A lot more sponsors and stuff are going to start backing it. So there'll be a lot more options available.
You saw there, he does have that dash for escape. A lot of the time you don't want to engage.
Yo, that is a crazy take from Envy though. What?
You want to take height like that and then drop so you can use your web to escape.
Bro, what crazy early take from Envy. Dude, Window is fucking going crazy on this Venom. What?
Oh yeah. I mean, lesson number one with me, I mean, don't overreact when it comes to things in terms of the ban phase, but you know what? Terra's back over to that Iron Fist now regardless, and you know, this dive is definitely working a little bit better. They needed the Captain America, they needed this Venom to set up Speedily, because that's their win condition, allowing Speedily to find these one-shots.
Dude, that is a crazy fast take. 5 minutes on the clock and they're already at the ramp.
In the streets phase for triple strategists in general, but we'll see how it goes, right? Maybe they can find those opening picks with Window and Speedily.
Yeah,
that is
they are
absurd.
heavily with an alt advantage here for Envy on this attack, so we got to see something happen quickly. But as I'm saying that, Vinny gonna find Kaluj off the rip and put
that's a big pick from Vinny.
Again, back in their favor. That, oh, sorry, yeah.
Dude, okay, I have no idea how Terra is making this fucking Iron Fist look good. But they are making this Iron Fist look legit in multiple games, and it's fucking crazy.
I'd be scared after these ult end.
Yeah, very close to ult here too.
If I'm Nero, I want to get a fuck off Ultron here.
To be looking forward and to see these fists of fury coming at you, Speedery on the off angle, trying to find a ladder.
It's so hard to help you out, like as the Ultron, if you get sent on by this Iron Fist.
Trying to get better at the game. You'll see these pros constantly dancing.
TTK gets that pick in Cal, and it looks like 100T have stabilized. And look at him. Can someone tell me how this is legal, by the way? Can someone tell me how that's legal? How is this guy able to fly? Can someone tell me how that's okay?
Yeah, you're right, Shiv. I mean, Iron Fist
Rivals,
so
anyone?
Flyers,
how is that okay?
Right, he sticks to you like Silly Putty. I don't even think Silly Putty sticks.
How is that fair?
Regardless, like glue almost, right? He just kind of flies towards you, stays on your butt the whole time.
He's a fucking ninja.
Maybe lose you to 1, 2, maybe 3 more fights.
How is he able to fly?
They're already going over to the Punisher and they're already going to the Psylocke. I think this is a better comp for the street phase of this map. Triple strategist doesn't really work.
Reps, he's cheating, he's flying.
But 100 Thieves are now stuck on Iron Fist. This is that deviation, and this is variation that Envy needs.
Yeah, that was a smart decision. You talked about counter swapping. This is a good example.
Nice pick.
Gonna find window early though, try to make that too, but there's a good escape there. Speedery doing a good job. Terra.
Okay, Kaluj finally gets rid of that fucking Iron Fist.
As well, just to, you know, there's no one really to take out of the sky. I'm assuming we might see that, especially.
They had 5 minutes on the clock though, and they have not moved this payload in nearly 2 minutes because of the crazy pressure that is coming out from this Iron Fist.
Gonna start making that play soon, Vinny. Gonna drive back. Remember that damage reduction. You'll see.
Right, here we go. This needs to be big from Cal. But look how quickly they back out. Spee needs to put this pressure on. This is so nicely played from 100T. They background that corner, they play the cover. As soon as they're visible, they pop that Loon Roll and stay up. And now, that Punisher does fuck all.
Gonna keep the pressure on height. Good positioning there. The tackle onto the back line. TTK.
Oh, what a zip line from Cal. Holy shit. That was a sick as fuck zip line to avoid that mag roll. That was crazy work.
good dive play there and well coordinated.
Yeah, apparently Iron Fist is Chuck fucking Norris.
Is coming, but Envy saved onto this invisible
dude, that was a really cool play from Cal.
Pretty well played from Envy. Here comes Terra with the ultimate just to stall it out, but they will be against a lot of.
There's one thing I'm really bad at with Punisher is using the zip lines.
Taking the height, Terra gonna keep punching for days.
I've got really good aim, so I feel like, you know, every other part I'm fine with, but man, I fuck up those zip lines so much.
Patience by the side of Envy to not feed that shield, and here comes the dance of the
oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, Delena just gets 3. Both supports are gone. Oh. Actually, not bad from Cal to get a Delena as well, but dude, Delena just went fucking mental on that Psylocke.
The Hunter Thieves are playing so well as well, so intelligent because they're switching to characters that take advantage of this phase of the map.
They had 5 minutes for this push, guys. 5 minutes.
Specifically on this phase of the map, but just against the competition.
Look at how well 100T stabilized.
In the Streets phase, when things are so long range.
Look at how well they stabilized.
He's dove on by Window. I think the dives are a little bit better from Envy. So as long as Window and
no, they do have ults. Cal and Spee need to go fucking crazy here. They don't have any supporters to back them up.
So we'll see how they react with Stratus Ultimates.
So they have to be really careful. Delena here could be massive. Because if Cal pops that Punisher ult, Delena could just go and try and burst because there's no healers sat behind him with an ult. Here he goes. Mag is stalling like a motherfucker. There goes the Lunar ult over the top. Oh, Cal's getting nothing, dude. They are playing this so well. Collusion Speedo. Okay. Okay. Okay, Spee's woken up. Oh, what? Look at this dodging from Spee. What is that fucking movement? Huge, huge play from Envy
I mean, they were just able to kind of continue
take
with
that point.
Cal's ultimate with the final judgment. Now we've run a third phase of the map, and I don't feel like Envy's chances are too bad here.
I guess you could say that Cal just baited out a lot of cooldowns and a lot of ults to allow Spee and Collusion to take over.
That tandem, allowing your Psylocke to pop off is huge. We've seen that a lot in this patch. You know, enabling your Psylocke player to go insane is massive, especially one as good as Speedily.
Could not agree more.
Oh, okay, they've got momentum right now. They're kind of getting staggered.
Multiple times now. Hunter Thieves maybe being a little too patient with these ultimates.
Delena getting a little bit cocky.
Is going to pop out month Window. There's a damage boost combination.
Oh, Window.
Goes down, and that was beautiful. You'll see there, using that Feast of the Abyss with the damage boost from Luna is enough to take out a backline. Beautiful play there, keeping the pressure.
That was really nice.
Envy is on their high horse, and they're just sprinting forward.
Okay, Envy have shown up. Okay, they've woken up a little bit. This is notoriously a really tough point to push, though. I feel like. I don't know if you guys feel that in your ranked games, but I always feel like this is a tough one to break.
I mean, that's just great in the neutral. This is what we've seen again from 100 Thieves, that they can just kind of find those picks before ults even come out. I mean, Cal's going to now have to walk back.
He's a controller player, remember? I don't know if you guys know that. TTK is a controller player, by the way.
That's a good pick here for the side of Envy. Another Meteor M, but this time for Collusion. Looking back. Oh, tries to find the dance floor. Unfortunately, does not. Terra back on that Iron Fist. Really liking the Fist today. Getting a ton of value out of these Vanguards. Just percent HP damage. Vinny finds Collusion. Cal now.
Yeah, here he goes.
This all. Do you see the judgment? Oh, and we see a counter all taking a ton of damage.
Oh, gets Delena as well.
Cal finds Delena. Nice shots there. Really good patience.
How is this Fist, like, just standing there and taking it? What is this fucking hero, dude? What is this hero? This is so dumb.
And now gonna find the back line, or excuse me, the dive here.
He's, I mean, yo, credit to Terra though. Terra's just made so much space, and he's allowed 100T to get back on. He just soaked an entire Punisher ult by outplaying on this Iron Fist. And now they can contest. They might even stall this. Oh, great from Window though. Holy shit. The Invis ult goes down to protect. Collusion has an Agamotto. Vinny does have an ult. He's already gone. He's already dead. Okay, Envy. Let's go. That's what we wanted to see. Give us a contest.
Caster was wrong.
Give us a contest.
Freak out in the ban phase, crash out. I mean, disgusting work from a professional caster. I'm gonna type up a 50-paragraph essay about how he's so wrong. But actually,
Dog's
that was
about to
really
get
wrong.
eaten alive in the
this
comments.
is kind of the counterpoint to what I was saying from Envy is that, you know, realistically, when you just come together, you play different heroes, right?
Okay,
you go on these hard dives. I think with your Psylocke, we've seen success in other regions with that, right? In previous games, we just seen that kind of come through with Window on the Venom instead of on other characters. I think this is a lot better, right? Captain America, maybe not his hero of choice. I know it's not even banned,
I like the cap, but Window on this Venom. Like, Window is making an absurd amount of space. 18-2, by the way.
Considering, I think, like we said before,
Venom is making crazy amount of
Window
space.
to this roster. He was also like that Magneto, Doctor Strange. He plays a lot of those same heroes as Kaluge, so he's had to pick up this brand new Vanguard role, sort of like that flex dive Vanguard
in 90 seconds,
and it's been difficult for him. So I think playing that Venom, getting that hard dive with Speedily to set him up has been huge. I think he is a huge reason why Envy's as good as they are. Yesterday,
What's this
Envy's
triple
match versus
Vanguard
Shroud X, he on the Venom as well was amazing. One of the best Venoms we've seen. Window had like 3 ultimates in one fight. So this man is amazing on that character. And I definitely shouldn't doubt Team Envy as they've made some changes. And that's
What's
huge
this triple
going
Vanguard?
forward.
Well, having your back too. I mean, you were mostly dogging on the composition, which was changed.
Not really sure what. Okay, is Delena just going to use it for the TP, then back up and swap?
With another composition.
Okay.
I do think that you're right. I do think this change was huge, and I do think that Window with the dive from Speedery is insane because when you pop up enemies with things like Venom, they're no longer able to juke like they want to. It's much more readable to track.
Okay, so they take the high ground. Look at where Window is, though.
And they do
oh my
up on
god!
almost every single pop-up, allowing Window to keep that damage up with
Venom
and just allow that right click to pop on everyone.
Got a bit of a weird standoff here in the corners.
He's also pretty solid. I mean, putting Vinny on that Captain America, Terra now on the Bucky, so they're going to be really targeting Window right now as he goes for these dives. He's going to have to be careful to make sure he gets full use out of HP and getting healed.
Venom can survive anything apparently.
Teleport play and then the return to base.
Nice pick off from Terra.
Finds Cal early, and that's a good start here for 100 Thieves who want to try to have as much time as possible.
Terra gets Window as well.
Goes down
this spam is crazy from Winter Soldier.
Holding on, treating yourself like a tank and beating up the
oh, dude, Terra just looks insane right now, right? Dude, this player is like, this player is a fucking monster.
For a second, you'll wait until your team has a chance at rezzing, until you need to portal, and then you'll come into Lena. Gotta find Speeder.
Like, if I ever opened up a rank game and I'm facing Terra, I'm just GGing out. I'm not even gonna play it.
It doesn't find anyone. It might have been through the portal, I believe, which is not a horrible idea.
Ooh, Dunk hits the shield, doesn't quite get that.
So it was tricky for them as I didn't see anyone get affected there. Terra gonna keep the pressure on, but already at, are you kidding me?
Speedery though gets Terra, that's big.
But he went down. I mean, he just got melted even through Shredder's ultimate.
There's Harvey. Ooh, big Agamotto.
It catches out the backline, but the bubble. Vinny trades back month.
Huge bubble.
And here comes the meteor, but waiting that shield out. Oh, good
tries to get like around the shield, but Delena is going nuts on this Psylocke. Oh my god, this Psylocke just like dancing around that fight.
This is the reason why we talk about Captain America.
This hero is
being so crucial
crazy.
For Psylocke. In this patch, it's been very important on Psylocke to have somebody to go with, right? You could play counter dive as much as you want.
Yeah, that's the Psy-Cap combo we were talking about before, Adrian, for sure.
Some of those characters, it didn't really help Delena out. He needs somebody to dive with. He needs to kind of go aggressive to find this backline of.
It's why it's so oppressive. Like,
because you've targeted
you
that
just
that is no longer available.
Can you imagine trying to survive that as a support? It's so difficult. The burst damage, the cap running at you. If they're coordinated, it's almost impossible. We saw BBP do this earlier in the EMEA series, and they just rolled with it. Oh, that was close from Window though.
From the side of TTK to keep the team healthy. Got to retreat now, but Terra finds one, and down goes Cal. Terra finding a ton of picks.
Dude, that's so ballsy. What? He just goes for it like that?
From the side of Magneto, Kaluge trying to turn this back. The meteor from downtown does not find value.
That felt close.
There, as Vinny keeps the pressure on the front line again, using that Cap's freedom charge to keep the team healthy as they walk forward. And the point already very close to point 2.
Harvey keeps them up.
Ultimate enemy's getting deleted, and Nero comes back through. Does
He's got another ult.
This is going to be a dance of the butterflies. There's going to be nothing to counter it, and also TTK coming through.
Finds him.
That is a good pick.
How many dunks? Like, how many dunks?
We do see the dance floor. Who gets the more value? TTK out of
This looks real good for 100T. They're fucking steamrolling this with Delena on the side lock. Absolutely rolling it, dude.
He falls down. He goes again.
Delena is locked the fuck in.
Popping off in this series.
Utterly
I think unfortunately
locked.
for Window, I mean, I think Captain America's better, okay? He's going to switch on over. It's just because, unfortunately, Captain America can stay in these fights longer, right? Venom relying those cooldowns is a bit more easy
Who's a go-to side-up player? In America or in EMEA, Adrian?
No charge, right? The shield doesn't do that as well. So I think the switch to Captain America is good. I wonder his comfortability levels on this hero. I know he's probably pretty solid at it, but he's definitely a lot better on the Venom, and that's why he was liking that character. It can work, but right now we can see why Captain America, I think, is so strong. Even
I
if
would say
the player is not as strong as the other one.
Yeah, I think
Pokey from BBP, from Berber Patapim, who are the winners of the EMEA region earlier on. It says PKY, but it's Pokey. They are monstrous, and I mean just, it was permabanned in the finals because he's just, and Polly as well. Polly from Berber Patapim is also an incredible cap. So they showed us the cap Psylocke combo like to unreal effect. PPP. So that's definitely a great duo to watch. I'll have a bunch of videos from Dodo Patapim on my YouTube over the next few days because they've had some mega series.
Not good enough for your team, but Cal definitely is and can be that star player to match Terra on the other side.
And Speedery finds Delena. That's a good pick here again for the side of Envy. Up and there goes that Goddess of Death. Raining, but not enough. Stay inside that Dagger Storm. Keep yourself healthy. If
they've got a lot of time here, 100T.
Inside of it, it will give your cloak the alt charge like no one's business. And here we go.
Yeah, there goes the cloak up. TTK gets another pick on Cal.
Off the rip. Vinny gonna keep that pressure. Using a second ultimate here to keep moving forward. The Freedom Charge, not 100% sure if necessary, but
little whiffy, but it was okay. Using that mag ult to soak. Ooh, Speed's in trouble. Finally goes down. Oh my god. Dude, Delena is absolutely cleaning house on this Psylocke, man. It's just absolutely cleaning house.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not even close.
They have no ults, right? Out of ultimates, Vinny's gonna have to build this Freedom Charge. If he doesn't,
I mean, it's all about time here, guys, right? Because, you know, if they hit 3-3, it's all about the time.
Could save his entire team, so watch for that.
Great cam from TTK. Completely black, love that.
Potentially saved by his Loki. Everybody's healed each other.
Nice grouping to save from that from Speed. Oh, goes for that Loki kill, but great bubble. Great fucking bubble to save Loki. Okay, a couple of picks from Envy. This looks good for them. Yeah, this is really big. Cal gets mega picks, so this is a reset angle for sure.
These picks are nasty. Cal again, Window on Terra, and they are cleaning house right now, up in all charge and very close. They're gonna have to build quickly.
Oh, that's a good stagger as well. That's a good stagger on TTK.
Yeah, staggers coming out. Delena, though, found Window was a little bit too much of a stagger there, but regardless, I think what happened was Harvey used
1 minute,
his
10 on the clock. This is so doable for Envy, by the way. This is so doable as a whole for Envy. Only a minute left on the clock.
It wasn't enough. Too much pressure came through from the Dance of the Butterflies. Well timed from Speedily. Good read from them to go super hyper aggressive with that Dance of the Butterflies. Now we have ults now up again for both
Let me know if the volume's okay, by the way. Should you need me to turn him up or turn him down? Let me know.
They need with those staggers just to try to even things out with the 100 Thieves in this next fight. We are going to have almost 6.
Obviously, I want you to be able to hear me over the casters.
Now for Envy, almost doing the same. So well played as Cal.
Yeah, there goes Harvey again. They're going to dog walk it in, but Cal is finding these picks on his Hella. Oh, nice. TTK finds Speed again. There's the second one.
Was the thought, but very quick, very difficult. SJP up with the bubble, not able to land that meteor. I believe it was Pop Kaluge still holding on to
was
the
it
right
popped?
now. And the Eternal Bonds out. We're seeing Q's pop from
there's the wet noodles. Wait for it all to be out. Oh. Crazy from Delena. The speed of these combos is wild.
huge numbers heavily here in the favor of 100 Thieves.
This looks really good for 100T. Guys, if they take this game, remember, that's it. If they take this MVR out and 100T go to the finals.
But there's going to be nothing here. Do they play in that dagger storm? Do they play in the green?
So they need this 3 points if they want to move forward, or at least attempt overtime.
Next fight wins. All about these successful ults. Now Terra has
this all comes down to the ultimate. Spee, Terra. Here goes Spee. Gets nothing from it. And there goes Terra. Someone take out Cal. Vinny jumps on Cal and immediately gets taken out. Oh, this looks so good for 100T. Terra. Sorry, Terra, the DPS player, just went fucking bananas on Strange.
That was so intense back and forth. Envy gonna be tied up.
We are in overtime. We are in overtime.
That was almost so good from Cal. I mean, he found those picks somehow.
Yeah, Cal kept him in that for sure on this Hella.
So almost well done there by Cal, and I think he's also beating Terra in that duel right now. Terra, I think on Hella has been something of an evolution for him to play onto that Hella role, considering that was usually Delena. But Terra, definitely a great hit scan player in his own right.
I mean, do they look to do a res comp here maybe, just to try and like hold and like overwhelm with numbers?
But for the side of Team Envy, you know, speedily Dance of the Butterflies, he kind of had to do it, got poked out early, was also the kind of in charge of touching the objective. So a little bit of, I don't know, miscommunication. So
it looks like they're gonna
priority of objectives. They needed to force out those greens early.
I mean, it looks like 100T gonna stay samey. And Envy are gonna try a triple strat with Nero on this Ultron.
This is the strength of it here.
I think this can work because I don't think Terra's gonna have enough time to go back and switch onto Iron Fist to make this not work.
There's also not a lot of cover on attack
because it's only a minute on the clock.
Take advantage of the healing provided from your team. Also, the
no, VP lost in a crazy lower bracket final in earlier today. It was fucking mental.
For them, countered it before.
Well worth a watch.
I'm with you. I do think the follow-up there by Nero on the Ultron is huge.
It was.
Window, you pop them up. You have speedy dealing damage, and then Ultron just needs to land a single.
Yeah, it was probably one of the best
shot,
series that I've watched. It was fucking mental.
So really cool composition, unique for sure. Stuff like this, I love seeing changes up.
Which is a massive shock to everyone.
New ways to play together is awesome. Delena just playing the chase game though. You gotta run, bud, and he does escape.
Let me tell you something, Adrian. Sparker played fucking lights out. And I mean, the only reason that they got that far was because of Sparker, who is also a great Psylocke player to watch. But it's a massive upset. The fact that VP have not made it to China is a massive upset. For those of you who don't know, Virtus Pro in the EMEA region was undefeated 23-0 before the start of this tournament. So and were widely considered to just fucking cakewalk this tournament. But a couple of other teams stepped up massively and took them out. So it's been a wild ride, let me tell you. It's been a wild ride. Oh my god, that's huge though. Oh, 100T. Terra goes fucking bananas. Oh, Terra. Oh my god. Uh-oh.
What an unbelievable end to that match.
Uh-oh. Hi, Ghost.
Envy, they tried to do with Ultron's rage. Maybe felt enough confidence.
Oh, I'll be here for a while.
But we know
I'll be here for a while.
So many people talk about how Ultron's
We've still got best of 7 to watch after this.
It's difficult for that ultimate,
dude, Terra just went fucking nuclear. What?
There's so many of these
this could be a draw.
Really good at keeping their team alive. Unfortunately,
like for real.
Far too much damage coming through
we might have to restart if this goes to a draw, by the way.
Tandem between these two is the reason why 100 Thieves are so good. Delena and Terra.
If this goes, yeah, if this just goes full hold into a draw, I think it restarts and we do another map.
Envy. Now, what do? Shib? Over to defense. Is it the same thing, or do you have to mix it up? I mean, they could rely on Cal on the Hella like they did before. Window onto the Venom. I like it, but unfortunately, I think the Captain America is a bit more team-oriented right now.
Yeah, good call.
Honestly, immediately that.
Yeah, no, that was genius. I mean, you saw that switch. It literally,
I mean,
Caster Goat,
for Envy,
that was a great call. It does give them more sustain there, and that's definitely what they're looking for.
Oh, I don't know, man.
I mean, Momentum seems to be shifted, but I'm curious what you're thinking. I don't know.
This is all on
what
100
needs
T.
to be done. It's all about these neutrals. Cal is finding a lot
This is
of
all on
hits
100
early.
T.
You see, look at these, final hits.
Envy, the best case scenario here is draw.
Envy. They look so clean across the board. Everyone doing their part, and it's just
Envy can't win now. They can only draw because they didn't get a single tick.
Goes to show you how Terra and Delena are playing right now.
So they need to full hold right now.
Close behind, but this is a momentum issue, and will they? Ooh, a portal counterplay potentially. They're not going to do it. Instead, they're going to try to kidnap.
Oh yeah, if you're playing with Sparkle Adrian, you fucking let him do whatever he wants.
And
that
also,
guy's a
by
monster.
the way, not to jinx it, but he's just scouting, I guess, for a little bit. We definitely saw in Asia a draw, right? So anything's possible. A draw can still happen.
We saw apparently in Asia we saw an 8-game grand final because of a draw. It went all the way, and it went 8 games because they had to redo a game because of a draw.
Oh no! Speedery with a pick early.
Speed gets Harvey.
Huge for Envy, and that's what I'm talking about. That needs to happen here.
They've got a delay. They've got a delay.
If they want to reset completely, so that might come through as they're going to
20 seconds, guys. This could be a draw, man. There's a lot of possibilities that this is a fucking draw.
15 on now. You've got a touch in 12. And
Let's show us something, Envy.
Now going to retake the space. Good drop back.
You either draw or you lose it right here.
Especially in a one-fight situation. 6 seconds. They've got a
look at Window. Look, Window and Speed. Window and Speed get Harvey. Oh, Window and Speed get Harvey. But this Cloakle is going to make it so tough to get onto this point. There's the invis to get him on. Here we go. Oh, they nearly got that tick. Nero kills Vinny. Oh, God. Oh, Speed gets TTK. Oh, we're going for a draw. Oh, no fucking shot. There's the TP. Harvey gets on, but I don't know if it's enough. Oh, my God, we got a draw. Shut the fuck up. We're going for another game. That's a draw.
First tie I've seen in North America. First tie on this side of the pond for sure. It's amazing that we get a tie after all.
I've not seen a draw yet at all
for both teams, but that means we go to another map. That means we're going to domination next. Draw, baby. I mean, nobody likes to see that. It's shit. After such a hard-fought battle, but also for us, I think, as fans to watch.
Okay.
I mean, what a back and forth. I think the
so
idea, those dives coming through.
Basically,
Window, I mean,
that means that map is like null and void.
In other regions,
it might as well have never happened.
Is not just the
so it stays 2-0, and we just go to a 4th game. So we move to a domination map, and we just basically pretend like that didn't happen.
I'm not going to say they
that did not happen at any point in any other series, so that is fucking wild.
Very quickly this time,
because
right now they're doing good. I think just making those swaps,
held
right?
That
so
shit.
I like the idea out of the side of 100 Thieves, the group swap, the fact they don't play that Wolverine. I think all of those things could enable you a little bit better, but unfortunately Harvey just got dove on too quickly, and I don't know if that's what they do to ping or something like that too, because I know
using the portal to scout. We see it quite often.
UK, I believe. Oh no, he's at the boot camp. I forgot today, so never mind. Ping is
just
not an excuse for
because
Harvey,
they're by the spawn.
Out for my boy, but unfortunately he was the target every time of these dives.
If they scout out a certain comp, then they can change it in spawn because you only get one push in that overtime, you know.
A few of those things can
you gotta make it count.
But that dive from Speedily and Window is so hard to react to for sure.
I don't like low energy.
Harvey's an absolute
what, me low energy?
Honestly, I feel like it's likely out of practice just because Loki's banned so frequently. I doubt he's been practicing a lot. Like a lot of these teams.
Oh, I'll try and. Sorry.
Maybe a little bit of mag, simply because there's. Just
I mean, don't get me wrong. I am very tired.
Because they're going to be banned out.
I would try and.
So I know Harvey's been finding a ton of success with a bunch of different stuff, but now having to force to run that Loki maybe just isn't working as well for them right now. A ton of damage still though, but yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I think they did a great job.
No, he's also looking out for a counter TP as well. Yeah, so if they decide to TP on, he can
switching to what was going to work for them, and this is what they found success with yesterday.
Put the portal in front of the other one,
working, and then don't worry until it stops working again, and then switch again.
Basically.
Yeah, we heard when Ryan Amazing was in the comm. I know I referenced that one a lot, but it feels like, you know,
sorry guys, I didn't realize I was being that low energy, but I will
even if you haven't practiced them much. I mean, we saw Cal in his interview talking about how he didn't play Magneto before that match, and you know, sometimes you just have to make those things on the fly. You have to do it because whether the circumstance calls for it, right? And that's what we're seeing in this game right now is the ability to just switch is so crucial. Taking a look back at the stats, I mean, Harvey, Nero, what a battle it's been between two top-tier strategist players. Nero's sort of getting the better of it, and I think this is honestly a true fact, is that I think Envy's backline is so good in Team Envy. We know how good Nero is.
Yeah, Harvey, I mean, Harvey's been doing a really good job of staying alive.
Like for Envy right now, the backline is playing so strong against the dive from Delena and
yeah, this cap Psylocke is a
right now we'll see how 100 Thieves react in the future maps, especially on domination. It does not get easier. That's why listen, Chib, I used to play strategist professionally for like 6 years.
Can't
I would
expect
never
high
want to play
energy.
strategist in this game. Okay, I'll be
Let
honest
me
with you.
let
My
me
kid
just
is-
also
that's the
say
reason
this,
I switched
guys. I
full-time
am
to
trying to be a
Hella
little bit
Psylocke,
aware of my
whatever.
neighbors,
Team 1 above all on those heroes, I don't
so
know about
I don't want to
strategists
like
because, like,
mass
those
like
guys are
super
really
yell
elite.
because
Like,
my
it is
window. I
the
have to
most
keep my
hard
window
job in
open
the
as well
game
right now.
In terms of, I mean, you could say mechanically maybe not as much, but in terms
So I
of
have my
what
air
you're asked to
conditioning
do,
on, so
saving your team, healing your team up at all times, not dying to dives.
I am also trying to be a little
Very
conscientious.
difficult, and I don't think anybody, at least at a casual level, understands how difficult it is to play strategist in the pro scene.
Yeah, there's so much pressure on strategists. It's such an underappreciated role too.
Oh,
shout
sorry,
out to
you
all
meant the
strategists. I
color.
gotta show you love. I mean,
Oh,
you know,
my bad.
people will give you crap about dive. Say dive maybe isn't
Sorry.
as good, but in a team situation like this with a practice team,
That was
dive is
definitely my brain
incredibly
going to
strong.
worst
It
case
is
scenario
something you need to
immediately.
keep in mind. So as a
That makes
strategist, not
sense.
only do you have to burn
My
all your
bad.
cooldowns, but you have to know that right as soon as your cooldowns
Nick
are burned,
brain.
somebody's coming for you. So you got to dance, you got to do the strat dance, you got to heal each other, you got to be ready to press that Q button. But if you use it selfishly to keep yourself up, that's already negative value. There's just so much pressure on the back line. And I do think you're right. Month and Nero have looked so good.
So, I mean,
and just
what
think it's a lot
do-
of it
I mean, the
is because
question
they're playing a
is-
little more aggressive strategists that, you know, they're not afraid
I
to
mean,
go
we're
for
going
that
to
ultra, which, you know, it
domination.
has success on certain
What
points.
was
They
the-
did
was
switch
the first
off
map
there,
Hell's
obviously.
Heaven?
Only able to use it on the first point, which I think makes sense on that map. But
What was the
they're
first
just doing a great
domination
job. I
map
think
we played?
Luna is another
No,
one of
it's
those
Hold of
strats
Jalia,
that
right?
has the ability to freeze and deal a ton of damage, so it's more risky to
So
dive
we're
Luna.
probably going to Hell's Heaven or
Absolutely. I mean, there's so
Krakoa.
many things. There's so many variables for sure, including that, like you mentioned. So it's hard to play this game at a high level, at the pro level, and I don't envy
Do you know what I
the-
would
the-
like
the-
to
the
see?
job
I
that
don't
is
know if
all the
these
pro
two
players
teams
having to
run
switch
it, but this
competitions
is
so
something we saw
frequently
be
as well,
mega
and,
successful
get good at
in
certain heroes.
EMEA.
Considering, I feel like in
I would
hero
like to
shooters,
see a
it's
Hulk
difficult
Namor.
to get better.
Oh, we already
at
done
the
Hell's
top
Heaven.
level of the game at multiple heroes. So we'll see what happens now moving forward, as that was
yeah.
our first draw in North America.
Okay, so Krakoa
Map
or
number
Hall of
4 coming
Jalia.
up in just a second. Chip after
I
the
want to
short
see
break.
a Hulk. I want to see a Hulk Namor. We've seen it be so good. We saw Enzo be fucking crazy on it. Some of the exiles that this guy was hitting were just like game winning. It was absurd. I'm gonna run another 60-second ad, guys, as per in between the games. I hope that's okay with you all. I'm saving my bits for sub gifts. Do you mean channel points, Ghost? Bits and channel points are a little different. I said my 100 T loves Hall of Jalia. Yeah. We have seen quite a lot of Krakoa though. And I think Krakoa could be super interesting because it is a much more open map. So it's a very good map for things like Cap Psylocke, you know? Wait, you guys not had ads this entire time? Hang on. Have I not been running ads this entire time? Is my Stream Deck button not working? Oh, that's so embarrassing. Oh my god, chat. I've not been running ads this entire time. It's a fucking timer. Why is that a timer and not my ad button? What? Oh, I'm a knobhead. Okay, now I'm gonna run ads. That's so upsetting for me. Not that I like, you know, not that I make a lot of money from ads, right? But I have had some really big raids over the last couple of days. So that would explain a lot. I also don't like people getting pre-rolls. I would rather people and not have any pre-rolls. And that means that people be getting ads in the middle of the game because it's supposed to... Oh, I have...
Welcome back. The first tie in America's region. You said there was another one earlier. That's crazy, but hey, they're pushed to another game. 100 Thieves are not gonna get
I'm a
the
fucking
dub
idiot
yet.
sometimes. I really am.
Yeah, I feel like I've been losing my mind the further the day goes on. I mean, yeah, like you said, in Asia, tie over there. I mean, Ship, how do we cope with what the hell's going on?
That's the whole reason that I've been trying to do it, Adrian. And now I feel fucking awful because I don't know if people have been getting like the Twitch ads mid game. The reason I'm running it, that I'm trying to run it now, is so that no one gets any ads during the game, so everyone can watch it in peace. Because I also fucking hate it.
They can get the job done there. You look at their stat line.
Like I was watching Flats the other day randomly when I was not covering the America ones, and it was like end game, and suddenly 3 minutes of ads pop up at the end game, and I was like, this is fucking bullshit. And I fucking hated it. So I was like, I want to make sure that that doesn't happen. And this entire time I've been pressing the wrong buttons.
Especially, honestly, that entire map, just not on defense as much.
Oh yeah.
Why have you even got timers on there? That doesn't even do anything for me. I'm gonna delete them right now.
Either of these teams wanting first place, they've already qualified for China, but at this point it doesn't matter, right? They're focusing on the main objective, and that's winning. So we'll see what the adaptations are on the next map. I don't mind the Wolverine ban and stuff like that. You know, I don't mind some of those changes.
Oh wow.
I don't think they're gonna change away from the ban system, honestly, at this point. I mean, they're just so used to it at just going after the same bans, which is totally fine. I think, you know, while I think I do agree with the you know, game can be won or lost as the ban phase. You know, to push back on it a little bit, you still have to play the game well. You still have so many characters to make adaptations with, right? Even if it's suboptimal, you know, like we saw with Terra onto Iron Fist, you know, I'm sure he'd rather play something like the Wolverine against that, but, you know, sometimes you have to make those sacrifices to play a character that's maybe suboptimal.
Yeah, I mean, because it counters something, right? It has value into something that you maybe struggle with, and we saw them make it. You know, we saw Terra making a big problem there for Nero up in the sky, just not able to get a ton of value with Ultron. Immediately had to switch off, and then Terra then did the same once that wasn't finding value anymore. These teams are now starting to learn what's working against certain heroes that they're struggling with, and they're able to shut that right down before they get destroyed by it.
Yeah, for sure, and. You know, just to ease it up a little bit, you know, the air's a little tight, you know, as this match goes on because it's so intense, right? I mean, I can see your bow tie. Hopefully you don't choke yourself out there, Shiv. I know is it clip on or is it
affiliate?
You've already been choking this whole time.
We can pretend it's not a clip on, but
okay,
Nicholas,
yeah, I was like, if you choke out right now, you look a lot like Shroud X, so I don't really want that to happen.
I don't know if you guys have this with your family.
Those guys are for Shroud X. Sorry, that was a bit mean.
My mother calls me Nicholas if I'm in trouble. Nick normally, Nikki if she's been nice, but Nicholas if I'm in trouble. And I got called that a lot growing up because I was a little shithead. So it just became the thing, like when I'm disappointed in myself, or when I've done something stupid, and now it's now so deeply ingrained in my childhood that now I just call myself it instead, and it's almost like the disappointment is there with me, you know?
What that is, right? I know that it's awkward to bring this up, but what's up?
No. So what's the statement about it? I know what it is. You're saying like
it's these Zoomers, bro. It's these like modern day esport players, dude. They're just doing these crazy things. Like it's not even that interesting. It's just literally like in their camera.
Yeah,
like,
I'm very close to my family
or something. And Jerky, for example, in the NBA, will go like. You know, like
I was definitely a dick out of a child, so I deserve most of it.
There's this guy called Dr. Mew that like he chews bubblegum and does like you have to put your tongue at the top
what
of your
are these guys
thing or whatever.
Right
I don't know. I'm too old for this stuff, but like regardless, you're doing it, kinda. You're doing it, yeah.
I don't want to do it. I'm gonna get clipped.
Yeah, you're the TikTok guy over here, Shib. You gotta embrace the cringe, buddy. I'm sorry to say, it's important.
Yeah, we're streamers, man. You know we do. But honestly, that's so funny. I would love to see more of that in NA. Stuff like that after big plays would be so funny. I mean, we saw a little bit yesterday. Shroud X, like when big plays happened, they would be leaning back in their chair and shit. That was
my family.
So funny, but
Dogman and stuff. Yeah.
I'm one of 6 kids.
He was freaking out.
5 boys, 1 girl.
They almost did it. They almost beat Envy, bro. That was so close.
And we've been through a lot.
Close, but looking
and I think not to get like super deep as we're about to get in the game, but I will just very quickly say this.
Didn't even count.
I have a lot of friends and a lot of people I've known throughout my life who don't get to have that relationship with their family and with their siblings, you know, and often are estranged. So I value the fact that we're very close and we talk a lot. We meet up. We spend a lot of time together. I value that very highly. So I'm very lucky.
That'd be crazy. Imagine it's like you draw on a map and you just lost on the previous one. You're like, oh yeah, by the way, now the winning team.
Yeah.
Flip a coin. Hey, maybe. Roll a dice, D1000.
Okay.
You know, who wins? Thieves
Emma
have 100,
Bands?
but not 1,000, I think. That's
it's a little bit, man.
Yeah.
That's
We're going to Central Park. Okay, so that's why the Johnny band.
I mean, they did this before. It feels like they're doing the same thing.
Oh, so we're not playing domination because we're replaying round 3.
I think it's going to be consistent for Hunter Thieves.
My bad. I misinterpreted that.
There's no real crazy strategy change they need. I do think. They were,
Max saved both sides.
That's just how it always is. It's all about that.
My sister's the youngest as well, Adrian, by the way.
You don't have to. You know what?
But she's definitely the boss.
You don't have to make a crazy move, but how would you feel about
you're one of 6 as well?
I feel like Storm is the
3 boys, 3 girls. Where do you fall down in the hierarchy?
But I still feel like, I mean, they figured out the solution to flyers, no? Like they put Terra on Iron Fist. They go over to that dive comp with the Psylocke. That could be good.
Yeah, I'm with you. I do think
that's
not a horrible idea, right? It's changing pace a little bit. The question is, it's like, I say this a lot, is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They haven't lost yet, right? So it's like, do we need it yet? But
here's
I do
the
think
thing.
if something does change,
I will talk about the draft in a second.
We got to eliminate that. Let's get in their heads a little bit.
I say this all the time. Blood is not an excuse to treat your siblings or your family however the fuck you want and get away with it. I think a lot of people use the family excuse too much to excuse their behavior.
I mean, when you do a different ban, that can for sure mess up. Like maybe that's why Envy keeps doing the same bans every time, right? Because
so mag saves, Speedery gets the Storm taken out away from them. The Wolvie ban makes sense, especially on Central Park. We've seen Wolverine dominate on this a lot. Still don't like this Punisher ban. I'll be honest. Still don't like this Punisher ban.
Same stuff every time because that helps you play better, right? Consistency is key.
I do like the group ban though from Envy.
Environment. And,
I think Groot is really solid for holding this first point.
When we had these global bans, we saw a lot of mirror compositions, right? Because if you just play the same thing over and over again, composition-wise, you get better and better and better at that composition.
I'm 4th one down, so we're very close.
It's just so hard to play and master, especially at a macro level when the sky is limitless, right? So that's why I think the parity has been so big this season as well, is because there's so many different sort of play styles we need to adapt to. So many heroes
the bans aren't shared between the 2 teams. You ban for the other team and you save for yourself.
Too much because
you get 4 bans, 2 saves.
Stuff over and over again. You get to kind of figure things out a little bit easier, maybe.
Okay, map for what?
And you kind of touch on it, but it also speaks to the validity of all these different
I'm gonna guess we're gonna get Psylocks on both sides because I also think this is a bit of a Psylocke playground, isn't it?
Willing to change it up and make unique plays.
But we have seen quite a few BPs on this map, to be fair.
Region seeing even more crazy things. So
if it helps, Gum, I don't speak to any of my extended family.
I want to see some stuff that
it's just my mum and my siblings. All of my extended family are dickheads, so we don't speak to any of them.
No real healing comps that they just play.
And my dad is not in the picture either, so
not worrying about sustained fights and try to get picks every
I'm a big believer in you make your own family, you know.
See how it plays against more traditional
One of the wonderful things about being an adult is you can choose your family if your actual family are dickheads. But anyway, let's lock in.
We saw some Groot over here. I think we see a lot more Groot against non-Wolverine compositions. So I think there
Terra's
are
looking for that.
stylistic differences that really is going to matter at the international
I do
level
like
when we do
Vinny
get that
on
random
this
event,
thing. I think Thing can also be super solid.
Okay, and we are going to start these fights now. Terra going to be back
on this first point. Just this fucking meat shield.
Very consistently, we will have Speedery on that Logan, who is very
this
strong.
Wolverine though.
Oh,
what a hook!
Immediately by Terra. Do I see a pick? No,
this Wolverine though from Speed could be the massive difference maker. I'm guessing that's why we're seeing the thing, right?
When you're playing Loki, and be ready to pop that ability because it's essentially a reset button. Great pull, but it was negated instantaneously. Well done. As we will see a forced reset here. Both teams going to drop.
Terra's already got ult, which is fucking crazy.
Keeping Cal back, who is going to stay on that Hela, and here goes the copy. Out we go now.
Oh, they're holding them in this back corridor. You do not want to be in this back corridor against the Wolverine.
The pressure is now on point. Teams are going to walk out.
SJP using that ult to bring them back out. Oh, what a hook. Oh, here we go. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, Terra's going crazy.
Oh, my goodness. Make it 4.
Oh, he's not going to get any more resets, but fucking hell.
They're going to hold up what should have happened there, which I think Terra maybe is going to give his team a little bit of information about as they wanted that
boy.
for the reset by a little
If Terra's feeling himself like this is not a good sign for Envy.
I'm a little worried right now for Team Envy. I mean, they're going on to this competition to play around this Punisher Super.
Delena, Harvey, PTK, all with ults on 100T.
But I feel like,
this could be huge though. Kaluj has the Agamotto.
Maybe through these hard dives, maybe through window on Captain America. I would like to see that again. They found some success earlier.
Delena is like completely uncontested on this high ground.
Break through this point, and they don't really have a lot of dive comp to do it.
And up we go.
Nice shield.
Value, good idea there. Speeder down to Delena though, and that's going to be back in Envy's favor. Now taking the space. Here goes Vinny.
Kaluj just gets caught out.
A little bit of a controversial topic between casters and just curiosity about the value.
That's not going to work. Does makes a lot of room though. Allows Cal to kill Vinny. So they are going to get 2 of these points. I think they're going to full cap. This is really nice. Oh wait, here comes the contest. Wow, they full cap. That's actually really nice from Envy. And here come the swaps. Vinny goes onto that cap now, changes off that thing. So we're going to get the double dive here from Delena and Vinny.
Considering they don't play that Luna Snow on 100 Thieves side. So getting that Snowflake allows Speedily to just kind of go
that pick on Delena is going to be nice.
With Delena and Delena not expecting that. That's what we're talking about, right? You need these sideline players to pop off for you.
I think we're pretty confident 100T is going to take this.
I think that character has been crucial on the opposite side for 100 Thieves. I think Terra as well with his ultimate. But here comes
exactly,
final judgment immediately by Cal.
Cal going to press forward and is going to try and value. Does pull out a bunch of abilities, but no ults in return. Cal still finding Vinny.
Cal does get Vinny.
That was at the very last millisecond of that ability. Good shots there by
Cal. How do you get that one, honestly? It's a good angle for Delena.
That's what you want to do as a duelist. Does land there with
no resets for Terra.
So Terra not going to be able to reset. Agamotto has potential.
Kind of a big whiff on that Agamotto.
Which then get turned right back again up with immediate
he doesn't know where to go. Big shield. This is going to be really hard for TTK to get off a good Magneto ult, to be honest. Oh, Delena on the backside. Oh, what a fucking timing for that Psylocke ult.
Wow, as a team,
what a timing.
That damage there. They coordinate. They see that little burst damage coming from Delena, and they clean up the rest. The whole team gonna fall down, and it is.
This is what I feel like is all about, because I don't know if you guys. I'm a Psylocke player as my DPS, and playing into a Loki is so fucking difficult as a Psylocke because it changes the way you have to play. And playing around these ult cooldowns is so smart, and the way Delena is doing it is so good. Like so happy. Oh my god, what is that hook?
And here goes the punch from Terra.
So happy to just like wait out these lamps and portals and find the perfect timing. Here you go, Spee goes a little bit too far as everybody pushes forward off the back of Harvey's cloak and dagger ult. So Spee not finding the same value. Watch out for Terra. Somehow has got a third ultimate already. No idea how they've managed that.
Going over towards those walls, playing around those when you know there is eyes on you. Do not have to burn down cooldown.
Oh, he saw the low. Oh, he gets Cal. He saw that low. You saw it in his eyes, right? Oh, Spee. Oh, Spee. Oh, he really wanted it.
Not able to land those shots, but what a chance at it. That would have been crazy. Terra gonna drop back with the
what we're seeing a lot of from these Winter Soldiers is this spam that you can do is just so crazy. Like, the cooldown on that E is absurd, by the way, because he could just like constant spam these 3 bullets, which do massive damage, and just throw this E out, which slows, brings down flyers, and resets his ammo on like a fucking 4-second cooldown or some bullshit. It's so strong. Oh, they're just gonna burn that Hela immediately. Okay, or he's gonna throw that in the face for some reason. And Delena again getting such a good angle. Oh, goes down though. Cal with the res. This is big. Wait, this is big. Terra gets Cal though. Can they burst him through?
When you're down in numbers,
still a really good backing. 30 seconds here for Envy.
Puts out more damage.
And I think a big change from 100 Thieves is small. Well, it's a
Nero
small
and
change, but an
Speed with the
important
ults. They're
one,
going to
is
have to
what you
pop
talked
him
about
here.
last map, Chip.
This is the
SJP's
last
over
fight.
Loki, Harvey's over that cloak and dagger. I think a little bit more comfortability for Harvey on that cloak. And SJP has been doing so good on this Loki.
Speed needs to go big. There's no support ult, but SJP is very close now on this Loki. They may have missed their timing window.
Ready for action. There is going to be SJP and Terra to try to match that here.
Oh, Kalush just gets railed.
In this upcoming fight, Delena.
Terra wants it.
In the sky, will it land, crack, and impact?
Ooh, huge from window. That's a massive slam from window. That could be exactly what they need. Here goes Speed. The lamps are burnt. One's still up though.
Numbers up are even actually for both sides. We are seeing Q's prop for days. It's an OT now. You got to stay on point, and we will see who comes out on top.
Month is about to get the ult though. Here we go. Month pops it.
Well, after
But look at Delena, TTK, Vinny, all really close. Harvey really close as well for 100T. This is going to be a really nice hold for them. They need to make something work right now. Vinny gets Cal. That's big. Oh, 100T are going to full hold this, guys. 100T have way more to work with right now. I think 100T are holding this. Terra on this BP. Window gets Delena as well. That is big for Envy. That could be the pick that they need. But Vinny is just in their face, bashing them with this cap. Oh, they get Month. Oh, they get the supports. Oh, Terra. But Speed, Window are holding this down. Kalush as well gets TTK. Oh, Delena gets Speed. This is anyone's fight still. Vinny is holding this down. Oh my god, they do cap it though. Holy shit. In all of that madness, they cap it.
This man, we've seen him previously pop off on Venom, also on that Magneto. These are his two best characters for sure.
They get a bit of fresh air here.
The reason why Envy's going to win if they cap out on this map, but they are against the 100 Thieves who are doing a good job setting up everybody else. You saw that dive with Vinny. You saw with Delena. If Window can keep anchoring and
I don't know how they capped it in the middle of all of that
he's in
mess.
a good spot as well on that Magneto, considering he's doing so much for his team right now.
You see Nero's positioning here. Great line of sight to be ready for the dive.
Terra goes in.
Back towards Crystals, but as I'm saying that, the dive is different.
Oh, Nero just clapped him. Dude, Nero on this Luna is like the anti-dive. How many times have we seen that this series? These freezes, these claps. Speed has an ult.
Yep, the counter got too good. Met by the
Envy has so many ults to work with to get up this ramp though.
Commits his eternal bond, so a lot of Striders ultimates are going to be built up. We're going to see how it happens afterwards. TTK in the sky now with the meteor end.
And here comes
There's too many shields. I mean, you're trying to throw a dunk into a double shield, dude. It's never going to work. Either the mag or the Strange are going to block that every time. SJP, that's a big pick. Big whiff from Kalush on that one. Oh, Delena goes up to Cal. That looked out of range. Yeah, we'll talk about the controller players in a minute. Oh, Speed. Oh, huge from the 100 team. That's a big hold.
Kind of pressed off Envy on that main side. Huge Terra cape, huge
but you know
by
what's
the
really interesting?
Play of
The only players in this tournament that I've seen on controller are tank players.
On Burn at the Hold the Jolly, rather, there was everybody playing slow inside those storm.
I may be wrong on that. Maybe someone's going to call me out and tell me that there's a DPS player or a support player on controller. But from my knowledge, the only controller players that I know of are tank players. Enzio on
so right now, I think 100 Thieves
BBP, who won the EMEA region, who is a monstrous Hulk. He's a controller player.
That it's been tough because on the other side for Envy,
but obviously we're talking controller through PC, right? Not console.
Character because Window and Kalush
so
are
just
playing
using a
Doctor
controller
Strange
through
and Magneto.
PC.
When all those characters are great individually, I think they're one of the best characters in this patch. We can see how much Vinny's doing on these dives, allowing Delena that space to find those opening picks.
But I mean, I don't know, because I'm not a controller player at all. I never have been. I don't know if aim assist is strong in this game comparative, because I know that like Apex Legends, for example, aim assist is pretty strong. I don't know how strong that is,
that's the biggest reason. But
or whether people even have it on. Do you turn it off? Does it fuck you up? Like, I really don't know about how
as we look at the
powerful it is
Squirrel,
on
little known
controller.
fact is actually Squirrel Girl's room, his little tree house there. You will see some of her favorite
But like
things around there,
Enzio, for
including a board game
example,
as they press
like he's playing
forward
Hulk.
here. And I think that was
Like
well
you
put,
need to
man. I do think
have quite a lot
that is a testament to how good
like
Speedery
movement
is. Speedery is just
for that.
dominating here.
He's a very
He's
mobile
lonesome on
tank
these dives. Cal, very strong
who
Hello,
regularly
people
is
Hello,
picking
DC
people out of the air, by the way, on
double
this.
shield comp inside of Envy. They are not going to like to do that here for 100
I mean,
Thieves.
I
They're gonna
was
use the haymakers
fucking
to
shell-shocked
just
when I
punch
found
right
out
through
he was a
those
roller
shields from
player.
Vinny. As we start up this next fight, Terra going to try to take this height. Good dive here onto Speedery. Not able to do so and
So here we
continuing
go.
to keep eyes on. Just noting every single movement here by Speedery. Cal finds Harvey though, and that's a massive pick to start off this fight with a good headshot.
I mean, you definitely
there
don't need to
on the
track
high
as
side.
much,
Angle, Delena
maybe, but
gonna try to find an off angle to keep pressure back
I
onto
mean,
the
if you're
back line,
playing
even
someone
out
like
the
Emma,
off. No, does not
Emma's
happen just yet.
entire
They're gonna retreat
fucking
together
left
and
click
try
is
to
about
stack, letting
tracking.
that all just fizzle out.
But maybe not. Maybe it's like, yeah, comparatively to like DPS players, for example.
You called that he is the X factor for Team Envy. We know how good Window is. We know how good Speedily is. We know how good the backline is. Cal
Terra's
has
already
been that
got
guy in
an
Hella before. Can he do it again?
I actually didn't know you could climb up
They have
that.
the thing against no Bucky. We'll see how it works out. Early engagement.
I didn't know you could climb up it from there. That's cool.
And out goes the Kraken. I'm not sure it got a ton.
Dude,
Again,
look
great
at that
position.
damage.
Drop back, but it
Does this
doesn't
guy
matter.
miss a
Down goes
fucking
two.
shot
Terra
ever?
trying to make it 3. And yes, CTK cleans up the other 2 again. 100 Thieves playing like a unit. They're just walking right through. Perfect
What the
comms,
fuck is
holding
this
on to
guy?
Ultimates, not overcommitting, and they will get this point.
And I'm gonna need somebody in chat to clip that. I think Nero's ultimate got canceled, so that was the only way back into that fight.
I don't
Even
think
then, they were
I
still
don't
down
think
trying to
Terra
ultimates. Window maybe
hit
could've hit a
anything but
huge meteor,
headshots
but
right
they did
there.
not have the survivability because Nero had his ult canceled. So that's brutal.
Oh.
Sometimes it is that like that on Stratos, and that's why I said don't envy any of these pro players because your ult matters so much in this game.
4 minutes
It is the most
43.
important
They have a
part
lot of
Stratos
time
kit,
here,
so
100
It
tape.
can feel really daunting to have the perfect ultimate,
Kaluge
especially
needs to
against
hit
such
some
high damage
Agamottos. I
compositions
feel
that
like
100
he's
has.
kind of whiffing
So
a
what do
little
you think
bit.
it was the TTK right click into the standard shot from Terra?
Oh, Delena just fucking
like
goes for
that.
it.
I don't know. But now into this fight, man, Delena's already found Nero early again.
Yeah, well, here we go. The next fight, Meteor
Big
goes up.
pick
That
from
does
Window.
load. Yeah, it does land from Window onto Delena.
Yeah,
Didn't
that's
see
fair.
Delena there. That
That's
was
fair.
gonna
Yeah,
be-
that's
oh,
fair.
Terra
By the
on
way,
Cal, though, putting the numbers back in their
that's
favor,
fair.
Up by 1, keeping the pressure forward.
Yeah,
They still have
Winter
ults
Soldier
here.
just
Terra
out-traded a Hella
get
ult, by the
inside
way.
that dagger, so
That's
you see
fair.
that play. Such a smart move. Oh,
That's legit.
crazy. Terra
Yep,
finds
yep.
the pull onto Speedery. For those who don't
Nothing
know,
wrong with this
when
hero
you see
whatsoever,
Psylocke
by the
using
way.
that dance of the butterfly, if you look down
Hero's
on the floor,
totally
you'll see
fine.
a little circle. That is where Psylocke will end, and that's where they'll be as soon as that ultimate ends. Make sure you're using your dash. Make sure you're using your Emma grab on that circle. Get used to the timing.
They've got
You will
3 ults
always
as
be able
well.
to get
I don't know how
value as
Envy
you see
hold
Terra
this.
do there with that pull.
SGP has copied the match.
There's the stun. Oh, what a block. What a huge fucking block. But Terra over the top. Already with a triple. Nah, dude. Get Terra off this server. Get Terra off this fucking server.
I mean, how consistent can you be with these Kraken impacts? And they're all
What a fucking monster.
Envy's got to stay here. They've got to figure this out. Yes, there are.
Dude, I think we're going to see a lot more Winter Soldier in this grand final. We saw it in EMEA earlier start to creep into these drafts because people are not valuing it high enough to ban over like Punisher or Human Torch and stuff, so it's being let through, but it is like devastating.
Super counter dive composition. We'll see if it pans out for them. They're going to need to build those ultimates.
Yeah,
oh, Speedery just sends themselves off. Hella is never banned, by the way. Hella is never banned. I'll explain why in a sec. Oh, that's a big Agamotto from Kaluge. That's what they needed.
Gonna clean up SJP, and that's a good pick here to slow up 100 Thieves, so they will even the odds here, and they are trying to stall. Out goes the dance of the butterfly. Vinny onto Nero.
Cal just goes into the turret. Oh! How is Delena alive? I didn't see Terra switch to the Panther. Wait, did they switch back onto this, or have they been on this the whole time? Did I miss that? Oh! Oh, it's like that? Oh, he just emotes to their face. It's like that. Damn, 100 T, take it.
3rd seed.
100T, take it. That's crazy work from Terra. That's crazy fucking work.
From Envy. I mean, the patch is going to be totally
emoting in their face.
You know, whole thing goes to land.
Damn,
everything's going to
dude.
sort of change. But right now,
Yeah,
I mean,
rightly
there's a few
so.
small changes in the ban phase. I feel like that could have gone a little
Rightly
better.
so.
It's these
Terra
micro adjustments
just,
that need to be improved
like,
upon for teams
ripped
like
them to
Envy,
shreds.
for other teams that aren't adapting on the fly. Because the 2 teams we have in North America in the grand finals,
I mean, that ends
have
up as a
adapted
3-0.
time and
We
time
played
after
4
again.
matches,
We see this
but because
team,
the 3rd one
100
was a
teams
draw,
switch up. Terra,
the
Black
result is
Panther,
going to
Terra,
look as a
Bucky,
3-0.
Terra,
And
going into
man,
the Wolverine. Delena playing that Psylocke to a high level. He's getting
I
better
don't know,
and better,
dude.
going with
Envy
Biggie
looked
on those
lost.
dives. This team is learning. They are not an algorithm, not a machine. They're human beings that are constantly adapting to the
monstrous,
meta and to
monstrous
what's best.
series
So
from
this
Terra.
team, alongside Sentinels, I think are well deserved. For this top
TTK
2
also,
slot.
I think, had a
Envy
fucking
still
great
also
one.
deserves a shot just from sheer
SJP, like,
mechanics
let's
alone,
not,
but I think there are some
like,
things that need
let's
to
not
work
forget
out,
about
kinks
these
need to work
supports
out
here, man.
with
These
these
supports
ban
put in
phases, because I
crazy
think that
work
there's
as
definitely
well.
some room to improve, and same thing for 100 Thieves. So every team can maybe perfect the ban phase as it goes on, as people learn what happens, because it's only been around for a few weeks. And I
There's
think
BP,
that as
OTP, Terra,
time
and
progresses,
Celestial
every
Lobbies
team is going to get better at
control on
banning and
PC.
protecting.
Oh, really?
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. And folks, we have our grand
No,
final matchup.
Night Ghost. I have been of the opinion that Winter
100
Soldier
Thieves
is
and Sentinels.
one of the
What
most
a
disgustingly
matchup.
busted
What do you
heroes in this
know?
game since
This is
Season
going to be
0.
an intense one as
And,
100 Thieves get the job
I
done. Terra,
I think
as we look
it
here
needs
with
mega
18
nerfing, but
finals,
you
what an
know.
absolute demon.
Yeah,
So
we're not
difficult to
seeing
go
hella bans,
against. We talk
right? Let
about
me
the success
quickly
of this,
explain why.
this player just finds value with anyone that he is on, and when he's angry,
It's mainly because there are only 4 bans available, to be perfectly honest with you. There are so many power picks in this current season. Say what you want, like a lot of people are talking about the flyer meta, and of course the flyers are strong. Ultron, Johnny Storm particularly, right? Yeah. Hello. I didn't know you streamed. I didn't know you streamed.
I think it's totally fair. That's a warranted opinion. Terra is
I did not know you streamed. Thank you so much. Welcome in, everybody.
Well deserved from him.
Did we just become best friends?
I mega fucking respect you for that, and I'm gonna tell you why in a second, Junior. Thank you so much for that raid. What's up, Justin? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. If you guys meet me for the first time, I'm Nick. We are watching the Marvel Rivals Grand Finals in a minute, so perfect timing if you guys want to stick around. You also have some Marvel Rivals drops on. I've got exclusive Magic drops on, so if you just want to hang around and lurk, please do. If you want to say hi, I would love to get to know you as well. Let me tell you why I fucking respect you for that, right? You have hung out here for so long, Junior, and you have never self-promoed, and I didn't even know you streamed. So I will support you to the fucking ends for that. I respect that massively, and I appreciate you. Thank you. And I'm gonna go follow you now because I did not know. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone.
It is what it is, bro.
Let's listen to this interview real quick, just because we finished just watching a crazy series. So I just want to hear what they've got to say. But you got any questions or anything? You want to say hi? Please feel free to.
What's the idea there?
You just want to
counter the Flyers?
Please do as well.
I mean, first,
and also if you need to go, Junior,
that we just played the Yggdrasil Path and Hollow de Jalia. We were just having some fun, you know. We didn't get a warm up, so we had to give NB one more.
These guys are like proper boot camping and shit.
So you know.
I love it. I love the confidence, man. And I mean, they were definitely going hard to try to ban out some of your main heroes, but obviously pulling out Panther, pulling out Fist, you know, Bucky, which I think, you know, there's a ton of people that are talking about Bucky, but no one really seems to be playing him at this level of competition. A few people are, but, you know, what's your take on Bucky in the meta? You think he's still at the very top here?
Give me a sec,
depends
Junior.
on where
I just want to hear what these guys have got to say.
Obviously, he's still high. He's still like
I'll catch up
probably
with you.
high A tier. But there's obviously more DPS that are more powerful, like
That's what I was just saying about the bans,
Punisher,
right?
Psylocke, and all the other ones that are mainly played.
So that's what I was talking about the bans. That's why Winter's getting
shake-up,
through,
I think,
because
as we
there's so many
progressed through this patch and stuff. And speaking of which, because you guys are going against the grand finals, you know, maybe to sort of deviate the conversation away, because I want to hear your opinion. I know that there's talks of like all-star teams and stuff like that potentially for this region. So I want to get your take as you guys into the grand finals versus Sentinels. I'll let you prepare obviously pretty soon in the final. Who would you say is your all-star player per role? Not your own team though, across the entire world potentially.
all-star player. If it's
This
not
is
for
the
my own team,
competition that we've been
Kaluj
watching,
as
by the way,
a
for any of
shield
you that
tank,
just
so
popped in.
Magneto Strange.
$250,000 on the line.
Off tank for Groot, Cap, and all those things.
No worries, guys.
Sparker for flankers.
Oh.
Are we counting myself? I'm guessing. I'm guessing we're counting myself too.
Yeah, count yourself, dude. Count
no, not yourself.
yourself.
You can't. Well, you count you.
Yeah,
You're part of your own team. I mean, obviously we think.
Yeah. So I'm my own team. I'm part of the own team. Yeah. So my other DPS would be Sparker. My other support would probably be Saipe, and
yes.
So I don't know between
it's
between Kurova and Aramori. I need to hear comms from them. So
nice, love it. So you're heading in. You just talked about Kurova Aramori going into the grand finals against them, best of 7. Last time, obviously they swept on you guys, came back, and they used more unique comps to try to get a little tricky with it. They mentioned that that's the strategy against you guys. Have you guys put thought into that? Maybe seeing more unique stuff in scrims
Look at this guy
and trying to progress forward, preparing for that
role.
You seen
this dude just fucking mewing with the shield in the background?
We lost last night. I stayed up for 4 hours, threw the mental health out.
How much is bro getting paid to fucking do this
we
shit?
have the perfect plan to go into it.
Love it.
All right, sick. Well, we'll let you get to it. Is there anything you want to say before we let you go? Anything from? Looks like Captain.
Wait, have you guys been watching this? Junior, were you watching?
I think Captain Puerto Rico wants to say something.
Yo,
wants to say something.
MB, it doesn't matter what you do, brother. You will never beat this team anymore. You gotta do better than that draft. You need to do way better, bro. You're not beating me, bro.
is calling them out.
I love it.
Homie is calling them out.
I love it. Speaks for the team for
God
sure.
damn.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to add before we say goodbye to you? I appreciate your time. I'm sure you want to get ready for the grand finals.
Talk your shit, dude.
Nothing much. We're just all here. I think this whole team wants to prove themselves after what happened yesterday, and we're just gonna give it our all. Doesn't matter that we win or lose. We want to show our all and what we are as a team.
I appreciate it.
Right. We are going to win.
Consoling Nade Shot.
I swear we are going to win.
Lost a lot of money.
Oh yeah, yeah. He made a lot of money yesterday night too.
Yeah, I saw him win it back.
That's true.
Yeah.
He's making money off you guys winning your guys' tournament instead of LA Thieves flopping out or first round. What the hell's with that? Anyway, sorry, that's a little bit side topic, but congratulations to you guys.
These guys
obviously,
need to
good luck in your match, man.
Thank you.
Good luck, guys.
Tara from 100 Thieves is always a pleasure to talk to. I think he's one of the.
All right, welcome in, y'all. I can introduce myself a little bit now. Yeah, if this is your first time here, I play a lot of Rivals. We've been watching this Ignite tournament for the last few weeks. We've watch partied pretty much every game, with the exception of a few America series, and we are at the last. This is the last series of the entire thing. It's the grand finals for the America regions. So, if you are interested, if you want to hang out and watch some pro Rivals with us and watch party with us, please feel free to hang around. This is a best of 7 with the best 2 teams in America. This is going to be a fucking banger of a series. The last one that we watched in the upper bracket finals of these 2 was one of the best series of Marvel Rivals that I've ever seen in my life. I fucking lost my shit last night. There's a clip of it. I fucking lost my goddamn mind. It was insanity. I'm hoping we get the same thing right now. So feel free to stick around. I've also got drops on as well. If you just want to lurk, that's totally fine. If you want to say hi, that'd also be great. What were you doing then, Junior? Might have just lost, but Spee. Yeah, Spee is amazing. My only slight thing with Spee is I feel like they're quite easy to ban out at the current time because they're very heavy focused on flyers, on things like the Storm. But they did put in a great fucking performance on Psylocke. Kurova and Aramori are the only players on the roster I actually recognize, so I'm rooting for their team. Yeah, I do like Sentinels, so I do kind of want Sentinels to win, but I mean, after watching this much Rivals, I just want to fucking bang a series. But I do think Sentinels might eke out. It depends if, man, if Terra's on this kind of form, I don't know, man. Terra could just take this solo. So, I don't know. Yeah, we've been watching the EU one, Justin, yeah. Yeah, so we watched all of that this morning, or this afternoon. If you guys are interested in some of the other games, if you want to see my commentary and stuff on some of the other games, you can head to my YouTube. Some of the series are on there as videos. You can also just check out the lives and just scroll through the lives and find series you want to watch. the series from the playoffs from this weekend will be on there over the next week. And there are some crazy series. But welcome in. $250,000. It's so cool when people do it without permission. Oh, self-promo? Yeah. I actually have no problem because, like, I will ask people all the time if you're streaming and stuff. So I have no issue with that kind of stuff at all. I do have an issue with people coming in and their first message is, like the guy earlier, their first message is, hey, can you watch my stream or some shit like that? Do you know what I mean? Because that's just blatantly, like, here's the thing, right? I get the grind, right? I get it's the same thing with graphic designers and all of that shit. I get daily fucking messages from graphic designers. I respect the hustle in a way, but it's more about if that's your, I don't know how you guys feel about this. I feel like if you're in it to network and just to try and like promote yourself in that kind of very selfish way, you're never going to get anywhere. The only way to do it is to try and forge genuine connections, genuine friendships with other streamers, other people, you know, other gamers. Because if you're not in it to forge genuine relationships, I mean, what are you doing it for? Like, I would say 1 in a fucking, like, 5 million people will make it on their own, just off their own merit. Most people, you know, it's about how you are between your friends, you know, the banter, the enjoyment you have playing together, the collaborations, that kind of stuff. That's what people want, you know? They want to see that genuine connection. And yeah, self-promoting in that way, I fucking hate. So that's why I mega respect you, Junior. I'm going to quickly run some ads just quickly before we get into the next game so you don't get it in game. But people like you who have like hung out in my stream for ages, you've been a part of my community for a while now, Junior, and you've never once even like hinted at the fact that you might stream. That mega fucking respect that. So you will always have my support off the back of that, because it tells me your intention. It tells me that you genuinely just like enjoy it and you want to, you know, you're not in it to promote yourself. You're in it because you enjoy it, and that's big, you know. Anyway, give people a reason to care instead of just begging for clout. Yeah, there's a really interesting. I've had some conversations recently about growth and stuff. You know, relatively speaking, I'm a very small streamer in the big landscape of things, right? But I've been doing this a while. And I think I've learned quite a lot in that time. And one of the really interesting conversations I had lately was a friend of mine who's a bit of a larger streamer, and he's quite well known, said to me, if you want to grow for the sake of growing and like getting your brand out there, start some shit. And I was like, what do you mean? He was like, start some fucking drama. Make a video, call someone out, and start some shit. And he was like, that is easily the best way to grow. And I was like, yeah, but I don't want to be known for that. Like, that's such a negatively attuned way. And it will work, by the way. I will say that straight up. If your only thing is to be as well known as possible and be as famous as possible, yeah, that's a great way to do it. Get involved in the streamer drama and start some shit, and it will work. But you're not going to have a lovely community of people. You're not going to have people that actually want to be there for you. You're going to have people that are just there because they love the drama. They love the, you know, when shit kicks off. So then you've got to kind of keep that up the whole time. And that's your brand. That's all you are. Your chat's going to be fucking savage. You're not going to forge any like real connections. It's just going to be a bunch of people that are clout chasing. So I was like, I don't really want that to be the thing. That's not what I'm streaming for. I'm streaming because I love it and I really enjoy like sitting here and chatting shit to people and learning about people and entertaining mostly. I like making people laugh.
Their homework, but Somebody's going to be taking this W for
So it's just a bit of an eye-opening,
that is insane.
Eye-opening conversation.
Yeah, this has been a long tournament over the course of
because I think a lot of people do that,
we
right?
We got to just this stage 1 playoffs, right? This isn't even including Group A and Group B.
I'd rather do it slow and the right way,
tournament format. So we got rid of 8 teams. Then we headed down to this
I will
entire
say,
format with a total of 8 teams.
Having said that,
so it was just,
I will say,
getting rid of those top teams.
There are a couple of people in the Rivals community that I have no problem starting some shit with because, man, I think they're fucking terrible for the scene. I think they're fucking awful for the community. I don't think they should have the platform they have, and I have no problem calling that shit out. But that's not to purposely start drama. That's just because I think they're pieces of shit that don't deserve what they have.
In this tournament, and it's all culminating today.
It's crazy to think about all these teams that didn't quite make it from the LAN. I know how passionate everyone was. We saw a lot of emotion in some of these interviews.
I don't think I need to say who.
Emotion after the fact.
I think we can all agree on who that is.
That really wanted it, and that is going to
without actually saying it.
Anyway,
grand final.
A lot of these teams have the talent. We saw how close these games were. Right?
Grand final. Let's go.
Steamrolling everyone. It was constantly a battle. There were teams that were showing up. They were taking underdog stories. It was almost consistent. Even the top 2 seeds coming into this new style of bracket, the top 8 got knocked out first game. It was so difficult to push through.
Dude, it's insane.
I don't think we need to explore that any further, do we?
I'm sure everybody on social media, which we were talking about earlier, is watching right now, specifically on Twitch, right? If you're in that Twitch channel, you're applicable for these drops. It's
I have this.
To get them.
This is what I have, guys. You can get this here.
Region, right? That needs to wrap up.
This is what you can get here.
When they play in their tournament as well, in their own group stages, so or rather their own playoffs. So make sure you guys are watching for this Magic skin shit because I'm.
How are you still awake?
Right now, everybody wants
like
that
half 3 for you,
wants to look like Rymazing currently with that Magic skin exclusive Twitch drop.
Leaving hockey, we got a fucking derby. Let's go, dude. Let's go.
How they're constantly, hitting different heroes, and the cool thing about Magic and with this drop is that it changes Darkchild as well. That little art change.
I mean, get back quick, Glitch. We're about to start the grand final, man. We're about to kick over the grand final BS7.
That is crazy, and it's
cool
that this is just a skin you gotta do. Just park here for 6 hours or any of your favorite streamers, and you will get those drops. But
halfway.
We are moving forward.
I think I still have these drops on.
2 different sides. I truly do think
I think I keep these drops for a while. Actually, let me double check the Discord.
And I think now that we're in the Ignite stage, these are getting real.
Oh shit! I'm not streaming now, am I?
A little more, especially due to the prize pool.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I believe in both of these teams right now currently. I mean, the read on the meta, the read on the patch has been phenomenal, but it's a matter of who can do better, in game and out of game when we go to that ban phase. Because I don't know about you, but I feel like it's sort of
I have it till July 16th. Apparently, these drops are available.
Creeping back into it almost because right now 100 Thieves, they have the mechanics, they have one of the best players in the world in Terra, and everybody else has played phenomenally. I mean, we've seen Delena. You talked about him earlier, dude. Like this seems like a team that is kind of peaking at the right time.
That was this weekend. How was it?
TTK, Vinny, Harvey, and SGP. We talk about Terra a lot. Obviously, a very.
I don't really understand COD esports.
Still in Ignite right now,
to be honest.
But these players across the board have done insane things throughout these games. Every single one of them.
It's like way too fast for me.
Carry potential needed to push forward. Delena
and that sounds dumb to say because we're doing Marvel Rivals.
Every game, which I don't anticipate being banned, but maybe we'll see.
I never know what the fuck's going on in that game.
But a team we haven't witnessed today, but did show up yesterday. One of the more exciting matches I have ever watched. Very similar to what we saw there with Envy and Shroud X was the
love that for you, though, Luce.
From Sentinels who just played 100 Thieves.
Junior, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the raid.
But you do not understand
Go sleep. I get it. It's super fucking late. I get it. But much love. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Did we? I think we did a shout out for you, right? One of the strongest
vanguards in the game. Rymazing playing a ton of different things. Gomez. Karova,
big love, dude. Big love.
She is disgusting as well. The strat line in the back, they're just all incredible. It's difficult to really focus on any single player.
Yeah, I watch a lot of different esports. Like I watch the league and stuff as well, but I find COD fucking so tough to watch. Right, guys, let's lock in. Game 1.
There's a lot of praise going from 100.
Game 1. Here we go. 100T Sen. Grand finals, best of 7. This is it. This is the last series we get until July, until the end of July.
So 100 Thieves immediately banning out Cap. Speaking about respect, right to Crimzo with that ban.
This is the kind of thing
Yeah,
I think
bet,
you
Liz,
need to see from 100 Thieves to really kind of get in the head there.
Okay, immediate cat ban. Taking that away from Crims.
Go right into Human Torch. I like
We're going burn into
here,
T'Challa first.
Obviously targeting Crimzo, who is insane on the cap and on the
TTK
Groove.
gonna get that mag.
For those who don't know, actually came into this position. He was initially a coach and then took over on the front
Crims
line
is
and
a
just started
fucking
playing
demonic
insane
cap player.
and popped off, and they kept him ever
So
since.
Emma saves, so they're doing the Emma prior over
I
mag.
think Crimzo known for his Captain
Low,
America and
oh,
his
they're
Groot.
just going to
Those are
ban the
two
mag straight
characters that
out.
he plays to
A
super
lot of
high
tank
level. We'll see if
prior
it gets targeted
already.
out. There's a Magneto ban on the opposite side, so a lot of Vanguard priority already for 100 Thieves.
There's the Wolverine
And
ban. I like
coming
this
out
a lot
them
from
to get rid of
Sentinels.
Nectar's hero pool. I think that's smart. Meanwhile, the Wolverine ban to focus on
Taking the
Terra.
Psylocke out.
So definitely hyper-specific bans so far for both
I would
teams,
imagine
at
a
least with
Loki,
those
because
bans.
Aramori
Although the
loves
Human Torch ban's a
Loki.
bit of a generalist ban, I think, for
Absolutely
Sentinels, 100
loves
Thieves
playing
hasn't
Loki.
proven to
So I
me
would guess
that
that
they
this is
played
a
that
Loki
character,
save,
at
unless
least
they're
as a
going to
unit,
prior like
all that
Torch.
much. But you know, obviously, I think over in EMEA they prioritize
Cloak?
like leaving that character open sometimes, and you can definitely get paid.
Really?
You can definitely, it can bite you in the butt, basically, if it does
Over
go
Luna
Sure.
and
Another thing to
Loki?
call out, ooh, as we see the Iron Man Psylocke bands. I love these bands. So different.
Wow.
Here. I absolutely love it. For those who don't know, just to shout out.
Right Amazing is a crazy Iron Man.
Gomez is Super Gomez. He is on an incredible DPS. Obviously, the duelist. He is insane. But Nectar, they came over, took the spot, been very
there's a
versatile,
Loki
and the team
save.
loves the way they play. So decided to keep them on. So those, you know, obviously,
Yeah.
you know the talent of Gomez. You must think.
I mean,
how
I
good
guess they
can
just get
be?
Loki
And they
anyway,
are
right?
that
Because
good.
they
So
haven't banned
do
it
elect
out.
to keep them on the front
I like the
roster, but
Groot
Super
ban here,
Gomez
though,
always ready
on
to
burning
jump in
T'Challa.
if need be. We saw how successful Super Gomez has been over
Groot
these last few
is
tournaments. But for those who haven't watched this tournament, just a quick
fucking
call
terrible
out
in burning
there
T'Challa
as
to
we
play
finish
into.
out the banning phase.
Oh, are they
Yeah,
just
it's
going to
very
res comp?
interesting. We're going to domination first and going to burn into T'Challa specifically.
They're gonna
I
straight
think
res
triple
comp it?
It's solid on this map. It's not the best map for this composition in terms of, well, most dominations, honestly. It's hard to make
No
this comp
worries, Liz,
work,
no worries.
especially on more open points where there's not a lot of spots to
yeah,
hide.
sleep well. Sleep well.
Also,
Thank you, thank you,
it seems
thank
like
you.
100 Thieves are doing really good against this triple res
It's
comp. We
super
saw it
late,
on
so yeah,
Domination
go
versus
get some
Envy,
rest.
and they
I
played so
appreciate you, thank
patiently,
you.
but it was with the Wolverine, right? That character was not banned against them. Now it is today. So
Okay,
we'll see how
okay.
that ban sort of pans out, as well as
Let's
no
see.
Stratus bans going towards the side.
I
of
mean, the
100
advantage of
Thieves,
doing a
but they do go
BO7,
for the
right,
Loki
is you
ban
can
on
kind
the
of
opposite
mess
side.
around. You can
Maybe
experiment
that
a little
Groot
bit,
is
right?
gonna be a problem as well,
You can fuck
considering
around a
there
little
is
bit in this
Wolverine
first
in the
game.
So
Test some
Crimzo
things
has that
out.
option to play.
Start to
Groot,
get in their
I wanna
heads,
see what
right?
100 Thieves' game plan is
50-50?
versus that character when
Oh,
Wolverine's in the
brah.
lobby, because I think that dictated a lot of the
50-50?
match. A lot of that reverse sweep from Sentinels yesterday was off of the back
Okay.
of Crimzo on Groot.
I love this
This
right
is
here. You see
anybody's.
50-50 even split. I don't think we've seen that one time in this tournament, at least not with my eyes.
not
and
at all.
that is awesome.
Oh,
Fans
boy.
in the chat standing up for both teams, ready to see who takes it home.
Okay.
As we get
Let's see
ready
what they're
for
locking
this
in here.
first fight, the portal play off the rip here for Crimzo. Looking to potentially
So yeah, Sentinel's going
likely
full
not,
res
'cause they don't
comp.
have the setup of mines. Instead, they're going to wall them off. Genius
Terra
play, and
sticking
try
with
to
this
force them
winter.
off to that tight angle, and this is a really cool
It's a
design
cool
here. Good play,
TP.
but they are gonna break right through those
You
walls,
you
but forces
flip
the
it
ball into
around,
that choke
so
off
then
the
they
rip.
can't get in it.
This is a better point, I think, for this triple composition as well. When we head to this one,
That's
they
a
got
cool
little
TP.
lucky, I think, in terms of the map pool, because the 100 Thieves, I mean, they want to set up the Lena on this Hella, and also, oh my God, TTK and a Crimzo, Delena finds Techie as well. Both Vanguards collapsed.
Okay, 100T
And
just
that
fucking rolled
is
it.
a troubling
Jesus
start. If
Christ.
you're looking for some love for Sentinels,
Okay,
100 Thieves, that's
okay.
gonna be all of them.
100T just fucking rolled it.
Techie is now up. The ready again. Won't have portal. Don't need it. Remember,
Oh,
3-minute
I need to,
cooldown
yeah.
for that portal, so they don't
I have
need
learned
it
some
just yet. We'll be
crazy
ready for the end
TP
of the
tech
map.
from
Likely
this
as long as they can
tournament.
get in
I'm going to
there
be testing
and
out
take
some
this point
crazy
back,
TP
8%
stuff.
and counting, and they're going to take this fight to the choke right at the spawn door as
I
you
need to
should.
improve my
If
TP
you get point
usage
this
in a
early, we
big
talk about the
way.
success of the teams that get point first. It's typically more in their favor for at least
I
that specific
wonder
map.
if we're going to
And
see a
Nectar in the
similar
off
thing
angle,
of
trying to keep
like,
the pressure on.
because
And
100T
here
are
we go
warmed
again,
up,
building up those charge. Our
because they've
Wolverine
just done a
already at
BO5
99, ready to launch
and they're
the
warm
bomb.
and they're hot
it
and they're
will come out
popping,
soon.
that that's
As soon as we see
actually going to
something
help
from Terra
them
here,
to
who's ready
victory
to crack
because
into
Senna kind of going in dry, do you know what I mean? Because we
that
saw
forces
that
the
in the
res here. It's
MEA.
met by the Eternal Bomb, like you mentioned.
We saw
Terra takes
BBP were
away
just
from it.
popping because they'd already
The rest
kind of
comes
warmed
through.
up and
Corvo
played a
will have
BO5, you
As
know?
long as they didn't use it, I don't think they did in the last fight. So that's one down, but immediately immediately back.
There's the res from Kurova.
Really strong for them. TTK up in the sky, waiting for the dunk. Bang.
Oh, Krim survives though. Big heals from Adam. Oh, goes down to Terra eventually though.
Who is popping off again on the Bucky? The Bucky just marking the off.
Grims has had to switch to the Sting to try and match, but that's a big cooldown. Techie's coming as well.
That's just going to be burned. Nectar very low though.
Oh, Nectar survives. What?
walk them back.
But they're not
Forms
near
their
the
spot,
point.
releasing that tight angle
100T are just
below the
building
point.
this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I like this from Vinny, but to be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of the.
And they've
the
just
for
used,
Sentinels right now. I mean,
like,
it's not really countering
they've
much.
just used all of their res and
Cycle,
shit.
we'll see what happens now.
That's a strange angle from Nectar.
In the sky, though, like a Magneto would.
Oh, he's trying to avoid the Hella.
Right? It kind of messes with the brain a little bit. It's a cool band.
Okay, Ara dropping that cloak ult to help them walk on. Nectar gets a kill on Delina. That's big.
They need some momentum. 80%
Okay, okay. Now they're kind of cooking. Here we go. That's big. That's big, but 80% already.
And alt advantage will be even in this next fight.
And the respect towards Sentinel's hero pool has allowed them to play this. I mean, we've also heard from behind the scenes.
TTK's got an ult. Harvey building. Gonna have theirs as well.
I mean, it makes sense with how Ignite's been going. That character, you know, hasn't shown a lot of play, but I think for Sentinels, they really play well around Amazing on Iron Man.
Oh, big ult from Techie. What?
That is a
huge pings from Techie. How the fuck does Rai die in the middle of that? What?
Is back up in the fight, does have that.
Oh, Terra's looking terrifying.
Multiple times 3 because
oh my word.
Doesn't have that res. Kurova also doesn't have his up, so they're gonna be missing the Star-Lord this fight.
Terra is feeling it right now.
Oh. Are at 80%, but still holding the point is Sentinels, who we do see Terra with a Kraken impact.
Nah, oh no. Oh no, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Oh, they stay up though. Oh my god, how do they stay up? Oh, Ara, you fucking hero. You just kept everybody up in that one. That was looking real bad. Terra was about to go on like a 10k. Oh, gets round that Emma shield. No one can touch. Oh, this is just straight win.
They do not. 100 Thieves take point
100 Thieves. They are not fucking around in this.
One for sure, and we almost saw the touch there from
Oh
Hector.
my
Cocoon
god!
tried to come back and touch the objective, but it took a little
bit
too long.
They are not fucking around.
The thing play, I mean, it kind of worked out as well. It does negate some of the damage from Dilemma's ult. You saw the damage reduction for Techie, also coming back to give the damage reduction.
I don't know how much I like this res comp.
But now we're on arguably the worst map for this triple res composition, I believe, as we enter a more open map.
I want to see Rai Amazing. For those of you who don't know, Rai Amazing is considered one of the best DPS in the world.
I feel like
crazy DPS player. I want to see them on something not not a Mantis. Like Mantis is gonna be good. I want to like put them on a soldier, put them on a Johnny. You know, put them on something they can pop off on.
They do have an ultimate coming up soon with Nectar, but it's going to be matched surely by Harvey because these strategists build ults so
Feels
fast.
like you're kind of kneecapping them a little bit. You know?
I think he was hoping for the frame perfect res before the heal hit. It would have been insane.
Is it too late to do a prediction in chat, Jazz?
So a risky play could have dropped back, but
is it too late to do a prediction for everyone in chat?
Right now,
since we're already in the game one.
For 100 Thieves, Nectar's going to be close for the Galactic Legend.
I forgot to do it earlier.
He's going to try to match that right now with the Meteor Ram. It does charge that up as long as Nectar chooses to try to make something happen, which typically he will hold on just to try to not give too much damage to that Meteor there. But they do start the next fight. TTK taking the space. Nectar, great positioning. Try to get collapsed on there by Crimzo, or excuse me, by Vinny.
Yeah, Nectar is just this mosquito that is just going to be really irritating. Oh, big stun. Oh, huge from Crims.
Here comes the Meteor to counteract. The bond is out, and that's going to be difficult.
Nothing from TTK though. That's a massive stun. Oh, here goes. Nice invis.
Again, but no ults left for 100 Thieves as
Nectar's just got to guess.
I mean, Vinny's also going to pull back, so they will have 6 here. Meanwhile, here comes Aramori alongside Techie with a silent seduction.
Techie is a very strong Vanguard. Pulling that out is going to allow 1 pick there on a TTK.
Yeah, nice and Techie.
Now Sentinels have found their footing.
This looks good now. This looks good. What the fuck is that player count?
Will he be able to use it? That Soul Resurgence to stop the Kraken impact. That is their best bet.
Now they're getting aggro.
5 or 6K.
Yeah, I think the difficult part for Sentinels is that they're trading 1-for-1 in ultimates. Now here an aggressive play goes on to the backline of 100 Thieves. SJP does match
oh,
it.
No. Oh no. Oh no. That's a huge res though. Oh, that's a huge fucking res. Wait, do they do this?
Oh, good. TTK on Amazing now, and it looks like 100 Thieves.
What is that movement? Hello?
Yeah, I mean,
can they still fight this?
I mean, the force physics from SJP got Techie off the map, so that's so much pressure removed and brought back from that resurrection.
What is Nectar doing? How is Nectar still alive? What is that fucking movement?
That res is so tasty for the Kraken Impact, but
but they are getting picked off now.
Which honestly is a rare sight in ladder.
I kind of want to see them. I want to see them switch off this res comp now. They just burnt everything on it, and I want to see them switch, but I don't think they are.
So clean, and when you're at this level, when you're hitting those headshots, reducing that heal cooldown, you
Thanks,
can
Jazz.
play differently, just like he does.
I forgot how much I enjoy Rivals.
Trying to press back, but right now,
were you doing ranked caffeinated or are you doing cash?
Halfway to them, gonna keep the pressure on. Aramori gonna have ult here shortly. Crimzo trying to work towards that. No, the switch here gonna get off the thing, and I think that's a smart decision.
They're gonna stick with it.
It's difficult sometimes to play Groot into that Bucky. You can keep pulling you
away. Okay, Crim's going onto the Groot. They did ban Groot on the other side,
I think that change up is gonna help them, but this map is still so open. I mean, it's still favored towards 100 Thieves comp, and they have ult advantage now.
Tried to block off Harvey, but goes over the top somehow. I don't know how they got away with going over the top there, but how the hell did Rye die there? Okay, Harvey just got 3, by the way, on this Loki. Oh, Harvey just got 4K. Harvey just got 5K. Harvey just got 5K on this Loki. What the actual fuck was that from Loki?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hello?
I mean, Harvey, one of the best Lokis. It's interesting how often they switch up
no one else Gamble.
Harvey between roles. You know, definitely something unique.
I think we probably got a
team.
lot of people just chilling and lurking at this point.
This upcoming fight shift, so they have a chance. It's just really hard versus 100 Thieves comp. Both Vanguards with ultimates as well. Kurova's going to have to sit perfectly with this res.
Also, this is obviously I'm not normally on this time as well, so usually I'd have finished a long time ago.
You want to win early on, so the pressure starts getting off your shoulders a little bit. Play a little less nervously. Let your heart rate drop down.
Dude, Nectar is struggling with these ults. So, did Kurova just get down Mr. President there? I feel like Kurova purposely just got down Mr. President to save the people behind him so that he could res. Oh, Terra just gets fucking rolled. I would need to watch that again.
Yeah, what a carry there from Crimzo,
but I feel like
front line to stay alive, considering that was so bad.
Maybe it's overglazing. I don't know. I feel like Kurova jumped up to tank that in the face
as well, because you just need that resurrect for
because he knew he could res to protect everyone behind him. But I might be wrong on that one. I'd need to watch it again. But if he did, that is an unbelievably epic play from Kurova.
I'm feeling good about Sentinel chances.
Yeah, they're in a good position here, and they do have ult advantage just slightly as we see.
Welcome back, Adrian.
This could be huge. Crystals go out, spin to win here, trying to get some ult charge. Nectar,
nearly dies there.
70% almost falls there, and yeah,
oh, this is greed. This is greed. They're also on 99 as well. This is so greed. Sentinels might have just thrown it, to be honest. They get Delena. That's big. They don't have Kurova. They don't have the res right now. There goes Kurova. Yes, they do. He dies immediately. Terra fucking rails him. They've got the TP, and they're still getting the percentage. So
he's been so focused by 100 Thieves. They find him every time ship, and now, I mean, they have to clutch up with his Guardians.
Right, with a good pick on Harvey. That's big.
This could be what they're talking about with these unique strategies.
Techie as well gets Terra. Oh, Techie is smurfing on this Emma. Dude, no one is touching this Emma at all. Here comes the TP on the other side. The wet noodling in the front. Kurova gets a double O. Oh, they do it. Crazy work from Sentinels. 1-1.
Oh my
1-1.
I don't know how they keep doing it. They're able to come back in these fights. I mean, maybe this is from what Ryan Amazing told us in the interview to play the Emma. Like, that character could do so
Techie
much.
is
I think the value in Techie and the
I feel like Techie is untouched right now.
There's no Wolverine on the other side. Right now, Crimso's on.
How did they fucking get that?
Maybe for that play like they did earlier, going back to the group, but I think that's the play. I mean, just
I also
there's
think
no counter on the opposite side for 100 Thieves. There's no Wolverine to potentially negate what you're doing. So
Emery's,
I think that
I feel like Emery's just really good into the thing anyway, because
is built to deal
it's just free. It's free charge, isn't it?
Bucky. I mean, you don't have Wolverine, but I feel like
you may not be able to kick him away, but you can still stun him as well with the choke, right? Which I think is hilarious, by the way.
So right now, the shutdown play,
and it's just free charge the entire time. He's so easy to track. So
Yeah,
I feel like in a
Thieves,
as a
they have
1v1
great,
matchup, it's
banning
really
phase.
good
They
for
did what they
Emma.
wanted to do, but I think they forgot one thing, and that is Techie, who is a demon there on the Emma most finals on the team.
It's like I know what I'm talking about.
Ults. Even during that one that he fell, almost got 4 in that trance, and that kind of value, allowing your team to focus, especially at this level with this kind of team play.
Someone's got
Any sort
darker.
of trance like that, with that
Is that
ground
good or bad?
seduction for a moment is so invaluable. Here we go with the
Sounds
next
like it's
fight.
not
Delena
good.
Gonna press forward. They are gonna own this space here. Hella, this is a very good Hella map with that height on the off angles. You can find 3 different points of view here and retreat back into those cave systems. Nectar gonna ult up. Meteor
Man, I feel like Nectar needs to get their shit together with these ults. Like, what the fuck are these ults from? I feel like he hasn't got a single kill from like 3 or 4 Star-Lord ults now. Oh, these pings. Oh, Techie with these pings. What? Oh my god, Techie, you fucking monster. You absolute fucking monster. They might be able to outdo this though. They have a lot of sustain. Here comes the res. Here comes the res. Oh, they're all coming back.
That's just the passive, obviously. Regardless, Sentinel's now on the point. Everybody together.
Everybody's back. Everybody's back. And they've
I mean,
used 100 T have used everything.
These teams are so good. You just see this level of play.
Delena's got their ult though. Oh, Delena could do some work.
They are different on that ult charge already.
Here we go. This needs to go big. Oh, just gets instantly clapped though. Gets one shot off before they go down. Right. There's another one. Nectar has another ult on the Star-Lord, so they can rebuttal with this. There's no support ult right now. Here we go. This needs to be big. There's the oh, TTK gets right. That's a big pick. I think he's gonna die for it though. Nectar gets him. Oh, Nectar. What? What is that movement? How is Nectar still alive? Finally goes down. What the fuck?
Warrior Falls. This is the map where nobody wins. Counterpoint by Techie now coming through, needing the healing.
Big pings, but I don't think they're going to out-sustain this. Guys, this is still the first fight, in case anyone's wondering. That was still the first fight. That was like 3 minutes, at least.
Amazing fighting Vinny. I love to see an aggressive Mantis like this. Amazing, a very strong, duelist player in general, but pulling out, typically you want your duelist on the Mantis when you're running Guardians comp, because Mantis is a very strong damage dealer as well.
Sentinels take the first percentage.
Kind of all over the place with what you're doing at the same time.
Just overwhelming numbers.
You have a reset fight here. Terra gonna pop this ult again. What do you know? The next fight already having
this ult. Nectar finally goes down. I've never seen a Star-Lord more survivable than this little fucker.
Do I hear two? No, as the map breaks here,
and he just comes straight back and then rails Terra back in the face immediately.
Oh my goodness, these fights are so back and forth. Harvey gonna come in with
goes down. Vinny claps him. And hey, Nectar, you want to give it a third try? Here you go. Hey, maybe you give it another go.
Again, SJP gets a 2-piece push off the map there.
What is this? What the fuck am I watching? What am I watching, dude?
But it's like, where else are they going to really go? And these fights are absolutely insane. So long right now, 100 Thieves. They do have the invisible boundary ready to go. Sentinels.
So watch out for Crims here.
I mean, you can find eliminations even through the invisible boundary.
There's no like massive wombo combo with Crims is the only thing. There's no like Iron Man or Winter Soldier ult to drop on the top of it. So it's all just going to be about.
I mean, I think I'm with you. I do think
the stun lock, right?
When you see that,
oh, that's big though. Kurova claps him.
Which is so difficult to press through. Here we go again from the high grade.
Big pings.
Look at Terra's ult charge.
Big pings.
Already back at almost 70.
Dude, this might be the 5th fucking ult I've seen. Now Nectar gets some value. This is what we want to see. Oh, that's much better from Nectar. Much better from Nectar. This might, is that what, the 4th ult that he's had in this half? And it's 50-50?
These teams are so well matched.
This ult building is absolutely outrageous behavior.
Guardian's composition is every pick you get. I mean, it doesn't really matter if they just self-res, if they find one back. And every time 100 Thieves lose somebody early, I mean, that is so detrimental because you're not going to be able to bring anybody back in this fight. I mean, I think Resis in general have
Aramori's gone onto it with Kurova. Quick building, but Terra gets them. That's going to be a go signal. Kurova gets themselves back up. No res yet, though. Aramori drops that cloak. Nectar again, skirting the bottom and living. Terra doesn't get anything with that ult. That's real bad. TTK needs the big one. Has to throw it to the side because the Emma shield is there already. Here goes the Hella roll over the top. Terra gets right. That's big. Watch out for the res. Kurova's the only one left, and he gets it. Oh, he gets everybody again. This is so fucking toxic. How do you deal with this? You've just fucking squad wiped them. Kurova just goes up and says, nah, let's try again, shall we?
As the reses are gone, and how many passives are up on the Guardians comp, we'll see what happens in this fight. 100 Thieves need to pick early.
Okay, the pressure is on. Sentinels halfway through grabbing this point right
Clobbering time, big whiff.
From Vinny. Does it find value? It does under Amazing. Great ult there. From the backside of
there goes Aramori. Crims has got another Groot ult. There, he's just going to pop it straight up on the backside. Oh, with the pings over the top. Oh my god, Techie. Dude, what a fucking unreal position from Techie. Just pings everyone. Everyone.
He has to give up his ultimate. They're going to have to come back. Delena's now over to the Punisher. He had to give up the final judgment.
I think you need, like...
It's about to. 1 second off. Can they get there? Yes.
Oh, he does touch. Give him Magneto. You cannot give him this Emma again. This Emma is disgusting. Techie again. Delena gone. Here goes Nectar over the top. The cloak ult is down though. It's not going to get much value. And they are going to take over the point by the looks of it. They're going to give it up here, Sentinels. They are contesting. Oh, like, just look at Techie. He's completely untouched. Huge kick. That's a big combo though. That's a big fucking combo. Techie is alone right now, I think. Oh, Rice saves it with the ult.
Wait, they're still trying to win it. I mean,
oh, Rice saves that with the ult. Oh my god, get the fuck out of here. That must have been like 20 HP. 20 HP. Ah, it's too late. I don't think they touch. Oh my god. Sentinels with game 1 in an unreal
This just goes
unreal showing from Techie. Holy shit.
Wrong, but it feels like
ban Emma.
Thieves, they've still not solved the Groot puzzle.
Ban Emma.
Also on top of Emma existing, right?
If that's the only takeaway 100 Thieves from that game, do not let Techie have this fucking Emma.
Why that character's banned so often, right? It's because of things like that. I mean, they just kind of sit on point, are so aggressive. They do so much
I don't think I've seen more high-value Emeralds in one game.
A lot of damage out of Techie. It looks like the backline as well. Keep them alive. Kept them alive very well. But look at that. 31,000 damage for Techie, most on his team, and then the follow-up.
Excuse me?
On Crimzo. So they haven't figured out the problem that is Crimzo on Groot and Techie on Emma Frost.
I mean, do you
sorry,
see
just 86,000 healing?
That is wild. I mean, are you kidding me? Obviously, it was a very close match. Next closest on the
what in the ever-loving fuck is that from Aramori?
39. I mean, Aramori just having about 500 ultimates. The plus
no
side
wonder they won.
That when you have this Guardians comp, there's a lot of rezzing, obviously, a lot of healing up, especially during the res, so you do get that extra
TTK
amount,
though, 43 and 8.
That is insane.
Yeah, and there's so much damage output potential as well
Dude,
from
that's
that character.
fucking
I mean, toss out the
absurd.
Terra Cape. I mean, Aramori always had perfect ones where it would connect on the Vanguards at the perfect time and just remove them so fast. So, I mean, honestly, I thought they sort of
it's bad. It's really
they
bad.
ended up on the right map, right? Because they
do you need to say someone about it, Chaz? Like, do you need to go to the doctor or something?
Hard to run that sort of Guardians composition. They came back through and they were able to win on that
Dude, that was wild.
map on Warrior Falls. We saw how long that first fight was. That's partially
what a great game one.
The Guardians comp works, as well as on the opposite side for 100 Thieves, their kind of composition is super bunkery. They don't want to go down.
Well, I'm guessing that's why they're valuing the cloak so highly then, right?
That's sort of why these fights were so
you know,
long.
these incredibly fast ult builders.
of a
the
match,
amount
but
of
at the
healing
end of the
output
day,
you can get on
100
this
Thieves-
cloak.
100 Thieves still haven't really beaten Sentinels with
you know,
Crimson
because I was wondering,
have a Wolverine, so that ban has been crucial for them. I wonder if
we've seen Loki and Luna be so much higher prio in the bans, and they left them both up. And I know Aramori really loves Loki. So obviously there's been a bit of a switch up in the last few days, or the last week, or well, last couple of days really,
Yeah, I mean, Groove,
where they've started to
especially
value
with
this
Crimzo
cloak and
on Groove
dagger
is just
much more
different.
highly.
You saw a big ult right there on your screen as I'm talking about it, followed up
And I
by
will say,
this
you
Psionic
know,
Seduction,
I
which
talked
gets
about this the other
5.
day.
This is just insane. I mean, Techie,
I do
can't
think
shout
Cloak and
out enough.
Dagger,
14
when you
finals there, very
objectively
pointed
look at
damage
that hero
with 31K the most
and
on the
everything
team.
that they
Aramori with
offer
MVP, though.
as an
Like I said,
individual
I mean,
hero,
15K damage alongside almost
it's
90K
as fucking
healing.
ridiculous
Wow.
how
What a
much this
masterclass of
one
Cloak and
hero
Dagger there. And
does
this team, I mean, I do think Sentinels, you talk about before
between the
MB,
two
they get
forms.
very strong
It's
res comp with the Guardians.
absurd
I
how
think
much
Sentinels are right
value
up there
you
with
get
them.
on this hero.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of good triple res teams, I think, in North America. We'll see how that pans out at the
That's fucking
international
sick. I'll see
stage.
Doc.
Because I think we're in good hands when it comes
You
to
better
this
be
specific
careful, Jazz.
composition. We'll see if that even gets touched in the future, right? Because there's always a potential in this game between patches, between character releases, Shib, that they just remove team ups. So I mean, anything
The
is
first
possible,
sign of
right?
sun
We had freaking
poisoning.
Jeff Nato, and it still is a thing.
Or if it looks like
added
it's
to the
getting
game.
worse,
So really, who
please
knows,
go
who
see
knows what's
someone.
in store for us in the future?
Yeah, the cool thing about the devs in this game is they play the game, so they understand the problems. They'll let it run for a bit, but they will counter back and change things up. Like they did nerf that Jeff Nato, making it far less valuable. That's why we haven't seen it since the beginning of the tournament. But
wild.
Yeah, I mean, always so much more coming to the game. You got to be so
What a
versatile
cool game
when
one.
you play, and Sentinels definitely versatile after that ban phase.
Yeah, I know.
I wonder what
you and I have always
what
talked
map
about how it
100T
feels
decides
in
to go
terms
with.
of we're not game developers. We're just dumb casters, obviously. But at least I am. I know Shib's obviously a smart guy here. But like realistically, it does feel like for a game development and design of balance, you don't really want to go for that balanced approach. It feels like
Medical
it feels like
care is
just
expensive
make
as
things
fuck.
broken for a little bit, but then maybe nerf for the next patch or buff something
The
else.
fact
the
that
next patch, right?
is
So
even
as
a
long as there's little bit of
consideration is
variety,
ridiculous,
I think
isn't it?
us as ADHD,
Not from you, I
hero
mean
shooter
just
fans,
in
it
general
feels like
that that's
variety
even
keeps
a
us
thing that we have
interested
to
in the
worry
game.
about.
Yeah, and that's what everyone is looking for. It's just new content. And I mean, guys, for those who don't know, a new hero every month. We've got another season coming up here. Who is it going to be? New heroes, new maps, consistently being
Come
driven
on, Shib.
every
You already
month.
know
Are you
who
kidding
it
me? You've got to be
is.
so
Come
versatile as a
on.
pro. You've got to not be a one trick.
He's
You've
probably
got to be
not allowed
able
to
to
say it on
rotate,
this
because if you're
broadcast,
one trick,
but
you get banned out.
we know who
Team's not
it
going to
is.
want to
Come
keep you.
on.
You know what I mean? Not going to want to keep you around. So it is just tricky. But we are going to move forward in these grand finals for map 2 right after this break.
Fuck yeah, dude. Right, I'm gonna take a quick minute because I need to pee so fucking bad right now. So I'm gonna take a quick minute. I'll run another I'll run another quick ad. I apologize, as always. Make sure pre-rolls are off. Go grab a drink, grab a snack. I'll be back in just a mo for game 2.
dropping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a
Do you know what I've just realized? You know, we were talking about how stupid I am about not realizing about the adverts for pretty much the last 3 weeks of me doing this, and I've not realized that I've not been running ads. Do you want to know the dumbest thing? Not only does it show up on my stream, because I have a little ad widget that shows up on stream to show when ads are running, it also tells me in my chat. A little pop-up comes up on my chat telling me I'm running an ad. And I just didn't clock that I hadn't seen one, ever. It didn't even cross my mind.
Considering it was a reverse sweep in the overall series and a small reverse sweep.
I'm an actual moron.
On that last map.
Yeah, I mean, they've done it, like you're saying, on the entire series last time with unique picks. The ban phase definitely...
I may or may not have a spider in my hair. Hang on.
I will think that they, they've practiced this. They know that if that doesn't work, I'm sure they've got something else. Sentinels, though, it's hard to ban them out. They've got a ton of different compositions they're willing to run with a ton of different heroes they can pull out at any moment. We saw even switches there from Thing to Groot, which found a ton of value.
Yeah, 100%. And we saw Captain Puerto Rico himself boast about how Envy would never beat a team like 100 Thieves. I wonder if today, maybe Captain Crimzo, Captain
I did not.
DMCA in the background after in the winner's interview, UFC.
I was just freaking the fuck out for no reason.
Right, here we go. He has the answer to 100 Thieves, so it does feel
I'm an absolute fucking
sort of
mess, dude.
I
need so much sleep.
Right now, Sentinels
I'm
are
an
just
absolute
hammer,
disgrace of a mess right now. Okay, here we go.
But
here we
it's
go.
still a good fight
Game
between
2.
these two teams. The 100 Thieves can definitely change it up, and it's a cap ban immediately again onto Sentinels.
Hi, Goomba. How you doing? Welcome in.
Here comes map 2. This is chosen, remember, by 100 Thieves, going to Yggdrasil's path. And they do play very well here, as again, we see the cap ban.
A cap ban, torch ban on the other side for Sentinels.
Okay.
I mean, I guess who am I to critique the
I think we'll probably
right
see the cap ban the entire time. I don't think they're going to let Crims have
figured
this.
maybe we get that Wolf Protect is because Sentinels are
Damn, they're going to give them the Emma, though.
Emma Protect, right?
Which they can't really do anything about, because it's either the cap or the Emma, so you got to kind of pick your poison, really.
Maybe they go for the
unless they're on the blue side.
Again, and I don't know, Sentinels, surely they just go for that Wolf ban again.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Need to ban Wolf out. I mean, it's
just so
you can't let Terra have Wolf, and I think they said that yesterday, so they're going to stick true to that.
They could Wolf Protect right now, though.
Which I'm wondering if there's a conversation here. If you lock Wolf early on, I know it's going to put you in a difficult spot Vanguard-wise.
It is Yggdrasil Path, which is a crazy good Human Torch map.
I do think there's a conversation to maybe change things up if it gets a little dicey.
Yeah, they could do Torch
Ultra. What Sentinels does to 100 Thieves.
They're going to go to Cloak again.
Yeah, I don't understand the cap ban because you're going to have a Bucky on your team who could deal with him. Like, it just feels that way, but they just go for the group ban at the very end, so at least they're changing it to some degree. And right now, 3 Vanguard prioritization ban for 100 Thieves on the opposite side. Sentinels making sure
I feel like the group ban is very targeted at Crims because
we'll see what the last ban is for Sentinels. I wonder if it will be towards that Cloak and Dagger,
I feel like,
or something along the lines of
like they don't ban out Wolverine
like
and they ban out
Punisher.
Groot instead of Wolverine.
I see what you're saying. I think they just really respect Crimzo's cap. He mentioned, even Terra today mentioned that if they had a choice between where they would put, in the Vanguard role, they'd put Crimzo there. So I don't know if that will change. It seems like that's their game plan today. They're going to try to stick to it.
I'm not sure where this
group
prio is coming from.
Maybe the thought process domination can go anywhere. Let's see what happens here. As
we have seen groups be really good. Don't get me wrong, and the ultimate is like crazy strong.
Good
but
at this group composition. You can see the respect towards each other with that comp. I know we've seen Wolverine
maybe this is something they know that we don't from Scrims or something.
So Sentinels,
but I feel like
don't really play Wolverine anymore.
I don't really understand this group
who's on the bench of Sentinels. You talk about Super Gomez. He's an incredible Wolverine player, but I mean, there's a reason why.
It's not a personal ban.
You kind of play the same people.
It's
all
not
the time.
really a personal ban. Wolverine in general has been so unbelievably dominant in this tournament in general.
So it just it gives you some semblance of consistency when you're not changing players out.
He's like S tier, insanely
so I think
strong.
That's probably the biggest reason why.
We've seen Wolverine's solo win games consistently across the board, so it makes playing tank nearly impossible at this level.
You lose that opportunity to build synergy together. And Shib, I think
it forces you into a very specific comp to try and deal with it.
You were talking about something interesting
because of how good it is.
Vanguard composition that a lot of teams, specifically
which you don't really want to play. in general, but
yeah, I think they're just really practiced. I mean, they found success with it in multiple tournaments. Yeah, I guess they are.
The Wolverine damage is absurd when he's at 100 charge, but it's the kidnapping. Wolverine has a very low cooldown way of displacement. So you can use Thing or Hulk, which we see a lot, to throw him. He can take out air at this skill level. His ultimate is really, really strong, but the kidnapping is like nearly a guaranteed kill every time, and it's like a fucking 10-second cooldown or something stupid. And at this level, when you get a single pick like that, it snowballs, and it pretty much like wins you points time and time and time again. So they just don't want to deal with it.
Crimzo's face. This is what I was talking about, Chip. I do feel like Bucky does a great job.
Nice pick on Terra. That could have gone crazy. Terra was starting to pop up. Oh, Nectar gets SJP. Oh, gets in their face before they can get into the invis.
It actually stays up there. Just kidding, it wasn't a copy. It was Harvey's ultimate there for the copy. Excuse me. So that's why it stays up. Even if you go down on Loki, if you use that invisible boundary, it actually will stay up, which is a little
is that true?
Got a res back. Sentinels still healthy. Full team up, holding on defense.
Dude, how broken is that? Did you guys hear that? So you know when you kill an invis, it takes the ult down immediately. If you're Loki, an invisible woman, the boundary stays up if you get killed. Is that not crazy fucking broken? Oh my god, Kurova just reses 5 of them again.
So well played.
This res comp is so toxic, dude.
Instead of electing to run that Vanguard front line, just know that you can
just
come back with one of those reses instead and guarantee free fights.
Good shot from TTK. Crazy good shot.
There is Nectar though. Finds Selena even through crystal placement. That's going to be a pick. Will they be able to come back and find more value out of the back line? Yes, they do. SJP
oh, Nectar though.
And they're doing the strategist.
Nectar's causing so many problems for these strategists.
Able to find value. Great work by the back line.
And he gets techie. I think they're going to have to TP in to try and recontest if they can, but I'm not sure they're going to have time, honestly. Kurova's got no res either. I think they're just going to give it. I think you have to give it.
Dunk from across the map onto Aramori. There's no bubbles because they banned out the Magneto to save Aramori.
That was a good amount of time,
so she tried to kind of go as far as possible away from that meteor.
Trust me, Goomba, if you stick around and they get Wolverine, which I don't think they're going to get in this series, I've got a couple of videos on my YouTube from these games showing why Wolverine is so crazy. You will see exactly why. You will see exactly why. I've watched probably close to like, I don't know, like 100 games of Marvel Rivals over the last few weeks. Trust me, it's a problem. Oh, he gets in though. Don't think he's gonna get a reset. Oh, Finny though. Damn, Sentinels are kind of getting rolled. Oh boy.
With a ton of time on the clock, 3 minutes 16, pressing through this first angle.
Vinny looks like a kind of a problem on this thing, huh? Terra's enjoying himself as well. You can see he's smiling. He's enjoying himself. That's not a good sign.
He does play that Emma. I know he played the Groot, so because he was playing on that Emma, it was not allowing Techie to be on that hero, which he can carry incredibly hard with.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be Final Fight territory if they can get this pick here for 100 Thieves. CTK goes up again with the meteor. That's a great placement of a shield there, right into the wall, weaving it in the door frame. Doesn't matter.
Nectar is just getting no value from these Star-Lord ults. Rye gets a nice pick, though.
That should be enough here.
That should be a good stall out, actually. Sentinels have 3 ults as well. They've got the res. They've got both of the support ults. Oh, Nectar gets ballsy, but he does have a res. They're going to push off the back of that. Oh, Rye is getting so aggro. Oh no, this is bad. Oh, this is real fucking bad. Oh no. Oh no.
Everyone gets hit. Can they find the value? No, just gonna have to drop back.
Okay, that's huge from Aramori. Ara pops the ult over the top of the res to make sure everyone can reset and come back up. But you have used the cloak ult for that.
Yeah, this is why you save another ultimate
but if you didn't, man, Terra gets all of you.
Nectar falls down, and here comes a clobbering time under Amazing.
That is going to be huge. Deletta goes up. Harvey going to counter up and use the.
Then he gets right again. Seki going to get some big things, I think. How has he got this again? Sorry. Can someone tell me how Terra has this again?
Sweeping the entire team and shoving them to point 3.
I need to see that in real time. How did he just build that? Sorry, did he not just use that 20 seconds ago?
Is panning out. I mean, Amazing.
Am I being crazy, or was that Harvey that used it?
On the Mantis, it's awesome to see the Mantis do that.
How the ever living fuck did he get another ult?
A duelist role where you need that Mantis to sort of find those picks. But right now, Crimzo on the thing. I feel like it's sort of soft countered, if not hard countered by Terra on the Bucky. I mean, this character counters also the thing incredibly well.
There we go.
No, it's not exclusive.
Got to find that footing here. 100 Thieves really want to match
it's purely because of the pressure that Terra's putting on them as a Winter Soldier.
Still pressing forward. That's a nice start.
Because if Aramori doesn't pop the cloak ult over the top of that res, they all die to the Winter Soldier ult, and then it's completely done anyway.
Don't have the bubble to keep her healthy. Crimzo trying to use that damage reduction from Thing prior, but not able to get there. That is your only bet.
Dude, I want to see Sentinels swap off this res comp.
You need to hit prior.
They're not getting the value that they need. Terra is absolutely ripping them to shreds right now.
A half-court shot and just landing every time.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're coming back. Incoming Nectar in the sky, and everybody's kind of
Loki Lamb.
making sure they can play in these Loki greens to stay alive. Got to re-engage now.
Gets nothing again. These Starlord ults just feel so lackluster, don't they?
Heavily up in ult advantage. SJP slowing the pace here. Remember, difficult to engage through that.
Oh, that's a good pick though. That's a good slam.
Gonna drop back into the boundary. Stay healthy. Good bubble there. Again,
huge save.
Playing lights out in this map right now.
Okay, that's really good for Sentinels. They survived massively through those ults.
Is going to match that invisible boundary again. There will have Korova's res.
There's a clobber. Oh god.
Do they find value through? They do. Port again goes up.
All right, here's the res though. Korova gets everyone back up.
It is in a dangerous position. Back and forth.
57 seconds to hold.
And healthy somehow, but Vinny.
Terra gets techie. Crims goes down. No tanks right now.
They do. I'm surprised Aramori actually went for the copy onto that Mantis because now that ultimate's about to run out.
Yeah, that's a weird copy.
To bring everybody back in this fight. We've seen it done in EMEA, but right now,
nah, dude, this is done. This is done. Fucking Delena is going mental on this.
And Korova with the self-res, right?
Wait, I mean, Crims is still up somehow. What? Techie's still up as well. I mean, they're just stalling time right now.
Popping off here with the raw damage from those Loki clones. Remember, please burn those clones.
I mean, they're doing a great job of burning this time down. I mean, it's nearly at the end, so I mean, they do get all three, but they do get the time down towards 10 seconds, so...
3 points here for 100 Thieves.
Yep, great push from 100
This
Thieves.
is notoriously a really hard map to get to the end, though. Just bear that in mind. It's a really hard map to take to 3 points.
Magneto, right, just trying to kind of keep
So
everybody
this is going to have to be a hell of a push here from
Sentinels. Bubble, honestly, with his E onto Nectar in the sky in that Star-Lord, but honestly, I don't think it's working, right? I mean, right now,
I don't like the res com, man. I want them to switch off the res com.
On the Winter Soldier, I mean, the strategy just to get rid of the hero pool of Crimzo is perfect. And right now, Crimzo and Techie, they're discussing what to do next, because I would too. I mean, most people understand right now. I think against this front-to-back composition, you could do some sort of stuff. I mean, you could make it even more annoying. You could do something like the Rocket Raccoon,
look
like
at Rai, dude. 3 and 11.
Those heroes, right?
I want to see Rai amazing on. Because here's the problem with this comp, right? The problem is you're so set on this Star-Lord ult, and it's your only DPS ult to try and like take these fights.
Right now,
this is what I want.
I think their ban change was huge. I think it was the right
Fuck
call.
yeah, let's go. Give me a magic. For those of you who don't know, Rai Amazing is a real magic player.
Right now here, the side of Sentinels on attack. I don't think it'll stay that way, but it was
come
quite
on.
the show. At least
Don't bait me like that, you little fuckers.
The Venom, we might see a little more divey composition from Sentinels.
Yeah, so here's the problem I'm seeing, right?
The
only big DPS ult they have here is the Star-Lord, and Nectar is not picking the right moments to use the Star-Lord ult. Like, the Loki lamps are going down, the supports are going down, and then they've got no follow-up. It's not like you have a couple to, like, bait out, right? So for 100T, Delana can use the Hella ult to bait out a support ult, and then Terra can go off the top of it, or TTK can, or whatever. And Sentinels don't have that same firepower, you know what I mean? They're also all so defensive. They've only got one, like, maybe Crims as well, you could argue, but that's the only really, like, aggressive ults. So they're kind of just, they feel like they're struggling to kind of take these fights. And in the meantime, Terra is just ripping them to shreds.
When you land on somebody, little known fact, someone plays a ton of Emma. If you see Bond up, try to just use that laser to get an instant 100% charge, which does deal double damage. As they press forward, we're going to see ults match on both sides. Nectar going to get rezzed up. Crimson on SJP, and that's a two-piece, and that does
that's a really nice pull. Techie does get Harvey, that's big. Okay, Techie is just... Alright, Techie said fuck it. Put it on my back. I'm gonna do it. Oh, good pick on Delina as well.
To the Doctor Strange has been massive. They'll be TP back. It's actually a TPing back.
Okay, so maybe, maybe this is just what they need. They need Crims to be on the Strange.
Regardless, he was the first one to die, so kind of makes sense. 5 minutes now in the second phase of the map.
Maybe the idea is you use Techie as this kind of pseudo DPS, right? And you just give them a bit more room on this Emma to just, like, walk forward, you know?
Alongside Crimzo and his, so it's a little bit harder for Terra to chew through all that. Also, same thing for Delena. So I think this slight change is going to help them a ton, as we see Doctor Strange players usually do.
Because I mean, we talked about it last game, right? In theory, this Emma is really good into what they're running.
100 Thieves will have ult advantage. As I say that, Nectar gets all pops and immediately
this is the problem right here. Exactly what I'm talking about. Nectar pops, Mag saves it just for that, and then they've got no of the DPS ults. Oh, huge pings from Techie. Oh, how does he avoid that?
Great match back there to the side of Harvey on that.
Oh, now they're just gonna roll them over.
Techie finds one. Terra finds one on Crimzo. Both sides getting
good fade. Oh, but what a pullback.
Not even sure whose numbers are up from these residents. Delena gonna take out Aramori.
Wait.
Oh, and the res back for Harvey. And that is one of those slept on team ups. You see Crimzo gets two though.
Wait, Crims. Wait, Crims in the front just goes mental.
Wow.
On Rai gets a couple on the back. Okay, Sentinels have woken up. Here we go.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves are going to look at changing something in this third phase. So, I mean, this swap,
is it
just
really all they needed was this fucking Doctor Strange to kind of make this comp feel better? Because they're kind of rolling it right now.
Some of them, they're actually coming back with Eternal Bond, and last second they're touching the objective.
They are going to contest.
These teams are playing so smooth, so back and forth, and I do agree that I think that switch from Crimson.
Yeah, I mean, but listen, let's be honest here. Both teams are playing fucking lights out. This is the highest level Marvel Rivals. Oh, that's a huge Agamotto, but no follow-up.
Crystals there, though, by Harvey to keep the team healthy. And that's what I'm talking about, using that ceiling. When you use your dash upward with Doctor Strange, propels you forward. It's very difficult.
Nice slam.
So well played.
Yeah, right now they're trying
to no, here goes Terra. Oh my god.
Unfortunately, so he's back in the fight, gonna go down immediately in the Kraken impact. That last second touch.
How the ever living fuck did you get that headshot on Nectar? Someone check this guy's PC, please. Can someone check this guy's PC?
Goodness, off the reses. Just keeps it
How did he just spin and hit that headshot perfectly behind the payload on Nectar? First time. That is disgusting.
As Thieves will have potentially Delena, Harvey, Vinny, and TTK.
Nectar's passive.
There's the Mago.
So he's gonna have to be brought back by Kurova, and after that, TTK just sucking up some of that damage, coming back through. 100 Thieves also having Vinny onto the Captain America, gives them yet another strategy.
What do you do against this guy? Like, for real.
Now Techie trying to get this up, a big ult, but it does get matched by the side of Harvey.
Ara
who's finding a ton of value,
dropping that ult, trying to keep them all up. Oh, that's a good Terra cape though.
Gives more freedom to play aggressively with that ultimate as they do press forward.
Vinny going with the cap ult. That's going to keep everyone up as well for 100T.
As every ult is matched in Sentinels, she's not able to get too much. We do see Terra.
That's nice. Terra's not going to get any resets.
The fish was not pulled in. The Kraken stays in the water. SJP going to use that.
Oh, Techie gets the Lena as well. That's big pick.
Amazing. SJP matches it right back though.
Kurova can res.
Pulls back Techie into the fight.
if they have their
Well, this is the
self-res.
problem as well with the Adam Warlock against specifically Cloak and Dagger. The only reason why Corvo went down there without his passive is because who's on his face? It's Cloak and Dagger.
Nectar
SJP
gets
across
out.
the map, yeeted towards Corova.
1 minute 20 though. They've whittled this time down very, very low. I remember 100T got all the way.
Before Nectar has his own solo ultimate, so they're just going to play slow. They might as well. I think this pick of Vinny swapping over to that Captain America has resulted in a lot better of a defense from their side.
Yeah, I mean, again, Sentinel's up in all charge here. Gonna be close as Terra's cracking impacts have found so much.
This could be big. Crims needs to go big here.
55 seconds though, as time is ticking away.
What is this Star-Lord movement like? Oh my God, Nectar gets it and gets out. That's a crazy 1v1. Terra gets out, got the bubble. Oh, here he goes back over the top. Oh, just dunks it as well. That was unreal coordination. Oh yeah, this is done, guys. This is done. Corova. Big res. Terra still got the ult though.
They will have Aramori to keep them in. Amazing as well, and this is looking now towards Sentinels as the Agamotto goes out. Doesn't get much.
Can Crims get anything from it? Terra goes down. That's a big one. Rye gets the Lena as well. Both DPS are out.
Actually, Sentinels, excuse me. There goes.
Oh, Techie with the pig.
Can they get anything off it? No. A great.
But this Capel is keeping everybody alive. There's the cloak ult. Oh, this looks real bad for Sentinels now. Ara does have theirs. Techie goes down though. That is. Oh my God, they all go down. Okay, Terra's back in the building. Guys, Terra's back in the building. It's done. Doesn't matter. It's done.
Gets Aramori Nectar on the rest, but this is not going to be enough, folks. 100 Thieves are looking like they're going to shut this down on point two. A very defensive
1-1, y'all. 1-1.
And they take map 2 to even it up.
Oh,
what a series.
Boy.
What an absolute series. This is what we're talking about, how teams need to adapt on the fly. Right? It's not.
I mean, do you just ban this Winter Soldier at this point?
It's now about the in-game swaps, right? We have
like genuine
question. To the
question.
Doctor Strange, and they weren't met by
Do you ban this Winter Soldier from Terra?
Swapped off of the thing, goes back over to Captain
Harvey
America.
again. 54 and 3 on Loki.
Heavily favored by teams, right? We have teams like Burr wanting to play that Captain America. A lot of
sorry, excuse me.
Want to play that hero. Even
71 assists. Sorry, sorry. I gotta pause this for a second. 71 assists on both supporters. The highest assists on the other team is 14, and they have 54 kills. 46k damage from Terra, 60 and 4. Okay, I'm gonna take it back. Get this fucking Loki out of here.
Cracking impact. If anyone falls, when that KO potential.
What is this hero?
Bar, it immediately goes
Hello?
to the Bucky player.
What is that hero?
Are you
that is
joking? 60 piece,
ridiculous from Harvey.
No OT there, and still finding 60 is obscene. 100 Thieves took that personally, and they bounced back there for sure.
Oh,
100%, 100%.
Okay. First things first from Sentinels, listen, you tried the res comp twice. It's worked once, it didn't work. They're adapting. Get off it. Get off it. I want to see Rye on something way more DPS focused than this Mantis. Mantis is way too vulnerable. I want to see him on the pop-off hero because otherwise I feel like you're like not utilizing it all. This cloak is fine. I mean, I would say, Loki over the cloak, but if they want to cloak Cryo, it's okay. Get off this fucking res comp. I don't like it anymore. It can work on certain maps. I don't really get why they did it on Convoy. I feel like res comps are so much better on either Convergence or Domination because it's so much more condensed.
On the Loki, he's back on his game with Loki, no doubt about it. So many cancellations with crystals. And I just saw so much
take away this Loki, dude. Take away this Loki for sure.
Mixed with the Meteor M, TTK was going up and just
I'm mad.
targeting whoever he saw Terra on. It didn't matter. Enough damage. All you got to do, you don't even need to charge the Meteor at that point. Just do a little bit of damage. Allow the reset. Oh my!
I think
goodness, the team looked
it's what we talked about. My read on this game, and I might be totally wrong, but listen, I've watched a lot of Rivals, so I think I'm right on this read. If I'm at Sentinels right now and I'm looking at this, if you run that res comp, you don't have the damage ults that you need to push through this comp of 100T. 100T, you know, especially if they're running like this mag, you don't have the pressure points the same way that 100T do. If you're only ult, it's so easy to play around, right? And just think about it if you're playing that game, right? If you look at that res comp and you're looking it over and you're a support, if I'm an invis in that situation and I'm going, who do I need to save my support ult for? The answer is incredibly obvious. The only problem ult, which is Starlord, right? And they did that with the mag rather than a support ult, right? The same principle. So Nectar gets no value ever from that Starlord ult, ever. So then what are the other what are the other pressure points at that stage? Mantis ult, that's a defensive one. Korova with the res, that's a defensive ult. There's no offensive pressure at all. Then Crims changes to the Strange. So, okay, you've got a Strange ult. But if he fucks up that Agamotto, or you use Bubble for that Agamotto, or you use Cloakle or something for that, any number of these things, then that's all of their offensive potential gone. So it doesn't matter how many lives you've got. If you've got no other offensive potential to win out the fights, then it's just done. So that's my read on what's happened in that game. So if I'm Sentinels right now, I change it up completely. I go, we need more pressure points. Let's look at things like Psylocke, Human Torch. The Emma is fine. I think Techie is doing really good work on that Emma. You still take out the Wolverine. You don't want to deal with that Wolverine. That's totally fine. But, like, ban out this Loki, dude. Ban out this Loki. Even if you want to run a res comp, that Loki crystal just by itself is stopping Nectar doing anything on top of everything else on top of it. So that's my read on what I think they need to do right now. How are you, Mad? Give me one sec, real quick. Yeah, we are nearly 11 hours in right now. And we are 2 games down in this best of 7. So we probably, best case scenario, we've maybe got another hour. Well, best or worst, depending on how you want to phrase it. If this goes all the way to 7, we're probably here for another 2.5 to 3 hours. Strap in, homies. So it kind of depends. I think it depends what side they're on, right? To how they're going to pick ban. We don't know what side they're on before, so it's obviously different blue side to red side. Because blue side you get 2 picks, you get 2 bans before the first save. Red side you get 1 ban before the first save, so it changes how you're gonna draft it, right? So we don't know what side they're on yet. I'm doing a marathon of all the Transformer movies. Oh, have you never watched them? Oh, that's fun. I do like the Transformer movies. I know they're cheesy, but it's just a good old solid action.
That would be nice. I mean, just Jesus, like, oh gosh.
Although I do have to skip some scenes because it's way too cheesy and I can't take it seriously.
It's getting so dang intense in this matchup, and it's no thanks to Adam Warlock and the Guardians comp, like you said, Chip.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously mean when it comes to that composition, but just did not look great on that map. I mean, the stat line of 100 Thieves was insane. Yet the thing about the res comp is it doesn't always lend itself into the best stat lines, because a lot of the time you're falling and then you're coming back. You're getting KO'd, but you're immediately back. So you trade 1 for 2, so your stats always look kind of rough. But, and you still get back.
The other thing to talk about the res comp, right? Just very quickly while these guys are yapping. res comp is very specifically extremely good when you're playing into big team fight ultimates that are like wombo combo, blow your fucking load, and then you're done, right? So things like Groot ults, Storm, Supernovas. The problem with what they're doing is they're running it into a Winter Soldier who specifically, if they get on a roll, continues to stagger. So it's not a blow your load and then it's over. It's a blow your load and continue blowing your load non-stop. So even if you res, you're just feeding more and more into the Winter. Do you get what I mean? Whereas if they're playing something like a Punisher, where he blows everything in that ult and then there's nothing kind of left afterwards, then it's way more effective. But if you're going to let him have this Winter Soldier, the res comp is not going to work. Just strategically speaking, it doesn't work as a counter. Does that make sense? I don't know if maybe I'm getting like too analytical or like maybe I'm just like way overthinking, but that's my read on, like if I'm their coach, that's my read on the situation. Maybe I've watched too much Rivals, man. Maybe I've watched too much Rivals at this point.
That series. If you haven't checked out Daredevil Born Again, you need to. Punisher, such a cool hero.
I kind of want to count up how many best of threes I've watched.
These movies and shows. So I'm definitely going to be copying that skin as Punisher's in an insanely strong state right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the only thing I know from that is the wait. That's all I got. That's from the whole thing.
Let me
from
see
that
if I
series.
can very quickly figure out how many games of Rivals I've watched.
Put some shoes on. But like, regardless, besides that, obviously the sound effects are sick. I was telling you, you saw it as well. I mean, you pointed out how there's like a choir singing when you press E. You know, there's so many different sound effects going on with that character. It's insane.
Yeah, I'm with you. I love it when he uses that. All you see are like the angels in the sky.
Let's
so
say
cool.
50.
Yeah, it's very similar like when you're using that strange skin where you can hear, you know, like the Asian-inspired music in the background lights up in the sky. Just really,
Hang
really
on,
cool. But
I'm doing some
we
very
press
quick math.
forward here on to map 3, 1-1. Like I said, balanced as all things should be. These teams titans in their own right. Thanos reference round 2. Man, I'm on it right now. And what do you know, Catman?
Okay, so I've watched about 70 series of Marvel Rivals over this last 3 weeks. 70, not games, 70 series of Marvel Rivals.
Sentinels protecting the Magneto in the counter play, whereas they go for a protect of the Emma their own.
Shit. Right. Let's see if we've got any adaptation. So Cat first.
Change, right? I think we're going to see TTK on the Emma there, and we do see a change up.
Okay, so they're going to prio the Emma over the mag, and now we're going to see Techie take the mag instead of the Emma. So we got the switch around.
So you got to show some respect to TTK.
Which is probably just a red side, blue side thing, right? You don't have enough bans either side, so we'll go into Hall of the Jalia.
Who don't even really want to play Torch, honestly. Like in general,
dude, I'll be honest, man. I don't understand this group prior.
In my opinion, it's a bit of a wasted ban, but we'll see what
I
happens.
don't understand this group ban prior. I don't get it. I really don't get it.
They know Sentinels will play that.
It's got to be a targeted ban between these two teams from scrims or something, because from what I've seen across all of the games, it makes zero sense to me.
So it's like you're forcing them on like similar stuff, except now you don't have a hard.
Now they've got Loki again for Harvey.
You can play this triple res composition specifically around the Magneto. I think that's their
answer. They're gonna take the Hela away.
They've also banned out Delena's Hela, so they're being proactive at the current moment. But Shib, to me, it seems like they're gonna play triple res composition again.
Okay, so you take away the team up from the Loki, and Delena has been demonic on this hero, so okay, I get it.
We're probably going to see triple res unless, okay, Mantis ban.
Wow.
Mantis ban, okay, they're going to respect the res.
Yeah, see, I think that's a pretty smart and unique thing. You kind of force them mentally to think they're running
Psylocke.
Oh yeah, it's true.
Through.
Yeah, that is huge. So that is something. I mean, we might see something like a Venom. Yeah, I see Techie go to Venom. Something to dive, right? Because usually you run that cap nowadays.
You're on the 4th one. How many Transformers films are there now? 6?
To just follow up
5,
with
6?
the damage. So gonna see that change up here. There was kind of a bait there, pretending like they were gonna.
I thought it was quite good.
That Guardians, but now
this is the end of the whole thing.
Gonna be able to get up in the sky there with Torch, which we haven't.
No,
seen
so this is
on any duelist.
Do you watch any other esports? Silent Night, do you watch any like League of Legends or anything like that? So this is the best way to describe this is so throughout the year there's going to be 2 seasons. This is season 1. Then there's a mid-season finals, which is the LAN that I was talking about at the end of July. So that's like the midway point. So there's $3 million spread over both seasons and both LANs. So the season 1, which is this is the end of season 1. So this is the grand finals of season 1. That decides who then plays in the mid-season finals, which is the midway LAN. Then we're going to have season 2, which is going to be another set of group stages and another set of playoffs like we've had this last few weeks. Then that leads into the big end of the year tournament, which will be the kind of
interesting dynamics happening right
think of that like Worlds for League of Legends or like the big tournament, the one that everyone wants to win. Probably worth the most amount of money. That's probably going to be worth $1 million on its own.
On the Venom, haven't seen much of that yet in this series.
So this is like the first. This is the start of the season, essentially. If you think of it like that.
Laser on the back line, and here comes Techie off the rip. Can they collapse with Nectar?
Terra again.
Immediately say goodbye. Down goes.
So there is some cool adaptations. So we do see Sentinels get off of this res comp. Rymazing's going to go for this Iron Man, which we've seen them do really well on this Iron Man in general. Watch out for Vinny though on this cap to reflect some Iron Man ults. Techie using this Venom to try and make some space. I don't mind it at all. And then we've got the Psylocke. I think 100T honestly have the better end of this. The Cap Psylocke duo we've seen be so like devastating in general.
Nectar down twice. Terra takes out Techie. This dive is not finding purchase with Terra on the backline ready with a pull.
Oh, what a fade.
The greens were up, but oh no, it's dodged, avoided. Sentinels lose that ultimate.
The problem with this Iron Man is it's, yeah, and Rai just switches straight away. It's so telegraphed. The Iron Man ult, like, it's so hard to get value because it's super easy to avoid.
Everybody just kind of walked away on 100 Thieves' side. Well played by them. Every ultimate in the game up on their side as well. Rymazing now over to that torch, thinking that's going to be a little bit better for them.
I think the torch is a better idea.
Chances, their situation is looking very good.
Yeah, likely while you saw Rai use that ulti at a little bit more
as weird as this sounds, like, I want them to ban out this Winter Soldier. Like, put Terra on something else, man. This guy's been popping the fuck off. Like,
good positioning and just natural play, just understanding what could happen.
I feel like they're struggling so much into playing into these winter picks, you know?
Gonna try to get a pull here onto the back line. It's so difficult. He's just countering dive.
Okay, here we go.
Game, knowing that they're running that Psylocke and just try to mark.
Okay, Terra kind of wastes that, really. Oh, big from Crims. Gets Terra as well. That's big. That's what they need. That's what they need. Terra kind of wasted the ult just throwing it into a Lunar ult, so I think that's also a bit of a throw, to be honest.
Yeah, and this is kind of why I like the Captain America ult a little bit earlier against Meteor M.
TTK looking for some pings. Nectar gets SJP as well. That's a big pick. I like this from Nectar, though. They're going to try and contest. Nectar gets TTK again as well on the Psylocke.
And that is a two-piece. That puts numbers up. Harvey going to pull out the bond. Will it be enough for them to hold?
They are going to stall this out for now, but it looks like they're just going to wait this out and then look to go back in afterwards.
This is crazy.
They do burn a lot of time, though. There's a lot of time that 100T have burned. Big supernova from right. There's one. Vinny goes down. And I think they're going to get it. There's Nectar. So I like this a lot more because what they're doing, I like this a lot more. So we talked about this before about Psylocke.
Yeah, and Ryan back on the torch is looking
Traditionally,
good.
you would think that Psylocke is really bad into Loki. And it kind of is. The ult really sucks playing into Loki. I find that a lot. But getting these pickoffs on SJP, and it's actually interesting that SJP is playing this Loki, not Harvey, since Harvey's been destroying on it. But you can get the pickoffs around the ultimate, and Psylocke is really good for that. So Nectar, I really like this Psylocke pick from Nectar. It's way better. It's way more angles of attack. And then you got Rymazing over the top, just like pumping out damage for Nectar to finish off, you know? Oh, with this double dive as well, over the top. Oh, what a slam. Wow. Dude, Terra tracks that. That's crazy work that Terra tracks that, like, that Psylocke.
As Harvey goes down, Terra going to try to find more. Does get the reset, but will it be enough? Terra going to find
Crims gets Terra over the top of that.
Turn right around as Crimzo finds Terra.
I like this a lot more here from Sentinels. They look a lot more lively.
2 minutes left to go. Kraken impact was big, but didn't win them the fight, unfortunately.
100T can stall this out mega, though. SJP, Harvey both have ults. There's a lot of healing ults to stall. Kurova, though, on this Luna. I also, yeah, I just like this lineup a lot more. Aramori's on their comfort Loki. Kurova's on their comfort of Luna. The strongest 2 supports in the game. And I think we're going to see a big difference here. Terra does get arrow, though. Looks like they're going to have to back this up. 100T. Good hold.
Uses ult there. Harvey is going to have it if need be after the fact. 100 Thieves defending well with 1:12 on in a very defensible position.
They could defend this like super easy. Harvey's still got an ult. Vinny's got a pseudo support ult as well on this cap. Here goes the supernova. Oh my god, he's going to get railed though. Keep him up. Oh! Gets Delena.
This is why Torch is banned out. So strong.
Ooh, clutch fade. Clutch fade.
Great cape again by Harvey, who's just using that in such good value. Terra gonna drop back, reset as a team. They don't need to touch.
Nice from Right, gets SJP, and I love this from Techie, dude. This Venom is creating so much chaos in this backside. Does get taken out eventually. Nectar's gonna look for it.
30 seconds on, should have time to come back. Team might retreat here.
Oh, they get Rye?
Nectar electing to use that ult though. SJP finds Rye amazing.
Oh, here goes Terry. He's looking. He's going to build off the Loki clones. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. Dude, this guy is a fucking monster. Take him off this pick, dude. Take him off this pick.
No answer there for them. Sentinels get stopped in the second phase and shift. That's what I was talking about. I feel like
this guy is so disgraceful.
Just in terms of the heroes played, the Venom is good. I mean, it's solid at doing damage.
Terra might,
for himself, but
like, I'll be honest, I didn't know much about him before this tournament.
Also with the Emma, right? You saw TTK run back,
or even before this week.
Damage reduction on himself. Also,
he is making a statement as one of the best, if not the best DPS player in the world right now.
Having 3 persons soak up that damage, similar to like what you do with Adam Warlock with Soulbond when you want to group up and take a lot of that ability together. It's the same thing against a good Psylocke player. You need
I'm
to
struggling to adjust in my brain which color.
I know
it can be difficult. I mean, who are you rooting for? Are you rooting for Sentinels or 100T? 7 movies. Okay.
Then go back to the front line where Vinny.
That's the thing though, Selenite. Honestly, no. Like Bucky has started to come into it in the playoffs, but in the group stages, he was non-existent.
Because more deaths come through for Techie.
Like maybe 1 or 2 games, maybe. But as the metas kind of developed, and as kind of DPS, because it's all the DPS, like the group stages was all Human Torch, Punisher. Human Torch, Punisher, Psylocke, Wolverine. Those 4, you never had anyone else in the entire group stages. Unless all 4 of those were banned out, which is pretty rare. Most of the banning in the group stages was supports or tanks. So you always had access to 2 of those. It's only really in this last 2 days that we've seen a bit more Bucky. And today we've seen a lot of Bucky. And I mean, Terra's making it look broken.
A tough look, so well played by 100 Thieves.
I think because honestly, it is quite hard to get that initial pick sometimes. Like we've seen a lot of soldiers like just whiff their ults and do it into a support ult and then can't reset or anything. But like Terra's play is so fast, so fluid that like just always finds the value. The spam, like just look at the spam.
Instead, we see this also in EMEA as well with Tanuki. A lot of loves to play that Star-Lord even with that team up, but it can be tough at times.
You know what? A little bit more of a slept-on team up there with Cap and Winter Soldier. Elected to keep.
All right, here we go. Harvey's gonna stall it out here. Gonna try and walk them on point. Here he goes. Oh my god. Oh.
3. Why not make it 4 and 5? Good dash out to not allow the reset, but still gets the pick. Terra with a penta. And yes, you may be saying last time during MVPs, one of the things I didn't touch on, you saw Hexa, and then after that, the game doesn't even give you any more
this guy is something else.
Whoa. On the bottom right,
this guy
is
something
else. I don't even know how
else.
many more numbers we can count up to on the bottom right. Hexa is the peak. So well done again with a 5-piece here by Terra.
Genuinely, genuinely, you banned this Bucky. I mean, I don't think you can let him have it. Sentinels needs to adapt, and I think they have to ban it. These headshots after the ult, he never misses. Like, I don't think I've seen him miss a fucking headshot. He's making Rymazing was considered one of the best DPS in the world, and Terra is making him look like a bronze player right now.
Because we did see that ban there on Mantis, very smart play there by 100 Thieves and their coach, who really thought through this ban phase after losing that domination. Do not want to lose again, Vinny.
Oh, the laner goes in the back as well. Nah, this is over, guys. This is fully fucking over. It's 2-100 T.
Another pick, and out goes the dance floor by Sentinels. And you notice there, Kurova, very big brain play. If you're using that ultimate, you might as well go right to the point. Don't let it move.
I mean, they do lose SJP to Nectar, but I think at this point they might be a little tilted, right? I feel like maybe
I think they're super tilted.
Ultimates against Capel, but you kind of do sometimes. That character is just another strategist. It just feels
but
like
here's the thing, right?
Keeping the team alive.
Don't forget.
Now into this fight, they have a pretty big advantage.
Yesterday,
committing the dance world or the fate of the worlds is brutal. Armory needs to build
Sentinels went 2-0 down in the best of 5. They were one team fight away from losing the entire thing 3-0. And they, massive from Crims, they crawled their ass back in a reverse sweep to take it 3-2. Their mental, when they lock in, is so good. But right now, they need a solution, because 100 Thieves are walking them.
Fighting Vinny, and we do see Rymazing fall, who is now playing that Bucky as well to let him.
Yeah, it's done. 2-1.
They push right through 100 Thieves.
Oh my god.
That by any means.
Jesus Christ, and we got it done. 3 minutes on the clock. That to me felt like a bit of a comp diff,
we're still here, we're still alert.
If maps just are that fast, it's not usually because of skill. It's usually because of some
man, this is some unreal play that we're watching.
So wrong, and I think in this case, so many of Crimso's heroes were banned out, forcing them to play Venom Dive. And for as good as I think Venom Dive can be, the captain
it's tough, man. You know, because I've talked about this so often. If you ban out the Winter, you give them a power pick. You're gonna have to give them like a torch or something in order to take this out.
And they banned out the cap first, I believe, right? So,
but at this point,
there is to protect the Emma Frost
like,
instead of the Magneto.
with how ridiculous he is looking on Winter,
at this point,
I think you have to just risk giving him another power pick just to get him off this shit. Because like, you're taking away a pick that might be worse, or you give him this, which is fucking rolling you right now.
Yeah, I think,
do you know what I mean? So like, take your fucking chances with like a torch or something. Do you know what I mean? At this point, you know he's going to destroy you on this Winter. So listen, try your luck with something else. It's a BO7. You've maybe got one other game to test something out before it's doom time, you know?
On those shield heroes, and you know, honestly, Crimson popped off here too.
Cheer 1000.
But like I said, a little more cannibalistic, forcing.
Yo!
Can be valuable, but in this, you know, in this comp,
dude, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. You didn't have to do that.
Especially if you're trying to dive.
And I think,
man, I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
But also, you know, how strong the Psylocke cap dives.
Yeah, I'm feeling good, dude. I'm feeling good. It's been a super fun tournament to watch.
You know, we have maybe like 1, maybe 2 fights where
and I hope we've had a lot of people come by over these last, you know, few weeks, especially this weekend with the drops and stuff. So I hope we've made a lot of new friends. I hope a lot of people have enjoyed watching the tournament as well. And it's been super fun for me to watch. It's been super interesting. I've got a lot out of it as well. I think there's going to be a lot of people who are looking forward to me just getting back to playing and streaming normally. But
we saw some incredible matches over there.
Yeah, I've been enjoying it.
Pokey was disgusting on Psylocke as well, similar to Nectar, just finding pick after pick onto the other team's Psylocke, and then the Loki. That can happen, but I feel like it's because
hopefully we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens over this next week. But hopefully it's also leading to some pathways to other things as well, you know?
That Vanguard diff felt so big.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, you know, good stats on the side of Crimzo. I talk about had most finals on the team, looked good with a lot of those meteors. I'm with you, though, that it was just like, it's a mental and comp thing, I think.
Fill me in.
It comes down to the comp diff.
I don't know, dude. There's a lot.
There's
a lot to fill you in on.
Went heavily in their favor of the side of 100 Thieves. And then it was just
oh,
the
God.
We saw
All right, let me try and give you the story of this
almost
game
at
right
every
now.
Point, whether they're attacking or defending,
really quick.
Just trying new things. And although that can be
Sentinels,
sometimes,
widely considered
100 Thieves just kept shutting it down.
the best team in Americas, has been for a while.
Sure, I believe they were up 3.
100 T.
They bounced back, won the fight, and took the point.
Like played an insane lower bracket finals. They look really, really good.
Terra, I thought, was knocked out. It was
the Sentinels took the first game.
It was
close.
Return there.
The last 2 games, 100 Thieves have looked insanely good.
Sorry, I became a statue for a second there, but we're back here. You know, as it
Winter
as
Soldier
it happens,
is broken. Terra might be the best DPS player in the world.
As it stands, it's been an incredible series that we have between these 2 teams right now, Shib. And
Sentinels need to get their shit together if they want to win this. This is the grand final. All of these teams are already qualified for the mid-season finals, so this is just for the money.
Come back for map number 4,
which I will show you right now, super quick. So this is where we're at. 100 Thieves, Envy, and Sentinels are already qualified for mid-season finals, which is the LAN that's happening at the end of July for $500,000. These teams are playing for $70,000 for first place right now, $35,000 for second. So this is what they're playing for, money and pride right now because they're already qualified. It's a rematch from the upper bracket final where Sentinels beat them 3-2, but it was a fucking insane series, this one. So this is a crazy rematch, and it's spicy as all hell. That's the short Cliff Notes version. Where are we at with the ads? Do I need to run another ad right now? Un momento, por favore. Yes, we do. I'm going to run another quick ad, y'all, just to make sure you don't get pre-rolls and stuff. I hope you guys don't mind these ads, but I'm trying to make sure you don't get any ads in game or any Twitch automatic ads. Psylocke is insane. Wolverine's insane. Cap is insane. Mag and Emra are insane. Loki's insane. Luna's insane. Cloak and Dagger is insane. That's the very Cliff Notes version. They might have to let Wolverine through, honestly. It is where they're at. So I'm sure Sentinels are having that discussion right now of how do we deal with Terra? He's also ridiculous on Wolverine. So maybe you just have to forego tank bans, let them have the tanks, whatever tanks they want, and just double ban, like double or triple ban Terror out and try and put them on something a little less comfortable. Part of the problem is we haven't seen him on, we haven't had to see him on much else. I'm trying to think about if he's played anything else. He's played Wolverine, Winter for the most part in these, at least today. Has he played any Star-Lord? Maybe. Maybe. So yeah. But I'm also gonna put a bunch of these videos on my YouTube, dude. So if you want to catch up on any of the crazy games, all of the like really close, insane games that we've seen throughout the playoffs, like this weekend, all of them are gonna go up on my YouTube anyway. So you can always like re-catch up on those. Excuse me. I'm just trying to remember Where's the fucking EMEA? Where's the Season 1 EMEA ones? I don't think I can get to it anymore. Yeah, the games today were also super good in EMEA as well, so there's been some banger games the last couple of days. And a lot of love as well. A lot of new people come and check out the stream. A lot of raids, a lot of love from people supporting me on these very, very long days. So it's been really nice. I am very much looking forward to having a full rest tomorrow, though.
I mean, based on the last map for sure, but you know,
alarm off, sleep until I wake up.
It was 100 Thieves, right? That just came back and won on that map. Wait, am I correct? No, they won map one.
Probably.
Okay, right. I'm trying to remember.
It's probably a wake and bake kind of day.
Listen, man, it's been a long tournament. My hair's gone crazy. We've added,
probably
I don't know
a wake and bake kind of day.
Like, who knows what's going on in Marvel Rivals these days, esports wise, because these two teams are really using all of the brain power to figure out what to ban, what to protect. It's
all
not
good,
easy,
Jazz. All
right?
good. You enjoy your drug dealing.
Difficult times of the year for these players because it's the biggest tournament yet. 70K for first place. Also, they're qualified for China. Also for seeding. So
I love that Shib has gone like all out, you know, bow tie, suit jacket, you know, clean. Dogs come in looking like he's just fucking woken up in a leather jacket and a fucking hoodie.
But yeah, I mean, I do think Sentinels just has got to work on, maybe have a discussion about the bans, which I'm sure they're doing right now. If they get that figured out, obviously they can bounce back. Where they've been in a position before where they've been down.
Okay, let's see if Sentinels have figured it out.
Very much still on the table as it is a
I don't want to see a fucking group ban. I don't want to see a fucking group ban. It's a waste of a ban. There's too much other shit you need to think about.
It's not possible now, you know.
Show me something, Sentinel. Show me something.
The series, just because of the fact that, you know, it is 2-1. I guess 100 Thieves, you know, able to kind of work themselves into the series again after that last map.
So okay, standard so far. Captain to Emma.
Situation. Captain America banned again for 100 Thieves, targeting Crimzo. Another time.
Low key, yes.
Yeah,
this is what I want to see.
Here, right? We see that
good shit, Sentinels. Good shit. Get that Loki out of there.
Loki finding a ton of picks too, and just a raw damage, ton of healing.
Good shit. That's
very,
a good start.
Very strong there. Even SJP, who was on the Loki there last map.
Yeah, they're gonna take out a mag.
I think that's definitely a smart ban for them. But Sentinels protecting the Emma this time. I think they understand the success that Emma brought, but the Duke ban comes out. I think the larger problem is, you know, what's going to happen now for 100 Thieves? What do they ban?
What you said? You save the Loki for yourself?
The Emma, it's probably the Psylocke.
I mean, the Loki did not help you against Terra, so you only really want to play the Loki if you're going to take out this winter, right?
As the Psylocke protect comes out for Sentinels, they want to keep onto that hero, so that makes
the Psylocke is nice, especially with the Emma. That's a good duo. I like it.
They're able to get that Psylocke Emma team.
Wow, mass tank bans.
Really valuable. We've seen how much potential there is.
4 tank bans from 100T. They protect the winter, bro.
Bucky banned out of Strange. No more last second touches here on Domination. That's actually super impactful.
Oh, they are fucking feeling it right now on Terra, huh?
Bucky, because yeah, they could play the Punisher if they really want to.
By the way, that's the first Bucky protect we've seen in this entire tournament. That's how much they're feeling Terra on this pick.
Sentinels, like, they're stuttering for a second on the opposite side. They go for the Psylocke ban, but you know, maybe they were looking at Bucky, considering Terra has been kind of a nuisance.
I actually have like no doubt about that. I'm almost sure that's what they were thinking, because it's just been shutting down the dive so successfully. He has not.
It's so hard, dude, because like all of their bans are legit. Mag is a legit ban. Like Loki is a great ban. Wolverine, great ban. You know, so those are the 3 that they get before they get to protect the winter. So like,
for as long as possible, so they can keep their eyes forward.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's tough. It feels like there's just not enough bans for them to use. So they're going to have to do this with comp, right? They're going to have to figure out a composition to play into it. So I actually don't want them to play the Loki, because I think that you're just giving Terra so much freedom on this winter by doing it. So I want to see them like move away from that and kind of go back to what they were doing before with the Cloak and Dagger, right? Even though I think Loki is absurdly good.
But
oh, look how
regardless,
much
I
it's
mean,
flipped.
This is still scary for Sentinels. I mean, Crimson
Everyone thinks 100T are going to win it
so
now because
hard,
they
and I
look
don't think
so
it's
good.
Very easy for Vanguard players to make that switch over. Also, I don't think the thing is like bad.
I
but I
hate
feel
this
like
Iron
versus
Man
Bucky
pick.
Specifically, it just really feels
Sorry,
awful.
I hate this Iron Man
I think
pick.
it's even worse into Punisher, in my opinion, though. Bucky, obviously, a lot of raw damage.
I
but,
hate
you know,
it.
You can't get the pull off, and that's some value there. But
Look at what he's playing into. He's playing into a Groot and an Emma. How the ever-loving fuck is he ever going to get an ult off that's successful? He's playing into a Hela and a Winter Soldier, both who are great at bringing him out and bringing him down. I hate this pick. It is a good map for Iron Man, but I hate this pick.
And I wonder as well with the getting rid of, oh my god, in the
Oh,
sky
they get
with the
Vinny.
back. Oh no, got him eliminated as well.
I mean, listen, show me up right. Show me why you wanted this pick. Okay, but also he's already got ultimate. He's already at 90. It's kind of fucking ridiculous.
And also, ship another thing, Psylocke is insane on this map, so this is probably the scariest map to give Nectar this hero.
This is a very good
Yeah,
Psylocke
I
map,
like
to
the
be fair.
change, and I like the ban change for Sentinels. They're definitely learning. I do think this is going to put Nectar in a very good spot for a ton of value. I think Vinny there with that jump obviously was accidental. Put himself in a
I just don't know how
He
Rag
was
gets
on
any
purpose to use that
value with
cover,
this ult.
Did you know, ultimately turn into him just getting exploded. Kurova onto SJP. Little dance Orbeez.
Nice picks. Nice picks. This is what we want to see. This is great.
Onto Harvey. Delena turns it around on Ryan. Amazing in the sky though with that hit scan. More difficult to juke there with
Oh,
Iron Man than it is with
gets
something
Delena.
like Human Torch.
I think
though,
Nectar
again,
might be the
Delena.
secret sauce here on this
Sentinels are looking up
Psylocke.
here on domination once again.
I think they're going to have to look to Nectar here to kind of to push them through this. That's a good early take. 50%. Super solid. Terra's about to get the ult though. They can run it in with Harvey on the cloak. They can walk in on that, but 4 ults ready for Sentinels. Nectar, both supporters. And I think maybe they're going to save this Iron Man ult for Harvey. So yeah, look. Oh! SJP claps right before the Iron Man ult comes out though, and here goes Terra. Doesn't get a reset. That is massive. That is massive. Big pings from TTK. And that's going to be a take from 100T. 82%, that's big. That's a good start.
Yeah, that was interesting. Usually we don't see an early dance of the butterflies by Nectar there or Psylocke.
Maybe it just comes down to execution. What do you guys think? So maybe it's just that, you know, the strategists have to be way better about using the ults for Terra specifically, you know?
In this case, SJP holding on to the dance floor as well in this fight.
So maybe it just comes down to timing and execution, right? That's a big pull. Oh, that's real bad for Techie. That's real bad for Techie. And then Delena pulls them off the point as well with that Hela roll.
Now gonna just put some extra damage. Delena, a mean Hela. One of the names when you think of Hela in general. Delena potentially.
Grims is just sitting around that corner.
Gonna set up here. This is a great group map for that reason. Does force you to burn those quickly, which they will do, but does buy some time.
Kind of a cool group wall usage to put it just underneath. He needs to try and find an angle though, and it's so telegraphed. They're going to try and take the high ground here and get round them. This is a cool idea. Oh, this is a good angle though, potentially. Oh. Whiffy. Nectar does get TTK though.
The raw damage there from the pulse, and there goes the clobbering. Nectar finds 2, just unleashed here with the team up Psylocke. Down go more, and this will force a portal.
This is what I like to see though, like they're respecting Terra a lot more. Nectar's popping the fuck off as well on this Psylocke, but they're respecting Terra a lot more, and they're saving support ults to stop him getting any value. And I think that's a much better play.
They won't have numbers here. I don't think it's a little bit too early in my opinion here, as Harvey is going to initiate, and that is why they do have this ult up.
Yeah, that, and maybe he doesn't want to get frozen because all of his team is going down, so there's a lot of definite mind games here.
Rai's got another ult as well.
Ready to go with the giant pulse.
Throws it straight into a wall. Classic.
Nice carbon crush there, followed up with a few punches. Nectar gonna try to find a pick, not able to
Techie's just running them in. What? Oh, he gets SJP though. That's massive. Vinny's gonna get railed as well. Techie. Techie looks a lot more comfortable on the Emma than the Mag, right?
And this is also what I was talking about, how not banning Torch has given them so much more room.
Yeah, 100% agree. 100% agree.
Torch got through, but it's fine. I mean, 100 Thieves, yeah, you could say Terra's a good Torch, and he is. Absolutely. They're going to play it in this next round.
But if you know, like, yeah, I like what Dog's saying here, right? I like what Dogman's saying there because...
before and got off it in the middle of a series. To me, that doesn't scream that
here we go. Now Terra's going to play it, right? Now Terra's going to play the Torch. But his point is very, very valid, right? If you know Terra is going to want to play this winter... why ban out any of the other heroes? Because he's not going to play it, right? He's mostly going to play the winter if he wants it. There's a lot more ways to counter the Torch.
Favorite fan of it. I mean, it's going to be a lot of sustain as well with the Emma, with the thing.
Iron Man is also potentially really good into Torch. Psylocke, great into Torch.
In the previous maps, he's been
and if they're struggling, they can always do. You know, they can always.
It's a very difficult way. It's very difficult to shut down dive on
if Torch is not banned for themselves, they can run a Torch Ultron themselves. They could go back. I don't like the res comp, but Adam and Mantis are pretty good into a Torch specifically. So we see 100 Team go to this Torch Ultron to try and deal with Rye. So this is going to be an aerial battle here a little bit. And Rye's going to need Nectar to kind of help him out.
But there will be an Ultron pocket, which makes it even more deadly.
Absolutely, two people in the sky is going to be terrifying.
And there we see Delina immediately popping that, trying to get Nectar. Oh, Nectar survives though. Gets to the Lunar Orb. That is crazy from Nectar. What? Oh, look at this Iron Man go as well. Okay, I'll take it back, guys. This Iron Man is actually legit. I'll take it back. I'll take it back. He may not be getting ult value.
Absolutely, and I think
the dueling prowess.
Okay. That Punisher, I feel like the Human Torch playstyle is
it's
so
pretty
different
good.
than what Terra is used to playing. That character sort of is like that hardcore assassin, similar to Psylocke, also a really good poker. So I mean, not that Terra is not bad at that sort of stuff, but I think that character requires a ton of focus on it. You know,
oh, Delina goes to the Star-Lord as well. Right. Okay, they've given up. They've given up the flyer comp already. Oh, huge. Techie Crims Nectar. Okay, this is much cleaner from Sentinels. Much cleaner. And you can tell as well, right? You can. I think you can always tell in Rivals, and you can tell in your own games. When they're swapping this much, Delena's instant swap to the Hela. Terra's had to go onto the Punisher. When they're forced to swap instead of you know you've hit the nail on the head, right? Because they're struggling to find an answer. So this feels way more comfortable, I think, for Sentinels. And the difference being, and what I like about this is they're forcing 100T to react to them. Not the other way around, you know? Nectar gets Delina again. Oh, they're doing so well. Look at this. Oh, he doesn't get anybody. That's so well split. Oh, yeah, Sentinels are back. Sentinels are back. Oh, dude, this is a fucking wash, man. This is so much better from Sentinels.
They do, and that is enough. And this will end slowly but surely.
This is way better.
And say the game's not over yet. Oh, the teleport comes through over in Zelena. I spoke too soon.
So nice.
This is what
and
we
that
were
wasn't even
the
close.
Time. First two maps, they felt
that
like
was
bangers,
not even close, by the way. 100T did not get a luck in
like
at all.
One-sided, and now last map, I think it felt pretty one-sided for 100 Thieves. This map, it feels pretty one-sided. One-sided for Sentinels.
That was really nice from Sentinels.
Both teams were feeling each other out a little bit, trying to see poke and prod, figure out what comps to play. Now they know, and now
we've seen a lot of Ultrons tonight. We've seen a lot of Ultrons.
Protect 100 Thieves on the previous map. Also a similar
typically we've seen Ultron obviously in triple healer comps piloted by the DPS player, but we've seen Ultrons be really effective, particularly with like Human Torch combos, because you can kind of pocket the Human Torch. So one of the kind of probably one of the more devastating comps that we've seen. This is a fucking wash. Look at this. One of the more devastating ones that we've seen is something like an Invis, Human Torch, Ultron. So you kind of all in on this Human Torch and let them pump out the DPS. The Ultron pockets, if the Human Torch is getting sent on, you've got an Invis shield as well, and you just kind of let this torch pummel the fuck out of everybody. And we've seen that work like very effectively, because the Ultron also, in the meantime, he's pocketing you with the drone. You don't have to really do much with that drone. So the rest of the time, the Ultron is just pumping out the damage on top of it as well.
Absolutely, and I think there, you know what, like, it goes to show.
So we've seen that be super effective.
I think in historically as well, this isn't just from this tournament.
And I'm not gonna lie,
somewhat struggle
it has made me smile, because when Ultron first came out, the amount of people going, Ultron shit, like in day one, before everyone kind of figured him out, and now everyone's like, oh yeah, shit, Ultron is actually really good. My bad.
And you know, besides that, it feels like they sort of get countered, but the real answer is just kind of play around everybody else.
The interesting thing about hero shooters in esports is how drastically it can sway.
He's a team leader, former coach, former professional player, now player professional, playing professionally.
So that's why we end up talking. I mean, twofold. One, I think that's why the drafting in this tournament is so interesting. The way that they've changed the drafting for this tournament makes it way more engaging to get involved in, because it is so dependent on how, like, it affects the outcome of the game so significantly. And it's why we focus so much on particular heroes and particular picks, because it does completely, obviously depends on how it's piloted and how they work together, and the gameplay and execution ultimately is what it comes down to. But there's so much to, like, strategically dive into, and it's only going to get more and more as more and more heroes enter the game. I think we're at, are we what, 38, 37, 38 now? 37 heroes, I think. By the end of the season, you know, we're in the 40s. We're probably gonna have another 4 or 5 heroes to add into the mix. So if you just want to watch it for the action is crazy, right? It's so fast paced, and this is what I said to you guys at the start, right? Some of these series are so insane to watch because of how close they are, and how a tiny change, a hero change, a lunar freeze can completely change the game, right? But in between that, if you want to get really into it, in the same way that you do in League of Legends, right, or Dota, in these MOBAs. So in Valorant, it's more about the raw aim and the raw skill, because it's just about hitting your shots, right? And that's the gameplay that you see, and your util usage and stuff. In MOBAs, it's so much more about the drafting and, like, what heroes you choose to play, and then the execution in the game. And the hero shooter and Marvel Rivals is a really interesting blend of the two. So execution matters and creates these insanely hype moments, these insanely hype, like, ultimate usages, team fights, plays. But surrounding that, you also have the really deep strategy of counter picking and, like, on-the-fly decision-making. So it's all about which team can adapt quicker. Like, oh shit, we're getting railed. How do we then adapt and change this? Let's run a res comp. Shit, that's not what... Do you know what I mean? So there's a really nice blend, I think, in Rivals. I was a bit worried when I first started watching Rivals that it would struggle, because I think Overwatch kind of had this problem a little bit, where it's very difficult to understand the game if you don't play it. But actually, I think it's in a pretty good spot of, because of the way that they're running it, it's high enough action and enjoyable enough action to watch that you don't... I do a lot of the deep strategy because my knowledge of the game is very deep. So obviously I analyze a lot of this stuff. a lot of other people won't really give a shit about how deep we're getting into it, right? Or won't give a shit about why they're picking certain things and that kind of stuff. At this, you know, the thought process behind the picks and the drafts. So it can cater to like a wide range of people, I think. And I think it could do really well as an esport moving forward. My only thing that I think Rivals needs to do, to be perfectly honest, is as a game itself, Rivals needs to figure out its identity. Because at the moment, it's like, it's presenting to the wider world as like this casual game, and it's for casual gamers, and everybody can have fun. Their balanced philosophy is like, oh, everything is overpowered because it makes it fun for everybody and it feels really good to play and blah, 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 blah. But then they're also trying to do esports, and it doesn't mix. You can't have both. So they need to decide what they want to be moving forward. If you want to be a casual game, that's great. This isn't going to work though. If you want that to be your design philosophy and your balance philosophy, this isn't going to work. They're not going to be able to create a thriving, consistent esports scene. So if they want to do this, they need to like change their philosophy around how they're building heroes and balancing heroes and stuff. And they need to make it a competitive esport game. You know?
The bans are coming up. I think that's going to matter. I mean, as much as I like the Winter Soldier Protect, maybe they could have gone for something a little bit differently. And they definitely have to correct themselves, just like you corrected your tie there, right? I think there's some things that need to be kind of fixed
Nice.
a little bit, but regardless, I think this team is beautiful as a unit, just like you, bro.
You're the best.
I don't know if you feel the same about that glitch, because I don't think you played Rivals for a little bit, have you? So I don't know if you feel the same about like how Rivals is kind of presenting itself right now, but that's how I feel from the outside in.
History, does it repeat itself? Let's see what map we get. And honestly, I think this ban phase is going to be very, very important.
Okay, 2-2.
Oh yeah, I mean it's now getting down to the wire where these teams. I think these are not only the two best teams in the tournament, but mainly the two best banning teams as well. That's kind of who wins. It feels like the teams that know how to utilize these
semis for now.
two protects that you get, and the
Loki mag, Emma save, probably another Emma save coming out here. Or a mag save, actually. Emma save. I like this. Techies looked really good on this Emma. I prefer taking on this Emma than the mag, so I like that. There's the mag ban. Probably Wolvie ban. Psylocke bans. Did they save the Wolverine? This could be a free Wolverine game, no?
I mean, the Wolverine Protect is now surely in the
Surely you go Wolvie.
if they want it.
That would be kind of crazy. I am curious what the counter
I'm not sure how good Wolverine is on Spider Islands.
Do they get rid of Guardians? Because if you do go Warlock, you know, we'll see. We'll see what they do here. Because yeah, that Wolverine attack could be wild.
I think this is a mistake from Sentinels, maybe.
Yeah, I do. I agree with Dog. I think that's a mistake.
Goes away.
I think that's ultimately way worse. Why are they banning Groot? I don't understand these Groot bans.
I don't know if they need the.
That's way worse. There's the Wolvie Protect instantly. Like, why do you need to ban Groot if you're playing Wolverine? That makes zero sense. It makes zero sense. Wolverine is really good into Groot. If you know you're going to play that Wolvie, you don't need to ban the Groot. It's a wasted ban. You're going to fucking roll it anyway.
I can tell you what the discussion was. Let's just ban Crims those heroes. That's literally.
That's what I'm saying. I'm wondering if that's what it was, you know? Just hard to focus that out.
I genuinely don't know what I'm missing with these group bans.
We'll be back at it, and we will see the thing again to help.
I don't know what I'm missing with these group bans.
They're going to run that double Vanguard to help. Obviously, Emma in diamond form cannot be tackled, and the thing in a similar position can't be tackled ever, cannot be moved. So that is going to be their best bet. But Terra on Wolverine, man, dude, it will be insane to watch.
I just loved how Terra was like, oh yeah, Wolverines are Bucky in there. It literally an interview today is like, oh, Bucky's only A tier, but like,
I don't know. I'm not sure that I like this, to be honest.
There's no way a character you just want to play all the time is A tier, dude. That's just
you've given up a Wolverine and you've taken a Groot in its place.
I mean, I want to favor 100 Thieves in that ban phase. I really do, just because they got the Wolverine through this time.
Yeah, I don't really.
Maybe Sentinels was thinking a little bit too outside of the box, making sure.
Although, I mean, Sentinels hasn't had Wolverine banned either, right?
You know, that Captain America Psylocke dive, it can be disgusting and very hard to deal with. But regardless, I feel like we just
They didn't ban Wolvie. They just picked it, right? Because they banned the
unless you
group.
have a
So I mean,
very specific strategy against him.
in theory, Sentinels could also just go Wolverine.
I agree. I don't think there's anything else I need to add to that, man. I mean, it's just it's terrifying. I haven't really, and maybe maybe I gotta go back and watch it. Terrifying is a great little play on words there. I don't think I've seen a composition that has really shut it down yet. You know what I mean? I want to see that because I'm curious what the answer is. Me personally, I ban Wolverine like it's my job, so I will never see that.
Every time Shib does not want Wolverine, make sure
Anyway,
you're in his ranked games.
They're going back to the res comp for Sentinels. I don't need to tell you guys that I hate it.
Here we go again, Nectar.
We'll see how it plays out.
Height here, just trying to hold and buy some
But
time.
I do not like this res comp, especially on a convoy like Spider Islands.
And we've seen a lot of success with the triple Vanguard. I know, honestly, they probably just can't due to all the Vanguard bans. So I guess that is why. But we've seen a ton of success with that throughout this tournament. As we do hold around this first choke, this is a standard position, guarantees at least 2 fights. But if they teleport back, could get 3 quickly. Aramori gonna keep the heals up. Already 81% as Amazing and the whole line of Sentinels have insanely quickly. We see now Terra doing a ton of damage, only at 38
locking, guys.
that last stand. Fine time and holding the high angle, and here comes Aramori with some
Delana
damage.
gets Nectar.
Gonna find Nectar, now run right back.
But obviously can res, has the self-res.
But great work by Aramori to slow that pace with the Eternal Bond.
Yeah, I thought they were in a bad situation.
There's the res. Oh, what a fucking angle from TTK, though.
Just slowing down everybody, and Harvey also finds
What a crazy fucking Emma angle.
Yeah, such good positioning there by TTK. I want to call that out for those who try to climb ladder. Always try to find height, forcing eyes upward, shields upward, making them look at a different direction.
gets one. Oh, Corova gets taken out. There's no self-res now either.
In the sky, gonna find a 2P. TTK gonna clean that up and get 2 more, and that is enough for them to shove through this first corner.
Big.
Hey, Delena's finding that kill on Adam Warlock, just letting everybody know.
Hi, Ryan.
Maybe Hela is the
How are you? Welcome back.
Adam Warlock, right? And a lot of people talk about how just playing
How you
Adam
getting
Warlock
on?
instead of Hela, it feels like at times Adam Warlock is a better version of Hela because you can self-heal, but both, relying on that hit scan with the left clicks. Right now, 100 Thieves using so many.
Corova does have the res now. Nectar's got the ult, but we're going back to the same problem we talked about before, right? There's no threat. Like Nectar is the only threat, so these supporters are just gonna be so easy to do. They don't even need it, man. I don't know what the fuck that all is.
Force them into a corner, and that is not gonna get a ton of value. Great movement there by 100 Thieves, and Nectar was almost forced to use it there just by the dive from Terra.
Massive from Techie though, big pings. No follow-up though.
Can they clean it up? Onto Terra, they cannot.
I mean, that character
Corova is just getting run at by this cat.
Also, TTK still going ham on this front line on the Emma Frost, just able to.
There's Corova with the res.
Corova though with the big res to bring everybody back.
Yeah, that is huge. The entirety of the team is back. TTK found like 4 in that fight. Shout out there.
Nice ult from TTK though.
This ult to try to find the reverse. Yep, right on Techie. Not going to be enough damage to burn down just yet unless the whole team focuses, which they do.
Yeah, please, for the love of God, change off this res comp. I fucking hate it. I hate it.
Gonna have to stall. It's just unfortunate. Forced to use that ult to stall and try to get the team back every time, and it's just kind of out of her hands. Those picks are just too clean, too early. Terra
oh, massive from Terra.
TTK cleans up Aramori. They're gonna find Corova, who will res back up as the teleport comes through. Will it be enough? Techie goes down too. Jeez,
I do wonder, the longer this goes on, do you think tiredness is going to start to play into it, right? For 100 Thieves? Because 100 T have played like a full BO5 that went all the way, and now a BO7 that's like 2-2. So, do you think tiredness might start to play into it? Because that's a lot of fucking high octane, like high focus games, right?
Captain America or a Psylocke or somebody who can exclusively. Okay,
we're gonna get a VOD for best thanks on the map VOD.
This is a hot take for me, anyways.
No, I think it's a good call out. I mean, I do agree with you on that. Honestly, I really do. But there is the
I think I've got a few video ideas in mind off the back of this tournament. Tomorrow is a non-day. Tomorrow I'm just gonna relax. I've got a few ideas. But obviously anything like hero comps and stuff is only relevant until the new season, which is in 11 days. 12 days. Terra gets Techie. There's the res. Techie comes back. What is his angle from Nectar?
Gonna keep that pace up. Does use that Galactic Legend, but the bubble's there to keep the team healthy. And that's
I'm gonna be so for real, dude. Nectar looks fucking awful on this Star-Lord. I'm sorry. His Psylocke looked incredible. His Star-Lord looks fucking terrible. Like, it looks fucking terrible.
So aggressive when you use that always stay in damage for him. Just allow your team to stay on that all. There's no reason not to, in my opinion. Terra gonna find Kurova.
Genuinely, in the 3 games that they've run this comp, I think I've seen one good ult from him.
Composition is so in their favor. They are just
one good ult out of like 3 games.
I think Terra is one of the best players in the game. I don't think it's just sheer mechanics. It's more his game sense, constantly playing in the right position, able to
He's
just play
fucking
slow and
awful on this hero.
That's what you have to do in this game compared to other hero shooters. I think while you do want to have like maximum APM and have shots like that, you do
yeah, so the stuff like I'm definitely gonna do like I'll do like feet like what tanks are the pros playing right now kind of vibe, or like what heroes are the pros playing. What heroes you should try and rank, maybe.
But at this point, they're in the danger zone. There is ult advantage here. Terra with a tackle. Do they find one right back?
Because I have learned a huge amount from watching these games. So
once again, back and forth with these duels. Kurova gonna rest back, try to keep the team healthy. Does Kurova have ultimate? No, he does not. 63% will not be able to keep the team healthy right now on the point. 26 seconds left, but it looks like they will get. Yes,
yeah,
they do.
easy Vundra team.
I think, you know, if 100 Thieves fully cap out, I think Sentinels need to take a page out of 100 Thieves' book. Target one of the Vanguards, whether that be Vinny,
dude,
trying to kind of
I
exclusively
don't know.
remove their
I'm trying not to sound like a broken record, honestly, but I really hate this res comp from Sentinels.
Couldn't work for them too. Just removing some of Vinny's
I don't know why they've gone back to it.
We've seen how good it is.
Like, I cannot think of a single reason why they want to do this. I don't get it. It didn't work the first time.
These 1-2 punches here by Delena and Terra are so clean.
It's really disappointing to watch as well because I really like Sentinels and I want them to win, but it's hard to support them in this because they're making some fucking terrible decisions in my opinion. But hell, I'm not pro player, so let's see.
Good job by the side of Sentinels to stay healthy. I believe that Bond was used there to keep them up. Kurova now gonna have that res, and we see Amazing now popping Mantis, keeping the team up.
Oh, Nectar gets a kill. Wait.
Nectar gonna find one.
Wait, guys. Nectar gets a kill.
Way to stay tight on that walkway there.
Yeah,
massive value.
Just staying in that cloak and dagger
massive value.
I think the backline of 100 Thieves, 100% doing a great job in this series. As everybody's kind of coming in.
Thing is, Nectar's such a good player as well, dude. His Psylocke was fucking demonic. So I don't know why they're keeping him on this. Shit.
Sentinel's trying to up the pace. 30 seconds left as well. With these ultimates gone, 100 Thieves are kind of building that time bank, but they're running out of time. That ult bank, but they're running out of time.
Yeah, that's a pick there.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's pretty sad, isn't it, Selena? You've been here with me this whole series, so I mean, you're feeling my pain right now, right? Big res. That's a big res.
Before they can keep this push going. Armori now initiation. That's a great combination. They seemingly keep doing that. The res immediately in the bond. It is very difficult to get out, but here comes the tackle. It does not press through though. Great work to bring.
So I mean, in theory, this should be really good for Sentinels, but like, this is my problem with it, dude. Like, yeah, you res, but you're just uber feeding them. You have no like offensive prowess. So even if you res, you've got nothing to fight with after that.
Only have one here. They might have two with Nectar.
Do you know what I mean?
100 Thieves are up in ult advantage even after
they keep getting rezzed, and it big rezzes, and like Kurova is doing it really well, but they've got nothing to fight with the res, so they're just getting rolled for a second time. They don't need ultimates to take you out right now.
Yeah, I think we're going to see an early initiation here. Yep, by Nectar. Good play in match.
Gets one.
I think. Oh, it just slowed. I thought
but like, look, right? Nectar is the only ult they've got to worry about. So they Invisible over the top of it. They Emerald over the top of it. So Nectar gets one kill, gets no other value, and now they have nothing left. Prims gets a couple, which is big, but look at Delena in the back. Delena is so fucking free.
in the passive, and the Captain America.
It's
Everybody's grouping
It's
around
done.
this payload, grouping around Vinny right now, and just nobody else is here on the cards. What a play from Delena.
It's surely
I mean,
right
we saw
amazing
that
as well.
in a
It's
similar
just
series with
frustrated.
Envy
Is he not
versus
just
SDX
shouting at them, being
Vision,
like,
having an
stop
incredible
fucking putting me on
pop-off moment,
Mantis?
Delena on Hella,
Like,
having
put
his
me
own.
on a fucking DPS that I want to play.
MVP of that attack for sure. Delena, I mean, I can't express enough the amount
Thank
of times that the
the
initial pick
fucking
was
Lord
Delena
that they're
finding
getting
Andy
off
on
it.
some sort of strategist in the back line, man. It was always putting them numbers up in the fights, forcing out ultimates, and that's just so much value. If your numbers up in a fight, forcing out a
I mean,
strategist
I don't
ultimate,
know if I like this, though.
Odds are so heavily increasing.
You're
your
playing
favor
into Delena,
that it
who is
ridiculous
loving
as you
this
see them walk
fucking
through all
Hella.
3
I don't know
points
if I
at this
like
level
this
of
strat.
play. With those defensible positions, that is very difficult to push through. Sentinels are really going to have to step it up here.
Yeah, absolutely. And,
Sentinels are in big
I mean,
trouble,
more than
I think.
likely, we'll see that. We could see a triple Vanguard comp come out through on a defensive hold here.
I mean, they didn't ban Psylocke. Why not just play the Psylocke with the Emma?
But it was looking like at times Sentinels were going to stop them in that third phase.
Nectar looked
The problem
so
is I'm a little
fucking
nervous
good.